Chapter 1 How about I call you husband? Happy Restaurant. March 8th, Women's Day. A family is happily having a meal at a restaurant called Happy Restaurant. Ling Yang, father-in-law, mother-in-law, wife, sister-in-law, today is Women's Day, I'm going to take you out for a good meal. Sister-in-law Lin Mengyao smiled and said jokingly, "Oh, brother-in-law, you are such a stingy person, but you are willing to treat us to a big meal? I am flattered." Looking at the naughty sister-in-law, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Mengyao, you can eat as much as you want today. Your brother-in-law will pay for everything." Really? Fine then. I want cola chicken wings, steamed shredded fish, braised hairtail, and hairy crab. Today, I'm going to give you a big meal. So, he said, "Okay, no problem." Ling Yang was in a good mood today because he had been working hard at home for 3 years and had been speculating in stocks crazily. Just yesterday, he sold all his stocks and made a profit of 10 million after collecting the funds. It just so happens that today is my 3rd wedding anniversary with my wife. I had planned to tell her the good news today to give her a surprise, so I arranged this family gathering. Seeing that Ling Yang really agreed, the sister-in-law's eyes lit up and said, "Huh? Brother-in-law, did you win the lottery? Why are you so generous? You spent a lot of money." Ling Yang smiled and said, "It's a holiday today, let's celebrate." Having said that, he went out to order food. After returning, Ling Yang said to his wife, "Wife, you seem to be in a bad mood recently, so I specially ordered a lot of your favorite dishes for you." Lin Mengwei frowned and said, "Ling Yan? What the hell are you doing? Don't you know I'm very busy? Mr. Wang is going to take me to Hainan to discuss business this afternoon? Tell me what's going on, I have to catch a flight this afternoon." Ling Yang felt a pang in his heart when he saw this. Today is their 3rd wedding anniversary. But, it is so cold? When he thought of his wife's strange behavior in the past 6 months, his heart suddenly tightened. Could it be? That's impossible. My wife and I have been together since college and now we are married. There is no way she could betray me. At this time, Ling Yang still couldn't believe that his wife had betrayed him. Even though, when I was washing clothes for my wife yesterday, I found the condom she always carried in her pocket. He had been washing her clothes for so long that he knew every aspect of her character. He knew that she never had the habit of carrying a condom with her. But suddenly, a condom fell out of her pocket. At that time, his mind was blank, but after so many years of relationship, he still chose to believe her. So, today, on our wedding anniversary, we invited the whole family together, hoping that she could repent and turn back, consider the feelings of the whole family, and not go down the path of no return again. However, looking at his wife's attitude, he knew that perhaps it was too late. As the saying goes, no matter how thick the chain is, it can never hold back a Tibetan mastiff that wants to run away. Really? At this moment, his wife said coldly, "Ling Yang, in fact, we are not suitable. You have also found that you have achieved nothing after 3 years of marriage. I don't want to waste the rest of my youth on a loser like you who will never see hope, do you understand?" Oh. For a moment, everyone was shocked. My father-in-law and mother-in-law looked stunned. I didn't expect that my daughter would say such a thing in such an occasion. Ling Yang looked at Lin Mengwei's beautiful eyes calmly. This sight made his heart completely cold. He could no longer see the love in her eyes for him. There is only deep coldness and ruthlessness. "Let's get divorced." Lin Mengwei said this calmly. When Ling Yang heard this, he was shocked, but he still said calmly, "Okay." And then nothing happened. When he saw Ling Yang, he just said one good word and that was all. Lin Mengwei frowned and said, "Why? Don't you want to keep me here? What if I change my mind?" Ling Yang shook her head, smiled, and said, "I know that you have always been a woman with your own opinions. When we were in college, you were always efficient and capable. In fact, it was you who made the decision on our first date. Even things like the wedding date, the first time checking into a hotel, etc., were all decided by you. You think twice before doing anything, and once you have made a decision, there is no room for compromise. Moreover, I can no longer see myself in your eyes, and I know that you are ready for this. So, what's the point of me trying to keep you? Actually, what I want to say is, if you just give me a little more time, I can let you live the life you want." However, these words were met with cold sarcasm from Lin Mengwei. "Ha ha? Didn't I give you enough time? 3 years, 3 whole years? You have accomplished nothing. Besides, you eat my food and drink my drinks all day long, and I go out to work and earn money to support you? I am a woman, and I also hope that someone can love me. But, in these 3 years, you have given me so much disappointment. You stay at home all day, not working, not doing your job, and just idling around? Tell me, why should I put my whole life on a loser like you? Okay, it's too late. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau on Monday. Having said that, he picked up his bag and left without looking back. Seeing this, the father-in-law and mother-in-law hurried to stop their daughter, but Lin Mengwei ignored them and left. When the two elders saw this scene, they sighed inwardly. In fact, they also advised Ling Yang to go out and find a serious job. But he just wouldn't listen, and they didn't want to see things get to this point. So, the two elders said to Ling Yang, don't be impulsive, wait for Mengwei to come back, and then we will persuade her. Ling Yang smiled and said, father-in-law and mother-in-law, you don't need to persuade me, it's useless. If my heart is not in it anymore, it's too late. I will remember you two forever, you will always be my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I, Ling Yang, will make up for your kindness to me in every possible way in the future. Having said that, Ling Yang paid the bill and left with a calm face. Seeing Ling Yang leaving, the two elders' eyes gradually dimmed. This child was really good to them. In the beginning, in order to pay for the old man's medical treatment, he even sold the inheritance left by his parents. In the end, he became homeless and had to live in their house. He was very kind to his family. However, unexpectedly, in the end, his daughter did such an ungrateful thing. They were almost pissed off. Humph, this little bitch is really too outrageous. Ling Yang is such a good person. No, we can't let them get divorced. At the same time, the sister-in-law Lin Mengyao's eyes lit up, so she quickly stepped forward and spoke to her parents. Oh, you two elders, please stop worrying about my brother-in-law. Who knows, my sister might regret getting divorced and remarry. If I don't let them get divorced once, who can stop my sister's stubborn temper? When the two elders heard this, they thought about it and felt that it made sense. Yeah, that's right. Fine then, let's leave the young people's affairs to them. Seeing this, Lin Mengyao immediately started to have some ideas in her mind. Time flies. Monday arrived as promised. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ling Yang looked at the divorce certificate in his hand, and as soon as he saw his ex-wife Lin Mengwei, who was hugged by a pot-bellied man and left in a luxury car. Only a line of exhaust gas and the roar of a car engine were left, all of which were full of mockery. Ling Yang laughed at himself. I treat you like a treasure, but you were tricked into bed with a second-hand Porsche? You are really worthless. Having said that, he was about to leave here. At this moment, suddenly, a playful voice was heard. Ha! Brother-in-law, what a coincidence, you are here too. Hearing the voice, Ling Yang was stunned. Looking back, I saw my cute and charming sister-in-law Lin Mengyao appear in front of me, wearing fashionable and beautiful clothes. Mengyao, why are you here? Lin Mengyao smiled and said, brother-in-law, is this your divorce certificate? As he said that, he snatched it away. Oh, you are quite energetic, not bad, not bad. Ling Yang smiled bitterly. Girl, are you here to laugh at me? Lin Mengyao smiled and said, oh, brother-in-law, you look so miserable. Don't be so listless. You are just a gold digger who doesn't know how to appreciate gold and jade. It's better not to have him. Well. Ling Yang, oh? Hearing his sister-in-law talking about his sister like this, Ling Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, don't call me brother-in-law anymore. I've divorced your sister. Lin Mengyao blinked playfully, smiled and said, oh, then what should I call you if not brother-in-law? How about husband? Ahem. Ling Yang suddenly had a dry cough. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think the matter is not big enough? Unexpectedly, the sister-in-law walked up to him openly, took Ling Yang's hand, and said with a smile. Hee, I'm telling the truth, this sister is divorcing you, why don't we live together, let's get married. I haven't had a boyfriend yet, I'm still a little girl, I brought my household registration book. I'm not worse than my sister used to be the most beautiful girl in the department, and I'm still the most beautiful girl in the art school, so you definitely won't suffer any loss. Look at this girl with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. I am attracted to her. Why don't you consider it? I have specially bought a dozen Balenciaga socks for her. They are so easy to tear. What the hell? Mengyao, what nonsense are you talking about? How can this be possible? Lin Mengyao waved her hands and said, it's okay. I've consulted a lawyer. Anyway, you've divorced my sister, so it's reasonable and legal for us to get married. Well. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. Is this even possible? So, Ling Yang subconsciously asked, by the way, is it really from Balenciaga? Lin Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, yes, it's really Balenciaga socks. Ling Yang took a look at his sister-in-law's figure and immediately swallowed. What the hell? It would be a shame if I didn't use these legs to ride a tricycle if I wore Balenciaga socks. However, Ling Yang still felt it was inappropriate. When he was about to refuse, he was dragged into the Civil Affairs Bureau by his sister-in-law. What the hell? I just divorced your sister? My sister-in-law is going to get the marriage certificate with me? What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 2 Binding System? Reaching the Pinnacle of Life? Civil Affairs Bureau. Marriage Registry. Sister-in-law, Lin Mengyao, took Ling Yang to the marriage registration office. At this time, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses looked at the two and asked, did you bring all the information? Ling Yang was still confused at this time, but his sister-in-law said first, bring everything, this is my household registration book. As he said that, he quickly stuffed his ID card, household registration booklet and everything else over. Seeing how anxious my sister-in-law was, she seemed afraid that someone would snatch it from her. The middle-aged woman nodded, then looked at Ling Yang and said, sir, where is your information? Ling Yang was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and said, it's not like that, don't mess around with this little girl, we won't get married. Ding! The God-level selection system is binding. Oh? Ling Yang was suddenly surprised. What the hell? Who the hell is talking? So, I turned around and looked, but found no one there. Then, a playful voice continued to be heard in my mind. Ding! The God-level selection system has been successfully bound. Hello, Master Silver, Xiao AI, from now on, you can enjoy exclusive services from Master Silver. At this moment, a virtual panel appeared directly in front of Ling Yang, with two options appearing on it. Choice 1, refuse to get married with sister-in-law Lin Mengyao and criticize her harshly, and get a deduction of 10 million from the host's bank account balance. Choice 2, accept your sister-in-law Lin Mengyao, and successfully get a marriage certificate with Lin Mengyao, build a happy family, and be rewarded with the latest limited edition Bugatti supercar. Oh? Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Am I binding the system? Can I pinch you? I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would have to bind to the system. Doesn't that mean that my glorious life is about to begin? Ling Yang looked beside him, looking at his sister-in-law with hope, and then thought about this vain wife who was cheating on him. With this thought in mind, he decisively chose option 2. So Ling Yang handed over his divorce certificate, household registration booklet, ID card, and so on. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for making the wisest choice. The Bugatti supercar has arrived and will be delivered to your door by someone in person. Moa. After that, there was no sound. Next, the middle-aged woman looked at the two of them, her eyes becoming increasingly strange. Finally, I couldn't help but be curious and asked doubtfully, what is your relationship? Now that the decision has been made, Ling Yang has nothing to hide. So, he said openly, this is my sister-in-law. She just divorced her sister today. Hiss. For a moment, Ling Yang's words stunned everyone. Several clerks who were still helping people process marriage certificates came over to watch the fun. What the hell? These days, you know how to have fun, right? He just divorced his wife and married his sister-in-law right away. He registered for marriage on the same day and got the marriage certificate in seconds. Is that okay? The middle-aged woman asked with a strange look in her eyes, have you decided? Do you really want to get the marriage certificate? Do you regret it? The sister-in-law immediately said with a smile, I have been looking forward to my sister's divorce for 3 years. They finally got divorced today. I can't wait any longer. Hurry up. By then, my sister will regret it, and I will have no chance. Sigma A. The sister-in-law's words shocked everyone present. Oh my God? What kind of vicious words are these? Other sisters-in-law all hope that their sister and brother-in-law will continue to love each other as before, but this sister-in-law hopes that her sister and brother-in-law will get divorced all day long? That would be fine, but on the day my brother-in-law divorced my sister, he couldn't wait to take his household registration book to get the marriage certificate? The middle-aged female staff member shook her head and smiled and said, "There are weirdos every year, but this year there are especially many." "Okay, I can give you the certificates. But if anything goes wrong, don't come to me, okay?" After all, the law doesn't explicitly stipulate that a brother-in-law can't marry his sister-in-law. The sister-in-law was the first to say, No, I can't wait any longer. "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. I have to go to open the store in the evening." However, before she could finish her words, Ling Yang quickly covered the little girl with his hand. "What the hell? You are so fierce. What are you talking about?" Everyone looked at the sister-in-law with strange eyes. They had seen impatient people before, but they had never seen anyone so impatient. Has she been planning to conquer her brother-in-law for a long time? So impatient? Soon, after taking the photos, the middle-aged woman obtained the marriage certificate for the two of them. Before leaving, he said something to the two of them. "You young people are really good at having fun." Moreover, the young man who helped to register the divorce certificate also gave Ling Yang a thumbs up. "Brother, you are the most awesome person I have ever met, bar none. You are even more awesome than the guy who ran away with his sister-in-law from the Jiangnan leather factory. You divorced your wife on the same day and married your sister-in-law on the same day. I would like to call you the strongest." Ling Yang smiled and patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "Learn this. When you find a wife, you must find a wife with a sister-in-law. Young man, this is called being prepared." "Brother, I understand. I'll ask my mom to introduce me to a blind date with a sister-in-law tomorrow." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Little boy, you have a bright future. I'm optimistic about you. In fact, it's not so bad if you have a sister-in-law." Having said that, he left the Civil Affairs Bureau. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ling Yang subconsciously let go of Lin Mengyao hand. Seeing this, Lin Mengyao pouted and said, "What's wrong? We've already got the marriage certificate? It's not too much to hold hands, right?" Ling Yang felt embarrassed. "When I think about it, she was my sister-in-law yesterday, and today she has become my wife. How can I explain this? It just feels a bit outrageous. Too embarrassing, isn't it? But, when I think about it, since they both got their marriage certificate, it really isn't excessive for them to hold hands." So, he took Lin Mengyao hand again. After being held hands, Lin Mengyao immediately laughed and said, "Brother-in-law, no, from now on, I should call you husband." "Honey, where are we going next? Home or to the hotel? You decide. From now on, I will listen to you." Well. Looking at such a well-behaved, sensible and obedient sister-in-law, Ling Yang felt a little bit sorry. But after thinking about it, he suddenly felt relieved. Since my sister-in-law has chosen me so firmly, I must not let her down in the future. At the very least, I have to put her first. From now on, my wife's affairs are my affairs, and my wife's affairs are the most important. She chose herself without hesitation, even when she had nothing and was penniless. After all, the sister-in-law at this time didn't know that she now owned a Bugatti supercar worth tens of millions and a deposit of 10 million. Thinking of this, Ling Yang turned around and looked at his sister-in-law Lin Mengyao with tenderness. "Mengyao, do you really like me?" When Lin Mengyao saw her brother-in-law's determined look, she suddenly became serious. She touched Ling Yang's cheek affectionately and said without hesitation, "I like you. I liked you the first time I saw my brother-in-law. But at that time, you and my sister were inseparable, so I didn't dare to do anything beyond the limit. I know, brother-in-law, I have seen how good you are to my sister. In the past 3 years, we have been together day and night, but you only saw my sister and never paid attention to me. But now, sister has given up on you because she didn't know the value of gold and jade. However, I will not give up on you. I will treat you well all my life and make you twice as happy." Hearing this, Ling Yang felt warm in his heart. So, Ling Yang smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, your words are enough. In this life, you have chosen me so firmly, so I will never let you lose. You promised me a lifetime of love, and I will give you a bright future." When Lin Mengyao heard this, tears immediately flowed out. "Yeah, I believe you. I believe whatever you say." Having said that, he hugged Ling Yang tightly. Then, he kissed Ling Yang fiercely. Just like that, the two kissed passionately, forgetting everything else. A long time. The two separated, and after they separated, Lin Mengyao said with a satisfied look on her face, "Finally, I can kiss you openly. Do you know, brother-in-law, I have been craving you for a long time." "Hey, brother-in-law, I know you like Balenciaga socks the most. My sister used to be reluctant to wear them for you to see, so I bought a dozen of them. How about I wear them for you tonight when I go back? Chapter 3 Stunned Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. Ahem. Ling Yang was overwhelmed by his sister-in-law's vicious words and started coughing violently. Seeing Ling Yang coughing, Lin Mengyao quickly patted Ling Yang on the back and asked with concern, "Brother-in-law, husband, what's wrong with you? Do you have a cold?" Ling Yang smiled, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I was just scared by you." Lin Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Oh, brother-in-law. Husband, are you still not used to it?" Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "How can I possibly adapt to this in such a short time? I'm feeling very nervous right now, it doesn't seem real." Lin Mengyao pursed her lips and smiled. Hee, how can it be unreal? Baji. Suddenly, Lin Mengyao kissed Ling Yang fiercely. A long time. Another passionate French kiss. Gradually, Ling Yang was also attracted by Lin Mengyao's soft lips. So, he slowly cooperated, and just like that, the two of them were so absorbed in their love that they didn't realize that they were on a busy street. It was unknown how long it took before Lin Mengyao and Ling Yang let go of each other. At this time, the two heard the sound of people pointing and talking around them, and they looked carefully. Wow, a lot of passers-by had gathered around them without them knowing when. All the passers-by were pointing and talking about the two of them. Seeing this, Ling Yang quickly pulled his sister-in-law Lin Mengyao away. After leaving the scene, Lin Mengyao suddenly burst into laughter. Hee, brother-in-law, you are so cute. Ha? What? Cute? Ling Yang said with a look of surprise. Really? Look at you, your face is so red. I didn't expect that you were still so shy after being married to my sister for 3 years. And, just now, I felt your heartbeat, it was beating very fast. What's wrong? Are you very nervous? Hearing this, Ling Yang shook his head and smiled, saying, What do you think? You suddenly did this today, and my mind is confused now. I never thought about this day. Did you plan this long ago? Lin Mengyao put her hands behind her back, skipped forward, and said with a smile, Guess. I won't tell you. Looking at the playful and cute sister-in-law, oh no, she should be my wife now. Ling Yang felt like he was dreaming. He never expected that one day he would become husband and wife with his sister-in-law. However, the marriage certificate in my pocket is real. Lin Mengyao was very happy today and forced Ling Yang to walk around the streets for the whole day. For Ling Yang, walking on the street was very painful, but after seeing the happiness on Lin Mengyao's face, he didn't have the heart to interrupt her, so he had to bite the bullet and walk across the street. Soon, the two arrived at the largest shopping mall nearby, Wanda Plaza. After entering Wanda Plaza, Lin Mengyao took Ling Yang to the men's clothing counter. Hee, brother-in-law. Oh, why can't I change my way of speaking? Don't mind me, husband. I will get used to it after a while and I will definitely be able to change it. Ling Yang also looked embarrassed. Not to mention that his sister-in-law couldn't change her way of speaking, even he himself found it difficult to accept his sister-in-law calling him husband for a while. So, he nodded quickly and said, It's okay, Mengyao, I am also a little uncomfortable with it, you just need to get used to it slowly. Lin Mengyao smiled and nodded, saying, Yeah, I know that my brother-in-law treats me the best. At this moment, the conversation between the two immediately attracted the attention of several shop assistants around them. Brother-in-law? Husband? Sister-in-law? What the hell? What is going on? After seeing the sidelong looks from several shop assistants, Ling Yang wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. However, I can't explain to others that this is my ex-sister-in-law and now my wife, right? The clerk just took a curious look at it and didn't study it any further, but still came up to sell it enthusiastically. After all, for them, as long as there are customers, it doesn't matter whether they bring their sister-in-law or mother-in-law to buy. After entering the store, Lin Mengyao quickly found several sets of clothes that were very suitable for Ling Yang's temperament. Seeing the excellent effect on the upper body, Lin Mengyao commented, Hey, brother-in-law, how is it? Not bad. My taste is not bad, right? Ling Yang looked at himself in the fitting mirror. He indeed looked pretty good. Moreover, the clothes that his sister-in-law picked for him seemed like they were tailor-made for him. They matched the clothes perfectly. So Ling Yang nodded with great appreciation and said, Well, it's pretty good. After getting Ling Yang's accurate answer, Lin Mengyao giggled and said playfully, Then compare it with what my sister bought for you. Which one is better, hers or mine? Ling Yang, oh. I'll go. What do you want me to say? Also, is this appropriate to say in this situation? Didn't you see that the shop assistant next to you had his eyes wide open and a look of curiosity on his face? Oh, brother-in-law, oh no, husband, tell me, which one is better, my choice or my sister's choice? Seeing his sister-in-law acting like a spoiled child, Ling Yang felt overwhelmed. By the way, when I got married to my wife, my sister-in-law was just a sophomore in college, and I was several years older than my wife. Because my family was poor when I was young and I started school late, I have always been the big brother in the class. It was a miracle that I was able to marry my wife. So, looking at his sister-in-law in front of him, he felt even more guilty. I am 7 years older than my sister-in-law. She just graduated this year and is a young girl who has not yet entered the society. She is ignorant, and I should not be ignorant. How could I have agreed to get the marriage certificate with her without thinking? The more Ling Yang thought about it, the more guilty he felt. By the way, my father-in-law and mother-in-law are very good to me. If they knew that I divorced their eldest daughter and married their younger daughter instead, I wonder if they will be angry to death on the spot. Seeing Ling Yang in a daze, I wonder what he is thinking? Lin Mangyao was immediately startled. Ah. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Ah. Oh, it's okay. Of course you picked it because it's beautiful. Your sister has never bought clothes for me. Oh. Lin Mangyao was stunned. I just shut up. I didn't expect that my brother-in-law and sister have been married for 3 years, but my sister has never bought clothes for my brother-in-law? This was something she didn't know. No wonder my brother-in-law wears the same clothes all day long? I see. Thinking of this, Lin Mangyao looked at Ling Yang with a firm gaze and said, Brother-in-law, don't worry, from now on, I will treat you twice as well. I will repay you twice as much for the tenderness and companionship I owe you, and I will definitely make you twice as happy. For a moment, Ling Yang was stunned. For a moment, Ling Yang's eyes became moist. Mengyao, thank you, but you are not anyone's substitute, you are you don't need to compensate for anything, she is her, you are you, and you will always be an independent individual. You don't need to live in her shadow at all. From now on, I will definitely fulfill my duties as a good husband. I will never let you suffer or be wronged. Brother-in-law. In an instant, the sister-in-law was so moved that she threw herself into Ling Yang's arms. This scene completely stunned the surrounding shop assistants. I go? What is going on? It looks so exciting. Is this a cheating sister-in-law who brings her to buy clothes? Or what's going on? Ling Yang? Suddenly, a surprised voice was heard. Ling Yang looked back and saw 2 beautiful girls in front of him. Zhang Mimi? Ling Yang subconsciously called out the girl's name. The woman named Zhang Mimi came closer with a look of surprise and looked at Ling Yang. He curled his lips and said, Oh, not bad, you are worthy of being the class hunk in our class. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you are getting more and more handsome. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, Just make do. Zhang Mimi looked at Lin Mengyao and asked in surprise, Huh? Ling Yang, okay, this little sister is pretty good. Is your sister still? Ling Yang smiled and said, Oh, this is my wife. What? That's not right. I heard that you married Lin Mengwei after graduation, didn't you? Zhang Mimi asked doubtfully. Ling Yang said awkwardly, This is a long story, so let's not talk about it. What a coincidence, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you have become more and more beautiful. Zhang Mimi waved her hands and said, Oh, don't mention it. Even with my looks, I still know myself. You never replied to any of the love letters I wrote to you. Ling Yang immediately touched his nose and said, Well, at that time, didn't I already have a girlfriend? Okay, I'm just kidding. By the way, we're planning on having a class reunion next month, and I just happened to meet you, so let's go and have some fun. When Ling Yang was about to refuse, Zhang Mimi made the decision. Then it's settled. You're the most beautiful girl in our class, so you can't not come. Oh, and bring your girlfriend along. Unable to refuse such a kind offer, Ling Yang could only nod awkwardly and said, Okay then. We'll talk about it later. Okay, let's go first. Having said that, Zhang Mimi left with her best friend. After Zhang Mimi left, Lin Mengyao smiled sweetly and said, Hey, I thought you would cover it up. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, What are you hiding? We are a legal couple now, why should we hide it? Not only will I not hide it, I will also hold a grand and sensational wedding for you, and I will make you the most beautiful bride in the world. Ah? Really? But. Lin Mangyao wanted to say something, but Ling Yang looked at her tenderly. You deserve the highest treatment. I swear, our wedding will make everyone envious. I will make you my most noble princess. I want you to know that you are not anyone's substitute, you are my lifelong favorite. Suddenly, Lin Mangyao burst into tears. So touching. After you've finished selecting, pack up your clothes. Lin Mangyao happily snuggled up to Ling Yang and left them all. After returning home, Lin Mangyao walked into the living room hand in hand with Ling Yang. At this moment, the two elders were sitting in the living room, and suddenly saw Lin Mangyao and Ling Yang returning home hand in hand. For a moment, the two elders looked at the two people with sweet faces with confusion. What is going on? Yao Yao, Ling Yang, what are you doing? Ling Yang felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. However, Lin Mangyao was carefree. She just smiled and said, Mom and Dad, I married my brother-in-law. What? In an instant, the two elders stood up and stared at the two of them in amazement. Chapter 4, Husband, let us go to my room and sleep. What? You guys are married? The two elders asked in shock. Lin Mangyao said with a grin, yes, we got the marriage certificate today. The two elders looked at Ling Yang behind Lin Mangyao in surprise, and asked seriously, Ling Yang, let me tell you, this child has liked to joke since he was a child. Tell us, is this true? Ling Yang looked at the excited elders and didn't know what to say for a moment, but since he had already received the certificate, he couldn't just not say it. Besides, the truth cannot be hidden. Therefore, Ling Yang had no choice but to nod and say, yes, it's true. I have divorced Meng Wei, and then I got a marriage certificate with Meng Yao. Oh. In an instant, the two elders widened their eyes and looked at Ling Yang in disbelief. He looked at his little daughter again, and finally, the father-in-law suddenly widened his eyes and fell on the sofa. Seeing this, Ling Yang was shocked and hurried forward. Seeing that his father-in-law had fainted, he quickly pinched his Renjong point. After a while, my father-in-law finally woke up. After the father-in-law woke up, he said tremblingly, how can you be together? She is your sister-in-law, you are so confused. Ling Yang also knew that the two elders would definitely not be able to accept this. However, things have already happened and it's too late to say anything now. My sister-in-law Lin Mangyao was also frightened, but she didn't think too much about it. She only knew that she liked her brother-in-law, and now that her brother-in-law was divorced, there was nothing wrong with her marrying him. A long time. The two elders gradually calmed down. Ling Yang also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two elders finally calm down. At this time, the two elders sat on one side, Ling Yang and Lin Mangyao sat opposite them. No one spoke, they just looked at each other. Finally, the father-in-law spoke. Ling Yang, to be honest, it's all thanks to you that I, an old man, have lived for so many more years. We also know that Meng Wei's treatment of you is very unfair. But, you turned around and married your sister-in-law, my little daughter. Is this appropriate? So, I worked so hard to raise two daughters, and you married them both? Ling Yang didn't know what to say, and when he was about to speak, Lin Mangyao interrupted him and said seriously, Dad, look at what you said, who said that a brother-in-law can't marry his sister-in-law? Besides, my sister has already divorced my brother-in-law, why can't I marry my brother-in-law? Anyway, we have already obtained the marriage certificate, so please don't force us to divorce. If we divorce, I will be married for the second time, and no one will want me anymore. You make me so mad. Seeing his daughter in such a state, the father-in-law was almost angry to death. Seeing this, Ling Yang quickly sat over, patted his father-in-law on the back, and calmed him down. Father-in-law, calm down, this is a long story. The mother-in-law at the side also said, yes, old man, calm down. Now that things have come to this, what else can we do? You are ruining our family reputation. You are ruining our family reputation. How could I raise two such ungrateful daughters? I didn't educate them well enough. An ungrateful person who betrays his teacher and ancestors and has no sense of etiquette. Lin Mangyao was a little at a loss when she saw her father so angry. But what's wrong with pursuing happiness on your own? Anyway, I'm not wrong. So, she said with a firm face, Mom and Dad, don't be angry. I also have the right to pursue happiness. I just like my brother-in-law, and no one can change this fact. Seeing this, the two elders completely lost their temper. It took a while for the two elders to recover. Finally, the two elders sighed, waved their hands and said, "Forget it, you young people should handle your own affairs. My old bones can't stand your torture anymore. If you continue to torture me, I will be tortured to heaven." Seeing that the two elders finally gave in, Lin Manuel laughed and said, "Hee, Dad and Mom, I knew that you are the best to me. It's okay, my brother-in-law will definitely treat me well, don't worry. Isn't this just right? Don't you want to leave your brother-in-law? You often say that a son-in-law is half a son. This brother-in-law, since he married my sister first, can be considered half a son. Now that he has married me, he has added half of the family. Isn't this complete? He now has one family. Besides, he is still your son-in-law. Nothing has changed in essence, except that he is my husband now." Hearing this, the father-in-law almost got angry again. He fell headfirst onto the sofa, foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Ling Yang quickly pinched his father-in-law's Renjong point to save him. "Mangyao, stop talking and let them take it easy first." Lin Mangyao stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh, okay." Ling Yang quickly helped the two elders into the room. Now let them take some time to recover. After all, they definitely couldn't accept such a huge thing suddenly. After settling the two elders, Lin Mangyao came forward and asked, "Are Dad and Mom okay?" "Well, it's okay." Hearing that her parents were fine, Lin Mangyao pouted and said, "Why are they so angry? Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness?" Ling Yang was at a loss for words. How could he explain this? Fortunately, I have done a favor to my father-in-law. Otherwise, if I had met another father-in-law, he would probably have chased me across the streets with a kitchen knife. However, it seems that my father-in-law and mother-in-law have reluctantly accepted it. Mangyao, this is indeed a little hard to accept. Why don't we live together after a while? Otherwise, I'm afraid my parents-in-law won't be able to bear it. However, Lin Mangyao smiled and said, "Haven't you heard that it's better to strike while the iron is hot? Stop talking nonsense and sleep in my room tonight." Sigma A. Isn't this bad? Balenciaga, it's so easy to tear, it opens with a snap. Gurgle. Ling Yang looked at his sister-in-law's long, white and tender legs, and immediately swallowed hard. I have to say, these stockings are YYDS. Especially the fighter among stockings, the Balenciaga mother and child socks, which are extremely lethal. Balenciaga's mother and child socks are really sexy, very eye-catching and irresistible. Ahem. Since it's hard to refuse such a kind invitation, that's fine. Then I'll go to your sister's room and clean up. Well, let me help you. No need, eh? I can do it myself. Oh, we're married now, it's okay. From now on, you take care of the outside affairs and I take care of the inside affairs. I will definitely be a qualified and virtuous wife. Having said that, he skipped and went to clean up. Seeing this, Ling Yang had no choice but to let her go. After the two entered the house, Lin Mangyao quickly helped Ling Yang pack his clothes, daily necessities, etc. Crunch! Just then, the door creaked open. At the door, Lin Mengwei came back drunk. When Lin Mengwei saw the two people in the room, she was stunned. Ling Yang? Why are you still here? Get out, you are not allowed to enter my room anymore. Lin Mangyao became unhappy when she saw her sister telling Ling Yang to get out. Hey, when will it be your turn to teach my husband a lesson? So, Lin Mangyao said unhappily, "Brother-in-law, oh no, husband, let's go. Who wants to stay here? You are so coquettish and drunk all day long. It's disgusting. We don't want to stay here. Tonight, go to my room and sleep." Chapter 5. How about you take a shower with me? Sigma A. In an instant, the ex-wife Lin Mengwei looked at her younger sister in shock and asked in surprise, "Little sister, what did you say just now? Let your ex-brother-in-law sleep in your room? What are you going to do?" Lin Mangyao said firmly, "Of course I sleep. Otherwise, what else can I do?" Oh. Lin Mengwei was immediately awakened by her younger sister's fierce words. She looked drunk before, but now she became energetic in an instant. What? What did you say? Are you crazy? He is your brother-in-law. How can you let him sleep in your room? Where do you sleep then? Lin Mangyao said seriously, "Of course I sleep with my brother-in-law. Besides, I have obtained the marriage certificate with my brother-in-law. If not with my brother-in-law, who else can I sleep with?" Hiss. Lin Mengwei was completely sober and looked at the two of them in shock and confusion. Gurgle. For a moment, Lin Mengwei swallowed hard, stared at the two of them in amazement and asked, "Have you got the marriage certificate?" Lin Mengyao nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, I just received it today." Lin Mengwei was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Ling Yang with burning eyes. "Ling Yang, I want you to tell me if it's true. I'm telling you, there's no possibility between us anymore. I don't like you anymore, okay? So, you don't have to do these little tricks and deliberately team up with my younger sister to anger me and make me regret remarrying you." Seeing that Lin Mengwei was still so arrogant and domineering, Ling Yang sighed in his heart. Where does this woman get such mysterious confidence? In the past, she was the one who pursued me first, and now she is the one who left me first. Now, where does this inexplicable self-confidence come from? When I think about it, when has she not been arrogant towards me in these 3 years? She always has an inexplicable sense of superiority. Has she forgotten that her family was also very poor in the beginning? Even more, her father was terminally ill and there was no money for treatment. In order to pay for his medical treatment, his parents went around to raise money, but unexpectedly they got into a car accident, which eventually led to the death of both of them. After burying the two elders, she gritted her teeth and sold the only house they had left, which cured her father. Afterwards, the two got married naturally. Since he didn't have a house, he could only become a son-in-law who lived with the wife's wife. He thought that as long as they worked together, their future days would definitely get better and better. He was not idle either, and he used all the money that was not used from selling the house for medical treatment to invest in the stock market. After 3 years of unremitting efforts, his assets finally increased dozens of times. After selling them all, he made a huge profit of 10 million. However, just when he was about to give his wife a surprise, his wife gave him a surprise. For 3 whole years, she has never been willing to have a child, and she always takes protective measures every time she does it. Moreover, she always made excuses such as being busy with work, so I had no choice but to let her go. He also planned to let her quit her job and become a full-time housewife once he became financially independent and able to take care of her. Then, the two of them gave birth to a lovely baby, and the family of 3 was complete. However, in the end, things went against one's wishes and everything became a dream. During the 3 years, he has been working hard and, to be honest, he has made as much money as anyone else. He cashes in his earnings, invests again, cashes out again, and invests again, repeating this cycle over and over again. The reason why he didn't show it to his wife to let her know that he had actually made a lot of money was because he wanted to make more money. So, he invested all his money, and the few stocks he invested in were the kind that would not bring much return in the short term. It is impossible to maximize profits in a short period of time, so he never told anyone what he was doing day by day. Until a few days ago, the stocks I invested in skyrocketed, and my assets also increased, increasing dozens of times in an instant, proving my forward-looking vision for the stock market. He knew that he had made the right bet, so he sold all his money at the peak. He made 10 million in one go, but before he could give his wife a surprise, she betrayed him. It's ridiculous to think about it. Finally, looking at my wife's cold eyes. Somehow, he took out the marriage certificate and slapped it on his ex-wife Lin Mengwei's face. See for yourself. After being hit in the face by the marriage certificate, Lin Mengwei was stunned for a moment. Is this really Ling Yan? That coward who doesn't fight back when being beaten or respond when being scolded? A useless person who only knows how to do housework? However, she still picked up the marriage certificate and opened it. Boom! For a moment, her mind went blank. You guys, really got the marriage certificate? Ling Yang pulled the marriage certificate over, nodded and said, "Yes, we have already obtained the certificate. In this world, apart from you, is it impossible for me to marry a wife?" With a thud, Lin Mengwei sat down on the ground, her eyes dull and she looked at a loss. Oh my god! My husband just divorced me, and he married my younger sister right away? No, absolutely not. You can marry anyone, but not my little sister. Lin Mengwei suddenly screamed hysterically. Lin Mengwei suddenly jumped up, grabbed Ling Yang and was about to beat him up. Lin Mengyao suddenly pulled Lin Mengwei away and said to her, "Sister, why are you crazy? What's wrong? Why can't my brother-in-law marry me? We are together legally and legally, what's the problem? You are the one who doesn't want your brother-in-law, why can't I have him? To tell you the truth, I have liked my brother-in-law for a long time, but he is my brother-in-law, so I have never dared to have any improper thoughts. But now that you are divorced, why can't we be together?" Lin Mengwei was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect that my younger sister would give me such a big surprise on the day of my divorce. Seeing her younger sister defending Ling Yang so much, she collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang felt a little uncomfortable. After all, no one would be able to accept this. Just when he was about to go forward to support Lin Mangwei, Lin Mangyao was quick to help her sister up. After throwing her on the bed, she quickly picked up Ling Yang's belongings and pushed Ling Yang out. After pushing Ling Yang all the way to her boudoir, Lin Mangyao put all of Ling Yang's belongings in order and even specially cleared out a space in the closet to put them in. Looking at his busy sister-in-law, Ling Yang suddenly felt strange. Before this, he had come to his sister-in-law's room many times, but this time, the feeling was different. Seeing my things all neatly arranged in my sister-in-law's closet, I had an indescribable feeling. How should I put it? It's just quite awkward. After working for a long time, sister-in-law Lin Mangyao finally finished everything. She was sweating all over. Hee, brother-in-law, we will live here from now on. I don't mind you having nothing. I know that if our family hadn't held you back, you wouldn't have nothing. So, I will always be with you. I believe that as long as we are willing to work hard together, we will definitely have a bright future. I am willing to face everything with you, no matter how hard or tiring life is, I will face it with you. When Lin Mangyao said this, Ling Yang felt deeply touched. I didn't expect that my sister-in-law loved me so deeply. However, I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Seeing Ling Yang didn't say anything, Lin Mangyao rolled her eyes and then she giggled. Hee, brother-in-law, wait a moment, I'm going to take a shower first, I'm all sweaty. Oh, okay. Seeing her brother-in-law's unnatural and dull look, Lin Mangyao smiled and suddenly came to Ling Yang and said, how about, brother-in-law, can you accompany me to take a shower? Chapter 6, oh, what's wrong? Can't you just take a nap? What? Ling Yang was completely frightened by his sister-in-law Lin Mangyao. Unexpectedly, this little girl actually wanted to take a bath with her? Seeing her brother-in-law's intense reaction, Lin Mangyao curled her lips and said, what's wrong? Didn't I see you taking a bath with your sister before? What? You can do it with your sister, but not with me? You were married to your sister before, so now, aren't we also married? Why is it not allowed here? We are married, isn't it normal to take a shower together? It's not against the law, we are legal now, okay? When Ling Yang heard this, he was a little bit amused and helpless for a moment. Now he even suspects that his sister-in-law attended a fake art school a few years ago? It turns out that he is not going there to learn skills, but to learn the law. They will always give you a reasonable and legal one. Seeing that Lin Mangyao was really stubborn, Ling Yang had no choice but to nod and say, well then. Hee, I knew it, brother-in-law, my husband is the best to me. Hearing this awkward name, Ling Yang felt even more embarrassed. By the way, I have watched Lin Mangyao grow up step by step, from a young girl to now a woman with full of charm. Well, Mangyao, I still feel really awkward. How about I go to sleep on the sofa? After I get used to this new identity for a few days, we can. However, Lin Mangyao pouted, said nothing, and directly pulled Ling Yang into the bathroom. With a plop. Lin Mangyao closed the bathroom door and locked it. Hee, you can't run away now. Brother-in-law, let me tell you, the main reason you're worried now is that we're too familiar with each other, so it's hard for you to do it. It's okay, I understand you, but this situation is easy to solve, as long as we get some sleep later. Ling Yang, oh. What the hell? This sister-in-law is so fierce. Look, what kind of vicious words are these? In other families, the sister-in-law would blush and feel embarrassed when her brother-in-law flirts with her, but why is it that in my case, I would be blushing and feeling embarrassed when my sister-in-law flirts with me? However, what my sister-in-law said was not wrong. I was actually confused. The two of them knew each other too well, and they had lived under the same roof for so long. I haven't seen her for a long time, and she is my sister-in-law. I have always treated her as my little sister. But now, her identity has suddenly changed and she has become his wife. It would be difficult for anyone to accept this at this time. Besides, I am a person with conservative ideas. After all, I was born and raised in the countryside. He has been holding on to this idea since childhood. In his subconscious, this is wrong. Ding. Master, don't worry, Xiao AI is here to serve you, the God-level selection system is starting. Ding. Option 1, agree to your sister-in-law Lin Mangyao and take a bath together with her, and you will be rewarded with a grand beauty card. Choice 2, reject Lin Mengyao and slam the door and leave, and be rewarded with a bottle of shampoo from Granny Huang. Well. Ling Yang was speechless for a while. What the hell is this Grandma Huang shampoo? Just as Ling Yang was thinking this, an advertisement immediately popped up on the interface. Grandma Huang shampoo. Grandma Huang's inspection found that the product was unqualified, a legendary fake and inferior product without any certification. After using it, all consequences are at your own risk. After reading the introduction, Ling Yang's eyes widened. What the hell? What the hell is this? System, are you teasing me on purpose? Isn't this forcing me to become a love beast? Hee, master, I'm doing this for your own good. Love you. There was no way. Ling Yang had to reluctantly make a choice. Congratulations to the main silver for making a wise choice. The reward will be issued immediately after the main silver completes the task. Then there was no sound. When I think of this beauty card, just from the name I know that after using it, you will become more handsome. Beauty card. So Ling Yang nodded firmly and said, Mengyao, you are right. We have already obtained the marriage certificate. No one else can help us. We are a legal couple. Seeing that her brother-in-law finally figured it out, Lin Mengyao said with a giggle, okay, then brother-in-law, you wash first, I'll rub your back. Wow, so considerate? Why didn't I realize before that my sister-in-law is so good? Such considerate person? By the way, after being married to my wife for so many years, she has never rubbed my back. In the end, it was my sister-in-law who rubbed my back first. When Ling Yang thought about his wife's younger sister rubbing his back, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of excitement. Since ancient times, the sister-in-law has always been the brother-in-law's little cotton-padded jacket, and this is an eternal truth. If you don't believe me, go and take a look. Wherever there is a sister-in-law, they all enjoy teasing her. Therefore, this sister-in-law brings an inexplicable sense of excitement to every brother-in-law. In fact, to be honest, who wouldn't be moved by having such a beautiful sister-in-law? He is not a gentleman. Naturally, he had had ideas about his sister-in-law for a long time, but the sense of justice in his heart had always suppressed his restless heart and he dared not have any improper thoughts. But now, I am in a legal marriage relationship with my sister-in-law. Now I don't have to worry about anything at all, and I can release the depression that has been suppressed for so long. Thinking of this, Ling Yang smiled and said, Mengyao, to be honest, my brother-in-law is not a willow boy who can remain calm when a beautiful girl like you sits on his lap. It's impossible to say that I have never had any thoughts about it. After all, who wouldn't feel itchy when such a beautiful girl is hanging around in front of me all day? But, our identities were different before. I was your brother-in-law, so even though I was moved, I didn't dare to cross the line. But now, we have already obtained the marriage certificate. I have also figured it out. From now on, I will definitely treat you well, pamper you to the heavens, and let you be my carefree little princess. Hearing these extremely corny love words, Lin Mengyao felt her whole body soften. After all, she was still just a young girl who had not experienced much of the world. Ling Yang's words of love made her heart flutter. She nodded tenderly and said, Yes, I believe you. As she said that, she kissed Ling Yang passionately. Crash! Soon, the two of them began to take a bath together with great affection. On the other side, Lin Mengwei, who had finally calmed down, was exhausted both physically and mentally in an instant. Finally, she sighed helplessly, found a pair of pajamas, walked out of the room and went to the bathroom. However, when I reached the bathroom door, I was stunned. I saw two figures taking a bath in the bathroom, vaguely visible on the door, and from time to time there were sounds of laughter and playfulness. Oh, brother-in-law, you are so bad. Don't do it. Hey, Mengyao, turn around and let me see. Lin Mengwei, hashtag. You adulterer. It doesn't seem right. They have obtained the marriage certificate, so now I am the third party, right? When she thought of this, she became even more upset. I'm so pissed off. Why is it that my little sister picked up something I didn't want and was having so much fun playing with it? Brother-in-law, what are these scars on your back? Oh, these scars? Yeah. How did you get so many of them? Epsilon equals Omicron. Oh, don't mention it, I was caught by a tigress. Hearing Ling Yang's words, Lin Mengwei outside the bathroom door gritted her teeth. Dare you say you are a tigress? That's right, at the beginning, when the love was deep, for a moment, I couldn't help but hit her a little too hard. But there's no need for you to slander me as a tigress, right? Lin Mengwei clenched her fists tightly and was about to leave when suddenly, the bathroom door opened with a creak. Ling Yang came out with his sister-in-law Lin Mengyao wrapped in a bath towel in his arms. For a moment, the three of them looked at each other and stood there in a daze. Chapter 7. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a multi-millionaire. Well. The scene was dead silent, you could hear a pin drop. The three people's eyes kept meeting in the air, and the scene was awkward for a while. Even though Ling Yang had made up his mind to completely sever all ties with his ex-wife, he bumped into his ex-wife face to face while holding his ex-sister-in-law in his arms. It's so embarrassing, isn't it? Finally, it was the sister-in-law Lin Mengyao who said, Sister, do you want to take a shower too? How about? Hearing this, Ling Yang was shocked and quickly covered Lin Mengyao's mouth. What the hell? This girl is too fierce and speaks without restraint. What? You want to wash together? Although, I don't have any objection, but isn't my identity different now? Lin Mengwei felt a pang of sadness in her heart as she looked at the sweetness of the two. I don't know why, I clearly no longer love this man, and I even feel disgusted with him. But why, seeing him and her younger sister being so affectionate and sweet, did she feel so uncomfortable? You said that it was okay for you two to be intimate, and it happened in front of me. It was okay for you to be intimate in front of me, but we just got divorced today. You can't wait to move in with my younger sister tonight. Living together is fine, but you're even taking a bath together? Anyone who encounters this will go crazy. She even suspected that her younger sister had been having an affair with Ling Yang for a long time. For a while, she always felt that her hair was green. Ling Yang, don't you think you've gone too far? We're getting divorced today. After all, we've been husband and wife for 3 years. Are you so eager and impatient? Lin Mengwei questioned with a gloomy face. Ling Yang gently put Lin Mengyao down, and then looked at Lin Mengwei with burning eyes. You also know that we have been married for 3 years. We are husband and wife, right? Hearing Ling Yang's sarcastic tone, Lin Mengwei frowned for no reason. What's your tone? What's your attitude? Today I finally see through your scumbag face. Ha, a loser like you can only deceive those young girls who are not experienced in the world. As he said this, he glanced at Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao was stunned. Oh my god, am I the one getting shot? Besides, my brother-in-law didn't lie to me, did he? This is completely my own choice, okay? Lin Mengyao was unhappy to see her sister speaking so harshly. Brother-in-law is my husband now. Why do you give you the right to say that to my husband? She keeps calling him a waste left and right. If I don't defend my husband, who will? Thinking of this, Lin Mengyao angrily said to her sister, Sister? You are going too far. Ling Yang is neither your husband nor your servant now. What right do you have to call him a waste? What qualifications do you have to continue to call him a waste? You always say he is a waste, then what about you? What are you? After working in the workplace for 3 years, you are still a junior employee. Does a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan make you proud? I work part-time as a model, so I earn more than you, right? I haven't even graduated yet, but I'm already covering most of the expenses in this family. Could it be that not paying water, electricity, property fees, and daily expenses for 3 years is something you are proud of? Moreover, while I was still in school, I had already signed a contract with a well-known agency with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Even if Ling Yang didn't make a penny, I could still support him. So, you'd better stop saying he is a waste. I can only say what he says about my husband, and I believe that Ling Yang is a potential stock. A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. When faced with wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. It's just that you are short-sighted and can't see the potential of your brother-in-law. Having said that, Lin Mengyao turned around and looked at Ling Yang with a determined look. Husband, I believe in you. You must be a potential stock. You just haven't encountered the right opportunity now. I believe that when the time comes, you will surely be successful. So, don't listen to what she says, you have to believe in yourself, just like I believe in you. Seeing Lin Mengyao constantly comforting him, Ling Yang smiled knowingly and nodded, saying, Mengyao, thank you for your support and trust. In fact, I am not angry or giving up on myself at all. I know my own strength, and I have seen your sincerity. In that case, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to tell you my true colors. I'm a multi-millionaire. Oh. In an instant, the scene fell silent again. Then, there was a puff. Lin Mengwei suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ling Yang, have my words irritated your brain, damaged your self-esteem, and caused you to become mentally abnormal? You? A multi-millionaire? Are you kidding me? You look so shabby, you probably can't even take out $5 from your pocket, right? Lin Mengyao was also stunned, then she touched Ling Yang's forehead with a concerned look on her face. Then, he said anxiously, Ling Yang, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you talking nonsense? It's okay, I know what my sister said was a bit too much, but you don't have to pay attention to her. Now, you are my husband. I really don't mind these things, as long as we can be happy, don't scare me, okay? Let's go to the hospital and ignore her. As he said that, he was about to take Ling Yang to the hospital. Seeing this, Ling Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this was also expected and beyond reason. After all, I stay at home all day and have never been anywhere. If I suddenly say that I am a multi-millionaire, they will definitely not believe it. So, Ling Yang spread his hands and said, Mengyao, it's okay, I'm really fine, it's just that you two sisters are fighting endlessly, so let's ease the atmosphere. Okay, let's go back to the house. I'm really fine. My mind is very healthy. I'm more awake than ever. Seeing Ling Yang say this, Lin Mengyao asked suspiciously, are you really okay? Why don't you go to the hospital? Oh, that's really not necessary. At this time, Ling Yang was at a loss. It seemed that they could not bear it after he told this fact. Maybe Mengyao would be even more worried about herself, thinking that she had done something illegal. Instead of doing this, it would be better to wait for a chance in the future to let her slowly accept it all. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Mengwei became sarcastic again. Humph, I knew you would still be like this, pretending to be rich, epsilon equals omicron alas, a loser is a loser. You can't change this fact in your lifetime, little sister, listen to my advice and don't give yourself to him blindly. This guy is just a waste, good looking but useless. He is only fit to be a gigolo in this life. Listening to her sister's dirty words, Lin Mengyao said coldly, Sister, I respect you as my sister, so I speak to you nicely. My own choice has nothing to do with anyone. Now, Ling Yang is my husband, and you'd better not continue to slander and insult him. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Before, he was your husband and I had no right to say anything. But now he is my husband and I won't allow anyone to say anything about him. Having said that, he pulled Ling Yang back to his bedroom with an angry look on his face. After seeing the two people leave, Lin Mengwei became more and more angry. Bang! Clang! She suddenly threw the bath towel in her hand away, and it hit the vase on the coffee table directly, making a clanging sound. At this time, on the other side, in the inner room, two old men were eavesdropping at the door. In fact, this scene could be guessed. Seeing that the two sisters had a falling out, the two elders sighed and returned to the bed. The old man, beating his chest, said, Epsilon equals omicron alas, what a sin. What sin has our family committed? If this gets out, where will I put my face? Two sisters fighting over a man, with jealous eyes, how can this be tolerated? That's fine, but this man is my former brother-in-law, and now he's my younger brother-in-law? What's going on? So, this kid, I raised two daughters for him for nothing? Did I owe him something in my previous life? Chapter 8, Spreading Love and Making the Ex-Wife Angry. Listening to the old man's muttering, the old woman said unhappily, Okay, stop complaining, you owed him in your last life. You owe him this in this life. Although Ling Yang is a filial child and has worked hard for so many years without complaint, he never said anything. But, don't you know how his parents died? If Ling Yang and our Xiao Wei were not in a relationship at the beginning. You have even reached the stage of discussing marriage, would your parents go around borrowing money to treat your illness? If it weren't for this, would anything happen to his parents? Remember, your life was bought by Ling Yang's parents. Moreover, at that time, Ling Yang had not yet been engaged to Xiao Wei, and she was in the hospital, busy taking care of you. Have you forgotten all this? You forgot, but I still remember all the good things about them. In fact, this result may be the best arrangement. Xiao Wei is becoming more and more disobedient and ignorant, and she ungratefully kicked Ling Yang away. Yao Yao likes Ling Yang, and it's not impossible for her to be with Ling Yang. Maybe Yao Yao was moved by Ling Yang's sense of responsibility and commitment, so this happened. If Xiao Wei had been sensible and lived a good life with Ling Yang, perhaps this incident would not have happened. In the final analysis, it is my family that has let Ling Yang down. After the old woman finished speaking, the old man also calmed down. After thinking about it carefully, he nodded and said, "Old lady, you are right, maybe this is the best arrangement. Speaking of which, if Ling Yang really moved out of our house and had nothing to do with us anymore, I would really be reluctant to let him go. In fact, deep in my heart, I have already regarded him as my own son. Now that Yao Yao is with him, I can rest assured. Epsilon equals Omicron. Alas, if we want to blame someone, we can only blame Xiao Wei for not having good fortune. Never mind, our children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. We can't control them. Let him be." After saying this, the old man seemed to have aged several years in an instant, and the spirit on his face dimmed a lot in an instant. Then he lay on the bed, not saying a word. Seeing the old man in such a state, the old woman didn't know what to say. She could only shake her head and go to sleep. At the same time, Ling Yang and Lin Mangyao returned to the house and just stared at each other in a daze. For a moment, they had no idea what to do or say. The two just stared at each other, looking at a loss. As for Ling Yang, looking at his sister-in-law who was as pure and beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, he swallowed hard, and for a moment, his mouth felt dry. The restlessness in my heart has already surged, but I just don't dare to take action. Looking at the towel wrapped around her, he was hesitant as to whether or not to untie it, even though they had just been bathing together. But now he knew what it would mean once it was solved. The sister-in-law Lin Mangyao opposite was also looking at Ling Yang shyly, her heart beating like a deer in her heart. Before, although she looked carefree and fearless, but now, the time has really come to this. She was a little timid again, but her heart was filled with anticipation. After all, after so many years, since she first met her brother-in-law, she was at the age of falling in love. Seeing that my brother-in-law is so tall, handsome, gentle, and considerate, taking meticulous care of his parents and his sister. From then on, her brother-in-law's image had been engraved in her heart, and she even started looking for a boyfriend based on her brother-in-law's standards. However, after so many years, there is still only the shadow of her brother-in-law in her heart, and there is no room for any other man. It's not okay to be like him, and it's not okay to be better than him. In short, it's not okay if it's not him. Gradually, the image of her brother-in-law became more and more majestic in her mind. So, when she heard that her sister was going to divorce her brother-in-law, she was extremely happy. "I can't wait to marry my brother-in-law right away." This is how this scene happened. On the day that my sister and brother-in-law divorced, she went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, blocked my brother-in-law, and dragged him to get the marriage certificate. A long time. When she saw her brother-in-law, her eyes widened. But when she didn't take any action, her sister-in-law Lin Mangyao got angry. "What the hell? If my brother-in-law behaves like this all night, how can there be any further development between them? No, we must strike while the iron is hot. Today, a series of events have made my brother-in-law dizzy and I have to take him down in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when he wakes up tomorrow, I might not have a chance." Thinking of this, Lin Mangyao gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind. I saw her slowly untying the bath towel. On the other side, after seeing Lin Mangyao untying the bath towel, Ling Yang's breathing suddenly became more rapid. I have to say, the sister-in-law is even better than my ex-wife Lin Mengwei. In fact, he is better than his ex-wife in every aspect, whether it is figure, appearance, talent, or ability, he is much better than his ex-wife Lin Mengwei. However, in the past, he was always in the eyes of his lover, so he could not see the glory of his sister-in-law at all. But now, he has completely let go of Lin Mengwei in his heart. When Lin Mengwei is no longer in his eyes, he looks at his sister-in-law Lin Mangyao who is so close to him. His heart was completely shaken, and gradually the scale in his heart gradually tilted towards his sister-in-law Lin Mangyao. After having this thought, Ling Yang liked his sister-in-law Lin Mangyao more and more. Looking down, his eyes were completely stunned. Oh my God! Perfect! It was so perfect. The golden proportion figure and the perfect graceful body filled Ling Yang's entire eye. Finally, Ling Yang swallowed his saliva, his breathing became more and more rapid, and he said more and more excitedly, "Mangyao." "Well, brother-in-law, you say?" My sister-in-law even replied in a coquettish voice. In an instant, hearing the coquettish voice of my sister-in-law Lin Mangyao was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It seemed that Ling Yang couldn't bear it anymore. "Mangyao, I love you." "Well, brother-in-law, I love you too." "Then I am here." With the last word, Lin Mangyao nodded in a soft, mosquito-like voice. Seeing his sister-in-law Lin Mengyao's charming and touching look, Ling Yang couldn't resist Lin Mengyao's extreme temptation. Ling Yang slowly approached Lin Mengyao and gently stroked her beautiful face. I am the dividing line of harmony. Crunch. Next room. Lin Mengwei had already returned to her room with a livid face due to anger. At this moment, a creaking sound came from the little sister's room next door. The creaking sound seemed so harsh in the silent night sky, especially when one thought of the scene next door. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. Stayed up all night. Lin Mengwei had a complete mental breakdown for the entire night. I listened to the harsh sound all night long. What kind of experience is this? It's simply a nightmare torture. The next morning, Ling Yang had already prepared breakfast for the family, exactly the same as before. But the only difference is that he is no longer her husband. Lin Mengwei looked at the sumptuous breakfast in front of her and fell into deep thought for a moment. At this moment, Ling Yang returned to the room and came to the dining table holding Lin Mengyao. Yao Yao, try this. It's very nutritious. This is your first time and you consumed too much, so you need to eat more to replenish your body. This will be good for your health in the future. Lin Mengyao nodded happily and said, Yeah, thank you, husband. You are so nice. Eat it quickly, little idiot. I've cooled it down. It's not hot anymore. Eat it quickly. Yes, thank you, husband. As he said this, he took a bite. Wow, it's delicious. Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Looking at the two of them showing their affection madly in front of her, Lin Mengwei almost bit her teeth off. Isn't it's so fucking infuriating? Why haven't I seen you being so nice to me before? It's still cold? I am so mad. The two elders standing by were also helpless watching this scene, but they didn't dare to interrupt, so they just kept their heads down and ate their breakfast by themselves. At this moment, with a bang, Lin Mengwei smashed the bowl on the table and said unhappily, Alright, stop acting, I feel sick and I don't want to eat anymore. I'm so angry. Having said that, he turned around, picked up his briefcase, slammed the door and left without looking back. Seeing this, Lin Mengyao laughed and said, Humph, you deserve it. I'm going to piss you off to death. Who told you to scold my husband? Hearing this, Ling Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that Lin Mengyao would hold grudges. However, he felt deep love and touched in his heart. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Chapter 9 Newbie Gift Pack, 100 million cash reward. Okay, stop talking. It's okay if you want to curse a little. It won't hurt you. Eat it while it's hot. I have been slowly cooking it for a long time. Your sister didn't even have this kind of treatment at the beginning. Hearing this, Lin Mengyao laughed and said, Really? Of course. Moo. Suddenly, Lin Mengyao made a surprise attack and left a strawberry mark on Ling Yang's face. Hee, here's a reward for you. Ling Yang's heart completely melted when he saw the playful and cute Lin Mengyao. Oh my god. Why didn't I realize before that my sister-in-law is such a lovely person? Although they had just started this relationship, he felt that every moment with her was so sweet. This was a feeling he had never experienced with his ex-wife Lin Mengwei. It turns out that men can also be pampered by girls? In the past, I doted on Lin Mengwei, but what I got in return was betrayal and divorce. And now, the sweetness that my sister-in-law Lin Mengyao brings to me is so addictive. He gradually became obsessed with this feeling. Now, looking at Lin Mengyao's pure and lovely appearance, he wished he could merge himself with her. When I think about it, last night was her first time. Originally, you shouldn't be too hot. However, for herself, she still gritted her teeth and persevered, just to satisfy herself. And I haven't had any experience in this area for a long time. Once again. Looking back now, I feel that I went too far. How could I treat a girl like this who loved me so deeply with her eyes, body and soul? Don't you know how to pity her or feel sorry for her at all? Seeing Lin Mengyao's happy and satisfied look, Ling Yang said inexplicably, Mengyao, let me feed you. Ah? Really? Lin Mengyao asked, immediately flattered. Ling Yang nodded. Well, come on, open your mouth, I'll feed you. Then, Ling Yang picked up the red date porridge and fed it to Lin Mengyao personally. He blew on it considerately before bringing it to Lin Mengyao's mouth. Seeing her brother-in-law being so gentle and considerate, Lin Mengyao felt extremely satisfied. She had dreamed of this day countless times, but unexpectedly, it finally came true today. She narrowed her eyes and smiled happily into a crescent shape. A sweet and happy feeling spreads throughout my body. My choice was indeed the right one. My brother-in-law is the best and most gentle man in the world. Snort. Speaking of which, I have to thank my sister for her help. She is blind, incompetent, and looks down on her brother-in-law. But she will never see how gentle her brother-in-law is and how good he is to her. She dared to guarantee that, apart from her brother-in-law, there would never be another man in the world who would treat her as well as her brother-in-law. On the other side, the father-in-law and mother-in-law couldn't bear to watch the two of them being so sweet and affectionate. I mean, you guys should tone it down a bit, right? In short, the father-in-law became more and more angry as he watched. Although you have done me a favor, but seeing my two beautiful girls both succumb to this boy, I get angrier and angrier. What's more, there's nothing I can do to him. Finally, the father-in-law snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, put his hands behind his back, and went out for a walk angrily. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. The more he looks, the more he sees. From now on, his neighbors will probably laugh at him to death. The mother-in-law also looked helpless, and then she looked at the two of them and said, "Ling Yang, Yao Yao, please stop provoking your father. He already has a weak heart. If he gets hurt again, the consequences will be disastrous." The two were stunned for a moment, and then they realized, how about they restrain themselves? So the two of them nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Yeah, got it. My mother-in-law nodded, sighed, and went out for a walk as well. The change happened too quickly. Not only the old man, but even she couldn't change her mindset in a short time. It's better to go out for a walk and relax, maybe you will feel better. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Mengyao pouted and said aggrievedly, "Why are they all like this? I just have the courage to pursue my own happiness, right? Is it wrong to pursue my own happiness? Brother-in-law, do you think they hate me? What did I do wrong?" It was obviously my brother-in-law who was at fault first, and it was obviously she who didn't know how to cherish me? Why, in the end, it seemed like I was the one who was at fault. As she spoke, Lin Mengyao was about to cry. It's really a bad feeling that the whole family is against me and isolating me. I like my brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Is it wrong to like someone? Seeing this scene, Ling Yang also felt a little confused. How do I say this? There's nothing wrong with liking someone and pursuing your own happiness, but, after all, we have a special identity. But I can't say that. If I say that, how sad she would be. Moreover, last night I also. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. What a sin. Now, Ling Yang was a little at a loss, and his heart was filled with frustration. Today, after thinking carefully, he felt that he had not considered the matter of getting a marriage certificate with his sister-in-law well enough. Thinking of this, Ling Yang smiled slightly, picked up Lin Mengyao and went back to the room, and gently put Lin Mengyao on the bed. "Mengyao, you are not wrong, give them some time, I believe they will understand you, brother-in-law, oh no, husband will always be with you. From now on, you are only responsible for being beautiful, and I will be responsible for making money for you. So, you have to recuperate, and I can't stay at home anymore. I'm going out to find a job, you have to stay at home and don't run around, otherwise, I'll be worried." I don't know why, but after hearing her brother-in-law's soft and magnetic voice, Lin Mengyao nodded unconsciously. "Yes, brother-in-law, I will be good." "Oh, I used to say it so easily, and I still can't change it." Ling Yang smiled and said, "It's okay, we are all slowly adapting to this new identity. No rush." "Well, husband, you were so nice, oh carrot oh." Looking at Lin Mengyao, who was as happy as a child, Ling Yang's heartstrings were touched again. Oh my god. How could I, Ling Yang, be so worthy to have such a well-behaved, sensible, sweet, and domineering little wife? The journey of life is so wonderful. I thought that he would only love Lin Mengwei and only protect her in this life. But sometimes, fate plays tricks on us, and everything is so wonderful. After kissing Lin Mengyao on the forehead, Ling Yang said, "Be good, I'm going out to make money." Lin Mengyao nodded sweetly. So Ling Yang left home. In fact, this was just an excuse. Now, he really wanted to calm down. I walked aimlessly into the park, found an empty park bench, sat down, lit a cigarette, and took a long puff. He slowly exhaled smoke rings, and looking at them, his thoughts kept reminiscing. When did I become the miserable state I am in now? I used to be so sunny and handsome, but how did I get to where I am now? Epsilon equals Omicron, alas, this bullshit person. But before he could finish, suddenly, a playful voice came from his mind. Master, don't be sad. Look at how miserable you are. You are embarrassing me. I forgot to tell you that you have a newbie gift pack. What? A newbie gift pack? What kind of stuff? This is the first novice gift pack that every host will get. Master, do you want to open it and take a look at what good things are in it? Oh shit? There's such a good thing, it must be opened? Okay, the newbie gift pack is opening. Ding! The System Novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the main bank for winning 100 million in cash, a Wuling Hongguang, the pride of domestic products, and a health card. Oh. Wow, System, you are kidding me, right? 100 million in cash? Is that true? I have never seen how much 100 million in cash is in my life. Hehe, Lord Silver, Xiao AI is your most caring warm baby. Originally, there shouldn't be such a big reward, but I have adjusted the reward intensity to the maximum for you. Ling Yang, what the hell? This works? System, I doubt whether you are a human being? How can you understand human nature so well? Alas, I am a product of high-dimensional spacetime, and I have a super-intelligent Ginkgo system processor. My intelligence is probably hundreds of millions of times that of you humans. Well. Ling Yang was speechless. He had seen shameless systems before, but he had never seen such a shameless and extremely narcissistic system. Warning, warning, warning. Don't question this baby, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Ling Yang curled his lips and was too lazy to pay attention to the system. The novice gift package reward has been issued, please check it at the main bank. Ling Yang was stunned. Then? In the Wuling Hongguang at the entrance of the park, the car key is already in the owner's trouser pocket. Ling Yang subconsciously reached in and indeed took out a key for a Wuling Hongguang. Doesn't that mean there really is 100 million in cash out there? Thinking of this, Ling Yang couldn't wait to run to the park entrance. Sure enough, a new Wuling Hongguang was parked at the entrance of the park. When Ling Yang looked over, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. What the hell? A car full of banknotes. The entire car was packed with space, leaving only the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. Looking at the car full of banknotes, Ling Yang immediately stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. What the hell? How am I going to explain this to my wife? I'm so upset. Chapter 10. Wife, do you think I look cool driving a Wuling with one hand? This is not a small amount. A full 100 million in cash. Look at this car full of banknotes, it is really shocking. Fortunately, there were not many people nearby, otherwise it would definitely cause a big commotion. At this time, in the park, except for some old men and women doing morning exercises inside the park, there were really no people at the entrance of the park. However, he did not dare to cause any trouble and quickly called his wife. Soon, Lin Mengyao answered the phone. Hello? Brother-in-law, husband, what's wrong? Ling Yang looked at the 100 million in cash behind him and tried his best to calm himself down, but he was too excited. He couldn't speak clearly, and he said tremblingly, Wife, please come out quickly, I'll wait for you at the park gate downstairs. It's a big deal. Lin Mengyao, who was catching up on her sleep on the other side, was suddenly startled. She felt that her husband's voice was not right. Could it be that something happened? When she thought of this, she became anxious. She quickly dressed and rushed downstairs. Even though her legs and feet were not in good condition and she felt pain there, she didn't care about that at all. After a while, she rushed to the park entrance in a hurry, but after looking around, she didn't see her husband. So, I quickly called my husband. Hey, husband, where are you? Mengyao, I'm in the Wuling Hongguang at the door. When Lin Mengyao heard this, she immediately saw the Wuling Hongguang at the door. The moment she saw the Wuling Hongguang, countless movie scenes flashed through her mind. Could it be that my husband was kidnapped? Isn't that how it's played out in the movie? In this situation, something must have happened to my husband. Thinking of this, Lin Mengyao almost cried. What should I do? But, when I thought about it, my husband was in the car. Finally, she gritted her teeth and trotted over. No matter what, even if I die, I want to die with my husband. She waited for so many years and finally got the chance to be his wife. She didn't want to let the hard-earned relationship disappear just like that, so even if there were dangers ahead, she would still give it a try. She even cried out in tears, Don't be afraid, husband, I'm here to save you. Oh? Ling Yang in the car was stunned. What's wrong with my wife? Why is she crying? Did she know that there is 100 million in her car? Is she crying because of excitement? Shouldn't I tell her that I have 100 million in cash in my car? After a while, Lin Mangyao rushed to the car. Husband woo woo. Seeing Lin Mangyao's tearful face, Ling Yang was startled and quickly opened the car door and got out. Wife, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Lin Mangyao was relieved to see that Ling Yang was safe and sound. She choked up and said, "You called me in a panic, and I thought something had happened to you. You scared me to death, do you know that? Don't scare me again in the future, okay? I'm afraid of losing you." For a moment, Ling Yang didn't know what to say. Just now, I was too excited and didn't explain clearly, which scared Mengyao like this. Looking at the sweat on her forehead, he knew that this girl must have come running here at the first moment. But, she just did that last night, so she still needs to recover today. It must be very uncomfortable to run like this. Thinking of this, he picked up Lin Mangyao with heartache and put her in the passenger seat of Wuling Hongguang. At this time, Lin Mangyao had not yet realized that the car was full of banknotes, because she was completely focused on Ling Yang. Now, after getting in the car, she slowly felt relieved. "Hubby, when I first saw the Wuling Hongguang, I thought you were kidnapped by bad guys. I was so scared." Hearing this, Ling Yang said with a smile, "Girl, what are you thinking about every day? Have you watched too many movies? How is it possible? We are living in a harmonious society with a peaceful and prosperous country. How can there be terrorists?" Lin Mangyao stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm just worried about you. My mind is so blank. I don't think so much." Ling Yang smiled, gently scratched Lin Mangyao's nose and said, You are not allowed to be so reckless next time, okay? Yeah, by the way, husband, you were so flustered, what's wrong?" Ling Yang spread his hands, smiled and said, "Nua, look back." Hearing this, Lin Mangyao turned around and looked. Ah! In an instant, Lin Mangyao was startled, her face was filled with horror, and she screamed in fear. "How much money? What's going on? Husband? Where did you get so much money?" Ling Yang patted his chest and said, "This is all our family's money, do you believe it?" Lin Mangyao said in horror, "What? How is this possible? Where did our family get so much money?" Ling Yang suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Yao Yao, do you think that my brother-in-law has really been idle for the past few years?" "Ah? Brother-in-law? Ah, no, husband, what do you mean?" Lin Mangyao really couldn't accept it. All this money in front of her turned out to belong to her brother-in-law? Ling Yang smiled and said, "These are all my brother-in-law's money. Bah, this is all the money my husband worked hard to earn from stock trading. There is no other way. Now Ling Yang has to use this method, which is more reasonable. If he doesn't say it this way, it would probably be even more difficult to explain." "What? Stock trading? How is that possible?" Seeing his wife's disbelief, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Look, I told you, you definitely won't believe it. You've heard of Warren Buffett, the stock god. So, I only have 100 million, which is just a small amount. For stock trading, there are infinite possibilities." Hearing this, Lin Mangyao still couldn't imagine it, but with so much money in front of her, she had to believe it. "But this is like a fucking dream. I didn't expect that my brother-in-law is actually a billionaire? Wouldn't that make me a small rich woman? Didn't this happiness come too suddenly?" In an instant, under the huge impact, Lin Mangyao's brain went blank. Seeing his surprised wife, Ling Yang felt filled with an inexplicable sense of pride. So Ling Yang smiled and said, "Mangyao, which bank should we deposit the money in? It's troublesome to carry so much money with us, so let's deposit it in the bank first." Lin Mangyao finally reacted and nodded immediately, saying, yes, it would be very dangerous if we put so much money here." In an instant, Lin Mangyao turned into a little guard. She looked around with a vigilant expression, as if she was afraid that someone would approach her. Looking at Lin Mangyao's cute appearance, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Okay, let's go to the nearest bank." Lin Mangyao nodded and said, "Yeah, I'll listen to my husband." After Ling Yang lit the fire, he went straight to the nearest person. On the way, Ling Yang smiled and looked at his wife Lin Mangyao, who was standing beside him with a vigilant look on her face. "Wife, do you think I look handsome when I drive Wuling with one hand?" Chapter 11, 100 million cash shocked the junior staff, the bank president personally received. Lin Mangyao looked at the proud Ling Yang, smiled and said, "Look at your character, not handsome at all." Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "Wife, do you know what I like most about you? Lin Mengyao immediately asked curiously, what? I just like the way you say one thing and mean another. I just like saying the opposite of what you mean. Oh. Lin Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Oh, brother-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so good at flirting. Before, I thought you were quite dull and honest. I didn't react at first. It looks like he's a repeat offender. Tell me, have you flirted with many girls before? It's unfair, my dear. It's totally unfair. How could I flirt with any little girl? I have been single since birth, and then I got together with your sister out of nowhere. Real? It's true, absolutely true, truer than black pearl. Lin Mengyao giggled. Yeah, I believe in my brother-in-law. After all, when I was at home before, my sister was not at home many times, and I wore such seductive and cool clothes, almost taking them off, and waving them in front of you, and you could withstand the temptation. This is not something that everyone can bear. Especially when there are only two of us at home, you don't have any improper thoughts. I even doubted my own charm for a while. Hearing this, Ling Yang immediately said unhappily, hey, you still have the nerve to talk about this? Do you know how hard it was for me to endure at that time? You made me angry, but at that time, you were my sister-in-law, right? How could I have such unreasonable thoughts? Am I not a love beast? This is my bottom line. Lin Mengyao pursed her lips and smiled. Oh ha, brother-in-law, you are so cute. By the way, brother-in-law, you said that at that time, you quietly ran back to your room several times. Tell me, what did you do when you went back to your room? Ling Yang blushed immediately, and then said embarrassedly, don't move, we're almost at the station, you should think about how to move the money to the bank counter later. Seeing that her brother-in-law was trying to change the subject deliberately, Lin Mengyao giggled. Hee, brother-in-law, what's wrong? Why are you blushing? Tell me the truth, did you go back to watch the short video? And then you opened it yourself? Cough, cough, cough. In an instant, Ling Yang coughed violently. Oh my god. Oh my god. My sister-in-law is too fierce. You dare to say anything. What's wrong? Are you itching for trouble? Do you believe I will teach you a lesson when I get home tonight? How could I possibly go and see those things? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Mengyao looked at her brother-in-law who looked flustered and embarrassed, and suddenly she laughed so hard that her body shook. Ha ha ha. Brother-in-law, you are so funny. I haven't noticed that you are so funny. If not, then why are you so anxious? Besides, it's normal even if it happens. It's human nature. It's a normal physiological reaction of the human body. What's there to be embarrassed about? Well, Ling Yang was completely convinced. This sister-in-law is too open-minded. No wonder she was such a ruthless character who dared to come to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau to block her and force her to get married just when her sister had just divorced her. It turns out that this sister-in-law is so fierce. In the past, when she was at home, she was quiet, pure, and lovely. But, unexpectedly, she started telling dirty jokes one after another, making herself blush. However, it is understandable, because I am much older than her, so my thoughts are naturally not as advanced as those young people. As the saying goes, there is a generation gap between two people every 3 years. I am 9 years older than her, so those are 3 insurmountable gaps. But, in the end, I was still with her, which has to be said to be a miracle. Seeing her brother-in-law blushing because of her teasing, Lin Mengyao knew that she could not continue teasing him. Otherwise, his face would turn red like a monkey's butt. After speeding all the way, Ling Yang finally drove the car to the pedestrian street closest to the park. After parking the car in front of the bank, Ling Yang got out. At this time, a security guard came over. Sir, please park your car in the parking space. You can't park in front of the bank. Ling Yang was stunned. Security boss, I'm afraid that won't work. I'm here to deposit some money, so it'll probably take a while to move. How about you be flexible and move over once I've moved the money in? Seeing Ling Yang being so polite, the security guard smiled and said, Sir, please hurry up. Don't take too long. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to do it. Okay, it'll be quick. As he spoke, Ling Yang opened the trunk door. Crash. In an instant, a large amount of money came towards him and all poured into Ling Yang. Ling Yang was shocked when he saw this, but it was too late to avoid it. Plop. Ling Yang was pressed to the ground by the falling money, and his whole body was covered with money. At this time, Lin Mangyao also got out of the car. When she saw the scene, she was shocked and hurried to the back door to move the money that was pressing on Ling Yang. Soon, Ling Yang's head emerged from the pile of money. I saw him breathing heavily. Damn it! This is the first time I've been knocked down by money since I was a child. Hearing Ling Yang's teasing tone, Lin Mangyao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I can still joke, which proves that nothing is wrong. So, Lin Mangyao said with a smile, are you stupid? With so much money spread out inside, it will definitely fall out when you open the car door, right? Don't you know how to prepare in advance and hide? You scared me to death, but luckily, nothing happened. Ling Yang chuckled and said, that's perfect, if I smash it, it will all be yours, right? By then, it will be enough to support a few gigolos. Lin Mangyao rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said, stop being naughty and get up quickly. I don't care. I only want you. No matter how much money you give me, I won't change. Ling Yang smiled and nodded, saying, wife, I am content with having you. Oh my, this is so corny, hurry up and get up, and move the money. Okay. After Ling Yang got up, he looked at the pile of money and was immediately troubled. So he looked at the security guard with an embarrassed look. Security boss, can you give us a little more time? I'm afraid we won't be able to finish moving everything in such a short time. On the opposite side, the security guard was already standing there in a daze, with his mouth wide open, seemingly unable to close it. Hey, security guy? Ling Yang stretched out his hand and waved in front of the security guard. Finally, the security guard swallowed hard and said, ahem, you are here to deposit money, right? Ling Yang nodded and said, yeah. What's wrong? Please wait a moment. I'll go get someone. Oh, no, I'll go get the manager. As he said that, the security guard hurriedly went in to find the bank lobby manager. After a while, a young man in a suit and tie came out with a large group of clerks. The security guard from before and several internal security guards also came out with them. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang was stunned. What is going on? Soon, a group of people came over in a hurry. Wow, oh my god. When everyone came to Ling Yang, the young employees were completely dumbfounded and shocked. You know, they work in a bank, and although they have seen a lot of money, they have never seen someone bring a whole truckload of cash to deposit at one time. This scene is really shocking, isn't it? The lobby manager was also a little stunned, but after all, he was professionally trained, so he immediately notified the bank president. He looked at Ling Yang with excitement. Sir, do you want to deposit all these in our bank? Ling Yang spread his hands and said, isn't it obvious? Gurgle. The lobby manager nodded immediately and said, sir, please rest inside for a while. We will arrange for staff to move it immediately. Don't worry, our staff are all professionally trained. There will be absolutely no problem. You are a big customer of our bank. The president will come down immediately to personally receive you, sir. Chapter 12. Oops, my billionaire identity has been exposed? Seeing these people so enthusiastic, Ling Yang was a little surprised for a moment. I go? Apparently, this is how the world is. This was not the first time he had come to the Rinching Bank, but had he ever been treated like this? The bank president personally received him? It still has to be money. Would they have done this if they hadn't seen how much money they were pulling in to deposit? No wonder the richer they are, the harder they work to make money. Because when you have money, people around you will change their opinion of you, and may even try their best to curry favor with you. Look at these enthusiastic and hypocritical guys in front of me. When I came here before, who looked at me straight in the eye? But now, everyone is as enthusiastic as they want. For a moment, Ling Yang felt a little proud, so he patted the lobby manager on the shoulder with a proud look on his face and said, Xiao Wang, right? Work hard. I'm optimistic about you. Well. The lobby manager was stunned. What? Little bastard? But this is a big customer. I dare not offend him. I can only smile apologetically with a shameless face. After a while, a pot-bellied man in a suit came to the door in a hurry. After seeing the bank president, the lobby manager hurried over to greet him. President, this gentleman wants to deposit money in our bank. The middle-aged man immediately stepped forward enthusiastically and shook Ling Yang's hand excitedly. Hello, sir. I am the president of this bank. I warmly welcome you to deposit money in our bank. Please come in. Seeing this, Ling Yang felt a surge of confidence. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. It is true that once a man has money, he will become more confident. Ling Yang straightened his back, nodded confidently and said, yes. Seeing Ling Yang's temperament, the bank president looked at him with even greater admiration. He took a look and based on his years of experience, the cost here was at least 100 million. This is a big order. You know, this is just a small county town, and the branch where he is located in a remote corner, surrounded by poor and remote areas. I haven't met many big clients throughout this year. I have been the bank president for so many years, and my biggest client is only the one with a deposit of 50 million. But now, a big customer came and wanted to deposit 100 million yuan all at once. If I sign the deposit contract, it will be a huge achievement for me. Banks are also competing with each other on efficiency and performance. I have always been at the bottom of the list. When have I ever met such a big client? So, when he heard the lobby manager say that someone had brought a truckload of money to deposit, he rushed down without stopping. Who knows, with the help of this large deposit, I might even have a chance to move up a notch. After all, if the performance improves, it will attract the attention of bank executives. Thinking of this, he became more diligent and asked the lobby manager to quickly bring in the money and count it. A long time. Finally, all the money was moved to the hall. Then, the bank president personally brought Ling Yang over. Sir, look, everything has been moved in, so we'll send someone to take inventory, how about that? Ling Yang nodded calmly and said, well, let's count. I'm in a hurry. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will immediately mobilize all the money counting machines in the bank to count the money together. Soon, under the arrangement of the bank president, more than a dozen banknote detectors were working at the same time. Crash. There were security personnel surrounding the place all around, providing tight protection and doing a good job of security, as if they were afraid that someone would come and rob it. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the entire hall, and everyone held their breath. Oh my God. What is the concept of 100 million? That's like a mountain of money. All the employees of the bank came here together and frantically operated the money counting machines to count the money. For a moment, the few people in the whole hall gathered around to watch. In an instant, everyone was shocked after seeing this scene. Some people even took out their mobile phones to shoot short videos. In a short while, these short videos were all over the internet and were being reposted crazily. Of course, Ling Yang didn't know about these things, and he was still chatting happily with the bank president as if nothing had happened. My sister-in-law Lin Mengyao, who was standing by, also said a few words from time to time, with a happy expression on her face. This scene was captured by some curious people and even directly posted on various video platforms. For a time, these short videos were reposted crazily, and the titles were very eye-catching. Surprise! Billionaire tycoon found in the People's Bank of China, with 100 million in cash deposited. Before we knew it, these short videos quickly became a hot topic and had been viewed over 100 million times in a short period of time. Even Ling Yang didn't know that he had become an internet celebrity inexplicably. Moreover, several people also took pictures of Ling Yang's Wuling magic car and captioned it that the owner of the Wuling magic car was actually a hidden top boss. Eye-catching headlines such as Wuling magic car driving to the bank with 100 million in cash completely made Ling Yang a generation of internet celebrity. Comments came flooding in. What, the hidden boss, the low-key luxury of Wuling's magic car, the Wuling boss, and other titles. The other side. In a certain company, Lin Mengwei was working at her desk with a tired look on her face, and then she stretched. Ah. Oh, I'm so tired. Lin Mengwei said with a tired look on her face. At this moment, the colleague next to him suddenly exclaimed. Oh my God. Wuling God? Oh my God, who is this person? He actually used a Wuling car to transport 100 million to deposit in the bank. Hearing this, Lin Mengwei immediately became curious. What? 100 million in cash? Pulled there in a Wuling car? How is that possible? Since when did someone driving a Wuling car also have 100 million in cash? Lin Mengwei asked curiously. Who knows? But it would be great if I could marry a man like this. I don't like money, I like Wuling cars. A colleague said with a crazy look on his face. Lin Mengwei curled her lips and smiled. Oh my, I'm embarrassed to point it out to you, do you like Wuling cars? Oh, Mengwei, I'll just think about it. Besides, how could a top tycoon like him be interested in us? A colleague said sourly. I'm so envious of the girl in the video, she's so pretty, like a big star, and she looks so familiar. TSK, how could you possibly look familiar? She's the wife of a billionaire, how could we possibly know each other? That's right. Okay, just go to work obediently. There is no chance that a big shot like this would be interested in us. I'm afraid he wouldn't want to be his mistress. Lin Mengwei said sourly. Yeah. What a pity, this can only be imagined. Right at this moment. A colleague exclaimed. What the hell? Hey, could you please not be so startled? What's wrong? Lin Mengwei said unhappily. My colleague said tremblingly, huh? Mengwei, this car owner, why does he look so much like your ex-husband? Hearing this, Lin Mengwei was startled and immediately snatched the phone to take a look. What? What about that? My ex-husband? How is that possible? He's just a coward. However, before she could finish her words, she was completely dumbfounded when she saw Ling Yang in the video. Oh my god. What is going on? She and he have been married for 3 years, and they have been in love for so many years since college. Even if he turned into ashes, she would be able to recognize him at a glance. What's more, the video contains such clear images. For a moment, her mind went blank. She also recognized the person next to her, it was her dear little sister Lin Mengyao. What is going on? My useless husband is actually a hidden billionaire? Plop. Her mind went blank. The huge stimulation made her faint from anger in an instant. Chapter 13. It doesn't matter whether it's packed or not, I just like to pack vegetables in bags. The clerk was startled. What's going on? Why did you faint? So, the clerk hurriedly pinched Lin Mengwei's philtrum. After a while, Lin Mengwei finally woke up. After seeing Lin Mengwei wake up, the clerk finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, Mengwei, what happened to you? You scared me to death. Why did you suddenly faint? Lin Mengwei woke up and kept saying, impossible, impossible. He is just a waste, a complete loser. But, how could he have so much money? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Seeing Lin Mengwei so excited that she couldn't be more excited, the clerk was also shocked. Mengwei, what happened to you? Are you okay? However, at this moment, Lin Mengwei's entire brain was blank due to the impact of the scene. It's really amazing to think that the husband I just divorced was revealed to be a billionaire just 1 day later. I am only 1 day away from becoming a billionaire's wife. No one would be able to bear this if they encountered this situation. Could it be that my younger sister had already discovered that Ling Yang was actually a hidden billionaire, so she was so eager to get divorced? Then, on the day of the divorce, she couldn't wait to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, blocked Ling Yang, and pulled Ling Yang to get the certificate? Now, when she thought about it carefully, it was really possible. No wonder my younger sister said at home before that she didn't recognize the potential of Ling Yang and pushed him away. When I think about it, it's true. If I had divorced 1 day later, I might have become a wealthy wife in full legitimacy. From now on, I no longer have to go to work, because Ling Yang is so good to me and loves me so much. Then my future life will be so good that I can easily enter the upper-class society. No wonder, on the day of divorce, he was so disdainful when he saw himself getting into Mr. Wang's Porsche. Before, she thought he was just envious and jealous, but now she realized that he really was disdainful. Even at that time, he was still mocking himself for being a cheap guy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more she thought about it, the happier she felt. This slap in the face came too quickly. People say that couples don't hold grudges overnight, but Ling Yang is even more mean. He doesn't regret it overnight. To be honest, she regrets it now, looking at her little sister in the video, whose expression is filled with happiness and contentment. Her heart was bleeding. This is my husband. This is my husband whom I have been married to for 3 years. But now, he has suddenly turned into his brother-in-law. The more I think about it, the less worth it seems. Ling Yang, you are such a good Ling Yang. You have had so much money for so many years, but you have never shown it. If he had taken out so much money earlier, how could I possibly divorce him? No, I have been married to him for so many years, I can't just let it go like this. This money should be mine, all of it is mine. This money must have been earned when he was married to me. So, theoretically speaking, this should be the common property between husband and wife, but now I am divorced from her. At least you should give her half, right? So, she didn't care about anything else, picked up her handbag, and rushed out. In the lobby. After more than 2 hours, more than a dozen money counting machines, and finally scrapping 6 of them, the inventory was finally completed. Not more, not less, exactly 100 million. When the bank president saw the number, his eyes lit up and he couldn't suppress his excitement. If I have this deposit, my performance will improve instantly, and then maybe I can even improve my level a little bit more. It would be even better if I could be transferred to the city center or the province. Even if you can't get promoted, you can still get rewards from the headquarters. In short, there are only benefits and no harm. The thought of this made him even more enthusiastic. Brother, this is my business card. From now on, if you have any problem, I can help you. Just tell me and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Ling Yang smiled slightly, took the business card and took a look at it. Wang Jiangwo? This name is quite impressive. Ling Yang smiled and said, "Hey, brother, you're joking. Our generation, our parents are not well educated, so we are a bit popular. Don't make fun of us, brother." Ling Yang waved his hands and said, No, I think it's fine. By the way, your last name is Wang, so what's your relationship with that little Wang just now? Ah? What little bastard? Wang Jiangwo was stunned. Ling Yang pointed at Xiao Wang and said, "As I recall, he is Xiao Wang, right?" Well. Wang Jiangwo was speechless and embarrassed for a while, but he didn't dare to offend Ling Yang. So, I could only say awkwardly, "Well, this is my son." Hearing that Xiao Wang was actually Wang Jiangwo's son, Ling Yang nodded and said, "Oh, so that's it. I was wondering, you two look alike." That's right, the needle doesn't poke, as the saying goes, a tiger father will have a dog son. President Wang is in a high position and has great power, and his son is also handsome and extraordinary. Wang Jiangwo laughed and said, "Mr. Ling, you are too kind. Compared with you, my son is far inferior to you. Mr. Ling, at such a young age, he has already achieved such success. It is truly admirable." Ling Yang waved his hands and said, "Oh, you're just talking about this. Actually, there's nothing else. I'm just lucky. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Brother, you are such a joke. This 100 million is not earned by luck alone. Brother, you are too modest." Ling Yang smiled and said, "Well, let's stop flattering each other. From now on, let's just be friends." "That's great, brother, I'm determined to be your friend," Wang Jiangwo said excitedly. Ling Yang laughed, patted Wang Jiangwo on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I've made friends with you. From now on, I'll call you Lao Wang." Wang Jiangwo, ugh. Old bastard? My goodness, is this guy determined to make me a cuckold? What's the matter? You have a strong prejudice against people with the surname Wang. My son was called a little bastard? That is fine, but they didn't let me off the hook either, calling me an old bastard? How can it be repaired? However, for the sake of money, I endured it. With this huge performance, he will also be able to get a large bonus, and he can also lend out the 100 million. While helping the bank make money, he can also help himself. Ahem, those who understand understand. Soon, as if Wang Jiangwo was afraid that Ling Yang would go back on his word, he had already completed a series of contracts and other matters in a short while. Immediately after both parties signed, Wang Jiangwo handed Ling Yang a black card. "Brother, this is our Bank of China's black card. If you have this card, you will be our most distinguished guest, a VIP Supreme user. You can make large overdrafts. Of course, for a successful person like me, this is just a small benefit that is useless." When Ling Yang heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell? It seems that rich people can enjoy extraordinary treatment. No wonder a top tycoon said in an interview program before, "I have no interest in Xiani at all." The happiness of rich people is really unimaginable when you have no money. However, with the support of the system, we will definitely get closer and closer to this goal. When the time comes, after I succeed, I will go to the screen that everyone is watching and say with all my might, "I have no interest in Xiani at all." After finishing all this, Wang Jiangwo gave Ling Yang some gold jewelry. "Brother Ling, this is a small token of my appreciation. Don't worry, this is in compliance with regulations and is a reward for our big customers. I hope Brother Ling will not despise this small piece of jewelry. Madam Ling will accept it with pleasure." Lin Mengyao took a look at the gold jewelry, smiled slightly and took it, then said to Wang Jiangwo, "Thank you." As she spoke, she put on the jewelry. "Ling Yang, does it look good?" "Well, it looks good. My wife is naturally beautiful, and she looks good in anything. You're the only one who talks sweetly, so let's go back." Suddenly, Wang Jiangwo quickly handed over a handbag. "By the way, brother, this is the souvenir package we give back to customers who have deposited more than 100 million in our bank." Ling Yang took a look at this ordinary handbag. There was nothing special about it. There were just a few words written on it: People's Bank of China deposits exceeding 100 million yuan commemorative bag. Then, Ling Yang nodded, took the bag, and the two said goodbye to Wang Jiangwo and left the bank. After leaving the bank, Lin Mengyao said as if in a dream, "Hubby, this doesn't seem real to me right now. Am I a billionaire's wife?" Ling Yang pinched Lin Mengyao's nose and said, "Yes, from now on, you will be my Ling Yang's rich wife." Lin Mengyao giggled. "Hee, brother-in-law, you are awesome. I knew you have the greatest potential." Ling Yang smiled and said, "Okay, I'm in a good mood today, so let's go buy some delicious food and cook a good meal to help the two elders calm down." In the morning, they seemed quite angry. "After we go back, we should be sweet and appease them." "Well, I'll listen to my husband. Let's go." So Ling Yang drove his wooling car to the vegetable market. After getting off the car, the two walked into the vegetable market hand in hand. After a while, Ling Yang brought Lin Mengyao to a vegetable stall. "Aunt Chen, I'm here to buy some vegetables." At this time, an old lady in front of the vegetable stall saw Ling Yang and immediately said enthusiastically, "Xiao Ling, what do you like to eat?" "Auntie will get it for you." Ling Yang smiled and quickly picked out a lot of dishes. Over the years, he was basically the one who went out to buy groceries, so he knew the tastes of everyone in the family very well. He specially picked out a lot of food that his father-in-law and mother-in-law liked to eat, as well as what Mengyao liked to eat. However, this time, he intentionally or unintentionally did not pick out what Lin Mengyao liked to eat. Lin Mengyao was moved when she saw this little detail of her brother-in-law. She knew that this was her brother-in-law's consideration for her. Soon, the dishes were weighed. After Ling Yang paid the money, he put it all into the commemorative bag that Wang Jiangwo gave him to commemorate his savings of over 100 million yuan. Seeing this, Lin Mengyao said in surprise, "Brother-in-law, this is a souvenir bag, you use it to pack vegetables?" Ling Yang smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, "What souvenir bag? It's just a torn bag. It doesn't matter. The main thing is that I like to carry vegetables in handbags. I forgot to bring a handbag when I went out today. The bank president just gave me a handbag, isn't it just perfect for storing vegetables? And I can save 50 cents. Chapter 14 Low-Key Luxury Hurts the Most. Oh. Lin Mengyao looked at Ling Yang in surprise. Oh my god. Is this the legendary low-key luxury? In the past, I only saw short videos of people carrying this bag around the city to show off. Unexpectedly, today, I saw with my own eyes what my brother-in-law used to store vegetables. Moreover, my brother-in-law looked disdainful and said, "Isn't it just a bag? How the hell did you save 50 cents? Oh my god. Brother-in-law, you have 100 million in savings, are you still short of this 50-cent bag?" But there is nothing I can do, I have to accept whatever my brother-in-law says. Anyway, her brother-in-law is like a god in her eyes. Isn't that too powerful? That SA full 100 million. How many people can never reach such a height in their entire life? She had never thought that one day her brother-in-law would be able to achieve such great success, even in her mind. Even if her brother-in-law can't do anything and is just a house husband, she is willing to make money to support him. After all, her annual salary is not low. In this small county, an annual salary of 500,000 is enough to live on. Therefore, she never expected her brother-in-law to earn much money to support the family. As long as her brother-in-law treated her well, it would be enough. However, unexpectedly, in the end, her brother-in-law gave her such a big surprise. 100 million. What exactly is the concept of 100 million? If we don't use a money counting machine and use people to count the money, even if we are a good money counter, if we count the money 24 hours a day without eating or drinking, it will take nearly a week to finish counting. This is the case with 100 yuan bills. If it were changed into 1 yuan bills, it would be estimated to be 100 million, which would take several years even if you don't eat or drink. So, this is the legendary counting of money until your hands cramp. But why does my brother-in-law look so calm? Now, her heart was pounding and it felt so unreal, but her brother-in-law was so calm. Ling Yang? What a coincidence, you're here to buy groceries too. Suddenly, a frivolous voice was heard. Ling Yang was stunned and looked back, only to see a heavily made-up woman holding a basket of vegetables standing not far from him. When Ling Yang saw this woman, he immediately frowned. This woman was their next-door neighbor, living across the street from their house. They would often meet her in the vegetable market. And this woman, every time she met me, would make fun of me. I always mocked myself, a grown man, who stays at home all day and lives off others. He had no good face towards such a woman. So, he said calmly, yes, I meet you every time I come here. How can it not be a coincidence? The woman opposite, however, did not hear Ling Yang's hidden meaning, and continued to mock herself. Hey? You brought your sister-in-law to buy groceries this time? Not bad. Hey, you two are holding hands, what's going on? What? Aren't you afraid that your wife will see it? I knew there was something wrong between you and your sister-in-law. A man and a woman staying together all day, holding hands? How shameless. Listening to the endless dirty talk of this stinky woman in front of her, Lin Mengyao's temper also flared up. She just let out a low cry. You stinking woman? What are you talking about? If you keep on complaining, I'll tear your mouth apart. The woman opposite snorted coldly and spoke sarcastically. Humph, you little bitch, don't think I don't know. You little slut, you dress up all day long? Look, you're holding hands with your brother-in-law? Don't you want me to say anything? Lin Mengyao's face suddenly changed due to anger. She just let out a low roar. Shut up, my brother-in-law has divorced my sister, and I've married my brother-in-law. We're a legal couple now, and we're doing it openly. Is it getting in your way? Oh. In an instant, the voice of sister-in-law Lin Mengyao immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The woman opposite looked at the two of them with obvious surprise. Then the woman said in surprise, What? You are married? How is that possible? How is that impossible? We got the certificate yesterday? Why? Do you want me to show it to you to see if it's real? Hiss. The woman opposite gasped. Oh my God. In an instant, her passion for gossip was ignited. Oh my God? Weird news. Weird news. Come and have a look. Weird news. The brother-in-law married the sister-in-law. Sure enough, the woman's voice attracted the surrounding vegetable vendors and shoppers. After a while, a large group of people gathered around. Everyone was pointing and talking. Seeing the scene, Lin Mengyao was also shocked. I didn't expect that this stinky woman was so hateful. Even Ling Yang was a little confused. Did he not check the almanac before going out today? How come he encountered such an unlucky star? But now, there is no choice but to bite the bullet. Just as everyone was talking, suddenly, a young man's voice was heard. What the hell? Isn't this the owner of the Wuling magic car? In an instant, the young man shouted, and everyone looked at him in confusion. Then, the young man immediately ran to Ling Yang and took a closer look. Oh my God. It really is me. My idol. Please give me an autograph. For a moment, Ling Yang was stunned by the young man in front of him. What is going on? Seeing Ling Yang's confused look, the young man quickly took out his mobile phone and showed Ling Yang the short video he had saved. Since the young man's cell phone volume was turned up quite loud, everyone around him could hear what was said. When the video finished, everyone fell silent. Everyone looked at Ling Yang in shock. Oh my God. Billionaire. This is a height that ordinary people can never reach in their lifetime. After watching the video, Ling Yang was also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, his identity as a billionaire was exposed inexplicably. Everyone grabbed the young man's phone and after comparing it carefully, they all gasped. There is also a commemorative bag worth over 100 million yuan filled with vegetables in Ling Yang's hand, it's confirmed. It is undoubtedly his real self. The young man excitedly said, Boss, where is your Wuling magic car? Can I take a photo with you in your Wuling magic car? Ling Yang was confused for a moment and nodded subconsciously. Seeing that Ling Yang agreed, the young man was immediately excited and waited aside, waiting to take pictures when the boss was free. At this moment, the female neighbor who had just mocked him was completely dumbfounded, and her calves were trembling. Oh my God. 100 million. Just now, she thought that the handbag in Ling Yang's hand was a show-off tool bought on Pinduoduo? Turns out it's true. People say that low-key luxury is the most hurtful, and it is indeed true. Just think about it, he is a billionaire. And you just mocked her for being a gigolo? Moreover, if someone has 100 million, he is a big shot. Since I just insulted him like this, will he retaliate against me? When she thought of this, she quickly apologized. Ling Yang, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you. Please don't blame me. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, Okay, I'm too lazy to argue with you, but just now, did you dare to scold my wife? Pa. Having said that, Ling Yang walked forward and slapped him twice very loudly. Remember, if you keep your mouth shut next time, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Get lost. Chapter 15 Wuling Master, Rich and Inhumane, shows off the whole internet. The female neighbor looked at the two of them again and felt extremely aggrieved. What do you call this? How did this loser's son-in-law suddenly become a billionaire? Moreover, he kicked his wife away and married his sister-in-law instead. But, if you think about it, it's understandable. After all, it is not difficult to understand that he, who suddenly had so much money, despised his old wife and married a younger and more beautiful sister-in-law. Isn't there a saying that a sister-in-law will always be her brother-in-law's little cotton-padded jacket? Now that the elder sister is gone, the sister-in-law has become the substitute. Although the elder sister is still alive, this does not affect the sister-in-law from being a substitute. After all, she is divorcing her sister. Without anyone knowing, the young man directly opened his own live broadcast room and openly broadcast Ling Yang, the low-key billionaire. He quietly pointed the camera at Ling Yang and Lin Mengyao, and displayed on the public screen of the live broadcast room the billionaire owner of the Wuling magic car who suddenly appeared in the vegetable market, and live broadcast the story behind the Wuling magic car boss. For a moment, this eye-catching title quickly caused an uproar, and the popularity of the live broadcast room rose rapidly. You know, these major platforms make real-time recommendations based on the number of views, so after a while, the live broadcast room became more and more popular, with more than 100,000 people watching online in minutes. Moreover, this number is still increasing, and the number of fans of the young man is also increasing rapidly. Seeing this scene, the young man became even more excited and took more enthusiastic photos. Especially when everyone saw the scene where Ling Yang slapped his female neighbor, many netizens applauded. Even, barrages of comments kept appearing on the public screen. It's what you deserve. Such a snobby woman needs to be beaten. Stand up, Wuling brother, stand up, we love you three. Wow, this girl is so lucky, she has a husband who loves her so much, and he's her ex-brother-in-law, so exciting, I'm so envious, how can she have such a good brother-in-law? I want it too. God, please give me a brother-in-law. However, someone immediately responded to this little girl's comment. Sister, stop dreaming. First of all, you need a brother-in-law. So, quickly send your sister WeChat to me. I will be your brother-in-law. Bah, you're like that? If you want to be my brother-in-law, you have to be at least as good as the owner of the Wuling God car to be my brother-in-law. The girl who posted the message angrily retorted. TSK, don't you see how you look? Your sister isn't much better, is she? What? Is it rimmed with gold? Or diamonds? He's a billionaire. How could he be interested in your sister? Topics like these continued to set off the entire live broadcast room. Ling Yang, who was completely unaware of all this, took Lin Mengyao's hand and returned to the Wuling magic car. When many netizens saw the Wuling magic car in the video, they were all shocked. Because they really couldn't understand why a billionaire would drive a Wuling car so low-key. Many netizens commented. Look, this is the great god. Low-key, you know? This is low-key luxury. Rich people are like this, they don't show off, they make a fortune quietly. Oh, no, I'm going to look for this kind of low-key and luxurious rich man tonight. Sisters, are there any friends who want to join us? Let's go to the street and wait for the Wuling magic car. +1. +2. Plus. Soon, thousands of girls were going out to wait for the Wuling magical car. Seeing this, some young man made a comment. See? Brothers, hurry up and drive your Wuling cars out to pick up girls on the street. What the hell? Brother, wake up. Right, that's right, I'll get in my Wuling car and leave right away, anyone want to join me? Brother, take me with you. +2. +3. Plus. Soon, thousands of Wuling cars joined the camp. The young man looked at the fierce battle in the live broadcast room and smiled widely. Sure enough, if you follow the big boss, as long as you get a little bit of money, it will be enough for you to have food and clothing without worrying about it. At this time, after putting all the vegetables in the trunk, Ling Yang suddenly sighed and said, "Wife, buying vegetables is so troublesome. If someone delivers vegetables to our door every day, wouldn't we not have to go out to buy vegetables every day?" Lin Mengyao smiled and said, "What's wrong? It's just buying some vegetables. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. From now on, I'll buy the vegetables." However, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "No, that won't do. Honey, I'm worried about you buying vegetables alone. How about we buy a vegetable market?" Hiss. In an instant, as soon as this sentence came out, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Oh my god. Could this be the daily life of the big guys? Do you think buying vegetables is too troublesome and just buy a vegetable market? Do you have to be so generous? It's simply inhumane. Sure enough, we don't understand the luxury of rich people. They buy out a vegetable market just because of a disagreement? The entire live broadcast room was completely on fire, and countless netizens posted comments one after another. Wuling is a magical car, it will always be the best. I bought the vegetable market just because of a disagreement. Boss, I would like to call you the strongest. Wow, what a rich and inhuman brother, I really want a brother like this, the little brother who does live streaming. Can you help me get the boss's WeChat? I want to be his sister. Oh no, I can recognize him as my godfather, be his goddaughter, and be his goddaughter every day. All of a sudden, the entire comment section exploded. Looking at the crazy increase in comments, the young man was completely confused and dazzled. Oh my god. Sure enough, money is the hard currency of this world. The richer you are, the more influential you are. Look, this is the legendary law of rich people. The richer you are, the more influence you have, and the more influential you are, the richer you become. It's a virtuous cycle. Similarly, the poorer a person is, the more likely ghosts will avoid him, for fear of passing on their bad luck to him. Money can make the devil work harder. Money can make the devil work harder. This is an eternal truth. On the other side, Lin Mengwei, who was rushing over, also saw this live broadcast room on the way. When she saw that the location in the live broadcast room was the vegetable market near her home, she directly asked the driver to turn around and drive to the vegetable market. Watching the video of two people showing off their love and luxury, I was so angry. So, I'm afraid that you two have teamed up to kick me out so that you can go and live together as a couple, right? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The life of a rich wife that she had always dreamed of was just missed out on by her. Who could tolerate that? Now, she just wanted to rush to the two of them and ask them why Ling Yang treated her like this? Could it be that I am not worthy of sharing wealth and glory with him? He even turned around and married his younger sister. What's wrong with that? Are you disgusted by the fact that your own people are getting old and ugly? Do you want to change to my younger sister who is younger and prettier? Originally, she was very unhappy when he turned around and married her younger sister. After all, wasn't this chaos? What nonsense! How can it be that a brother-in-law marries his younger sister-in-law? Chapter 16, Sisters Fighting for a Husband, a large-scale Shura scene. However, at the moment, the two are still showing their affection so publicly. It would be fine if they just showed off their affection, but they also openly flaunted their wealth. It's okay to show off wealth, but he's such a wealthy tycoon. Watching the two people showing affection and wealth in the video, she couldn't help but feel like her face was being slapped. The day before, he had threatened that Ling Yang would never amount to anything in his life and was a complete loser. However, just one day later, his astonishing wealth was exposed. Even she was dumbfounded. Where did Ling Yang get so much money? Could it be that he went to rob a bank? But, with his courage, how could it be possible that he would not even dare to kill a chicken? But, so much money? Where on earth did he get it from? Could it be that he is the son of some hidden rich man? But that's not right. He was the one who helped to arrange his parents' funeral. Speaking of which, she felt a little guilty at the beginning. After all, if it weren't for their family, Ling Yang's parents wouldn't have died. However, as time went on, she became more and more mentally unbalanced. Because her husband had been doing nothing for 3 years and had been a house husband, leaving her to support him. At the beginning, she thought that it might be because Ling Yang had just lost his parents, which led to Ling Yang's behavior. I thought it would be fine after a while, but I didn't expect that this state would last for 3 years in the blink of an eye. She was completely fed up with this kind of life. She had to shoulder the responsibility of a family on her own and earn money to support him. Therefore, repeated disappointments led to the final disintegration, and every step was a process of accumulating disappointment. But I didn't expect that within less than a day after his divorce from me, he took out 100 million and put it in the deposit? Isn't it obvious that the two of them are teaming up to kick themselves out? Okay. My own sister and my husband teamed up to kick me out so that they can be together legally and reasonably? Maybe these two people have already had a relationship. After all, before, both of them were idle at home. My parents also retired this year, and it has only been a few months since they retired. And in the past 2 years or so, these two were the only idle people in the house all day long. Maybe, the two of them, a single man and a single woman at home, were so passionate about each other that they had already hooked up with each other. This could also explain why, on the day of their divorce, Ling Yang and I went to get our marriage certificate. After figuring this out, her anger burned even more fiercely. It's too much, it's simply too much. So, he kept urging the driver to go faster. After speeding all the way, Lin Mengwei finally arrived at the vegetable market. The first thing she saw when she entered the vegetable market was the two people standing by the car looking affectionate. At this time, Ling Yang and Lin Mengwei were actually taking photos with a young man in front of the Wuling magic car. Seeing this scene, she became even more furious. This is unbearable. These two people are simply taking it too far. This video has become so popular now, it will definitely be seen by my colleagues and former college classmates. Many of them know about their younger sister and her husband. Now, seeing them living together in a happy marriage, where can they put their old faces? And that would be fine, but if they knew that after Ling Yang and I divorced, he suddenly became a billionaire, wouldn't I become the biggest joke? When she thought about how everything she had done had contributed to her younger sister's success, she could no longer control her brain. She just rushed towards Ling Yang and Lin Mengyao in a hurry. Ling Yang, you bastard. In an instant, Lin Mengwei cursed in rage. When Ling Yang heard the voice, he was stunned and looked in the direction where Lin Mengwei was rushing towards. For a moment, the young man's camera also looked at Lin Mengwei. In an instant, Lin Mengwei's figure also came into the eyes of the audience. After a while, Lin Mengwei rushed in front of the two of them. The moment she came up, she hit Ling Yang hard on the face with a slap. Hiss. In an instant, the entire internet became even more boiling, and it became completely popular all over the internet. The young man was also stunned. What the hell? Who is this woman? Such a tough guy, who came up and beat up the Wuling boss? Ling Yang was also stunned. What's going on? What is wrong with Lin Mengwei? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Ling Yang was very unhappy about being slapped in public and shouted angrily. Lin Mengwei was also very unhappy when she heard that Ling Yang dared to yell at her. When have you ever dared to yell at me before? Now, you're yelling at me just after getting a divorce? What? What do you think I'm doing? You bastard, you have so much money, why haven't you taken it out yet? I have been married to you for 3 years, and you do nothing all day and lock yourself at home. Where did you get all this money? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will never let you go. Looking at the unreasonable Lin Mengwei, Ling Yang said unhappily, what does the money I earned honestly have to do with you? Does it bother you? We are divorced, and anything about me has nothing to do with you anymore. What else do you want? Oh wow. In an instant, the entire public screen exploded. Oh my god. Breaking news. My ex-wife came to visit. Hey, sisters competing together for the top spot is so exciting, it's definitely a large-scale Shura scene. What a ridiculous plot. Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. I'm convinced. I'm totally convinced. Words like these continue to flood the public screen. How is it? How can you still ask me how it is? We just got divorced yesterday, and you got the marriage certificate with my younger sister on the same day. It would have been fine if you had just obtained the marriage certificate on the same day, but you also slept in the next room to my younger sister that very night? It would have been fine if we just shared a room, but I was also made to listen to a radio drama all night long. I could have tolerated that. But, you took my younger sister to the bank to make a deposit today. It's okay to make a deposit, but it's a whole 100 million. Tell me, where did you get the money? Why, after 3 years of marriage with me, as your closest bedmate, I didn't realize you had so much money? You just got married to my younger sister and you're already taking out this money? Tell me, what do you mean? Have you been hooking up with my younger sister for a long time? You two are playing a double act with me here, kicking me out on purpose so that you two can live together and enjoy wealth and glory together? Hiss. Lin Mengwei said this. The entire audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Oh my god. This is too exciting. It's 100 times more exciting than most of the palace fighting dramas out there nowadays. A true real-life performance, live broadcast. Seeing Lin Mengwei's unreasonable behavior, Ling Yang became completely angry. He just let out a low cry. Ha, you still have the nerve to come here and question me? Do you still remember the other day, on Women's Day? Originally, I was planning to give you a surprise that day, but did you give me a chance? All this money was earned by my hard work and stock trading over the past 3 years. You say that I stay at home all day and do nothing. But have I ever told you to believe me that I will definitely make a lot of money? But you never believed me, and on Women's Day, which was our wedding anniversary, you were clamoring to go and accompany your Mr. Wang? Think about it with your conscience, is this fair to me? It's our wedding anniversary, and you're just flattering yourself to accompany Mr. Wang from your company? Why are you so cheap? You can hardly swallow Mr. Wang, a middle-aged bald man with a big belly. Are you enjoying the disgusting role? If you want to cheat, why don't you find a handsome and rich character? This way I feel better, but you found a deadly and disgusting thing. Aren't you trying to disgust me on purpose? Whenever I think of the way you were being affectionate with that bastard, I get a chill down my spine. I never imagined that the woman I've been married to for 3 years would be such a bitch. I used to treat you as my only treasure, but you allowed yourself to degenerate and become a worthless slut. I am a human being, a person of flesh and blood. Why did you do this to me? Why did you hurt me like this? I swear to God that I will be 100% faithful to you while we are married. But what about you? Have you ever considered my feelings? You gave me a big green hat, which is the greatest shame for a man. Ha, so don't pretend to be so innocent and pitiful. Everything that has happened now is your own fault. Don't you know how much I loved you in the past? Originally, all this was a surprise for you. Everything I have is yours. I made so much money just for you. But you hurt me deeply and gave me a loud and hard slap in the face, which made me see your true face clearly. I tell you, everything I have now has nothing to do with you, because you don't deserve it right now. Chapter 17, Husband sings and wife follows, angering people to death. Every word is heart-wrenching and every sentence is penetrating. In an instant, Ling Yang vented all the frustration and anger that he had been feeling for so long. Being cuckolded and having a cheating wife is the greatest shame in the world for a man. In an instant, Lin Mengwei's face turned pale and she looked at Ling Yang tremblingly. Unexpectedly, Ling Yang actually said all this in public. No, I didn't. Ling Yang, please stop slandering me. I have never betrayed you. Believe it or not, I am innocent. Lin Mengwei screamed hysterically. Ling Yang looked at the quibbling Lin Mengwei, shook his head, sighed and said, okay, I don't want to have too much interaction with you. Let's stop here. From now on, let's each do our own duties. I advise you not to be too ambitious. A woman's wealth is not her body, but her cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful the appearance is, it is just a skeleton, a rotten body without a soul. By the way, always remember one thing, there is no useless man or cowardly man in this world. Regardless of how rich or poor a man is, you cannot trample on his dignity at will, because a man cannot be poor forever. However, a woman will not be beautiful all her life. Don't take advantage of your beauty to show off and think that all men in the world have to lick your ass. Beauty is not something you can show off. There is no such thing as a poor 18-year-old boy forever, but there will always be young and beautiful 18-year-old girls. In an instant, after Ling Yang finished speaking, the entire live broadcast room fell completely silent. All the people who were excited before fell silent. Everyone stared at Ling Yang in the live broadcast room in a daze. Strangely, there was not even a single comment. Everyone stared at him in amazement. I don't know how long it took, but the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Woo woo! Mr. Wooling hit the nail on the head. Once upon a time, my girlfriend also despised the poor and loved the rich, so she ran away with a rich second-generation man. And now, I am considered successful in my career. I have finally climbed to the top management of a state-owned enterprise, and my income is not low. Life is now guaranteed, but I can no longer find the joy I had when I lived in a rental house. The above, I feel the same way. I am a kindred spirit. I have a house and a car now, and I earn $1 million a year, even though I am living a life of debauchery all the time. I am surrounded by beautiful women, but I am still unhappy. I seem to have lost the pure me. Oh. Words like these constantly refreshed the entire live broadcast room. Lin Mengwei immediately took a few steps back and looked at Ling Yang in a daze. It seemed that today, she got to know the real Ling Yang for the first time. In the past, Ling Yang would never fight back when hit or scolded her, and would even find ways to make her happy. But now, he was so cold and ruthless, and she could no longer see the love in Ling Yang's eyes. For a moment, she panicked and regretted it. It turns out that I was the one who lost a man who only had eyes for me. Why? Why don't I choose to believe him? Why don't I give him more time? I still remember on our wedding anniversary, he said that just giving him a little time would be enough. But why am I so heartless? Why do I insist on divorcing him? It turns out that the question he asked at the beginning was, "Have you really thought about it? Are you not giving me any chance at all?" The real meaning of this sentence is actually to give her one last chance. But I was ridiculous and walked away without looking back. When she thought of this, her face turned pale. She was so distraught that she wanted to die. Suddenly, she came to her senses and stood in front of Ling Yang and her younger sister. "You can't leave. According to what you said, this money was earned when we were still married. Now that we are divorced, it should be the common property between husband and wife. Now that we are divorced, I should have half of this money. You just need to give me 50 million and I will forgive you. We will go our separate ways from now on and I will not bother you anymore." When Ling Yang saw Lin Mengwei like this, he was completely disappointed. Ha. 50 million? You really dare to ask for it? It's too much. I know you didn't do well in school before, but can you understand a little bit of the law? Otherwise, looking at your stupid appearance, I would be really heartbroken. How could I be so blind to agree to marry you in the first place? With your IQ, it's a good thing that we don't have children. Otherwise, I doubt whether it will affect the children's IQ if we have children. Just for a woman like you, my parents lost their lives? It's really not worth it. As he said this, Ling Yang pushed Lin Mengwei away in anger and was about to open the car door and leave. Lin Mengwei simply insisted on sleeping under the tire. "Ling Yang, today, if you have the guts, just run over me." Seeing Lin Mengwei being so unreasonable and unruly, Ling Yang was completely overwhelmed. At this moment, Lin Mengyao, who had been enduring silently, also got angry. She came to Lin Mengwei and grabbed her. "Sister? What on earth are you doing? Why are you embarrassing yourself by standing here in public? I'm telling you responsibly. My brother-in-law and I have always been innocent, and last night was my first time. If you don't believe me, let us go to the hospital for a diagnosis and see if what I said is true. So, please stop slandering my brother-in-law and me. I am your biological sister, and I respect you and call you sister, but please don't go too far. Ling Yang cashed out this money from the stock market today, so in theory, this money has nothing to do with you. Moreover, your divorce agreement clearly states the issue of property division. And it was you who suggested writing it. Ling Yang was left with nothing, and everything in the house belongs to you. My brother-in-law has signed, and you have signed too. When my brother-in-law divorces, he doesn't want anything and leaves everything to you. The property has been clearly distributed? Now, you come to him to ask for so much money? Do you think it is reasonable? Also, just now on the road, I discussed with Ling Yang that it is not easy for you, and now you are divorced, so we are planning to give you 10 million living expenses when the time comes. I have done my best for you. After all, it was you who betrayed Ling Yang, not him who betrayed you. We have done our duty by doing this. If you weren't my sister, you wouldn't get a penny. But, I didn't expect you to be so heartless and come here to make a scene. It's such a disgrace. He also insulted me and my brother-in-law and slandered our reputation. I was really heartbroken. I really didn't expect that in the face of money. Is our sisterhood so unbearable? Looking at the scene of the husband and wife following each other's lead, Lin Mengwei felt completely disappointed. Lin Mengwei looked up at Lin Mengyao, who was crying with tears in her eyes, and she gradually calmed down. Yes. This is my own sister. Ling Yang was also the man she once loved the most, and he was also a man who loved her deeply with all his heart. However, just because of money, I distanced myself from all of this. But, despite this, seeing how sweet and loving they are, how the husband and wife follow each other, I get so angry that I am almost dying. Chapter 18 Subtle Atmosphere. Get in the car. At this moment, Ling Yang's domineering voice came. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang opened the door of the Wuling magic car and pushed Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei into the car. After both women got in the car, Ling Yang calmly opened the driver's door, started the engine, and drove on. Suddenly, the car engine roared and howled like a wild beast. Thump, thump, thump. A series of thumping sounds came from the engine of the Wuling magic car, just like the sound of a rural uncle using a thumping machine. Just like that, in the eyes of everyone, the Wuling magical car sped away. All that was left was a group of confused people and thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. A long time. Someone was surprised and said, "What the hell? Is this really the Wuling magic car? Why does it sound exactly like the tractor in my uncle's house? I feel the same way." +1. Hey, brothers, what do you think? When the boss returns, how should he resolve this family dispute? How can we solve this problem? At worst, we can just take them all together. Wow, brother upstairs, why do you want your ex-wife who has cheated on you? Hey, brother, that's wrong. Sisters, you don't understand the fun of sisters, just like my wife. The two sisters are twins, they look exactly the same, and you can't tell which is which from their appearance. Oh my god? Brother upstairs, how do you usually distinguish between your wife and sister-in-law? TSK, why make the distinction? Can't everyone pretend to understand even if they are confused? Anyway, my wife doesn't mind admitting her mistakes, so why should I mind? Oh my god. Brothers upstairs, you are so lucky. No, I have to go find the twin sisters too. I won't say any more, brothers. I will leave first and go for a walk to see where there are twin sisters. Immediately afterwards, the number of people in the young man's live broadcast room decreased rapidly. Looking at the sudden drop in the number of people, the young man sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. Fortunately, there are still quite a few viewers left, most of whom are girls, who asked online if the young man who was doing the live broadcast could ask the big guy for his WeChat ID. The other side. Ling Yang drove the car with a grim face and sped all the way home. After entering the living room, Ling Yang said with a sullen face, "Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? This time, you have embarrassed yourself to the point of leaving your grandmother's house." Lin Mengyao looked at the angry Ling Yang, and hurriedly stepped forward aggrievely, holding Ling Yang's hand, and said weakly, "Brother-in-law, I was wrong, please don't be angry, but I just can't bear it." Lin Mengwei, who was standing opposite, looked at the two of them and her face turned pale in an instant. Good job. Is this never going to end? Constantly showing affection in front of me? It seems that when I got married to Ling Yang, I never showed off like this in front of you, right? Now, you are showing your affection all the time to stimulate me? For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene gradually became subtle. Crunch! Just at this moment, the door opened, and I saw my father-in-law and mother-in-law, who had returned from a day of strolling outside. The moment the two elders entered the room, they noticed the atmosphere inside. It seemed like something was not right. Seeing that everyone looked unhappy, the two elders knew that these enemies might have started fighting each other again. The two elders felt a headache when they thought about this. Today, they went out for a walk for a whole day and thought about a lot of things. If this continues, the family will probably be broken up, and the two sisters will become complete enemies. So, this is not a solution at all. Ahem. Yao Yao, Xiaowei, Ling Yang, all of you come over and sit down. It's time for us to have a good talk. Seeing that his father-in-law had spoken, Ling Yang could only nod and sit down on the sofa. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mengyao sat down next to Ling Yang, and Lin Mengwei snorted coldly and sat on the other side. After his father-in-law and mother-in-law also sat down, the father-in-law sighed. He looked at the three of them and said, "You are all adults now, so you are responsible for the decisions you make. Do you understand?" The three of them said nothing, but they all nodded. Very good, first let's talk about you and Ling Yang, Xiaowei. Before, we advised you not to act like a child and to live a good life with Ling Yang. Why are there so many problems now? We have all seen how good Ling Yang is to you. Even if he has no credit for you, he has worked hard over the years. Besides, how did his parents die? Don't you know? Check your conscience and ask yourself, are you being fair to them by doing this? Dad, this. For a moment, Lin Mengwei felt extremely aggrieved and didn't know what to say. However, the father-in-law waved his hand and said, "Okay, stop talking. I'm not favoring anyone. I'm just stating a fact. Also, Ling Yang, I also know that Xiao Wei has been making trouble with you these past few years just because you stayed at home and didn't go out to work. To be honest, you have been idle for 3 years, which is really not right and a bit too much. Anyone who marries you will not be able to stand you being idle for 3 years. This woman gets married hoping to have a safe haven, the warmth of a home, and a solid and reliable husband. But, ask yourself, have you fulfilled your duties as a qualified husband? Moreover, when your wife asks you for a divorce, did you agree to something without even thinking about the reason? Ask yourself, is this really the right thing to do? Women need to be coaxed, no matter how petty or unreasonable she is. You can't join her in making trouble, can you? You guys just got divorced without informing us two elders because of a disagreement? Do you still have us two elders in your eyes? Ling Yang, I used to think that you were an obedient, sensible, and filial child, but now, you disappoint me so much." After his father-in-law finished speaking, Ling Yang lowered his head in shame for a moment. At this time, Lin Mengwei's eyes were red as she said, "Dad, I'm sorry, I'm an unfilial daughter and I made you worry. In fact, I divorced Ling Yang just out of spite. I hoped to scare him through the divorce and see if he would react. I hoped to motivate him, cheer him up, and go out and strive for a career. But he agreed right away. I even asked him if he didn't try to persuade me to stay. In fact, if he had been willing to give in and persuade me to stay, how could I have been so determined to divorce him? I liked him from the first time I saw him in my freshman year of college. We have been married for 3 years and in college for 4 years, so he and I have been together for a total of 7 years. Can you just give up on this relationship? I don't know where he heard that I betrayed him and had an affair with Mr. Wang from our company. But I swear to you in front of you that I have never cheated on you and I am really innocent. Woohoo!" As she spoke, Lin Mengwei completely broke down and burst into tears. To this day, she still hasn't imagined that Ling Yang would say such cruel words and falsely accuse her of betraying him. Seeing Lin Mengwei's pitiful and aggrieved look, Ling Yang snorted coldly. Finally, he couldn't help but let go of something that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. He walked into the room with a gloomy face without saying a word. After a while, he came out with a condom. Then, Ling Yang threw it in front of Lin Mengwei's desk. "Then how do you explain this? Don't tell me this is the chewing gum you carry with you? And it's mint-flavored." In an instant, the whole family looked at the small packaging bag in front of them and fell into a subtle atmosphere. Chapter 19. It originated from misunderstanding? Quiet. Deathly silence. After looking at the small bag, the whole family fell into complete silence. I don't know how long it took. The father-in-law looked at his daughter, then at Ling Yang, and then sighed. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. This sigh came from the bottom of my heart. In an instant, my father-in-law's body became hunched over and the light in his eyes dimmed. In an instant, he seemed to have aged several times. The wrinkles on his already wrinkled face became even more severe. The mother-in-law's face also changed. For a moment, she looked at her daughter in disbelief. She really couldn't imagine that her daughter, who had been so obedient and well-behaved since childhood, would do something so shameful to the family. Lin Mangyao also covered her mouth, her pupils widened, and she looked at Lin Mengwei in disbelief. Just now at the vegetable market, although Ling Yang mentioned that his sister had cheated on him, she did not take it seriously. She just secretly guessed that there might be some misunderstanding between the two of them. However, after seeing this thing, she became restless. Could it be? My sister is really. Looking at the small packaging bag on the table, Lin Mengwei's eyes turned red, and she stood up with a smile on her face. Hee. Ling Yang? Is this the evidence that you doubt me? Is this the evidence that you think I betrayed you? Ling Yang had a gloomy face and 2 lines of tears flowed out uncontrollably. However, after wiping it, he finally forced himself to hold it back, and then said firmly, "Yes, what is this? We are all adults, we should understand, right? Besides, you've never had the habit of carrying this thing with you in all these years, right? Also, don't tell me you prepared it for me. You know, I never use mint flavor." Lin Mengwei stared at Ling Yang with burning eyes. Okay, very good. It turns out that there has been a rift between us for a long time. This is why you didn't try to keep me, right? Looking at Lin Mengwei's eyes, Ling Yang hesitated for a moment. However, when he thought about the fact that she had betrayed him, his eyes became more determined. Yes, originally, I didn't intend to let this matter come to light, but you pressed me. Hearing Ling Yang's words, Lin Mengwei smiled at herself. Okay, very good, I understand. She just picked up the small bag and tore it open in front of everyone. The whole family looked at her actions and were immediately confused. Soon, Lin Mengwei tore open the package and took out a pair of disposable gloves. Then, she put it on her hand in front of her family. It smelled minty, with a light minty scent. For a moment, the whole family was stunned. Ling Yang was also dumbfounded. What's going on? How could this be a packaging bag for disposable gloves? Did she perform magic? The most important thing is, it's mint flavored? When did disposable gloves become so high-end? Lin Mengwei laughed at herself, shook her head and said, Ling Yang, it turns out that our 7 years of relationship is not as good as a disposable glove? Just because of a disposable glove, you're going to give up on our 7-year relationship? It turns out that our feelings are so fragile. It's ridiculous, really ridiculous. I sat up in shock from my dying illness. The clown turned out to be me? All these years, it turns out that I only moved myself, and you completely distrusted me? No matter how poor or incompetent I am, Lin Mengwei, I will never do such dirty and vulgar things. Yes, I like money and I like a high quality of life, but is it wrong for me to pursue a better life? Think about it honestly, in the past 3 years, when I first started, did I encourage you and help you get out of the sad period? But what about you? Tell me, what have you done for me in the 3 years of marriage? I am a woman, I don't need you to be a house husband. I know that you do all the housework at home, and you wash all my clothes. I know all this, but I don't need a man who helps me with housework. I can safely do all this by myself. I can help you with laundry and cooking at home, and take care of all the daily chores in the household, but I can't. You never go out to look for a job and never tell me what you are doing. I know, maybe you want to give me a surprise. But I am also a woman of flesh and blood. If you don't tell me, how can I know? I never despise you for being poor, never despise you for being incompetent, and never look down on you. I just think that if we two can fight and work hard together, I believe that our future life will not be bad. But you've given me too many disappointments. This time, I'm just trying to be brave and see if I can motivate you and cheer you up. On the day of my divorce, I deliberately asked Mr. Wang from our department to pick me up, just to make you feel a sense of gap and hope that you can work hard. In fact, that day, after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Mr. Wang drove me to the street corner and I got off the car. That day, I went to drink with my best friend. I was very sad that day and cried for a long time with my best friend. I told her, you didn't even say a word to try to keep me, you are such a heartless bastard. My bestie and I drank a lot that day, but even though I was drunk, I was worried that you might be unable to get over it or leave the city in a rage. So, even though I was so drunk that I could barely walk, I still rushed back home. As soon as I entered the house, I saw you and my younger sister packing things. I saw you and my little sister being so affectionate with each other, and I couldn't help but vent my anger, so I yelled at you. But I never expected that you would get married and get a marriage certificate, did you know that? At that moment, I was completely sobered up. Think about it yourself, is this kind of pain and blow fair to me? Last night, I cried all night. The more I think about it, the more it's not worth it. Why was I so blind to fall for a bastard like you? I know maybe you don't believe what I say. However, you can check for yourself whether what I said is true. Mr. Wang and I are absolutely innocent. Mr. Wang's wife is no worse than mine, and the couple has a very good relationship and their child is in kindergarten. When I asked Mr. Wang to cooperate with me in this play, his wife was also next to him. His wife even advised me not to do this, otherwise it might backfire. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just wanted to piss you off. But, unexpectedly, it backfired. You went even further and directly married my younger sister? You are still a human being. I hate you. Talking about it. Lin Mengwei threw the disposable gloves at Ling Yang's face, and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Then, he pushed Ling Yang away and rushed out of the house. Ling Yang picked up 2 disposable gloves and looked at them, then picked up the small packaging bag and looked at it, and fell into complete silence. Damn it! Which bastard designed this? Why, the outer packaging of disposable gloves should be made like this. At this moment, Lin Mengyao beside her also fell silent. She just plopped down on the sofa, her eyes dull. What did I do, after all? Chapter 20. What a sin. How about taking them all together? Looking at Ling Yang, who was in a daze, and his parents, who were already in a daze. Lin Mengyao was the most sober one now. She quickly pushed Ling Yang. Brother-in-law, why are you still standing there? Go and chase him quickly, otherwise, God knows what will happen. After being reminded by his sister-in-law, Ling Yang finally reacted and hurriedly chased after her. When Lin Mengyao also got up with her bag and was about to follow, the two elders finally reacted. However, when the two elders saw their youngest daughter was about to chase after them, they immediately scolded her, "Sit down. Why are you joining in the fun? Don't go. It will be counterproductive. Let them communicate among themselves and calm down first. You damn girl, just look at yourself, how big a mess you have made now. There are so many men in the world, and you only want to pick on your brother-in-law? Now, let me see how you two sisters will end up." Lin Mengyao also knew that she had gotten into big trouble. But, who the hell would have known that my sister is so grown up, and she would still do these stupid things that only the heroines in idol dramas would do? Don't say I can't think of it. Even if God came, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to imagine such a big reversal, right? It's so ridiculous. It's really too ridiculous, okay? Even idol dramas wouldn't dare to shoot like this. But it actually happened to my family. Damn it. What is this? The more I thought about Lin Mengyao, the more unhappy I felt. Now, my parents have added fuel to the fire. She became even more upset. Why are you so fierce? How should I know the truth of the matter? At worst, my sister and I can marry my brother-in-law together. I ruined their chance of getting back together, but who let them mess around? How do I know that my sister was deliberately trying to piss off my brother-in-law? Anyway, now that my brother-in-law and I have obtained our marriage certificate and have slept together, you can't ask me to divorce him, right? Then I will be remarried? Who will want me in the future? So, I will never divorce my brother-in-law. If it really doesn't work, I can be his mistress. Oh. When Lin Mengyao said this, the two elders were stunned. What the hell? Is this even possible? The two elders pointed at Lin Mengyao with their eyes wide open, their chests heaving violently, but they couldn't utter a word. Finally, the two old men couldn't catch their breath, and they fainted with two thuds. Seeing this, Lin Mengyao was shocked. In panic, she hurried forward and pinched the two elders' philtrum. But it doesn't work at all. In a panic, she quickly dialed Ling Yang's number. The other side. At the gate of the community, Ling Yang finally caught up with Lin Mengwei. He was shocked when he saw Lin Mengwei running madly towards the busy street. What the hell? Is this guy looking for death? So, Ling Yang exerted all his strength and made a crazy 100-meter sprint. He jumped over the hurdle in one step, directly jumped over the barrier at the door, and caught up with Lin Mengwei in one step. Then, he pulled Lin Mengwei back and hugged her tightly. The two of them just hugged each other quietly, no one spoke. Suddenly, at this moment, the ringing of Ling Yang's cell phone broke the silence. Ling Yang seemed to be guilty of a crime and hurriedly took out his cell phone to check. After seeing that it was Lin Mengyao calling, he thought about it and answered the call. Hey, Lao. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Originally, he was planning to call her wife, but then he thought that his ex-wife was in his arms. Moreover, these misunderstandings occurred between the two of them, but he managed to hold himself back in time. Lin Mengyao on the opposite side was obviously panicked and did not notice Ling Yang's abnormality at all. She just shouted into the phone, "Brother-in-law, please come back quickly, my parents have fainted," and there is no response when I pinch their Renjong points. Hearing this, they both immediately raised their heads and looked at each other. Lin Mengwei was also a filial child. She immediately snatched the phone and said, "What? Mom and Dad fainted? Woo-woo. Sister, I'm sorry. I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please come back quickly. Mom and Dad have fainted, I'm scared." Hearing the little sister opposite crying inconsolably, Lin Mengwei also sighed. I quickly comforted her, "Sister, don't say anything, we will be back soon." Having said that, he immediately pulled Ling Yang back into the community. The old man in the security booth looked at the two of them with a confused look on his face. Originally, he was planning to come up and ask Ling Yang why he didn't take the road. Want to play some trapeze or a 100-meter hurdles? However, seeing how anxious the two were, I couldn't help but not ask. After a while, Ling Yang and Lin Mengwei ran back home. At this time, when Lin Mangyao saw her sister and brother-in-law coming back, she suddenly felt more confident. However, when she saw the two of them holding hands tightly together, her eyes dimmed again. As expected, my sister and brother-in-law are true love, and I am just an accident. When Ling Yang and Lin Mengwei arrived, Ling Yang quickly came to the two elders and immediately checked their breathing. Phew, fortunately, I'm still breathing. Ling Yang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said. Then, Ling Yang quickly carried his father-in-law on his back and said to the two sisters, Mengwei, Mangyao, you guys quickly help mom downstairs. I'll carry dad down first. Aha! The two sisters didn't dare to say anything now, and hurriedly helped their mother up and followed Ling Yang's pace. After a while, the group arrived at the Wuling magic car. After settling the two elders, the two sisters waited by their side. Ling Yang stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the hospital. Due to the critical situation, Ling Yang ran red lights, overtook other cars, and overtook other people. Without Ling Yang's knowledge, someone with a curious mind immediately filmed a video of Ling Yang crazily racing in the city and posted it on a short video platform. In a moment, another netizen came out to hang around. What the hell? Wuling boss is Wuling boss? He's driving a Wuling car in the city, rich people are so arrogant. That's right. When I get rich someday, I'll buy a Wuling and drive it around the city. For unknown reasons, Ling Yang became a little famous again. Ling Yang, who was completely unaware of all this, was now in a complete mess. What the hell is going on? So many things happened in just a few days? Anyone who comes here will be devastated. However, I cannot collapse. Once I collapse, these two elders will be in danger. Now, the only thing in his mind is to cure his parents as soon as possible. After speeding all the way, the group finally arrived at the hospital. After working for a long time, Ling Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he pushed the two elders into the emergency room. At this time, the two sisters were also panic-stricken and anxious. They were fidgeting at the door of the emergency room, pacing back and forth like ants on a hot pan. Seeing this, Ling Yang comforted them, "Don't turn around, it makes me dizzy." "It's okay, mom and dad will definitely get better." Hearing Ling Yang's voice, the two sisters, who had already panicked, seemed to have found someone to rely on, and subconsciously shouted in unison, "Husband, what should we do? Will something happen to our parents?" For a moment, Ling Yang was stunned. What the hell? Both sisters call each other husband? What should I do? Promise? Still don't agree? Damn. What a sin. At the same time, although there were not many people around, there were several family members in the corridor or patients who came out for a walk. After seeing this scene, all of these people stared at the three people in front of them with wide eyes. I go? What's the situation with these three people? Two beautiful women actually call the young man in front of them husband? Moreover, from what I heard, these two are sisters? What the hell? Are young people so good at having fun nowadays? Two sisters, calling a man their husband together? Looking at the surprised eyes of the people around him, Ling Yang wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. How the hell do I explain this? Could it be that one of these two sisters is my ex-wife and the other is my current wife? Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. So sad. Then, Ling Yang looked at the two sisters who were relying on him. In an instant, a bold idea popped up in his mind. How about, let's collect them together. Chapter 21. Lin Mengwei wants to cry but has no tears. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, he immediately nipped it in the bud. He even wanted to slap himself twice. What are you thinking about? It's damnable that such thoughts would pop up in my mind. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are so good to me, and over the years they have never looked down on me for being alive and son-in-law. He is still very good to me and treats me like his own son. He saw all of this. Although they may be grateful to themselves, or feel guilty about themselves, there is no doubt that they treat themselves sincerely. He truly and sincerely treated me as a family member and like his own son. How could he have such a dirty idea? Now that he has married his sister-in-law, does he have to divorce her and marry Lin Mengwei? This is simply impossible. No matter how their marriage ended, he couldn't let his sister-in-law down. If I really abandoned her and remarried Lin Mengwei, would I still be a human being? Sometimes, let her miss it. Whether I misunderstood her or she was deliberately trying to make me angry, it doesn't matter now. Because now both of them are divorced, and since they are divorced, they should keep their distance. However, right now, the two elders are in the emergency room, and no one knows whether they can be rescued. Just now, I heard the doctor say that this is an acute myocardial infarction. And now, the two elders must be very angry about this matter, and they were so angry that they suffered an acute myocardial infarction. There is no need to say more about how serious this acute myocardial infarction is. That is extremely scary. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. If the two elders really died because of this incident, he would live in guilt and shame for the rest of his life. At this time, as a man, he can be said to be the only pillar of support for the two sisters. I can only fulfill the responsibility of being a pillar of the family. I have to hold on no matter what. Just like that, Ling Yang hugged the two girls tightly, letting them vent their emotions of collapse. He could only hold on, but he also knew that if something really happened to the two elders, I guess the two sisters will hate themselves for the rest of their lives. Even if you don't hate yourself, there will always be a thorn in your heart. It keeps stabbing at my heart, just like the scene where my parents died tragically in a car accident. Although they died accidentally, they are still equated with Lin Mengwei's family. It was all because of their family's problems that they had to run around borrowing money, and finally this happened. However, he also knew that this could not be blamed on her family. This was their own will, so who could he blame? In this world, every cause has its effect, and every effect has its cause. It's a cycle of cause and effect. Just like that, after a long time, the emotions of the two sisters finally slowly stabilized. Lin Mengwei also realized that she was no longer Ling Yang's wife, and she had no right to call him husband. Now, my identity has become his sister-in-law, and my younger sister is still by his side. It is indeed unreasonable for me to hug him in front of him. So, she quickly let go of Ling Yang and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help but hug you just now." Seeing this scene, two people who once loved each other had to say sorry even when hugging each other. Ling Yang felt sad and his eyes couldn't help but turn red again. It is said that the relationship between people starts with blushing and ends with jealousy. It starts with heartbeat and ends with heartache. The two looked at each other, and in an instant, they seemed to have returned to 7 years ago when they first met. The beautiful scenes of the past appeared before their eyes like a movie. Thinking of all the beautiful scenes from the past and everything that happened in the past, gradually, both of them had tears in their eyes. Two people in love can see everything about each other just by looking at each other. Now, the two looked at each other again, and saw their former selves in each other's eyes. But, I can no longer see the sweet look in their eyes. All I feel is helplessness, sadness, and heartache. At this moment, Lin Mengwei looked at her little sister who was still nestled in Ling Yang's arms. She knew that she had really lost this man who only cared about her by throwing a tantrum this time. They can never go back to the way they were before. When she thought of this, her heart ached violently. It turns out that only after a true loss does the real grief begin. Lin Mengwei, who wanted to cry but had no tears, still tried hard to hold back her tears. She said to Ling Yang with a forced smile, "Ling Yang, please take good care of my little sister. She is still young and hasn't experienced much. She can't stand this. She is not sensible enough yet. Sometimes, you have to give in to her and be more tolerant of her. From now on, she will be relying on you, and you have to take on the responsibility of being a good husband. Don't let her suffer any injustice again and don't bully her, otherwise, I won't let you go. By the way, when my parents come out safely, please say sorry to them for me." "Okay, that's it. I'm going to the bathroom first." Ling Yang looked at Lin Mengwei, then sighed. "Well, go ahead. I will take good care of Yao Yao." Lin Mengwei nodded, wiped the wet corners of her eyes, tidied her messy hair, left here and went to the bathroom. Watching Lin Mengwei leave, he knew that she was not feeling well either, but he no longer had the status he had before to comfort her. Maybe all this is destined. On the other side, after arriving at the restroom, Lin Mengwei locked herself in a small cubicle and sat on the toilet lid. Finally, she couldn't bear the sadness in her heart anymore and started crying softly. A low cry continued to echo in the bathroom. Her parents were critically ill, her marriage ended, and her younger sister remarried her ex-husband. All these blows completely overwhelmed her. "Dad, Mom, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have been so willful." "Ling Yang, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I lost you. I missed the only person in this world who was sincere to me and had eyes only for me. I pushed you away and put you in front of my little sister. I'm sorry. If we are destined to meet again, I will never push you away in my next life." The more she spoke, the more painful she became. She even subconsciously took out an eyebrow trimmer from her handbag. Looking at this eyebrow razor, her eyes became redder and redder. Finally, she gritted her teeth and slashed her wrist hard. In the corridor, after constant comforting from herself, Lin Mengyao's emotions finally stabilized. After helping Lin Mengyao sit on the chair in the corridor, Ling Yang frowned immediately. Why did Lin Mengwei take so long to go to the bathroom? It's been so long, why haven't you come back yet? Sudden. At this moment, a scream was heard. Ah! Blood, so much blood. Chapter 22, by some ginseng, maca, deer antlers, etc. For a moment, Ling Yang was shocked, and what Lin Mengwei had just said to him immediately surfaced in his mind. Something is wrong. I didn't notice it before, but there was something wrong with Lin Mengwei's tone and expression just now. It's just like leaving a last will. When he thought of this, Ling Yang exclaimed. Oh no, something happened. In an instant, Ling Yang immediately ran up and rushed to the bathroom. After rushing to the bathroom, Ling Yang saw that several people had gathered at the door of the women's bathroom, and a pale-faced girl was saying in horror, "There's blood inside, so much blood." Hearing this, Ling Yang's mind went blank. Without caring about anything else, he quickly pushed the crowd aside and rushed in. The moment I entered, I saw a large amount of blood flowing out of a compartment. Seeing this, Ling Yang rushed over and kicked open the door of the compartment, only to see Lin Mengwei inside. At this time, Lin Mengwei had already fallen into a coma. Looking at Lin Mengwei's appearance at this moment, Ling Yang's heart suddenly tightened. Even though he was a real man, he couldn't bear it for a moment, and his heart seemed to be stabbed hard. Oh my God! What a sin! What sin have I committed? The system, it's all this crappy system's fault. If she hadn't forced me to marry my sister-in-law, would so many wrong things have happened now? As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to all wrong. Without time to think, he quickly picked up Lin Mengwei and rushed out of the bathroom, screaming hysterically, "Help! Help! Doctor, help!" What happened here had already alarmed the entire floor. As luck would have it, this was the emergency department's floor, so immediately a nurse rushed over pushing an ambulance. Ling Yang hurriedly put it on it. Looking at Lin Mengwei who had fainted, he kept shouting, "Mengyao, you have to hold on, you must hold on." But it was completely useless. Lin Mengwei just lay there quietly, motionless. Soon, the ambulance pushed Lin Mengwei into another emergency room. Ling Yang, whose entire body was stained red, stared blankly at the two emergency rooms next door. Even he couldn't bear it anymore. He fell to his knees with a thud and started crying bitterly. As the saying goes, men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are heartbroken. Now, his most beloved father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as the woman he once loved the most, are all in the emergency room, and it is not known whether they can be saved. This series of blows almost made his head explode. At this moment, Lin Mengyao on the other side was frightened. I stood there like a fool, the images of my parents and my sister just now kept echoing in my mind. She was completely stunned. When had she ever experienced this before? With a thud, she fell to the ground, unable to utter a word, or even to shed tears. In fact, when people are really hurt to a certain extent, they really can't shed tears. Only those who have truly experienced it will understand. At this moment, Ling Yang seemed to have thought of something and immediately looked back. I saw Lin Mengyao sitting on the ground beside the aisle with a dull look in her eyes. I hurried over, picked up Lin Mengyao and put her on the chair. "Yao Yao, listen, you must be strong now, okay? Even if the sky falls, you still have your brother-in-law. Don't worry, I'm here for you." Even though he couldn't hold it in any longer at this moment, he still couldn't fall down. If he fell down, he would really fall down completely. At this moment, a young nurse came out of the emergency room and asked, "Who is the patient's family member?" After hearing this, Ling Yang and Lin Mengyao stood up and said, "We are." "Hello, the patient has lost too much blood and has entered a deep state of shock. We are matching the blood type with the blood bank and are urgently retrieving blood from the blood bank. Please sign." Ling Yang took the pen without thinking and signed his name. The young nurse took the notebook and went in quickly. After a while, the blood bank sent blood over. However, not long after, the nurse came out to find Ling Yang and said, "Sir, our blood bank does not have enough blood to match the patient. We have now notified other hospitals to urgently transfer the patient, but I am afraid it will be too late. The attending physician has already issued a critical illness notice. Please sign it." Ling Yang was stunned. He immediately asked anxiously, What will happen to her if time is too short? The young nurse sighed and said nothing. Seeing this, Ling Yang's heart sank. I saw him slapping his mouth violently. Bang bang bang. Ling Yang, you are a bastard. You can't even protect your own woman, letting her become like this. You are a waste, a loser. When everyone saw this, their hearts ached. Passers-by all shook their heads and sighed. Suddenly, Ling Yang seemed to remember something. He immediately grabbed the nurse's shoulders and said with red eyes, "My blood is type O, so it can be used temporarily for emergencies. Can you use my blood to keep her alive first, and wait for the blood from the blood bank to arrive? Will she be saved?" The young nurse was startled by Ling Yang, but she still nodded and said, "Theoretically, it should be." "Okay, then draw my blood." There was no time to wait, so the young nurse hurried in to seek the attending physician's consent. Soon, the young nurse came out with a dust-proof suit for Ling Yang to change into. The attending physician agrees, "Let's go in." After Ling Yang comforted Lin Mangyao and told her not to worry, he quickly followed the nurse in. Lin Mangyao, looking at the two emergency rooms, now that she was alone, she felt even more isolated and helpless. These two emergency rooms contain her closest and dearest relatives. She was seen squatting in the corner, helpless and isolated, holding her head and crying. Woohoo! Oh. I don't know how long it took. Finally, the plasma from the blood bank was mobilized. In the emergency room, looking at Lin Mengwei, who had finally passed the critical period, he rarely smiled, and then he fainted. Time flies. When Ling Yang woke up again, he found himself in an ordinary ward. Then, he slowly got up and saw his sister-in-law Lin Mengyao lying on the bed next to him. And the person in the bed next to him was Lin Mengwei. At this time, Lin Mengwei was still receiving intravenous drip, but she was staring at him without blinking. When she saw Ling Yang looking over, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Seeing this, Ling Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, everything is okay. After hearing Ling Yang's mumbling, Lin Mengyao also woke up. When she saw Ling Yang wake up, Lin Mengyao happily hugged Ling Yang. "Brother-in-law, you scared me to death. You've been unconscious for the whole day." "What? I've been sleeping all day? How is that possible?" At this moment, Lin Mengwei, who was standing by, closed her eyes, pouted, and said unhappily, "TSK, who knows about you? I just used a little bit of your blood, and you became so weak that you fell asleep for a whole day and night. You are still so useless. I really don't know how you will make my little sister happy when she follows you. So, buy some more deer antlers, ginseng, maca and other supplements when you have time." Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Am I considered despised by my ex-wife? Chapter 23, Holding a Sister in Your Arms, the damage is doubled. Puff. After hearing this, Lin Mengyao on the side suddenly smiled. Ha. Ling Yang, did you see that? Sister asked you to buy some supplements. How about I go buy some ginseng, deer antlers, and maca, and make you some black bone old hen soup tonight? Ling Yang was speechless for a while, but still pouted and said, I need that thing? Just be healthy, okay? Not to mention just drawing 2 tubes of blood, even if I draw all my blood, I can still be full of energy, do you believe it? When the two women heard this, they said unhappily, "Stop bragging. How about we call the nurse in and continue pumping a few more cans for you?" Oh. What the hell? Please don't do that. I was just saying that. If you hit me again, I'm really going to go to see God. Then you won't be a widow anymore? Ling Yang laughed teasingly. Lin Mengyao rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said, "Become a widow? How is that possible? If you really die, all that money will be mine. I can use it to support 10 or 8 gigolos. Wouldn't that be good for him? If I get tired of him, I'll just change to another batch." Well. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. Then, he gave Lin Mengyao a slap in the face. Oh my? You little girl, I'm not dead yet. And you're already thinking of keeping a gigolo? After being hit on the head by her brother-in-law, Lin Mengyao stuck out her tongue and said, So, brother-in-law, you have to be careful in the future, and always put safety first. You have to be safe, otherwise, I will spend your money to support a gigolo. When the time comes, you will regret it. Ling Yang knew that this girl was concerned about him and said the opposite on purpose. Epsilon equals Omicron. Hey, Yao, were you scared yesterday? When Lin Mengyao heard this, she suddenly stopped smiling from her cheerful expression just now. Her eyes suddenly turned red and tears started to flow down. Yeah, I was so scared. You all went to the emergency room. How could I not be scared? But fortunately, everyone is fine now. After hearing this, Ling Yang suddenly remembered, damn, where are the two elders? So, I quickly said, how are your parents? Are they okay? Lin Mengyao nodded and said, well, not long after you went in, your parents came back from the emergency treatment. They were just anxious for a moment, and after some rescue, it was nothing serious. After hearing that the two elders were fine, Ling Yang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, that's good, luckily everything is fine, otherwise, I don't know what to do. At this time, Lin Mengwei beside her also climbed up, leaned on the bed, looked at the two and said, hey? Can you guys please take care of me? I'm a patient too. Why don't you even check on me when I wake up? Seeing her sister's jealous look, Lin Mengyao rolled her eyes, and suddenly, she stood up and hugged Ling Yang. Brother-in-law, hug me. You scared me so much yesterday that I still haven't recovered from it. Well. Looking at the cute and coquettish Lin Mengyao, Ling Yang had no choice, because she is his wife now. So, he quickly hugged Lin Mengyao tightly, and kept caring for her. Oh, don't be afraid, your brother-in-law will always be with you, and this will definitely not happen again in the future. Lin Mengwei? Hey guys, are you two playing a double act with me? Ah. I can't stand it anymore. I've never shown my affection like this before, right? Now, my little sister keeps showing off her affection in front of me, which really makes me mad. The key point is that she is still showing her affection with her ex-husband in front of her. Epsilon equals Omicron alas. Annoying. Could this be the legendary holding a sister in your arms will double the damage? But, what she hugged was just a little sister. But, Ling Yang, you really made it happen. You really hugged a little sister, and she was my own sister. Looking at the two of them hugging each other and being so affectionate, Lin Mengwei was about to break a heart. You guys don't consider my feelings at all? Seeing her sister so angry, Lin Mengyao felt so proud. I even thought, who told you to show your affection with your brother-in-law in front of me all the time? Now I will show my affection with your brother-in-law in front of you as much as I can and make you die. Hey, just play. You know what, it's so exciting to kiss your brother-in-law in front of your sister and show your affection. Brother-in-law, you lost too much blood yesterday, your lips are so dry. Let me moisturize them for you. I just put on lip balm this morning. Having said that, she kissed Ling Yang directly on the mouth. Baji. For a moment, the only sound in the entire ward was the smacking sound of the two people kissing. Seeing this scene, Lin Mengwei was about to cry. Woohoo! I've seen people abusing dogs, but I've never seen such abuse. It's okay to abuse the dogs, but one of them is my ex-husband and the other is my sister. Is it really appropriate for the two of you to show your affection and love in front of me? It's too much. It's really too much. My blood pressure is about to surge. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and pressed the pager. After hearing the sound, the two finally let go of each other and stopped kissing passionately. After a while, a young nurse rushed into the ward. The nurse saw that Lin Mengwei's injection was not yet finished and immediately asked in confusion, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Mengwei said with a gloomy face, well, can I change to another ward? Ah. Change ward? Why? Is there something wrong here? The young nurse asked back. Nothing, I just want to change the ward. Seeing this, the young nurse smiled and said, ma'am, I'm afraid that won't work. All other wards are full now, so this is the only one. Otherwise, you can tell me what the impact is, and I will apply for you to see if there is anyone willing to exchange beds with you? Well. Seeing this, Lin Mengwei was too lazy to bother anymore. So, he waved his hand and said, forget it, it's okay, I won't change it. Oh, okay, if you need anything, call me again. Having said that, the young nurse went out. Seeing this scene, both of them held back their laughter. In fact, this was also Ling Yang deliberately cooperating with Lin Mengyao to perform for Lin Mengwei. Who made her act so arrogant and bossy in the past, and now she doesn't want to show off her power? Seeing her sister's frustrated look, Lin Mengyao came to her sister's bedside with a giggle. Sister, I have something good to tell you. Ha? You are the only one who can tell me something good? Don't tell me that you are pregnant and I am going to have my period. Hearing these lewd words, Lin Mangyao smiled awkwardly and said, "How can it be that fast? Even riding a rocket can't be that fast. It's only the first time, how is it possible? Although, that night, there were several times, but it only counts as one night. So, it shouldn't be that fast." Lin Mengwei's mouth twitched. "So, you've done it several times in one night, and you still think it's not enough?" Chapter 24. I swear that I will never be compatible with gambling and drugs in this life. Listening to the conversation between the two sisters, Ling Yang felt embarrassed. "By the way, let's not talk about such a sensitive topic, okay? I forgot, she is not only my sister, but also my ex-wife. In fact, she is also your predecessor. Is it appropriate for you to tell her this?" Lin Mengwei held her forehead with her hand and said helplessly, "Stop showing off. When I was with him for the first time, I wasn't as diligent as you guys." At this point, Lin Mengwei was suddenly stunned. Then, he reacted immediately. She stared at Ling Yang with burning eyes, looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Ling Yang? You're so good? If you follow my little sister, you can have sex 7 times in one night? If you follow me, you will surrender your gun? Oh, what the hell? You are a famous double-standard country, aren't you? Are you excited and thrilled to be with my little sister? Full of passion? And then your little universe exploded completely? I didn't realize when you became so powerful. Speaking of which, in my past, the most diligent people who paid their taxes only paid their taxes twice a night, right? Good man, so you have no sexual interest in me? If it were my little sister, you would be pretty awesome." "Oh." Lin Mangyao looked at Ling Yang in astonishment, then looked at her elder sister. "What the hell? Is there such a thing between them? It turns out that he is not that powerful in front of his sister?" When she thought of this, she suddenly felt ashamed. "I think I said the wrong thing again." Sure enough, Ling Yang broke out in a sweat. He couldn't say that they were too familiar with each other, and when he touched her, it was just like touching himself and he didn't feel anything. "But I can't say it." So, Ling Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Well, this is quite troublesome to explain. Otherwise, forget it. Don't waste time. You need to rest now. It's not advisable to do anything extreme." Lin Mengwei glared at Ling Yang fiercely. "Humph, you men are really no good. You are full of pornography, gambling, and drugs. You can't even walk when you see a beautiful woman. You want to flirt with everyone you see, right?" After Lin Mengwei finished speaking, Ling Yang immediately shouted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. In this life, I have a very firm will. I will never reconcile with gambling and drugs. Either you die or I die. Where's Huan?" Lin Mengwei looked at Ling Yang with contempt and said speechlessly, All right. I, Huan, swear that I will never reconcile with gambling and drugs in this life." "Oh." The two sisters were stunned when they saw Ling Yang putting on a show. "Good job. You are determined to stay, right?" The two sisters looked at each other for a moment, then looked at Ling Yang with determination and said, "Ling Yang, today, pornography, gambling, and drugs, you must give them all up." Ling Yang looked at the two sisters in astonishment. "What the hell? Are you two sisters sure?" "We are sure, we must quit," the two sisters said in unison. "Well." Ling Yang was speechless for a while. Then, Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "Okay." After saying that, he got out of bed and started rummaging through drawers and cabinets, not knowing what he was looking for. The two sisters were stunned. Then, he asked in confusion, "What are you looking for?" "Look for the scissors." The two sisters were stunned. "What are you looking for scissors for?" the two sisters asked in unison. Ling Yang waved his hand and answered casually, "Oh, find a pair of scissors to shave my hair, and then cut off my dick." "Oh." For a moment, the two sisters looked at him in horror and said, "Why are you hurting yourself?" Ling Yang said in surprise, "Didn't you ask me to do this?" "What? When did we say that?" The two sisters were completely speechless. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "Didn't you ask me to completely quit pornography, gambling, and drugs? Isn't this asking me to become a monk? But my willpower is not strong enough, so I'd better cut it off. In this way, after removing the bad roots and the source of all evil, I will be able to completely quit. Don't worry, I will become your sisters after I die." "Oh. No. If you dare to cut the plum, we will fight you to death. Both sisters growled in unison. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang was shocked. What the hell? What on earth did you two sisters experience last night? How come you became as close as real sisters overnight? No, you are real sisters. But, yesterday you were so hostile to each other, but today you are united and facing the outside world together? What is going on? Looking at Ling Yang's face, he looked like he had lost all hope in life. The two sisters thought about it carefully and realized that they had gone a bit too far. Couldn't they just quit gambling and drugs? You have cut off all of a man's 3 major hobbies, leaving him nothing. Isn't that more miserable than being a monk? You have to leave some bottom line for him. If even this last bit of hobby was extinguished, Ling Yang would probably give up on them too. When they thought of this, they didn't dare to continue forcing Ling Yang. Suddenly, Ling Yang said in surprise, "Huh? That's not right? Lin Mengwei? We are divorced, what does my Jian Mei have to do with you? Lin Mengwei. Ling Yang? Are you itching for trouble? How dare you talk to me like that? What? Do you really think that now that you are my brother-in-law instead of my husband, I can't punish you? Well." Ling Yang touched his nose. It seemed that he remembered the story of the time when he was ruled by this woman, so he smiled and said, "Well, I was just kidding." Seeing that Ling Yang was so afraid of his sister and was completely submissive to her, Lin Mengyao's eyes suddenly lit up and she was very curious. "Wow. Sister, how did you deal with my brother-in-law? Even though you two are divorced now, he still obeys you? He doesn't listen to me." Lin Mengwei was stunned when her younger sister asked this question. Then, he narrowed his eyes, smiled and said, "Hey, little sister, do you really want to know? Let me tell you, there are skills to taming a husband, and there are so many tricks involved." Hearing this, Ling Yang's face changed. What the hell? Lin Mengwei, don't push your luck. Don't teach Yao Yao bad things. If you dare to teach her bad things, I will never forgive you. Lin Mengwei curled her lips and said, "What? What else can you do to me? Remember your current identity, you are my brother-in-law. As a sister, it is understandable for me to pass on some experience in training a husband to her, right? Besides, as your ex-wife, it is reasonable for me to teach the next successor." Oh. Ling Yang was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Not good. Why do I feel like my good days are coming to an end? Before, when the two sisters were against each other, I was still a little better off. But now, the two sisters have joined forces and are working together to deal with me. Isn't that the end of me? You know, in the past, it was difficult for me to deal with Lin Mengwei alone, let alone now there is another Lin Mengyao? Not good. It's really not good. Chapter 25 My blood runs in your body. Just as the two sisters were about to quarrel, Ling Yang quickly interrupted, "Ahem, Yao Yao, I'm hungry, how about you go buy something for me to eat? I'm starving. Yesterday, I was the hero who shed blood. Now, I'm so weak, I need to eat something to replenish my energy. I feel dizzy. If I don't eat something, I'm afraid I'll get dizzy again." Lin Mengyao was shocked when she heard this. So the little chick nodded like pecking at rice, and quickly trotted off to buy things. Ling Yang breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing Lin Mengyao leave. Then, Ling Yang said to Lin Mengwei in a bad mood, "Hey, do you have any conscience? If it weren't for me yesterday, you would have died of a cold, okay? Humph. Who asked you to save me? You are the one who wanted to save me out of your own accord." Well. Ling Yang was speechless for a while. Okay, I'm just being sentimental, okay? But, at least my blood is flowing in your body now, okay? Old man, please have mercy on me and don't teach Yao Yao bad things. I'm counting on her for the rest of my life. If she does, I'll be in big trouble. Oh, huh? From what you said, you never had a good time when you were with me before? What's the matter? Do you feel like every day you are with me is a year? Lin Mengwei asked angrily. Ling Yang was stunned. Shit, I let it slip. Seeing that Ling Yang had nothing to say, Lin Mengwei was furious. You're so good, Ling Yang. Now, I'm gradually understanding you. Was it me who took the initiative from the beginning, so you didn't know how to cherish me? Ling Yang waved his hands and said, "No, don't say that. I really love you, but you give me the cold shoulder all day long. Do you blame me? Lin Mengwei rolled her eyes at Ling Yang. That's right, you're just idle all day long? I'm just hating my husband for not being able to do what he does, do you understand? Ling Yang spread his hands. I really don't understand. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. This is getting off track. By the way, tomorrow, I plan to take my parents to buy a house. Do you want to go? Just as a reference or something? Lin Mengwei said in surprise. What? You want to buy a house? Yes. This little house is too small now. It's not convenient. Ling Yang spread his hands and said. Lin Mengwei said unhappily, is it delaying the fun time between you and my little sister? Oh. Ling Yang stared at Lin Mengwei with wide eyes. The one who knows me best is my ex-wife. You are right, your sister's room is too small, I can't move around. Oh? What? You can't use your skills? Why can't you use your skills? What's the matter? What martial arts are you going to use? You can't use them? Isn't the room I lived in the same size as yours? How come you can use it? But you can't use it with my little sister? Ling Yang chuckled and said, this is different. With you, that was paying public grain, but now this is really exciting. You know, when we were in school and squeezed into rented houses, wasn't the space quite small? You've gotten used to small spaces. Lin Mengwei? Hashtag. Oh boy, so what you mean is, I'm not worth anything? At this moment, the two elders walked in slowly. After seeing the two elders, they were so scared that they dared not say much, for fear that they might accidentally anger the two elders and cause a heart attack. After the two elders came in, they immediately came to Lin Mengwei's bed, looked at Lin Mengwei, and then looked at the bandaged wrist. Epsilon equals Omicron. Hey, silly child, why are you so silly? You said you were going to die? How are we old people supposed to live? Lin Mengwei's eyes suddenly turned red as she said, Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I made you worry. The two elders sighed and said, it's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. This time, it was Ling Yang who risked his life to save you. Tell me, kid, what did you do? Ling Yang is such a good child, and you want to divorce him? Now, tell me, things have come to this point, and we are also confused. Lin Mengwei looked at the two elders distressfully, and then said, it's okay, Mom and Dad, since it's a foregone conclusion, let it go. Anyway, Ling Yang is still your uncle. He just changed from the eldest uncle to the younger uncle, so his nature hasn't changed, right? The two elders rolled their eyes when they heard this. You silly child, how can this be the same? Now, relatives and friends don't know about this, but at that time, the truth could not be hidden. After a long time, we can't keep it secret forever, right? Besides, Yao Yao has grown up now. Could it be that she will just keep it a secret and follow Ling Yang like this? Isn't that even more ridiculous? I guess there will be even more people gossiping about us, and we'll be so anxious that our hair will turn white. You are still here, looking nonchalant, don't you understand what this means? Hearing the two elders chattering again, Ling Yang also felt a headache. However, he couldn't say anything. After all, he was the one who took 2 cabbages from others, so why shouldn't he let others say a few words? Soon, Lin Mengyao came back with a big bag of lunchboxes. Seeing that both of them were here, Lin Mengyao smiled and said, Mom and Dad, why are you all here? I said I was bringing you food. When the two elders saw Lin Mengyao, they turned their heads and snorted. Aren't you the one who makes them angry? Seeing that the two elders didn't want to pay attention to her, Lin Mengyao felt very aggrieved. Snort! You are biased, too biased. Am I your biological child? Could it be that you picked it up from the trash can? However, she also knew that she was the one who made the mistake first, so she came to the two elders laughing and acting coquettishly. Mom and Dad, I bought your favorite food. It's delicious. Just try it. I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have said that. I made you angry, that's really too much, just eat a bite, we are a family and we don't hold grudges overnight. Finally, the two elders were helpless after Lin Mengyao acted coquettishly and cutely. So, the two elders waved their hands and said, okay, stop acting like a spoiled brat and eat quickly. You must be hungry. In this way, the whole family gathered in the ward and ate boxed lunches together. After a while, after eating, Lin Mengyao cleaned the battlefield very diligently. After all, she is the one in best health right now. In the afternoon, the family completed the discharge procedures. Actually, it's no big deal. Now, I just need to go home and rest for a while. After arriving next to the Wuling magic car, Ling Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. What the hell? When I came here, it seemed like I ran a lot of red lights. Now, isn't it illegal beyond measure? So can this car still be driven? Right at this moment. The system, which had been silent for several days, finally appeared. Master, it's okay, you can drive on. This is a traffic violation. I have already corrected it through the big database. It's okay. Oh? Oh my god? Is this possible? Ling Yang communicated with the system in his mind. No, I have a very Ginkgo-like system. Hearing this, Ling Yang rolled his eyes. What the hell are you? You're forcing me to marry my sister-in-law, and we're not done yet. Why are you blaming me for this? Just tell me, at that time, did you want to do it? Well. Ling Yang thought carefully for a while, then smiled and said, you know what, I do want to do it a little bit. At that time, I just wanted to piss off my ex-wife. Never mind, this matter can't be blamed entirely on you, let's just turn the page and let's not blame each other anymore. Tisk, hypocrisy. By the way, Lord Silver, the time limit for your health card and beauty card will expire soon, you don't plan to use them? Oh my god? There's a time limit on this? Of course, otherwise, how can we show its preciousness? Okay. I'll use it when I get back. Chapter 26, The Beauty of the Golden Age is as beautiful as Panin. With the protection of the system, Ling Yang drove home with peace of mind. As expected, along the way, I returned home safely. After returning home, Lin Mangwei glared at Lin Mangyao and pulled her up to her room. Only Ling Yang was left standing there speechless. Seeing that Lin Mangyao was finally taken away by Lin Mangwei to learn how to train a husband, Ling Yang was completely speechless. Forget it, let us just pray that Lin Mangyao doesn't inherit Lin Mangwei's legacy. Otherwise, you will not be able to endure the days to come. After returning to the small room with Lin Mangyao, Ling Yang took out the physical strengthening card and the beauty card from the system space. There is nothing strange about this card, it's just like an ordinary small card. First, Ling Yang picked up the physical fitness card. How do you use this thing? The main silver is very simple, you just need to recite it silently. What the hell? Isn't this too perfunctory? Oh, it's okay as long as it works. What we pursue is to simplify the operation process. Are you sure you didn't simplify the process because you're lazy? Ahem, master, you use it first. I'm going to get some beauty sleep. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. I go? These days, every system needs beauty sleep. Do you take care of yourself? Awesome. However, I was too lazy to deal with the system and directly used the strengthening card first. Use. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the strengthening card, quickly wrapping Ling Yang in the golden light. Ling Yang only felt that his whole body seemed to be bathed in the warmest sunlight, and his whole body was filled with a warm breath. A very gentle force continuously surges throughout the body, constantly transforming the whole body. Moreover, later on, there is a tingling feeling, as if countless pairs of soft and boneless beautiful hands are constantly touching you all over your body. How do I describe this feeling? Damn, it feels so good. I don't know how long it took, but Ling Yang couldn't help it anymore. It sounds so enchanting. However, this process only lasted for more than 10 minutes. After it was over, the golden light dissipated and Ling Yang gradually returned to normal. However, at first glance, his whole body had undergone tremendous changes. The body outline became more solid and upright, and he even felt like his whole body was stronger, as if it had reached its peak in an instant. Moreover, his whole body seemed to have endless energy. He even had the illusion that he could kill a cow with one punch. However, now is not the time to put it into practice, so he took out the beauty card again. Looking at the beauty card, Ling Yang smiled and said, I wonder if I will become the most handsome man in the world after using this thing. So, he took out his mobile phone, turned off the beauty filter, and took a few current photos of himself to compare them later. After finishing it, he started to use the Shangshur beauty card. Another burst of silver light appeared and wrapped Ling Yang up. A similar feeling occurred again, but this time, the pleasure lasted a little longer. After about 20 minutes, when everything was over, Ling Yang was stunned. I saw that my whole body was covered with black mud and there was a foul smell. Seeing this, Ling Yang was shocked. Oh shit? What's going on? TSK, I just like to see you look so naive. This is the Shangshur beauty card that helps you expel all the impurities in your body. Okay, just go take a shower. By the way, don't let your own handsomeness scare you into tears. Hearing this, Ling Yang was delighted. So, I quickly ran to take a shower. After a while, after washing himself clean, Ling Yang couldn't wait to stand in front of the mirror to look at his appearance. When he saw himself in the mirror, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe what he saw. What the hell? Who is this for? Too handsome. Is this me? I can't even imagine it. It looks like I've had plastic surgery. It's so perfect, so awesome. Oh my god, if I go out with this, will some beautiful woman ask me for my WeChat ID on the street? I saw in the mirror a handsome man with unparalleled beauty. Even some international superstars are not half as handsome as him. What is the concept? It seemed that there was a unique temperament emanating from his bones, which deeply attracted everyone, without distinction. Even when he looked at himself in the mirror, he was moved. Not to mention others. After admiring himself in the mirror for a long time, Ling Yang reluctantly opened the door and went out. At this time, the whole family was already in the living room. The two sisters also sat on the sofa, talking and laughing. Lin Mengyao seemed to have learned something good and couldn't stop laughing. At this moment, the family glanced at Ling Yang's position. But in an instant, the whole family seemed to have seen something incredible. They all widened their eyes and looked at Ling Yang, who came out of the bathroom in disbelief. Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei were also so shocked that their jaws dropped. After a long while, the two sisters wiped the saliva from the corners of their mouths and exclaimed, "Fuck! So handsome. Who is this guy? He's so handsome. I'm going to marry him." Both sisters rushed to speak. Looking at the two sisters' infatuated looks, Ling Yang sighed secretly. Sure enough, in this society where economic attention is everything, appearance is in great demand. It is not uncommon for one's worldviews to be influenced by one's five senses. Seeing this, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an arc and a wicked smile. This scene made the two girls' hearts flutter. Wow, what a handsome man. Isn't this more handsome than my idol? Lin Mengyao exclaimed. Then, Ling Yang came and sat down on the sofa with a warm smile. Looking at the stunned look on the family's faces, he smiled softly and said, "What are you looking at?" After hearing Ling Yang's words, the family reluctantly withdrew their gaze. Husband? Lin Mengyao shouted subconsciously. Ling Yang smiled and nodded. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Don't you recognize your brother-in-law? Lin Mengyao wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and suddenly ran to sit next to Ling Yang, looking left and right at Ling Yang's face. Wow! Brother-in-law, what treasure did you use? How come you look 20 years younger all of a sudden? Before, you were just a handsome middle-aged man. But now he looks like a 17 or 18-year-old handsome boy. Moreover, he is more handsome than my idol. Ling Yang scratched Lin Mengyao's nose and said, "How is it? Do you like it?" "Yeah, I like it, I like it, I like it very much." "What?" Having said that, Lin Mengyao pounced on him and started kissing Ling Yang madly. It made the whole family feel very embarrassed. Finally, the two elders couldn't stand it anymore. "Oh, that's enough. If you want a kiss, go back to the room and kiss. It's a nuisance to be left here." Hearing this, Lin Mengyao chuckled and immediately pulled Ling Yang towards their small room. "Hey, brother-in-law, you are so handsome. In ancient times, there was Panin, and now there is brother-in-law. With your looks, you are definitely better than Panin. Yao Yao, it's still daytime. Be reserved." "No matter. He's so handsome, I can't control myself. Brother-in-law, I love you." Chapter 27 Purchase of Villa Number 1. I don't know how long it took. They both walked out of the room contentedly. After coming out, Lin Mengyao saw the two elders and Lin Mengwei were eating, so she immediately trotted over. "Wow, there are so many delicious foods. Why didn't you call mine?" Lin Mengwei said unhappily, "Didn't you just eat?" Lin Mengyao's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she said with a giggle, "What's wrong? Sister, are you jealous?" "Huh? Jealous? How is that possible? He's just my ex-husband, I'm not jealous." However, this expression clearly betrayed her. Ling Yang came to the dining table with an embarrassed look on his face, sat down, picked up the bowl and started eating by himself. Now, he has learned to be smart. He must speak less and try to make himself less visible. Otherwise, it would be really uncomfortable to stay in this house. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa and chatted. Now, after yesterday's incident, the family chose not to talk about sensitive topics at home. They knew that this matter could only be resolved over time. Otherwise, who has any good solution? As the saying goes, even a fair judge cannot judge family disputes. This is the case. It's not good to favor anyone. Just as the family was having a happy conversation, Ling Yang said to the two elders, "Mom and Dad, there is something I want to confess to you." The two elders were stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Well, go ahead." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Mom and Dad, actually, in the past few years, I have made a little money by investing in stocks online. So, I plan to take you to buy an apartment tomorrow. I remember you said that when you save enough money, you will move to a bigger house, right? I think buying an apartment should not be a problem now, so tomorrow our family will go to buy a bigger house. Otherwise, the small house wouldn't be big enough for the whole family." The two elders were stunned. "What? Ling Yang? You're trading stocks? Aren't those things all scams? Lao Lu from our unit bought some fund and was defrauded of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He lost everything. What? This can really make money? It's impossible, right?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "Stock trading also requires some skills. There is a lot of knowledge involved. I have studied it for many years. I barely got a little bit of the hang of it, so I made a little money." The two elders heard this and nodded and said, "Oh, so, if you make a little money, that's fine. By the way, how much did you make? Are you going to buy a house? Although we are in a small county town, the housing prices here are not low. 1 square meter costs at least several thousand yuan. Our house is 100 square meters. If we want a bigger house than this, we have to move to one that is at least 150 square meters. Based on the average house price of 4,000, it would be 600,000? Did you make that much?" Ling Yang smiled slightly and raised his thumb. The two elders frowned and said, 100,000? That's still a lot of money. However, your mother and I have saved some money in the past few years, probably more than 300,000. Adding your 100,000, a 50% down payment should be enough. Okay, let's go take a look tomorrow and buy an apartment of 180 square meters directly. The remaining 300,000 yuan is not enough. You guys should go and earn money to pay off the mortgage. We are old and useless." Listening to the two elders' words, Ling Yang felt sad. Both of them had worked in the unit before and their salary was not low. The reason why they had no money for medical treatment was mainly because their savings in the past few years were used to buy the current house. Moreover, not long after the purchase, his father-in-law fell ill and could not get up. As a result, the family had no money for his medical treatment, which led to the situation where Ling Yang's parents had to borrow money. After thinking all this through, Ling Yang sighed inwardly. It's still money. If it weren't for the money, my parents wouldn't have died. Ultimately, it was money that caused the death. So Ling Yang smiled and said, "It's okay, Mom and Dad, don't worry about the house. Just keep your money and buy yourself some delicious food." What else do you want to say when you see the two elders? Lin Mangyao on the side smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, just relax and don't worry." Brother-in-law. No, Ling Yang made 100,000 yuan from stock trading. It's 100 million. So, there is no pressure to buy a house, just don't worry about the money. Cough cough cough. What? 100 million. In an instant, the two old men jumped up in fright. He looked at Ling Yang in disbelief, as if asking if it was true. Seeing how excited the two elders were, Ling Yang nodded, smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, it's true, don't get too excited. The doctor said that you two elders have high blood pressure, so don't get too excited, otherwise it will be very dangerous." The two elders then swallowed and sat down subconsciously. Ling Yang, tell me the truth? Is it really 100 million? How is this possible? Ling Yang continued to deceive, "Mom and Dad, you don't understand. Stock trading is different from other industries. It has infinite possibilities." In the end, the two elders had no choice but to nod. Just like that, after the family chatted for a while, they all went to bed. The next day, the whole family got up early in the morning. Because, I'm going to buy a house today, who wouldn't he be excited? The two elders were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. 100 million. What a concept this was, they simply couldn't imagine it. In short, they have never seen so much money in their lives, right? However, he didn't expect that his elder brother-in-law, oh no, younger brother-in-law, was so capable that he earned 100 million at such a young age. It really brings honor to the family. After getting up early in the morning, Lin Mengwei didn't plan to go to work. Seeing that her sister didn't go to work, Lin Mengyao asked in confusion, "Sister? You're not going to work?" Unexpectedly, Lin Mengwei curled her lips and said, "Well, I won't go. I'll go and give you some advice so that you don't get cheated. Besides, Ling Yang doesn't know how to bargain, and neither do you, little sister, so I have to bargain, otherwise, you will be cheated out of a lot of money without knowing it." Lin Mengyao smiled and said, "All right, then sister, let's go." Having said that, he took Lin Mengwei's arm and went out. As he walked, he said, "Sister, the method you taught me is quite effective." Ling Yang was completely obedient last night. Ling Yang, who was standing behind him, almost staggered when he heard this. "Good job. Lin Mengyao, does she tell everything to others?" Soon, Ling Yang took his family and headed straight to the most upscale real estate sales community in the county. After arriving at the sales center, Ling Yang parked his Wuling car directly at the door. Just like that, the family entered the sales hall. After entering, a beautiful salesperson came up to greet me very enthusiastically. "Hello, sir. Do you want to come and see the house?" Ling Yang nodded and said, "Besides looking at houses, what else can you see here?" "Well." The beautiful girl was stunned when she heard Ling Yang's words. Then, he smiled and said, "Sir, you are really humorous, but as long as the funds are in place, you can watch anything." As he spoke, he blinked at Ling Yang. "What the hell?" Ling Yang was stunned. Isn't this girl too direct? Is it true that as long as the money is given to the dog, it's okay to look at her? However, when he thought about the fact that his wife and ex-wife were both here, he waved his hand and said, "Well, do you have a bigger house here?" "I don't want a house that's too small." The beautiful salesperson was a little unhappy because she was confronted by Ling Yang just now. So, he rolled his eyes, smiled and said, "Yes? But they are all single-family villas, and the prices vary." "Okay, that's it. Please recommend a few oversized villas. I don't want any that are too small. They are not big enough for my daily use." "Oh." When Ling Yang said this, the whole hall was stunned. "What the hell? Is this a nouveau riche? As soon as you enter the door, before you can even finish 3 sentences, you want to buy the largest villa here?" The beautiful saleswoman turned her head and saw that the whole family had just gotten out of a Wuling car outside. She immediately said with a skeptical attitude, "Sir, are you sure? We do have a largest villa here, which has been on the market for several years but has not been sold yet because the price is too high. Are you sure you want to go and have a look? Most people can't afford it, and I don't think you look." However, before the saleswoman finished speaking, Ling Yang took out a black card and said to the beautiful girl, "Are you qualified?" "Well." "Oh." The beautiful girl was stunned. My eyes lit up immediately. What the hell? Are all rich people so low-key nowadays? He was driving a broken Wuling and just casually took out a black card? So, she immediately nodded and said, "Enough, enough. Then sir, please come in, I will immediately arrange for someone to take you to visit our most luxurious villa number 1. This villa is the most luxurious property that our company has ever sold, but because it was priced too high, many people couldn't afford it and it has been shelved." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay. Lead the way." Chapter 28, Spending a Ton of Money, Luxury Cars, and Mansions. After a while, the sales team's internal car picked up the group and set off. After speeding all the way, we finally arrived at the villa complex. The villas here are all independent and have a small garden inside, but there is nothing extra. Because these are small villas and do not have so many configurations. However, the whole family was dazzled by this series of small villas. These villas are all designed and each one is very beautiful. You know, the family had never thought about buying a villa before. Now, looking at this complex of villas, one's heart is simply blown away. These are just small villas. How luxurious must villa number 1, which is known as the king of villas here, be? Finally, as the car moved forward, the villas inside became larger and larger, and the medium-sized villas had more configurations. There are fitness area, leisure area, small swimming pool, back garden, and front yard. In fact, the villa complex here is already very good, and it is the area chosen by most rich people. Because, in a small county town like theirs, there are not many rich people who can afford these villas. Therefore, there is no point in building too much, just enough is enough. As for villa number 1, no one has bought it since it was built. I always ask about the price and then decide not to buy something if I think it's not worth it. Of course, it's not because villa number 1 is not worth the price, but because no one has bought it for a long time and it has been sold at a price far below the cost price. However, in the end, it was not sold. This is why many rich people feel that it is totally unnecessary to spend so much money to buy such a big villa. This house is enough for us. It would be better to use the extra money for investment and make more money. The interior and exterior decoration of villa number 1 are both unique and can be regarded as the top notch in the county. However, because of its extreme luxury, it has lost its value. Everyone felt that it was not worth wasting money on a house. So, no one bought it. Finally, the car drove to the innermost part, and when we got here, there was only an oversized villa. How to say it? Its floor area is several times larger than the medium-sized villa we saw before. There is a huge back garden and a large swimming pool. Moreover, there is more than one swimming pool. There is one on the roof, one indoors, and one outdoors. There is more than one gym and the leisure area is also very spacious. In short, there are all kinds of facilities. The front yard is also very exquisite, and after entering the interior, you will be overwhelmed by an extremely luxurious atmosphere. It is magnificent, splendid, high-end and classy, and even the equipment inside is all smart home system. Moreover, the roof can be raised and lowered to open these functions. At night, you can even open the skylight in the living room and enjoy the starry sky. Even the toilet has super artificial intelligence. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang was amazed. As expected, I didn't understand the life of rich people, but I soon understood it. After looking around, Ling Yang made the decision without even thinking about it. Fuck, she's so nice, that's all, I'm very satisfied, how much money? The beautiful salesperson was stunned. What the hell? Just buy this? Don't you want to consider it? So, the saleswoman asked tremblingly, Sir, don't you even think about it? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, What are you considering? Didn't I say it? I'm very satisfied. How much is it? The beautiful saleswoman's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, Well, if you really want it, our company can give you a 20% discount. It only costs 80 million. Ling Yang was immediately shocked and said, What the hell? How much? 80 million? And they gave me a 20% discount? The beautiful saleswoman nodded and said, Yes, sir, the starting price of this house is 100 million. This is after the price has been reduced. The original price was 150 million. Hiss. Ling Yang took a breath of cold air. Oh my god. No wonder no one has bought this house. So, it's so expensive? However, when you think about the fact that there are so many villas worth 100 million yuan in first-tier cities, it is not surprising. Seeing Ling Yang thinking, the beautiful saleswoman quickly said, Sir, if you buy now, you can also enjoy our company's highest VIP service. You can enjoy free property management fees for 20 years, super VIP benefits, and even many unexpected special treatments in our company. As he said this, he took advantage of the fact that no one else was paying attention and winked at Ling Yang with an expression that said, You know what I mean. Seeing this, Ling Yang coughed lightly. Ahem, are there really so many special benefits? The beautiful saleswoman was delighted when she saw this. She immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, this is an exclusive service we launched for high-level VIPs, which ordinary VIP users cannot enjoy. Our company attaches great importance to high-level VIPs. We will definitely take customers as God and make each of our high-level VIP users absolutely satisfied. And sir, if you buy this villa, you will not only be a senior VIP user, but a super supreme VIP user, with greater privileges and more choices. After hearing this temptation, Ling Yang nodded seriously and said, Okay. That's it. By the way, let's add WeChat later. If there is any problem with this house, I can ask you to fix it. I can also better experience these super VIP benefits of your company. The beautiful girl was delighted to see this. He nodded immediately and said, Okay, I'll notify our manager and prepare the purchase contract and transfer procedures right away. Ling Yang nodded. After a while, a car arrived outside the villa, and soon, a middle-aged man with a few mistresses and a young man came here. When the middle-aged man came in, the beautiful salesperson exclaimed, Ha! Chairman, you're here too? The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, Xiaoling, you have done a great job. Which gentleman wants to purchase villa number 1? The beautiful saleswoman named Xiaoling hurriedly brought the chairman to Ling Yang. Chairman, this is the gentleman. After looking at Ling Yang, the middle-aged man immediately revealed a warm smile. Hello, sir. I am the chairman of this real estate company. I heard that you want to buy our flagship high-end villa, villa number 1. I rushed over immediately to receive you in person. Ling Yang glanced at the large group of gorgeous mistresses following behind the chairman, and then looked at the chairman's potbelly. He patted the chairman on the shoulder and said, I can see that you are still strong and healthy, chairman. I guess you are still as skilled as ever. The chairman was stunned. Then, he reacted immediately. Sir, you are really good at joking. It can be seen that you are a like-minded person. Then sir, how about we talk inside? Ling Yang smiled and said, sure. As soon as I saw you, I knew we could definitely become good friends. This is how all the greetings between rich people are, in fact, they are all for profit. Ling Yang also knew that such a real estate boss was a truly rich man. There is no harm in making more friends. So the two of them went in alone and started talking. Since you call me brother, from now on, we are brothers. I will call you brother from now on. The real estate boss said with a smile. Ling Yang nodded. That's great. I've always wanted to have a big shot like you. Oh, what big shot? I'm just a mechanic who builds houses. How can I be considered a big boss? On the contrary, brother, you spent a fortune to buy my flagship top-level villa, which is really extraordinary. Chapter 29 The Beautiful Salesperson Flirting. Ling Yang chuckled and said, Oh, brother, I can't compare to you. Compared with you, we are all small fry. As for me, I was just a little bit luckier. I just saw the pretty girl following behind my brother. Seeing Ling Yang talking about this topic, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then he nodded with an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh wow, it seems that you are also a sentimental person, eh? But I think those two beauties following you are not bad either. You are much better than those vulgar women around me. You must not drink too much. Young people should cherish their health. As the saying goes, youth is precious, but when you are middle-aged, you will only cry for your sister. Hearing this, Ling Yang looked at his brother in astonishment. What the hell? Brother, that's brilliant. I'd like to call you the strongest, brother, please accept my respect. Having said that, Ling Yang quickly bowed to his elder brother. The elder brother quickly waved his hands and said, Brother, there is no need to be like this, forget it, it can be seen that you are also a man of temperament. How about this, I have made friends with you, and now I will tell you the truth. This villa is really a loss-making deal. It cost 130 million to buy, and the original price was 200 million. However, considering that the wealthy people in the surrounding area would not be able to spend so much money to buy it, the initial price was set at 150 million. However, unexpectedly, in the end, no one bought it and it has remained vacant for several years. My brother looked at it and even swore that whoever bought this villa would be my, Chu Tianbai's best friend in the future. Because of this villa, I have been in debt for many years. Now after selling other villas, I can barely make back my investment. On the surface, I am the largest real estate tycoon in this county. But only I know that I am just a hollow boss. Now, my brother is willing to buy this villa. This really helped my brother a lot. He had a project recently and was short of some money. With this capital back, he felt more at ease. I won't say anything more, brother. From now on, in this small piece of land in the county, you will be the one who has the final say. If you have any problem, just tell me and I will definitely help you. I am one of the best in both the black and white worlds. As long as I say one, no one dares to say no. Ling Yang swallowed. What the hell? Damn, I couldn't tell that he is such a ruthless person. However, for those who have achieved this level of success in real estate, how many of them find it easy? Thinking of this, Ling Yang also said excitedly, That's great, I will rely on you from now on. Oh, what are you talking about? By the way, brother, what our company lacks the most is beautiful women with high looks. It can be seen that you are a like-minded person. You are always welcome to come to the company to play. Brother, I promise to pick out some of the hottest, sexiest, and most beautiful ones for you to taste. What the hell? I won't say anything more. Brother, you are an expert in this area. I need to learn from you. In this way, the two of them had a great conversation and felt that they had met each other too late. The two of them walked out arm in arm, like good brothers who had been separated for many years. After going out, everyone was completely stunned when they saw this scene. I go? What did they talk about in there? So excited and happy? Soon, a series of procedures were completed. Looking at the property certificate in his hand, Ling Yang couldn't help but sigh. It's different when you have money. You can enjoy the best treatment for everything, it's really fast. Perhaps, this brother was really worried about this house. After Ling Yang swiped the card, his eyes suddenly filled with tears. Woohoo! Finally it was sold. Fortunately, I didn't lose it all. At least, I got back a little bit of my money. He didn't lie about this villa. He really spent a huge amount of money to build it, and now he is still selling it at a discount. However, he was satisfied to be able to get this price. He was afraid that once he shouted out 100 million, his brother would be scared away again. There is no way, just lose some money. Brother, that's fine. This house is yours. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Otherwise, the assistants, will stay with you to help you organize and clean the new house. After seeing Wang Beishan's sincere eyes, Ling Yang was also deeply moved. There's no way. Now that this man has money, he likes to help more girls out of their misery. Ling Yang is no exception. He has now figured it out. Now that he has money, he should help these girls who are in a period of confusion and provide them with more benefits. I hope they can be freed from the sea of suffering as soon as possible, so that they don't have to wander around the world anymore. I just can't bear to see these girls suffer, so I want to give them a warm home. However, these girls in front of him have been rescued by their brother. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others love, so Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Our family will clean up the house by ourselves. No need to trouble you. I'll come to have tea with you some other day." Chu Tianba looked at the two little girls beside Ling Yang, nodded in understanding and said, Oka, no problem, brother, we really met too late. Okay, remember to contact me, we VE added each other on WeChat. However, I may be busy most of the time and unable to see your messages. So, brother, if I don't reply to your message, you have to be patient and call me directly. Ling Yang made an odd gesture with an expression that said, you understand, I understand, and everyone understands. Seeing Ling Yang's expression, Chu Tianba also knew that there were many things that could not be said here. So, he nodded and said, okay, then I'll go first. Ling Yang nodded. Just like that, the family watched Chu Tianba leave. At this time, only the beautiful saleswoman and Ling Yang's family were left. Looking at the furniture in this house, I found that it had all kinds of things, and everything was spotless, so there was no need to clean at all. At this time, the beautiful saleswoman came forward and said to Ling Yang, hello, Mr. Ling, we have always hired a cleaner to clean here every day. So, basically, there is no need to clean or anything. So, do you want to keep this cleaning lady for you? Will she be hired by Mr. Ling in the future? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, it's okay. I will hire a cleaning lady myself. It's not a big deal. The saleswoman also knew that this was their freedom, so she smiled and nodded and said, well, does Mr. Ling have any other requests? Our company can satisfy them. She kept winking at Ling Yang. Seeing this, Ling Yang shook his head and said, for now, no need, let's change today. Chapter 30. Sign in for 1 month and get a commercial street as a reward. The beautiful saleswoman immediately understood Ling Yang's hidden meaning, so she smiled and nodded and said, okay, then Mr. Ling, I will take you to get used to these functions of the house. Oh, that's fine. In this way, the beautiful saleswoman led Ling Yang to become more familiar with the smart home system at home. Moreover, while leading, she kept showing off her beautiful figure, exposing all kinds of bones, as if she was afraid that Ling Yang couldn't see it. This scene also made Ling Yang's blood boil. Come to think of it, he was just an unemployed loser before. Although he made some money from stock trading, he had always been loyal to his wife and could even resist the temptation of his sister-in-law. However, later, after divorcing his wife and having sex with his sister-in-law, the door to his new world was completely opened. I didn't expect this feeling to be so sour and refreshing, and every woman feels different. This experience is truly amazing. Moreover, he was deeply heartbroken by Lin Mengwei, and now he has completely given up on being loyal to love. However, I will definitely put my sister-in-law first. At least, I will not abandon her. Anyway, when it comes to sex, isn't it okay to just not take it too seriously? So, halfway through, Ling Yang looked at this coquettish woman and took advantage of her without any hesitation to take advantage of her. Moreover, I felt an inexplicably strong stimulation from it. This kind of stimulation aroused a certain attribute in Ling Yang, making him unable to extricate himself. After a series of familiarization, Ling Yang finally grasped the core key. After seeing that Ling Yang looked familiar, the beautiful salesperson threw him a wink and left. He also made a gesture to Ling Yang, reminding him to call. Ling Yang responded with an odd gesture. Soon, the whole family was dazzled by the huge villa. After a while, Lin Mengyao said to Ling Yang, I have chosen our master bedroom, let's live in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The environment there is the best and the scenery is the most convenient. What do you think? Moreover, this master bedroom is very spacious, even more spacious than their previous house. There are all kinds of facilities inside. I never thought that a master bedroom could be as big as a house. It is really poverty that limits my imagination. I love you so much, moi. Having said that, Lin Mengyao hugged Ling Yang and kissed him madly. Seeing this scene, Lin Mengwei, who was standing aside, felt extremely jealous. In fact, all of this belonged to her. But now, epsilon equals omicron, alas. It seems that I am not destined to be a rich wife after all. However, she was a little unwilling. So, she said directly, never mind, Ling Yang, I also have a share of this house, and I have chosen a room. I will live in the secondary bedroom next to your master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Oh. Sister? What's up? Haven't you had enough of listening to radio dramas? Ling Yang suddenly felt ashamed. She is worthy of being my sister-in-law. How dare you say such things? Sure enough, Lin Mengwei's pretty face suddenly turned red. However, he still said, I don't care, it's decided. There was no choice but to let her go. The two elders waved their hands and said, you young people can do whatever you want. We don't care about anything. We old couple can just live in the master bedroom on the 1st floor. The two elders have learned their lesson now and let them handle the fight on their own. They didn't get involved. So, the family went back to pack up, locked the old house, and moved into the villa. Time flies. A month passed in a flash. After a month of getting along and adapting to each other, the family is finally much more harmonious than before. Now, the family has adapted to the fact that Ling Yang has changed from the eldest brother-in-law to the younger brother-in-law. Lin Mengwei also gradually adapted to her situation, from being a wife to an ex-wife, and then to a sister-in-law. Lin Mengyao also got used to it and called Ling Yang husband sweetly every day. Moreover, nowadays, neither of them is working, and since they are both well off, they spend the whole day together. Ling Yang also developed his sister-in-law thoroughly, even more thoroughly than Lin Mengwei did. Moreover, Ling Yang's body is simply amazing. To be honest, anything produced by the system must be of high quality. This bodybuilding card is simply awesome. Ling Yang's body is now as indestructible as a diamond, and his energy seems to be endless, for a month. Lin Mengyao became much more rosy than before, her face was full of red glow, and she had completely transformed from a girl into a mature and charming woman. Congratulations to the main silver, you have successfully signed in for a month. Complete the novice full month sign-in reward task and get a gift package for signing in for a month. Excuse me, Master Silver, do you want to open the gift package for 1 month of cumulative sign-in? Ling Yang, who had just woken up from his sleep, was stunned. What is this? A gift package for signing in for a month? Yes, Master Silver, it has been a month, don't you get rewards for signing in every day? Among them, there will be a big gift package for cumulative monthly sign-ins. There is one every month. What the hell? What a thoughtful system, it's really Ginkgo-like. Fine, open it. Let me see what treasures I can get this time. Ding. The gift package for signing in for 1 month is being opened. Ding. The gift package was opened successfully. Congratulations to the owner for winning Commercial Street 1, Canvas Bag 1, Flower Pants 1, Old North, Beijing Flip Flops 1, Temperament Card 1. Listen to this weird reward. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. What the hell? I know this Commercial Street, it's very valuable, but why the hell are you giving me canvas bags, flowery shorts, and flip-flops? Hee, in order to better bring out the main silver's melancholy and low-key temperament, this system is very Ginkgoized and specially supported exclusively. By the way, this temperament card and these props must be used together, otherwise, it will not work. The rights and interests of the commercial street will also be recovered by the system. These are standard for collecting rent. Come on, main bank, hurry up and collect rent. Otherwise, your family will be unable to make ends meet. Well, Ling Yang was speechless for a while. Damn, don't you know how tiring it is to collect rent? For a whole street? How can I handle so much money? Hee, don't panic, Master Silver. Didn't I give you a canvas bag given by the system? This is a canvas bag from the Shumi space. It can hold tens of billions of dollars. What are you panicking about? It's a product of the system, it's a top quality product. Don't underestimate these flip-flops. When you put them on, you can sprint at full speed and run 380 yards, which is faster than the Harmony Express, okay? What? Are you still not satisfied? These flowered shorts are bulletproof, quality guaranteed, and can definitely handle the ups and downs of your main bank. Oh. After hearing the system's explanation, Ling Yang was completely stunned. What the hell? Does this have to be so awesome? Then if I put it on, wouldn't I become a Superman? When I thought of myself wearing flowery shorts, a canvas bag, and flip-flops saving the earth, I immediately shuddered. Oh my god, isn't this more eye-catching than Superman wearing his underwear outside his body? Chapter 31 Flip-flops, floral shorts, and canvas bags are standard for collecting rent. After knowing how awesome this series of equipment was, Ling Yang no longer had any aversion to it. So, just accept all of them. Looking at the large flowered shorts, canvas bags, flip-flops, and dozens of large keychains that were densely packed and terrifying, Ling Yang swallowed, went to the living room and took it out. I saw that there was no space on the coffee table for all the keys. Oh my god? So many keys? It's really a commercial street. It's outrageous. Hee, master, do you like it? Xiao AI is very ginkgo-like, right? Ling Yang chuckled and said, of course, it's really ginkgo-like. Although I feel that you want to be lazy and just find a reason to give me these rewards. However, this feeling of getting something for nothing is so great. I worked so hard for 3 years that my eyes were bleeding. I only made 10 million, but now, you just give me something that I could never earn in my whole life. Little AI said with a chuckle. Of course. Master, I am a personal growth system, and the smartest one among them. It is very ginkgo-like. If you follow Xiao AI, I guarantee you will have good things to eat and drink. Ling Yang felt more and more that this guy must be a human. However, these have nothing to do with him. As long as there are good things, why should he care? So, I took out the temperament card and used it directly. After all, this thing has a time limit. If he doesn't use it soon, he's afraid that he'll forget about it in a few days. After using the temperament card, Ling Yang didn't feel anything after a while. Huh? Why don't you feel anything? The function of the temperament card is to enhance the personal temperament and charm of the owner, so the owner himself does not feel much. However, when outsiders see the master, they will immediately have an illusion of being stunningly beautiful, and even think that the master picking her nose is the most elegant thing in the world. What the hell? How can this not be awesome? It's great stuff. Of course not, anything produced by Xiao AI must be of the highest quality. TSK, I told you you're fat and you're panting? Carrot. Seeing that the system was a little emotional, Ling Yang became more certain that there might be a girl installed in it. Seeing that the system ignored him, Ling Yang put on the big flowered shorts, which also came with a small waistcoat. So Ling Yang put it on as well, thinking that this thing might also be bulletproof. After getting dressed, he put on his flip-flops and carried a canvas bag on his shoulder, looking like a typical successful person. At this moment, Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao both rubbed their sleepy eyes and walked down from upstairs. It seemed that the two women had just gotten up and came down not long ago. When the two girls came to the living room downstairs, they happened to see Ling Yang dressed like this. Oh my god? Who is it? What the hell? Is there a thief in the house? The two women exclaimed at the same time. Ling Yang was also startled by the sudden noise of the two women. Oh shit? Don't you know that scaring people to death is scary? Ling Yang said unhappily. After hearing Ling Yang's voice, the two girls rubbed their eyes and looked at Ling Yang in disbelief. Oh my god? Ling Yang? What are you doing so early in the morning? The two girls asked at the same time in confusion. Ling Yang pouted and said, Nua, Aren't we going to collect the rent? It's so annoying. I have to collect rent from every household. I don't know if I can finish it in one day. Oh. What? Collect rent? One day? When the two women heard this, they were shocked and looked at the densely packed keys on the table. The two women were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Oh my God? So many keys? Ling Yang? Where did you get so many properties? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Oh, it's a commercial street that I just bought not long ago, and I haven't had time to tell you about it yet. Oh, by the way, it was purchased with funds other than 100 million. 100 million is just my cash funds, and this commercial street is also mine." Oh my God. After hearing this explosive news, the two women almost staggered and fell. This is so exciting. Ling Yang not only has 100 million in cash, but also a commercial street? Oh my God. How terrifying. At this time, Lin Mengwei said angrily, "Ling Yang, you are hiding it well enough? I have slept with you for so many years, but I haven't discovered that you are a black-bellied bitch. Isn't he a bit too scheming? He has earned so much money without telling me? And he didn't even let me know a little bit? Tell me, did you do this on purpose all along so that I would be disappointed in you and divorce you so that you could marry a more beautiful girl? And my younger sister just happened to be there? She bumped into your arms? Are you thinking of going all out and marrying both of my sisters? It just so happens that marrying a sister-in-law can also satisfy your psychological satisfaction, right? I heard that on the internet. Sisters-in-law are the intimate little cotton-padded jackets of their brothers-in-law. Is there any brother-in-law who doesn't like his sister-in-law? I know that none of you men are good. Listening to Lin Mengwei talking a lot, Ling Yang was completely speechless. Whatever you want to think. Goodbye, I have to go collect the rent. As he spoke, he opened the canvas bag, put all the keys on the table into it, then picked up the canvas bag and walked out. When Lin Mengyao saw Ling Yang was about to leave, she quickly said to him, "Hubby, wait a minute, I'll go too." What? You want to go too? You're going to wear this nightgown? Lin Mengyao smiled and said, "Isn't this the taste of a landlady?" Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's go." Lin Mengyao chuckled and quickly caught up with Ling Yang. She took Ling Yang's arm and skipped out with a sweet look on her face. Looking at the two people's sweet backs, Lin Mengwei was stunned. I go? Ling Yang, you're such a bastard. Is this the man who abandons his wife after getting rich? It's really abominable. Lin Mengwei, who was standing still, stomped her feet hard, gritted her teeth, and chased after him. She wanted to see how big this commercial street in Lingyan was. After a while, they caught up with the two people who were just about to get on the car. Wait a minute, I'll go too. Oh? What are you going to do? Ling Yang asked back. Seeing Ling Yang's attitude, Lin Mengwei said unhappily, "What's wrong? You don't allow me to go and take a look? At least let me feel a little involved? After all, I am also your ex-wife, right? Now that you've become rich, you want to kick me out completely? No matter how hard you try, I've slept with you for so long. Don't judge by the monk, judge by the Buddha. Even if there is no merit, there must be hard work, right? I have spent my youth on you. You can't leave me with nothing, right? Anyway, I don't care, but you have to give me food, right?" Ling Yang rolled his eyes at Lin Mengwei in annoyance and said directly, "Hey? Is it the top, a mouthful of noodles, and then eating, or the bottom, a mouthful of noodles, and then eating?" Chapter 32, Encountering Class Beauties Taunting. Omega? In an instant, Lin Mengwei's cheeks turned red. Even she couldn't stand being teased by her ex-husband and current brother-in-law in front of her younger sister. Good job. It's also directly asked whether to eat it from the top or from the bottom? What's the matter? Let me tell you, it's noodles. Do you dare to eat with me? Aren't you afraid that my little sister will open the top of your head? However, when I thought about it, if I didn't fight back when being teased, it would not be in line with my character. So, Lin Mengwei said unhappily, "Okay? Then do you want to eat the noodles? Or eat the noodles? I don't mind, anyway, I've eaten a lot before, but if I give it to you, do you dare to eat it?" Oh. Ling Yang was also stunned. Ouch. This girl, after divorcing me, is more open-minded than before? Before, if I had said these things to her, I would have definitely received a slap in the face. But now, when I teased her like this, she started teasing me back? However, how can a grown man like me be suppressed by a woman? So, Ling Yang took a step forward, lifted Lin Mengwei's chin with an evil smile on his face. Looking at Lin Mengwei, he said, "Do you know that you are playing with fire? Be careful, if the fire starts, you may not be able to put it out." After being teased by Ling Yang, Lin Mengwei also got angry. She took the initiative and pressed Ling Yang against the carriage, holding him at close range. Then, he put his hands on Ling Yang's chest, leaned forward, and pressed tightly against Ling Yang. "Ling Yang? We know each other very well, how could I not know you? I can put out your little flame at any time." "Oh." Lin Mengyao, who was standing by, was stunned. "Hey, do you guys consider me as your current wife? Now, Ling Yang is my husband? Is this really okay for you?" However, she felt a little guilty when she thought that it was her insertion that took away her sister's man. So, he pretended not to see it, pouted, opened the passenger seat and sat in. Lin Mengwei also knew that one had to be careful when joking, otherwise her younger sister would definitely get angry. "Play with me? You're too young. I know every inch of your skin very well, so don't tease me. Otherwise, be careful. I'll light a fire and I won't be able to put it out." Ling Yang was speechless for a while. My goodness, this woman, why didn't I realize before that she was so fierce? No wonder my sister-in-law is so fierce? So, it's a genetic inheritance in their family? Ling Yang waved his hands and said, "TSK, you're talking as if I don't know every inch of your skin? To be honest, when I touch you now, it's just like touching me, there's no feeling at all, but you still feel good about yourself." "Ha? You? Ling Yang, you bastard, you make me so mad." Lin Mengwei was so angry that she didn't expect that no matter how much she said, it would be useless. In the end, she was stunned by the other party's words. There was nothing wrong with what Ling Yang said. They had been together for so many years. Although they had only been married for 3 years, that included the time they had spent in college. They have been together for 7 years. They are in the 7-year itch stage. But they obviously didn't get through the 7-year itch, and in the end, they broke up. What's more, this bastard married his younger sister and showed off their affection in front of him all day long. It's okay to show off their affection, the most important thing is that Ling Yang is so rich now. Moreover, she didn't get a penny, which was very frustrating. When I thought about how I had followed Ling Yang for so many years and had wasted my youth on him. But, in the end, all the fruits of his labor were reaped by his younger sister? How to describe this feeling? It's like, you finally leveled up a game account to the highest level, with all the equipment and a full set of gear, but in the end, it was hacked by someone else. Damn, that's the feeling. When she thought about how the fruits of her younger sister's enjoyment were all hers, but were taken away by mistake, she felt so regretful that her intestines turned green. Who would have thought that her angry divorce would actually force out her ex-husband's astonishing wealth? What is this? She was originally a wealthy lady, but she ruined everything by herself. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. Life is really unpredictable, and the big intestine is bound to the small intestine. Speed all the way. Following the system's prompts, Ling Yang finally arrived at his own commercial street. When he came here, Ling Yang was stunned. Unexpectedly, this commercial street is actually the bustling neighborhood in the county's most prosperous central area. The housing prices here are also the highest, and the rents are also the highest in the county. System? These are all mine? Yes, master, how is it? Are you satisfied? Now, all the property rights of these houses are yours. Moreover, I have tampered with the memories of these people. As long as you go there, they will make sure you pay the rent. Go now. If you are the main silver, if you can collect 100% of the rent within today, you can also trigger the title of the strongest landlord. Possessing the title of the strongest landlord can gain permanent buffs to physical strength, charm, energy, and endurance. Oh, okay, I'll go all out and collect rent like crazy. When I think about it, this street belongs to me, so there shouldn't be any problem parking my Wuling car anywhere, right? So, he just threw his Wuling car to the side of the road, picked up his big canvas bag and walked onto the street. The first store was a milk tea shop. After taking a look, Ling Yang took the two sisters and walked straight in. Just as they entered, suddenly, two very beautiful girls turned around and saw Ling Yang walking in with a big canvas bag, wearing flowery shorts, a flowery vest, and flip-flops. Ha! Old classmate? Hearing the voice, Ling Yang was stunned for a moment and looked up, because just now, he was lighting a Hardman cigarette and smoking it. When he looked up, he saw two beautiful girls looking at him with teasing eyes. Seeing these two beauties, Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" One of the beauties smiled and said, "Hey? Old classmate, how did you end up like this? Fortunately, you didn't agree when I pursued you before. Otherwise, I will be at a big loss." "Ha? You brought our school beauty with you? Not bad? Even though you are in such a mess, our school beauty is still following you?" After hearing the sarcastic words from the beautiful woman in front of him, Ling Yang suddenly remembered. "What the hell? Isn't this Lu Sweki, the beauty in my class in college? Oh, I remember now, Lu Sweki, right? Although I don't remember what you look like, your foul mouth is well known far and wide, and I remembered it immediately. Lu Sweki? Humph. Carrot. Ling Yang, you're still like this? You haven't changed at all." Ling Yang waved his hand, took a deep puff of Hardman. TSK, I just want this. Poor bastard, what era is it now? Why are you still smoking Hardman? Are you unsophisticated? Do you know what this is? Milk tea, do you want me to buy you a cup? Looking at your appearance, I guess you have never had milk tea, right? Ling Yang was stunned. After looking at this milk tea, I realized I have never drunk it before. So, he waved his hand and said, "Lu Sweki, your foul mouth is still the same as before, hasn't it changed at all? Do you know why I looked down on you before? It was because of your foul mouth and snobbish face." Humph. Ling Yang, why are you so proud? Do you know how much I am worth now? My husband is the deputy general manager of a listed company. He is very rich and his annual salary is several million. Look at you like this again? You are as shabby as you can be. Fortunately, you didn't like me at first, otherwise, I would have to starve to death with you. Hey! Is that old Wuling outside the door yours? It's not bad, at least it's a car. Not bad, you're still a car owner now. Hearing this woman mocking her husband like that, Lin Mengyao was about to speak up. Lin Mengwei couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She went up to him and slapped Lu Sweki on the face. Bang! A crisp slap shocked everyone. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang's eyelids twitched wildly. Oh my god, my ex-wife Lin Mengwei still has such a bad temper. Shut your stinky mouth. If you keep on talking, I'll tear your three mouths apart. Chapter 33, keep a low profile, it's just a few tens of thousands, just pocket money. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Everyone stared at the domineering Lin Mengwei in amazement. Even Ling Yang was a little surprised. She is worthy of being my ex-wife. Her hot temper hasn't changed. This was also one of the reasons why he liked her in the first place. He dares to love and hate, but in short, there is no woman in his heart at all. Lu Sweki on the opposite side was also stunned after being slapped. Then, she instantly became furious. You little rascal, you dare to hit me? Don't think I don't know how you chased Ling Yang back then? You little slut, you just made some progress in your relationship with Ling Yang and you left for the hotel. You paid for it yourself, you little bitch, you deserve to be poor with Ling Yang for the rest of your life. Lin Mengwei was stunned by Lu Sweki's retort, because, she was right, she paid for the house with her own money. But, so what? I want to, so what? When Lin Mengyao heard this, her eyes widened. Oh my god, I didn't expect that it was my elder sister who pursued my brother-in-law? You paid for your brother-in-law to go to a hotel when you just met him? Wow. It looks so irritating and exciting. I have to say, my sister really knows how to have fun. But when I think about it, I'm not bad at all. The early bird catches the worm. As soon as my elder sister got divorced, I took my brother-in-law to get the marriage certificate and entered the bridal chamber that very night. That was pretty fast, wasn't it? Otherwise, by now, my brother-in-law and sister would definitely have reunited. Then it's none of my business. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but sigh that this good man is what she should fight for. Finally, Lin Mengwei got so angry that she slapped him again. Bang! Lu Sweki, you'd better watch your stinky mouth, otherwise, I'll kill you, believe it or not. Lu Sweki on the opposite side was completely stunned. Finally, she also got furious. Ah! I'm so pissed off, you little bastard, I'm going to fight you. Lu Sueki also got angry and slapped Lin Mengwei in the face. However, at this moment, Ling Yang couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed Lu Sueki's wrist, and said unhappily, "Do you think you can hit my woman? Get out of the way." Having said that, Ling Yang pushed it to the other side. Lu Sueki looked at Ling Yang's fierce eyes and felt extremely aggrieved. No matter how to say it, Ling Yang was someone she once liked, but from the very beginning, Ling Yang didn't like her. Therefore, I turned from love to hate, which is why I targeted Ling Yang in various ways. Now, is it because Lin Mengwei hit him? This made her even angrier. Ling Yang, you are awesome. Do you have the ability to beat a woman? Besides beating a woman and living off her, what else do you have? In an instant, as soon as Lu Sueki said this, two vicious gazes came over. They belonged to the two sisters Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao. The two girls came forward with puffed cheeks and grabbed Lu Sueki up. Then, the two sisters attacked left and right. Bang bang bang. The two sisters were completely furious. Ling Yang was their husband, although one of them was his ex-wife and the other was his current wife. However, this does not affect the fact that Ling Yang is still their man. At this moment, how could they tolerate Ling Yang being spoken of like this by an outsider, a woman at that? They also knew that it would be difficult for Ling Yang to take action against this old woman. After all, once he took action, he would be branded as a woman beater. Therefore, it is most appropriate for them to take action at this time. The two sisters were seen beating each other while saying, "You stinky bitch, why are you so proud? How dare you talk about my husband? Do you know whether my husband is capable or not? Who do you think you are? You are nothing." Ling Yang was dumbfounded as he watched the two sisters beating Lu Sueki from both sides. Oh my god. What kind of deja vu is it to see these two sisters who married a doting husband? But this is also good, as it saves me the trouble of teaching this old woman a lesson. In a short while, Lu Sueki was beaten into a pig's head. Woo woo woo. Lu Sueki was beaten so hard that she cried. Who did I offend? Didn't you just say a few rude words to Ling Yang? He was beaten like this by his wife, what's wrong with him? You, just wait for me, I'll call my husband, and if he comes over, you'll be done. As she spoke, Lu Sueki started to make a phone call. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, husband, I was beaten. Next, Lu Sueki began to perform herself, showing off her tragic experiences and adding various exaggerations, telling her husband what happened here in a vivid manner. After the call, Lu Sueki said arrogantly, "You are done, my husband will be here soon, just wait, when he comes, your good days will be over." Lin Mengwei, I want you to know what a successful person is. A loser like your Ling Yang is only worthy of driving a Wuling magic car in this life. Do you know what car my husband drives? A BMW 7 Series, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. You probably won't be able to afford it in your lifetime. Wait a minute, I'll let you know what a truly rich person and the upper class are. A peasant like you, a poor bastard, will never understand them in your lifetime. You guys, in this life, are only worthy of driving a Wuling car and going to the vegetable market. After listening to Lu Sueki's long chatter, several people shook their heads and smiled, too lazy to pay attention to this short-sighted woman. Seeing that several people directly ignored her, Lu Sueki's self-esteem suffered an even greater critical blow. What's wrong? What are you looking at? What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Let me tell you, my husband's car is really worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's the kind you can never afford in your lifetime. Ling Yang shook his head, smiled and said, "Ah, Lu Sueki, after all these years, you are still this pitiful appearance with long hair and little knowledge. Forget it, forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to a woman like you. Just use your phone to check how much the world's most high-end 18-cylinder engine costs. Do you think this is just an ordinary Wuling car? This car, from the engine to the screws, is made of the best quality international brands. Its glass is bulletproof and it has a nitrogen accelerator, so it can fly at low altitude for a short period of time. It can also be used as a submarine in the sea or as a boat. This is a limited edition custom model. The cost of the modification alone is tens of millions, but even if I tell you, you definitely won't believe it, so let us not talk too much, bye-bye." Hearing Ling Yang's words, the two sisters' eyes widened and they said in disbelief, "Husband, did you really spend tens of millions to modify this car? Our family is rich now, but isn't it just over 100 million? It can't be built like this? With tens of millions, wouldn't it be nice to buy a luxury car?" Unexpectedly, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Hey, it's only a few tens of thousands. Ladies, don't stare at this small amount of tens of thousands. We should look forward and remember to be low-key. Just because I drive a modified Wuling car worth tens of thousands, do I have to tell everyone about it? Besides, it's only a few tens of thousands, it's just some pocket money." Chapter 34, Angry at the Gold Digger. TSK. Pretender. Lu Sueki said with a sneer. Seeing Lu Sueki's disbelieving look, Ling Yang spread his hands. Anyway, there's no point in saying anything to a woman like this. So, I didn't bother to pay attention to her, and went straight to the store and said to the girl selling milk tea, "Where is your boss?" The little sister asked in confusion, "Oh? Sir, what do you want to talk to our boss about?" Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Oh, nothing much, just came to collect this month's rent." Hearing that they were here to collect rent, the milk tea girl didn't dare to be careless and said to Ling Yang, "The boss is upstairs, then I'll notify him." "Well, okay, you call him." "Oh, huh? Collecting rent?" "Sure, Ling Yang, have you found a job collecting rent for the landlord? How much does it cost per month? Is it 1,500? Lu Sueki said with contempt. Ling Yang simply didn't bother to pay attention to her. Seeing that Ling Yang ignored her, Lu Sueki became even more unscrupulous. "Oh? You have nothing to say? Did I get it right? TSK, as expected, a poor guy is a poor guy." Then, he looked at Lin Mengwei again and said sarcastically, TSK, a poor guy and a poor bitch, they are really a match made in heaven." Ha ha ha. After Lu Sueki finished speaking, everyone frowned. This woman's words are so poisonous. Many outsiders shook their heads. They didn't expect that this girl was not bad looking and was quite pretty. But, this mouth is even stinkier than the feces in the toilet? Ling Yang was also angered by this sentence. "Shut up. Lu Sueki, don't push your luck. I don't want to bother with you. You'd better stop jumping around. Okay, do you think that those who have money are the bosses? And those who have no money are losers? Isn't it?" Lu Sueki said self-righteously. Ling Yang sneered. "Okay, very good. It was the right decision for me not to like you in the first place. A snobbish woman like you is really nothing. We are all garbage inside and out, we are all born equal, no one is superior to anyone else. No matter how awesome your status is or how much money you have, after you die of a cold, one tea you still be pushed into the furnace and burned to ashes? A $1 lighter can still light thousands or even tens of thousands of cigars. Don't think that you can show off just because you are pretty. Let me tell you, truly high-quality men can sleep with you or replace you. To them, you are just a cheap commodity. A woman who can be bought with money will always be an accessory to a man. No rich man will have any feelings for a commodity with a clear price tag. I admit that you are still quite pretty now, but think about it, how many years of youth do you have left? Who will want you when you are old and ugly? You have to remember that there are many women, especially beautiful women, in this world, and you are not missing one. For high-quality men, the chances of them meeting beautiful women are very high, and there are many of them, so they don't need one more like you. Moreover, new people replace old ones every year. As long as a man gets tired of you, you are worthless. Every year, there are young and beautiful 18-year-old girls entering the society. So, your youth and beauty are compared with theirs? Are you sure you are more youthful and beautiful than them? And not every man is always poor and destitute. I was who I was before, and I am who I am now. Maybe in the past, I would give in to you and not argue with you. Today, I can still give in to you and not argue with a short-sighted woman like you. But I can also ruin your reputation. Don't think that I don't know about the bad things you did in school. But, I have always been concerned about the friendship between classmates and did not expose you. You think it is true and no one knows what you have done, right? When you were in college, you had 2 abortions for the rich second-generation kid in the class next to you. Afterwards, you took a half-year leave of absence. You told others that something was wrong with you, but in fact, there was something wrong with your body. You had endometritis, and the second time it was an ectopic pregnancy, which led to a uterine infection. After resting at home for half a year, you returned to school. In your junior year, you got together with another rich second-generation kid and had another abortion. As a result, this time, you have completely developed habitual miscarriages and will never be able to conceive a child again in your lifetime. Moreover, the uterus is completely useless, so why are you so proud? I don't know if your husband knows about this now? But, tell me, if I tell him about this later, do you think he will still live with you? After hearing this, Lu Sueki looked at Ling Yang with a completely pale face. No. Impossible, impossible. I have never told anyone about these things. How did you know? Ling Yang sneered and said, do you really want to know? Lu Sueki said with red eyes, you investigated me? Ling Yang curled his lips and sneered, investigate you? You really know how to flatter yourself? Why am I investigating you? Your attending doctor is my cousin. That time, I also went to the hospital and saw you coming out of his consulting room. After I went in, I told my cousin that you were my classmate and pursued me. Then, my cousin told me that even if all the women in the world died, I would not want a woman like you. Now, do you understand? If my cousin hadn't told me this, I wouldn't have known what kind of person you, Lu Sueki, are. On weekdays, apart from having a bad mouth, he is also such an undisciplined person in life. Therefore, a woman like you will never be able to get close to a rich man in your life. Because you are not even qualified to be a mistress of a rich man, you are not worthy. This time, Ling Yang was really angry. Otherwise, he would not bother to haggle with a woman, but this stinky mouth was so poisonous that it simply poisoned his heart. If I don't teach her a lesson, I'd be feeling really sorry for myself. At this moment, several cars stopped at the door. Immediately afterwards, a large group of people got off the car. The leading man walked in arrogantly. What the hell, who dares to bully my wife? When she saw the person coming, Lu Sueki's eyes suddenly became panicked, fearing that Ling Yang would expose her ugly deeds, so she hurried to greet him. Hubby, it's okay. The people who bullied me ran away when they heard you coming. It's okay now. Let's go home. The young man who had just walked in looked around and immediately asked in confusion, really? Really, husband, let's go, it's okay. However, when the young man arrived here, he saw the two sisters Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei as soon as he entered the door. He looked at the two sisters with an evil smile, and suddenly pushed Lu Sueki aside and said, okay, let's go. Go wait for me in the car first. As he said that, he walked up to the two sisters Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei and said, hello, two beauties, how about I treat you to a cup of milk tea? While saying this, he also tried to touch the two sisters. The two sisters immediately frowned and said, who are you? You'd better keep your hands off me, or you'll be courting death. The young man sneered. Wow, it's quite strong, but I like strong ones. Having said that, he went straight to touch the two sisters. If you dare to touch them, do you believe I will break your arm? Chapter 35. He is not from this street, but this street is his. Ling Yang's calm voice came. The two sisters quickly hid behind Ling Yang. Seeing Ling Yang meddling in other people's business, the young man narrowed his eyes. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, don't you? Minding your own business? One is my ex-wife and the other is my wife. You say I am meddling in other people's business? Ling Yang said with a smile. Oh. Everyone was stunned. Wow, that's awesome. You are quite talented for bringing your ex-wife and wife out shopping. The young man opposite was also stunned. Then, he smiled and said, wow, not bad, sisters? Okay, brother, I admire you, but I like these two sisters. Let's make a deal. I'll give you 1 million and let your ex-wife and wife accompany me for a month. How about 1 million? That's more money than you can earn in your lifetime. How about that? It's only been a month. How about I have someone send them back after a month? 1 million a month is not a small amount. Think about it. I'm thinking about your mom. In an instant, Ling Yang made a move, flashed close to him, and kicked him away. Oh shit, I'm going to fall to death, damn it, you little brat, you don't want to drink my toast, come on, brothers, kill him for me. Yes, big brother. In an instant, more than a dozen young men rushed towards Ling Yang with steel pipes. Looking at these dozen thugs, he was not panicked at all. He just threw a flying knee and knocked a young man away. With a loud bang, the young man flew out and hit the car outside hard. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang did a spinning kick and kicked another one away. After a while, all the dozen or so thugs were knocked down by Ling Yang alone. The fight was so intense that the front desk of the milk tea shop was even destroyed, and many tables and chairs were broken. After a while, the fierce fighting sound here quickly attracted passers-by and store managers around. At the same time, the owner of the milk tea shop also rushed into the store. He lived in a high-rise apartment on this commercial street. After receiving a call from the clerk and learning that the landlord had come to collect rent, he rushed to the bank to withdraw money. Just got to the store now. When he arrived at the store, he happened to see this scene. He hurried forward to look at the smashed store and swallowed his saliva. However, these were broken by the landlord. Do you want him to compensate you? Or not compensate? However, he still asked with concern, "Hey, landlord, what's going on? Why is there a fight?" When Ling Yang saw the man, he said to him, "Oh, I'm just teaching a few ignorant kids a lesson." After a while, more than a dozen business owners came forward to ask about Ling Yang's well-being. "Hey, landlord, are you okay?" "Don't worry, we have called the police and they should be here soon. These people are really blind. It is really outrageous to dare to touch the landlord." Seeing these people caring about him, Ling Yang laughed and said, "Thank you for your concern, bosses. I feel deeply guilty for delaying your business." "Hey, landlord, what are you talking about? However, business has been bad recently. I wonder if we can postpone the rent for a few days. We can immediately collect the rent and pay the landlord back." Ling Yang was stunned. He also knows that many businesses have been greatly affected recently. So, he nodded and said, "Okay. But from now on, just give the rent directly to my wife. It's only a few million a month, I'm too lazy to collect it." Hiss. When everyone around heard this, their eyes widened. Oh my god. This is millions. I'm too lazy to collect the rent because it's too troublesome. Then, Ling Yang said to Lin Mengyao, "Yao Yao, come here and meet these bosses. Starting from next month, this street will be yours to collect rent. You can keep the rent you receive as pocket money. A few million a month should be enough for your daily expenses, right?" Hiss. Oh my god. Everyone present widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. At the same time, Lu Sueki was also staring at the scene in amazement. At this time, Lin Mengyao laughed and said, "Hubby, I can't handle this street by myself. How about my sister help me collect it?" Ling Yang looked at Lin Mengwei beside him, then nodded and said, "Okay, you two sisters can collect the money yourselves, and you can do whatever you want with the money you receive. It's just a small amount, so you don't need to report it to me. You two sisters can keep it as pocket money." "Oh. Pocket money?" Lu Sueki muttered to herself for a long time. Pocket money? Oh my god. Millions of pocket money, for a month? What is Ling Yang's identity? Then, he quickly pulled over a business owner and asked in shock, "Who is this Ling Yang? What is his identity?" The shop owner snorted coldly and said to Lu Sueki unhappily, "Who? Who are you asking him? Mr. Ling is right. A woman like you will never be rich in this life. The real rich man is in front of you, but you still don't know it? Do you know that Mr. Ling does not belong to this street, but this commercial street belongs to Mr. Ling? TSK, it's nothing, go figure it out yourself." To this day, no one knows how much Mr. Ling's assets are. Mr. Ling is a good person in every way, except that he is too low-key. Mr. Ling is the person I admire the most. He is very low-key, young, rich, and successful in his career. Do you know that the market price of a shop like this is now over 1 million yuan, and it's just a storefront, a very small one? Bigger shops can easily cost several million, but this entire street belongs to Mr. Ling. TSK, how terrifying is Mr. Ling's net worth, no one knows it yet. Oh. Lu Sueki was completely stunned. Oh my god. What is Ling Yang's identity? This whole street actually belongs to him? That is fine, but the rent for this entire street is at least 1 million a month. But, just give it to your wife as pocket money? Oh my god. Could it be that Ling Yang's true identity has always been hidden? In fact, he is the real rich son-in-law. She had heard that truly wealthy people were very low-key. Now, she finally understood. That's how it was. Ling Yang is the real top boss who is the most hidden, the legendary real tycoon. No wonder, before, even though I pursued him so hard, he never even looked at me. I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and found that the clown was actually me? Now, the shop owner's words kept echoing in her mind. He doesn't own this street, but this street belongs to him. Oh my god. At the beginning, I was blind and couldn't recognize the value of gold and jade. I missed a real hidden rich man in vain. No wonder Lin Mengwei was so quick to take the initiative and directly took Ling Yang to get a room. You know, at the beginning, I just paid a little money and took Ling Yang to get a room directly. Then, isn't it true that I am the rich lady now? The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. In an instant, he couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. Damn it, I missed out on hundreds of millions. Chapter 36. The whole network was shocked. Wuling Wang became a hot search. The young man was shocked to see his wife fainted, and quickly pinched Lu Sueki's Renjong point. After a while, Lu Sueki finally woke up. However, at this moment Lu Sueki finally understood that, in Ling Yang's eyes, she was really nothing. When she thought of this, she felt bitter. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. Why didn't I recognize the gold and jade at the beginning? If I had had a longer-term vision and had caught Ling Yang earlier, wouldn't I be a rich lady now? Moreover, when I was a freshman in college, I was also a very pure girl. There are even people who feel guilty for a long time after saying a swear word. However, she had always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family, but ended up being taken advantage of by her best friend and tricked into going to a nightclub. And then, not surprisingly, she was drunk, and the next day, her virginity was inexplicably taken away from her. What's more, there's more than one person. However, she was so drunk that she had no idea how many people were there. Anyway, there were quite a lot of people. Later, she completely gave up on herself and started a path of no return, and then she had an abortion for the rich second generation. Come to think of it, it's all my own fault. If I had been a well-behaved person and had not hung out with my best friend, how would I have ended up like this? Moreover, if I had pursued Ling Yang from the beginning and got him before Lin Mengwei, would I have a different ending now? However, these are irreversible. Looking at Lin Mengwei, she felt bitter. When the young man saw Lu Sueki wake up, he said angrily, "Bitch, I thought you were dead? You're not dead? If you're not dead, get back in the car now. I'll show you how I'll deal with you when I go back tonight." Hearing this, Lu Sueki's face changed. She knew that if the young man said this, she would be in trouble. But I can't do anything about it. There is no way. Every path I choose is my own. I have only myself to blame for my current situation. Then, the young man came in front of Ling Yang. "Oh? I didn't realize you were a landlord. But do you know who I am?" The young man said very arrogantly. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in who you are, but if you don't get out of here, I'll let you know who I am." "Good boy, you are quite arrogant. Okay, let me see what you can do to me. Do you know that I am the Deputy General Manager of the Sales Department of Choose Real Estate, a listed group? My brother-in-law is the sales director and my sister is the director of the finance department. They are both powerful figures in Chu Real Estate. They have connections in both the black and white worlds. Boy, do you believe that they can make you bankrupt with just one word? By then, none of your stores will be able to operate, and all of them will be closed down." Seeing the young man being so arrogant and exaggerating, Ling Yang was speechless. "What? Chu Real Estate? Right? So, are you scared?" the young man said arrogantly. Then, the young man continued, "Okay, if you were scared, just kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and then let your wife and ex-wife stay with me for a month, and this matter will be resolved. How do you think?" Looking at the arrogant young man, Ling Yang was completely speechless. Where does this guy get his confidence from? With this thought in mind, Ling Yang directly dialed Chu Tianba's number. Come to think of it, it's such a coincidence that this guy relies on Chu South Real Estate. And isn't this Chu Real Estate the property of Chu Tianba? Soon, Chu Tianba answered the phone. "Hey, bro, how come you suddenly have time to call me?" Chu Tianba's voice came from the other side. Then, Ling Yang told Chu Tianba everything about the young man. When Chu Tianba heard this, he was stunned. Then, he cursed, "Brother, give the phone to this brat. I want to see if this brat doesn't want to do this anymore." Ling Yang casually threw the phone to the young man. "Well, your boss is calling. I feel like it's an insult to my intelligence to argue with a small character like you. Go explain it to your dad yourself. In front of your dad, brag about how awesome your background is." The young man was completely stunned and looked at Ling Yang in amazement. Oh my god. No way? This kid, could it be that he really knows our boss? However, listening to the voice on the phone, it does look a bit similar. So he took the phone tremblingly. "Hello. Fuck you, don't you want to do this anymore? When your brother-in-law recommended you, I didn't think highly of you. As a result, you, kid, use the name of my company to show off your power and bully others everywhere? Damn it, you don't need to come tomorrow. Mr. Ling is my best friend. If you anger him, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow, chop you up and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. After he finished speaking, a busy tone sounded. The young man was completely frightened and his mind went blank. He really didn't expect that Ling Yang actually knew their boss and had such a close relationship with their boss. When I thought about it, the boss warned me that if I angered Ling Yang, he would chop me into pieces and feed me to the fish. With a plop. The young man was so frightened that his face turned pale and he immediately knelt down in front of Ling Yang. Master, I didn't know that you were such a close friend of our boss. I'm sorry, please spare my life. Bang! Bang! The young man was so frightened that he kowtowed to Ling Yang immediately. Bang! He even slapped himself in the face. Master, spare my life. Please forgive my mistakes and spare my life. I will never dare to do that again. From now on, I promise to stay away from you and never show up in front of you. Please spare my life. Everyone looked at the arrogant boy before, and then saw that Ling Yang had scared the young man into such a state with just one phone call, and they all gasped. Oh my god. What is Ling Yang's identity? However, think about it, how could such a big shot who owns a prosperous commercial street not have some connections? At the same time, this scene was once again live broadcasted on a short video platform by some young people. After a while, all the major live broadcast rooms exploded again. What the hell? Wuling Boss is back. Oh my god. Boss Wuling is really awesome. This bustling commercial street actually belongs to him? I am from Yunfeng County. This street is the most prosperous commercial street in the county. What a big shot who owns a street. It's incredible. The one above, I'm from here too. I won't say any more. My home is not far from here. I want to go and pay my respects to Wuling Boss himself. All in all, in less than half an hour, what happened here became popular all over the country again. Especially the last scene, where the young man kneeled down and begged for mercy, greatly stimulated the majority of netizens. TSK, who is this young man? What an idiot. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. He is a big shot who owns a prosperous commercial street. How can a little brat like him compare to him? That's right. Don't be fooled by the fact that Wuling Boss is driving a broken Wuling. I just heard him admit it personally. This Wuling car was modified by him at a cost of tens of millions. It is a perfect low-key luxury. Even such a big shot chooses Wuling, which shows that Wuling is worthy of its reputation as the pride of domestic products. In an instant, the title of Wuling, the pride of domestic products, directly became a hot search. Even the Wuling group was confused. I go? We didn't advertise? Why did it suddenly become a hot topic for no apparent reason? Chapter 37 The Strongest Landlord in History. The young man kowtowed for a long time. However, Ling Yang said nothing. Seeing this, the young man was completely at a loss. Master, please say something. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare my life. Now, the young man dared not move at all. If Ling Yang did not say in public that he would spare him, he dared to believe that after returning, Xu Tianba would definitely have him chopped into pieces and fed to the fish. This is not a joke to you, Xu Tianba. To have come this far, I have been ruthless and merciless, and I know how to examine and seize things. Whether he is in the black or white world, he is a big shot at the top level. A person who can build such a big industry is no joke. Moreover, his industry is not limited to this county. He also has many properties outside and spread all over the place. It's just that he is from this county. Basically, he stays in this county, but in other places, he is also a well-known figure. Which one is easy for a real estate group to be listed? Seeing that Ling Yang didn't say a word, Lu Sueki rushed over and knelt down in front of Ling Yang with a plop. Old classmate, I was ignorant before and offended you. Please let us go. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have offended you. Please forgive my husband. After hearing this, the young man finally reacted. What? You loser woman, it's you. As he said this, he slapped Lu Sueki hard on the face. Fuck, you stinky bitch, it's all your fault. You made me end up like this. I'm going to beat you to death. In all the major live broadcast rooms, seeing the young man beating his wife to death, people began to cyberbully the young man. What the hell? This guy is too lame. He can only beat his wife? What kind of person is this? I hate men who beat women the most. They are worthless. Brothers, hunt him down and let him know how sinister society is. This man is so disgusting, sisters. This kind of man is simply a fighter among scum, garbage among waste. In short, all kinds of insults filled the screen. Seeing how badly Lu Sueki was beaten, Ling Yang finally softened his heart. Although there must be something hateful about pitiful people, they are still my old classmates after all. So Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Okay, a real man, if you have the ability, go and conquer the world. What's the point of beating a woman? I don't want to waste time talking to you about the rest of the things, but regarding the fact that you just flirted with my wife, tell me what you should do?" My wife, even I can't bear to say a harsh word, but you are so bad, not only flirting with them? You also insult them? You even want to make them physically assault you, and even threaten to make them stay with you for a month and sleep with you? As the saying goes, you can tolerate your uncle, but you can't tolerate your aunt. Oh. After hearing this, the young man knew that if he didn't have an explanation for what happened today, he would not be able to leave the street. Thinking of this, the young man hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and took out a small knife. Just as the young man took out the knife, Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei were startled and hurriedly pulled Ling Yang back. However, Ling Yang comforted the two sisters and indicated that everything was fine. Then, the young man said to Ling Yang, "Mr. Ling, I'm sorry. I just teased the two ladies. I am willing to compensate you with a hand." Just when the young man was about to chop off his hands, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "All right." Hearing Ling Yang's words, the young man was delighted. Could it be that Ling Yang was going to let him go? However, the next words immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Chopping off a hand is a bit too much, just chop off a few fingers. Oh. In an instant, the entire network was shocked. Oh my god. It turns out that the Wuling boss is also such a domineering person. When the young man heard this, he completely gave up. However, when I think that a few fingers can save my life, it is worth it. So, the young man gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and chopped it down with a knife. Snap. I saw that his left hand, the middle finger, the ring finger, the little finger, 3 fingers, fell off. Suddenly, blood flowed out. The young man endured the severe pain, called out to Ling Yang and said, "Mr. Ling, are you satisfied?" Seeing this scene, Ling Yang waved his hands expressionlessly. "Okay, get out of here. Be careful from now on. If you dare to cause trouble again, not only will Chu Tianba not let you go, I will also send you to reincarnate as soon as possible. Don't doubt what I said, I can make you laugh, I can make you cry." Having said that, Ling Yang took Lin Mengyao's hand and walked away. Lin Mengwei looked back at Lu Sueki, who was already pale with fright and kneeling on the ground in a daze. Finally, Lin Mengwei sighed. No matter how you look at it, Lu Sueki was once one of his rivals for Ling Yang's love. After all, Ling Yang was a top student in college and he was also handsome. Which girl wouldn't like him? Ling Yang is one of the most handsome boys in their school. Many girls pursue him, even many beautiful young ladies have pursued Ling Yang. However, in the end, I took the initiative and captured Ling Yang, thus gaining the upper hand. However, at this moment, seeing Lu Sueki's end, she felt a little bit reluctant. But now, the two of them are from two different worlds, and she can't say anything. I can only say that it's fate. In fact, when I think about myself, how am I much better than Lu Sueki? Now, I have pushed Ling Yang away with my own hands, and let my younger sister enjoy all the fruits of her labor. And I am, at best, just an ex-wife. Whether or not he would get a good result would depend on whether Ling Yang still had any regard for his ex-wife. Next, the two sisters surrounded Ling Yang, one on the left and one on the right, and helped Ling Yang start the crazy rent collection mode. In the end, there was really no other choice. Ling Yang could only drive his own Wuling magic car, and the two sisters took cash from various stores on the left and right and threw it into the Wuling magic car. This scene was also broadcast live in major live broadcast rooms. Everyone looked at the two sisters, who were busy and happy, and were completely speechless when they saw bags of money being thrown directly into the car. Oh my god! The life of rich people is indeed so simple and unpretentious. Ling Yang held the steering wheel with one hand and held a Hardman in the other, looking very comfortable. What the hell? Comparing yourself to others makes you feel depressed. For this cool move, I give it full marks. I would like to call Mr. Wuling the strongest landlord in history. Awesome. Look at this situation, both the cousin and the sister have been taken down by the boss. It turns out that money is king. Not to mention that two sisters share one husband, the prerequisite is that they have to be rich. What the hell? The guy upstairs, your thoughts are very dangerous. This is terrible. TSK, the guy downstairs, I can tell you've never seen the world. Let me tell you, there's one in the village next to us, and his father-in-law died early. Oh my god? Is it so exciting? In that case, this is nothing to Wuling boss. Yeah. I just kissed my sister. It's normal. Chapter 38, when it comes to pretending to be cool, the temperament is so perfect. Oh wow, brother upstairs, you are awesome, I learned something new. So, they are just sisters, nothing to worry about. As expected, it is money that has messed up the world. Having money can change many things. In a word, having money really allows you to do whatever you want. That's right. It's more outrageous than this, little brother. You haven't seen it yet. But, it's inconvenient to talk about it here. How about I send you a private message to talk about it and let you learn more? That's great, bro. I'll add you. There was so much information on the public screen that it soon filled up the entire screen. From this we can see how great Ling Yang's influence is today. He is definitely a big internet celebrity, but now Ling Yang has no interest in live streaming. Otherwise, once he starts live streaming, he will definitely become a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans in an instant. At this time, Ling Yang was leisurely driving the Wuling magic car with one hand, and directing the two sisters with the other hand, collecting rent from one house after another. That aura, that look, that smug look, he is simply a complete pretender. Everyone looked at Ling Yang in the video with gnashing teeth. Depend on. Is this done on purpose to irritate people? Who still plays with cash these days? Why don't you just set up the entire WeChat group and let the merchant send the message directly to the group? Why do you have to ask your wives to come out and help you collect the cash? Don't you see that these two beautiful girls are so tired? You, on the other hand, are driving the Wuling magic car with one hand, looking so leisurely and comfortable. You are really pretentious. Many netizens even angrily responded, damn, what brand of plastic bag do you have? It can hold so much? However, Ling Yang was too lazy to care about these things and didn't know anything about them at all. But even if he knew, he wouldn't bother with these online trolls. These internet trolls are just a bunch of idle idiots. To use Zhang San's words, these idiots rely on their pitiful low IQs to highlight their stupidity on the internet all day long. In short, no matter what you do, there will always be trolls who will use their pitiful and weak IQ to troll you. They may even forcefully lower your IQ and then use their pitiful IQ to crush you. Anyway, these internet trolls are just a bunch of idiots who have no skills and just troll others all day long. Why do you bother with these idiots? A long time. The two sisters, panting, leaned against the car door and said to Ling Yang, this is too strenuous. Now, I finally understand what it means to count money until your hands cramp. It's so damn tiring. Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said, TSK, you have only received less than 1 million now? Your hand is cramped? If I withdraw all the money from the card, won't you count it until the new year? Hiss. When everyone around heard this, they all gasped. Oh my god. This guy is so pretentious. I guess it's a Yuhang brand plastic bag, it can hold so much stuff. Just this little temperament is perfectly grasped. However, when I think about the task assigned to me by the system, I must collect the rent today no matter what. Thinking of this, Ling Yang looked at Lu Sueki, who was still kneeling on the side of the road. This woman was now completely abandoned by her husband. When the young man was running away, he kicked her out of the car and threatened that she would never appear in front of him again in her life. He also called her an unlucky and spendthrift woman, and revealed that she was a mistress. It turned out that Lu Sueki was not the young man's wife at all. Just a mistress. Looking at Lu Sueki's hopeless look, Ling Yang shook his head and said, forget it, we are classmates after all. It looks like if we don't help her, we'll probably see on the news tomorrow that someone has jumped off a building, or there are various suicide cases. When Ling Yang thought of this, he felt compassion. This is not the Virgin Mary. But if Lu Sueki committed suicide because of what happened tonight, I would also feel a little guilty. It's a life after all. When she first entered college, Lu Sueki was a pretty good girl, but for some reason, she later became like that. However, when I entered school, everyone in the class looked down on me just because I was from the countryside. Only Lu Sueki was willing to approach me and often brought me breakfast. He knew that Lu Sueki liked him and was pursuing him, but she was not his type. Later, Lin Mengwei boldly declared her love for him, and after his relentless pursuit, he finally got together with Lin Mengwei. Otherwise, if Lin Mengwei had not intervened back then, he might have really had a relationship with Lu Sueki. When he thought of this, Ling Yang sighed. Forget it, just think of it as a good deed done by me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So Ling Yang backed the car to the side of Lu Sueki and said to her, Lu Sueki, I want to discuss something with you. After hearing what Ling Yang said, Lu Sueki looked up in confusion and asked casually, what's the matter? Ling Yang said casually, nothing, you should not be at work now, right? Lu Sueki looked at Ling Yang in confusion, but still nodded and said, well, I haven't worked for many years. Ling Yang shook his head. Sure enough, my guess was correct, this woman was looking for someone to support her. However, these have nothing to do with him. He was just giving her a hand, and whether she was willing to accept it was her business. So Ling Yang nodded and said, then I will hire you as the manager of this street to collect rent for me. Are you willing? As for salary, I will give you a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. You are only responsible for collecting rent here every month, which should be considered very easy. 3,000 yuan is barely enough for your living expenses. Are you willing? Don't think too much. I'm not pitying you or insulting you. I just don't want to see a good girl become like this. I still remember that when I first entered school, you were the only one who didn't look down on me, so as our old classmate, I will give you one last piece of advice. You don't have to rely on others throughout your life. You can also have a wonderful life relying on yourself. No matter how powerful your backer is, it will fall. Only by relying on yourself can you win the future. Otherwise, you will live your life in vain. As for whether you are willing to listen or not, it is your business. Your ability is not bad. If you are willing, I can help you this time, just as a way to repay you for buying me breakfast. I, Ling Yang, have always been one who repays kindness with kindness and grievances with grievances. Everything has a cause and an effect. You insulted me, and I will make you feel ashamed. I will not erase the kindness you showed me in the past. Now, I will still give you a chance. After listening to Ling Yang's words, everyone fell silent. I didn't expect that Ling Yang is so loyal and righteous. Even though this woman treated him like this before, he was still able to repay evil with kindness. This is what a real man should do. Repay kindness with kindness and repay hatred with hatred. This sentence completely ignited everyone. In an instant, Ling Yang gained countless fans just because of this sentence. Countless young fans commented, wow, the boss is so handsome. If I want to marry a big man like him. I envy these two sisters so much for being able to marry such a loyal and righteous man. In short, all kinds of comments came in overwhelmingly, and of course, there were also all kinds of insults from online trolls, such as Ling Yang being a sanctimonious bitch. However, Ling Yang doesn't care about these. To him, everything is done casually. As long as he is happy, he doesn't care what these rubbish say. Anyway, I won T lose a piece of meat, right? Why bother with a bunch of trolls who know nothing? This is because the less knowledge these people have, the poorer what they know, and relatively speaking, the more stubborn they become about their inherent ideas. Therefore, if you argue with these people, you are just being hard on yourself and punishing yourself. A long time. Lu Sueki lowered her head, unable to hold back her tears any longer, and burst into tears. As she cried, she remembered what a simple girl she used to be. However, she became completely depraved after being framed by her best friend that night. Yes. What have I done all these years? Break the jar and throw it away, extravagant and rotten. I am really dirty, very dirty. However, what is even more filthy are these lawless bastards. They destroyed themselves, and they destroyed themselves. If I were not greedy for fame and fortune, I would not have fallen to this point. For rich men, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she is a wasted commodity. She has completely understood this over the years. Unexpectedly, Ling Yang, who is also rich, still does not despise me even now, and still repays my evil with kindness. I even still remember the little bit of goodness I once had for him. Now, the more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. What she had missed out on was not just a hidden top tycoon. What's more, he is the best man in the world. Just ask, how bad can the character of a man with such a broad mind be? At least, in his eyes, he treats me as a human being. And over the years, among so many rich second generations or so-called upper-class people, who has ever treated her as a human being? It's nothing more than treating yourself as a tool to vent your emotions. Seeing Lu Sueki crying so heart-wrenchingly, Ling Yang shook his head, not knowing how to comfort her. However, he still got out of the car and handed Lu Sueki some tissues. Cry, let out all your grievances, but you still have to continue tomorrow. Don't really give up on your life because of something that happened to you. I believe in you. If you work hard and cheer up, you will definitely be able to create your own glory. Remember, don't rely on others to light your way. You are a beacon. Light up your own future. Chapter 39, The Class Beauty Who Wakes Up from the Water Ignites the Flame of Self-Reliance. Quiet. Silence. Deathly silence. As soon as Ling Yang finished speaking, the entire bustling and noisy street fell silent. Everyone was immersed in Ling Yang's words. Yes. Isn't it the same for all living beings? Who is the supporter of whom? Who is the guiding light for whom? In fact, when it comes down to it, it's only yourself. If you rely on the mountain will fall. If you rely on the water will dry up. You can only rely on yourself. You are your own guiding light and you are your own benchmark in life. At this moment, even the trolls on the internet were stunned. They all began to think about their own lives. Yes, they spent all day on the internet, criticizing everything in the world. But what's the use? No matter how invincible and powerful you are on the internet, when you return to reality, aren't you still the same? In fact, I am not even as good as others. What qualifications do I have to criticize the world? It is better to work hard, build a career and stand out from the crowd. Even if you cannot become the richest man in the world, at least you can be self-sufficient. At least, make sure your life in this world is not in vain. At least, when you are dying in the future, you can say with deep emotion that your life has not been lived in vain. In an instant, the entire network was calm, and the entire neighborhood was calm. Even the Lin Mengyao sisters were staring at Ling Yang in shock. They had not expected that Ling Yang would say such philosophical words. Lin Mengwei felt even more bitter. Why did she get so excited and push away such an excellent man with her own hands? A long time. Lu Sueki was kneeling on the ground, staring at the tissue in her hand in a daze. Finally, she wiped her tears with her hands, but she was reluctant to wet the tissue Ling Yang gave her. Instead, she carefully put it in her handbag. Then, she slowly stood up. Then, she looked at Ling Yang with scorching eyes, as if there was a raging fire in her eyes. Thank you, Ling Yang. Don't worry, I will do this job well. You are right. From now on, I will not rely on anyone else. In this world, I am the only reliable person. I will definitely work hard. At least, from now on, I will no longer rely on anyone to support me, and I no longer need others to support me. Even if I starve to death, I will never humiliate myself again and try to please those stinky men. I'm not bad at all, so why should I have to please men to gain a little bit of benefit? Thinking about it now, I was really ridiculous before, but now I have figured it out. Thank you, Ling Yang, although I can never go back to the past. But thank you for letting me get back to my past. Yes, how did I become what I am now? Now that I think about it, it's all my own fault. If I hadn't gone to that bar that night, maybe if I had listened to your advice and not hung out with that street girl from the next class, nothing would have happened later. I will not degenerate and give up. I hate those scumbags who defiled me. I really hate them. They are the ones who ruined me. I am so cruel. Why can they be lawless and do evil? Why, I don't even have the room to resist. In fact, isn't it just one word, poor? In the final analysis, it's just because I'm too poor and have no power. I'm just a child from an ordinary family. When I encounter such a thing, what qualifications do I have to deal with others? Call the police? Maybe it will only bring more harm to yourself. Ling Yang, you are a good person. You are different from them. If you don't mind, from now on, I am willing to follow you, be your assistant, and help you manage your business. I swear that I will follow you loyally for the rest of my life. I don't plan to get married in this life. I have long seen through the true faces of these stinky men, so don't worry. From now on, we will only have a relationship of superiors and subordinates. I hope to have such an opportunity. I know that only by following you can I become a superior person. I want to make those bastards who bullied me pay the price one by one. Are you willing to accept me and give me this opportunity? Ling Yang was stunned. Looking at Lu Sueki's appearance, he was stunned. I didn't expect that Lu Sueki would want to be my assistant. However, I can't tell whether she is sincere or not. With this thought in mind, he communicated directly with the system. System, what do you think I should do now? My dear, after Xiao AI's testing, what she said was all true and from the bottom of her heart. However, it is up to you to decide how to choose. After Ling Yang received the system's reply, he frowned. Seeing Ling Yang frowning and not speaking, Lu Sueki smiled and said, I understand. But thank you, Ling Yang. Thank you for giving me the confidence to live again and the determination to fight. Having said that, Lu Sueki was about to leave. After Lu Sueki took a few steps, Ling Yang, after a fierce ideological struggle, said to Lu Sueki, Are you really willing to follow me loyally and without second thoughts? When Lu Sueki heard this, she was immediately delighted. She turned around to look at Ling Yang and nodded repeatedly. I am willing. If I betray you, I will die miserably. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, If being unbridled is useful, why do we need the police? Okay, I don't believe this, but I choose to believe you once. I bet on people's hearts. I hope you don't let me down. Hearing this, Lu Sueki was immediately delighted. Okay, Ling Yang, thank you for your trust. Believe me, I will do my best. Ling Yang nodded and said, Okay, if you are willing, then get to work now. Collect all the rent for the entire street today. This is your first test. If you pass it, I will officially hire you and sign a formal labor contract with you. Lu Sueki nodded solemnly and went to deal with it immediately. This is also a test from Ling Yang to her. Under normal circumstances, it is basically impossible for one person to collect the rent of this commercial street within one day. You know, this street is the largest commercial street in the county, and the rent of each store is not small, so it will take a while to check. Moreover, there are various reasons that delay the progress of rent collection, so if you want to complete the rent collection smoothly within one day, that couldn't rely on just one person's strength, so he deliberately tested her to see if she could complete the task. He could also see that Lu Sueki had really come to her senses, and the fire of self-reliance and self-improvement in her eyes could not deceive anyone. Of course, he was not afraid that Lu Sueki would run away with the money. If she dared to do so, he had 1,000 ways to make her regret it. Therefore, smart people will not have such ridiculous ideas. Based on his understanding of Lu Sueki, she is not a stupid person. Moreover, now, he also understood why Lu Sueki became what she is now. It turned out that such a big thing happened that time when she went to the nightclub. No wonder, that time, she took a half-month vacation before going back to school, and when she returned to school, her personality changed drastically. However, at that time, I was in a passionate love relationship with Lin Mengwei, so I didn't pay any attention to it at all. I didn't know that such a big change happened to her. When he thought of this, he couldn't help sighing. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. No matter what, that's fate. I can't criticize those dissolute young men, nor can I defend Lu Sueki. If she hadn't gone to that place, how could she have been hurt? In a word, only if you respect yourself and love yourself, otherwise, there will be many traps in this world waiting for you to jump into. This is the eternal truth, a huge temptation is equal to a huge trap. It has never changed from ancient times to the present. Chapter 40, Flying Together as Neighbors. Half a day later. It was noon. When the two sisters Ling Yang and Lin Mangyao were eating in a restaurant, Lu Sueki came back after running around outside for half a day. I saw that there were several young men following her, and each of them was carrying a big bag of money. Lu Sueki was holding a notebook in her hand. After seeing Ling Yang, Lu Sueki came over, smiled and said to Ling Yang, Boss Ling, please take a look, these are the rent details paid by major shops, please check them. All the rents have been sorted out, and every penny has been counted and collected. Ling Yang picked up his notebook and looked at the pile of cash in the big sack on the ground, waved his hand and said, It's okay, no need to look at it, it's good, it was solved in just half a day. It can be seen that you still have some talents that can be used, right? This is the Lu Sueki I know, not the Lu Sueki with a foul mouth and poisonous tongue. Hearing Ling Yang's words, Lu Sueki nodded and said, Thank you for the compliment, President Ling. I will definitely work diligently for President Ling. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, That's for later. Let's talk about it with facts. As long as you follow me, Ling Yang, loyally, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. By the way, do you have a place to live now? Lu Sueki suddenly looked embarrassed. Where does she live? Now that they have all been driven out, how can they find a place to live? Seeing Lu Sueki's embarrassed look, Ling Yang knew that she must be homeless. So, he opened the big sack, took out 30,000 yuan from it, and handed it directly to Lu Sueki. Here, take this $30,000 and use it to build a home first. Lu Sueki was stunned when she saw the 30,000 yuan. Then, he quickly waved his hand and said, Boss Ling, no thanks. How can I take your money so easily? I haven't made any achievements yet. How can an employee get paid before he has done any work? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, okay, you don't look like you have enough money to settle down, so take it. This is not given to you casually, this is the salary that the company has advanced to you. Ling Yang knew that if he didn't say this, she would never take his money. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lu Sueki's eyes turned red, and then she nodded and said, okay, thank you, President Ling, don't worry, I will definitely work hard for the company. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, well, it's okay. As long as you are willing to work hard, I believe you will be able to show your value. Lu Sueki was deeply moved and became even more devoted to Ling Yang. She even secretly swore in her heart that she would serve Ling Yang for the rest of her life, no matter what. Ling Yang smiled and said, come here, sit down and eat something together. It's noon now, and you haven't eaten yet, right? Lu Sueki blushed, but still shook her head and said, it's okay, no need, I won't eat. Okay, I told you to sit down and eat, so sit down and eat. You guys must be tired, so I'll pay for the meal. Go order some dishes for yourselves. Several people were stunned for a moment, and then they were delighted and said to Ling Yang, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Then, several people hurried to order food. They were temporary workers, and it was great to meet such a boss who paid them and treated them to food. Ling Yang shook his head and didn't care about anything. Maybe, this is what all living beings are like. Just think about it, how much stronger were you than they were in the past? After all, it's still all about money. When you have money, the world you face and see will undergo a qualitative change. Now, he finally understood why those rich people looked at him that way before. Contempt, disdain, and even looking down on others from the bottom of one's heart, this is a sense of psychological gap. Seeing this, Lu Sueki didn't know what to say, but Lu Sueki looked at Lin Mengwei. After all, she was the one who had snatched Ling Yang from her. Strictly speaking, they should be considered rivals in love, but she is just a loser. Seeing this, Lin Mengwei smiled bitterly, shook her head and said, Ling Yang asked you to sit, so just sit. In fact, I am a loser like you. Lu Sueki was stunned for a moment, but after looking at Lin Mengwei beside her, she roughly guessed something. So, he nodded and said, thank you, Mr. Ling. Having said that, he sat down, picked up his bowl and started eating. Not long after finishing lunch, the group walked out of the restaurant. Several young men immediately stepped forward diligently and moved all the money into the Wuling magic car. After the move, several young men said to Ling Yang, Boss Ling, all the money has been loaded into the car. Ling Yang nodded and said, well, thank you for your hard work. Have you been paid? The young men smiled and said, Mr. Lu has already married us. Thank you, Mr. Ling, for your concern. Mr. Ling, remember to call us when you have work in the future. Looking at the honest young men, Ling Yang smiled and nodded and said, okay, of course, let's cooperate again if we have the chance in the future. Yeah, okay. Then, the guys left. At this time, Lu Sueki also said to Ling Yang, Boss Ling, where should I go to work after I settle down? Ling Yang was stunned. Oh. What the hell? I don't seem to have a company yet, so what kind of job are you taking? However, when I thought about it, my house still needed a cleaner, so why not let her clean the house and be a cleaner first? So Ling Yang smiled and said, then you can come to Binjiang District Villa number 1 to report tomorrow. It just so happens that our family is currently in need of a cleaner. At present, my company is still in the process of preparation, so I don't have to work for the time being. I can just do odd jobs and housework. Is that okay? Lu Sueki nodded quickly and said, no problem, as long as it's President Ling's order, I have no problem. Ling Yang nodded. Well, fine, go find a place to live first. Well, then, Mr. Ling, you go ahead and do your work. Sueki won't bother you anymore. After Lu Sueki left, Ling Yang took the two sisters and went straight to the bank. After all, I now have a black card from the People's Bank of China, and I have VIP services for deposits, which is more convenient. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to deposit a large amount of cash at the window slowly. Soon, the car sped all the way and finally returned to the pedestrian street not far from home. After entering, Xiao Wang already had a very deep understanding of Ling Yang, so when he saw Ling Yang, he immediately came forward to greet him. Welcome, Mr. Ling. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Oh, Xiao Wang, long time no see. The food is good. I have gained some weight." The lobby manager, Manager Wang, was suddenly embarrassed. "By the way, is Mr. Ling having a grudge against Mr. Wang? You call yourself a little bastard every time you come? However, this is a big customer and I dare not offend him." So, he could only smile awkwardly and say, "It's okay." "Mr. Ling, are you here to save money this time as well?" Ling Yang nodded and said, "Oh, by the way, I have a little cash, but it's inconvenient to use, it's too troublesome, let's save it." "Okay, I'll get someone to move it right away." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your help." "No trouble, no trouble." Having said that, he quickly took people to move the money. After a while, all the money was moved in. However, this time, the money was not much, just a few million, and it didn't take long to complete the deposit procedures. After the matter was settled, Ling Yang patted Manager Wang on the shoulder and said, "Little Wang, work hard. I have high hopes for you and you will definitely be promoted to bank president. Like father, like son. By the way, remember to say hello to your father, old Wang, for me." Little turtle, old bastard? Epsilon equals Omicron alas. It seems like they can't get rid of the label of bastards. The two sisters at the side were trying hard to hold back their laughter, but they were forcing themselves to hold it in and didn't dare to say it out loud. After returning to the car, the two sisters couldn't help laughing. "Haha, Ling Yang, you are too mean. Why are you calling him a little bastard?" Ling Yang was stunned. "No? When did I ever call him a little bastard?" The two sisters rolled their eyes at Ling Yang and said, "You said that yourself, you little bastard." Ling Yang immediately said, "Oh, where did you hear me? I was talking about Xiao Wang, right?" "Oh." The two women were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. "Ha, Ling Yang, you must have been a bamboo shoot seller in your previous life, you're so bamboo shoots." Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "Okay, I finished collecting the rent. I'm so tired. Let's go home." Along the way, Lin Mengwei watched Lin Mengyao and Ling Yang, talking and laughing, and thought that her younger sister and Ling Yang were becoming richer and richer. "And I can only watch, I have no share in any of this." The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. This is so fucking frustrating. Originally, all of this belongs to me. But now, nothing belongs to me anymore. Think about it, what is the difference between me and Lu Sweki? Not a loser yet. And my younger sister is the biggest winner. Lin Mengyao looked at her lost sister. Suddenly, she turned her eyes and said to Ling Yang, "Husband, if my sister and I serve you together, would you be willing? Let's fly together as a family?" Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Ling Yang coughed violently and looked at Lin Mengyao with wide eyes. "What the hell? Yao Yao, are you serious?" Ling Yang asked in surprise. Lin Mengyao nodded and said, "Yes, you see, anyway, you and your sister have lived together for so many years, and you already know each other very well. I feel quite guilty now, as if I have snatched you away from your sister. So, after thinking about it, I think this is the only way to perfectly solve this problem. What do you think? Brother-in-law, are you willing?" Ling Yang swallowed. What the hell? What can I say about this? If you don't want to, you're an idiot. But how do I answer this? Should I answer, "I do"? Finally, Ling Yang coughed and said, "Ahem, stop talking nonsense, otherwise, your sister will be angry." There is no other choice, Ling Yang just throws the ball to Lin Mengwei. If she doesn't mind, why would I mind? After all, they are sisters. Let me ask you, who doesn't want that? Chapter 41. Let's share good things together. After Ling Yang finished speaking, he secretly observed Lin Mengwei's expression through the rearview mirror. Sure enough, after Lin Mengwei heard what her younger sister said, her eyelids also twitched wildly. Oh my god. This little sister is even more fierce than me. How can this be done randomly? What is going on? Could it be that I actually accepted it silently in my heart? She also subconsciously looked up at Ling Yang in front of her, then quickly lowered her head, her cheeks turning red in an instant. Lin Mengyao was also secretly observing her sister's expression. After seeing her sister's expression, she knew that this matter had potential. So, when they arrived at a small shopping mall not far from home, Lin Mengyao said to Ling Yang, "Hubby, stop the car, my sister and I are going to buy something." Ling Yang nodded awkwardly and said, "Oh, okay." Squeak. After parking the car on the side of the road, Lin Mangyao pulled Lin Mangwei out of the car, and Ling Yang was about to follow. Lin Mangyao quickly said, "Hey, husband, just wait for us here, we will be back soon, you don't have to follow us." Ling Yang was stunned for a moment, but he still nodded and said, "Okay. Then you guys go." "Well, thank you, husband." Having said that, Lin Mangyao pulled Lin Mangwei into the mall. After entering the mall, Lin Mangyao said to Lin Mangwei, "Sister, what I said just now is from the bottom of my heart, so what? Are you willing? Anyway, as long as you agree, I don't care. I believe that you will not necessarily be happy if you marry someone else. Anyway, we all. I like Ling Yang. Or just one. Get up." Lin Mangwei still had some reservations, but she also felt a little itchy in her heart. Seeing that her sister was a little hesitant, Lin Mangyao continued to add fuel to the fire. "Oh, sister, what era is it now? Why are you still so backward? Now is the era of freedom, and everything advocates freedom. I don't mind, why do you mind? We should share good things together just like when we were kids. What's wrong with that?" Lin Mangwei's three views were completely shattered by her younger sister, but her mentality had been shaken. Seeing that her sister had not yet made a clear promise, Lin Mangyao smiled and said, "Oh, that's enough, I know you can't bring yourself to do it, don't worry, leave it to me. Let's go buy some equipment. You are too old-fashioned and don't understand romance. Otherwise, my brother-in-law might not divorce you." Lin Mangwei was stunned. "What? Tune? Yes. It's just to adjust? Don't you know that my brother-in-law likes love, to adjust? Don't you know that my brother-in-law likes Balenciaga mother-and-child socks? Oh. In the past, he often asked me to wear it, but I thought it was too much trouble. I didn't expect that he liked it so much. TSK, I can tell from my sister that you don't understand men. Okay, today, I'm going to teach you a lesson, what is meant by flirting. Soon, Lin Mangyao took Lin Mangwei to a house. Inside, a clothing store. After a while, Lin Mangyao picked out a set of flight attendant uniforms and a set of JK uniforms. Then, she picked out a small wild cat suit, a pair of lace stockings, and a pair of Balenciaga women's socks. When she saw the things her sister had chosen, she was stunned. Little sister, why did you buy these uniforms? Are you going to wear them?" Lin Mangyao smiled and said, "Oh, my sister, no wonder my brother-in-law said that you don't understand love, flirt. If you don't even have these magical tools, it's no wonder my brother-in-law is not interested in you. So that's why. I tell you, these are the killer weapons that can win a man's heart, do you understand? I'm not saying this to you, believe it or not, if you don't understand these. Don't mention it, I easily snatched my brother-in-law away. Take today's Lu Sweki for example, she is not bad-looking, she is pretty. Besides, she is still strong enough, so, tell me, if she uses these skills, my brother-in-law will definitely fall. Even if I don't show up, my brother-in-law will be snatched away by someone sooner or later." After listening to the younger sister's story, Lin Mangwei nodded and said, "Hey, younger sister, you are right. Men are like this, visual animals. Of course not. So, sister, from now on, you have to show off yourself. If we work together, we can definitely win Ling Yang's heart. Think about it, every man turns bad once he gets money, so I don't believe that Ling Yang can be loyal to me. This is impossible, so we must be prepared. Only by tying his heart, no matter how wild he is outside, he will still be attached to this home. At least, he won't abandon us two sisters after having sex with us, so we have to work hard to make ourselves look good. Only by making ourselves look good can we make Ling Yang stay loyal to us." After listening to Lin Mangyao's story, Lin Mangwei nodded in agreement. "You are really awesome, little sister. Yes, I will listen to you. How do we divide the uniforms? This JK uniform is definitely the most suitable for my temperament, so I will wear the JK uniform and lace stockings, and this free lady uniform will be given to you, my sister. You have the temperament of a queen, so it's perfect for you to wear a stewardess uniform. These Balenciaga mother and child socks are also yours. My brother-in-law has been saying that it has always been a pity that he has never seen you wearing Balenciaga socks. It just so happens that we two sisters can make up for his regret tonight. Don't let me tell you, I feel that Lu Sweki who appeared today is very dangerous. My brother-in-law is a soft-hearted person. If this woman uses a little trick to seduce my brother-in-law, then my brother-in-law will definitely fall. I think there is something wrong with the way Lu Sueki looks at my brother-in-law. It's very dangerous. Lin Mengwei said in surprise. Impossible? Ling Yang can't possibly like Lu Sueki. How could he possibly like a woman like Lu Sueki? Lin Mengyao waved her hands and said, My sister, you are too naive. It is impossible for my brother-in-law to like her. But who can guarantee that? Oh. Lin Mengwei swallowed and thought about it. It definitely makes sense. It's like those young ladies, whose pair of jade arms are slept by thousands of men, and whose red lips are tasted by tens of thousands of people. However, all men know about it, but when it comes to the real thing. But none of the men were disgusted. On the contrary, they became very excited. When she thought of this, her face changed. That's right, little sister, what should we do? Lin Mengyao smiled and said, So, we have to strike first. I don't believe that he won't be tempted by the two of us sisters. Okay, tonight, capture Ling Yang and make him addicted. Warm and gentle country. Lin Mengyao chuckled. Of course, I just don't believe it. JK lace, wildcat, stewardess uniform, Balenciaga mother and child socks, so many artifacts, still can't beat my sister-in-law. Today? Good night, sisters, be happy. Chapter 42, Black silk is easy to get caught, so buy more to prepare. Lin Mengwei was still a little hesitant, because her reason told her that this was about something. No way. But when I thought about it, Ling Yang and I were already an old couple. Is there anything you haven't seen? You already know everything, okay? Speaking of which, in the beginning, I liked Ling Yang because I saw his potential. He was tall and handsome, the school hunk, and a top student. Which girl wouldn't like that? Moreover, there were rich and handsome men pursuing me at the beginning, but I rejected them all. Because she always knew that if she hooked up with a tall, rich and handsome man, she would definitely be a woman who would be played with and easily abandoned. After all, what is the point of being beautiful if you get tired of playing? Isn't there a saying that goes, behind every goddess, there is a bulge, a man she fucks until he vomits. Obviously, she knew this very well, so she invested in Ling Yang. However, she did not expect that Ling Yang's performance later on would disappoint her greatly. After so many years of getting along, she had already fallen in love with Ling Yang, but she just wanted to deliberately make him angry. Unexpectedly, he actually married her younger sister. Later, the next day, it was revealed that he was so rich. She was furious. After all, who can bear it? He married his sister-in-law on the day of his divorce, and his billions of assets were exposed the day after the divorce. It's not so infuriating that it would kill people, right? In a rage, she went to Ling Yang to argue and ask for the breakup fee. Later, after being scolded by her younger sister, she finally came to her senses. In fact, when it comes down to it, I was too willful and naughty in the past. Perhaps Ling Yang no longer had much feelings for me. When she thought of this, she hesitated for a while. Now, her younger sister actually wanted her to go with Ling Yang. Should I agree to this? Yao Yao, forget it. Your brother-in-law and I are over. Lin Mengyao waved her hands and said, Oh, sister, why don't you understand? I've told you so much, but you still don't understand. Okay, just listen to my instructions. I understand men better than you do and know what men like most. When I was a model, which one of those stinky men didn't stare at me with sneaky eyes? My brother-in-law is also a man, he is definitely no exception. Do you know that last time, I bought a dozen Balenciaga socks, but they were all used up in less than a week? I was worried that my brother-in-law would not be able to bear it. However, he didn't know that I put deer antlers, ginseng and other supplements in his breakfast porridge every day. Otherwise, if he only loses energy without taking in any supplements, he will definitely not be able to bear it. When Lin Mengwei heard this, she immediately wiped the sweat from her forehead. Oh my god. My little sister is still awesome. No wonder, lately, there's music and singing every night. I was wondering, this is so strange, how come Ling Yang's physical strength became so good after he separated from me? So that's it. Recently, she has been listening to radio dramas every night. What kind of torture is this? Especially when I thought about the fact that one was my ex-husband and the other was my younger sister, I felt like a kitten scratching my heart. I wanted to kick the door open and teach them a lesson. But when I think about my current status, what right do I have to say that? The more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. Also, what kind of villa is this? It's already so expensive, and you can still hear it even though you live next door. That's ridiculous. Or is it that their voices are too loud, whether moving or still? When she thought of this, she sighed. It was quite exciting. Before, she had never thought about the two sisters being together or anything like that. But now, seeing that my younger sister is even more excited than me? Could it be that she has always had this idea? Actually, if this is true, it is really exciting. However, she always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. If her parents knew about this, wouldn't they be mad? But it has already come to this. Besides, Ling Yang and I are divorced, so I have no right to interfere in anything concerning him. So, Lin Mengwei handed the uniform in her hand to Lin Mengyao and said, "Forget it, Yao Yao, this won't work. Keep it for yourself and play with Ling Yang." Seeing this, Lin Mengyao pouted. Then, Lin Mengyao said unhappily, "Sister, you are an old antique, you don't understand the happiness in this. I tell you." As she spoke, Lin Mengyao leaned close to Lin Mengwei's ear and whispered a lot of things, which made Lin Mengwei blush in the end. What? Ling Yang likes role-playing? And you still call him Ba? Lin Mengyao nodded and said, "Yes, and several times, he even called me by my name." That's fine, but when he was doing that with me, he even asked me to call him sister and husband. So, can his little tricks satisfy my scrutiny? I tell you, this man is like this, he eats from the bowl and looks at the pot. In the past, he was too depressed, but he met me, which made him doubly happy. After listening to Lin Mengyao's story, Lin Mengwei was completely shocked. This, okay. Seeing that her sister finally agreed, Lin Mengyao said excitedly, "Okay, then I'll go pay." Lin Mengwei saw that Lin Mengyao was even more excited than herself, probably even more excited than Ling Yang. Oh my god. My little sister's ideas are so advanced, I can't even reach her level. Soon, after Lin Mengyao paid the bill, the two sisters left Qingxu clothing store arm in arm. After leaving the clothing store, the two sisters left the mall talking and laughing. However, when they were halfway there, they suddenly saw a familiar figure. The two women were stunned when they saw this figure, and asked in unison, "Ling Yang? What are you doing here?" Hearing the two women's voices, Ling Yang turned around subconsciously. He was seen selecting several black, silk, flesh-colored, fishnet-style trousers and socks in his hands with great interest. When he saw the two women, Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he quickly hid the various stockings in his hands behind his back and said to the two women with an embarrassed expression, "Ha? You finished shopping so soon? I was thinking you might be in for a while, so just come in and take a stroll." "Yes, just take a stroll." The two girls looked at Ling Yang's embarrassed look, smiled, and said, "Okay, we've all seen it, take it out and have a look, let's see what your taste is like." Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah, this." Lin Mengyao smiled slightly, walked forward, took the stockings from Ling Yang's hand, and after taking a look, she gave Ling Yang a thumbs up sincerely. "Hee, you are worthy of being my sister, husband, you have a good taste. Seeing that you are so conflicted, why don't you buy them all?" Lin Mengyao said with a giggle. After hearing what Lin Mengyao said, Ling Yang nodded and said, yes, buy them all. Let me tell you, this black silk is easy to get snagged, and it is basically unusable after being used once, so you have to buy more. After finishing speaking, Ling Yang waved his hand and said to the boss lady, please prepare a box of all these styles for me." Oh. Hearing this, the two sisters suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Ling Yang in disbelief. Oh my god. One box of each style? Is this a life-threatening rhythm? Chapter 43. I'm going to take a shower first. When Ling Yang said this, not only the two sisters were stunned. Even passers-by were stunned and looked at him in disbelief. However, when everyone saw the two beauties, Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei, they seemed to understand something. There are two such beautiful ladies, and this is only a small amount to buy. It is definitely not enough. Use it. The boss lady was also a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect that this young man was actually her big customer. Are you here to buy stockings? This person is definitely here to purchase goods. However, if business comes to you, why not do it? So she quickly called her husband and rushed to the store to move out a few boxes. The two sisters' eyelids twitched wildly when they looked at the boxes of various silk and stockings. Oh my god. This. However, Ling Yang was very excited. After paying the bill, he picked up a few boxes and walked out. Seeing this, the two sisters looked at each other, shook their heads and smiled bitterly, spread their hands, and hurriedly followed. I didn't realize that Ling Yang's physical strength was extraordinary at this moment. He didn't even feel tired after carrying several large boxes by himself. In fact, if the two sisters walked slower, they would not be able to catch up with him. Soon, after leaving the mall, Ling Yang opened the trunk and moved several large boxes of things into the trunk. After installing it, Ling Yang got into the car excitedly. The two sisters spread their hands helplessly and got on the car. After getting in the car, Ling Yang said to the two sisters, "Hey, don't even think about getting out of the car once you get in. The doors are welded shut." Sigma A. Looking at Ling Yang's eyes, he is definitely more excited than anyone else. Then, Ling Yang stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car roared suddenly, like an arrow shot from a bow, and it was almost launched. Before long, he reached 120 miles per hour and sped all the way, speeding on the spot and arriving at Villa number 1 in a drag racing manner. After parking the car, Ling Yang couldn't wait to open the trunk and moved several large boxes of silk and socks. After opening the door and going in, he happened to meet the two elders who were about to go out. Seeing this, the two elders hurried forward to help Ling Yang move the things, and said to the two girls, "You just watched Ling Yang carry so many things by himself? Why don't you help?" The two girls were completely stunned when their parents told them this. This? But when Ling Yang saw the two elders coming to help him move this thing, how could he dare to do that? So, I quickly said, "Mom and Dad, it's okay, I can do it, you don't have to get tired." The two elders smiled and said, "It's okay, our old bones are still fine." Having said that, he came forward to help Ling Yang move it, but Ling Yang felt guilty. After all, this thing was bought for something. So Ling Yang hurried inside and said, "It's okay, Dad, you take a rest, I can do it." However, the father-in-law was too insistent and insisted on helping Ling Yang move it. As a result, the two of them fought over it. Plop! For a moment, Ling Yang couldn't stand steadily, and the boxes in his hands all fell to the ground. Suddenly, with a crash, all the cartons opened, and all kinds of silk and socks of various styles were scattered all over the ground. Oh! For a moment, everyone was stunned. They all stared at the scene in amazement. Oh my God! The two elders were completely shocked. Then, they looked at Ling Yang, and then at their two daughters, both of whom had blushing cheeks. In an instant, they seemed to understand something. "But, you two elders, you don't know what to say now? What a bad fate. It's definitely a sin. Two sisters, how can this be disgraceful? Where is the reputation of my Lin family?" When they thought of this, the two old men looked very unnatural, and looked at the various stockings on the ground. The father-in-law's face changed and he snorted coldly. "Humph! You youngsters! You have all grown up and become independent. I can't control you anymore. It makes me so angry. Forget it, do whatever you want." Having said that, the father-in-law threw his sleeves and went out. Out of sight, out of mind. My mother-in-law also stood there in a daze, petrified on the spot. After a while, the mother-in-law sighed and said to Ling Yang, "Ling Yang, restrain yourself. If you continue like this, even the best of your body will collapse. Your father's liver is not in good condition and he gets angry easily. I'll go see him, here, epsilon equals omicron alas." Having said that, the mother-in-law shook her head and left. Only a few people were left at the scene looking at each other, not knowing what to say. A long time. Lin Mengyao pouted and said, "Brother-in-law, look at you. I told you to move it box by box, but you didn't listen. Now, let me see how you end it." Ling Yang was also extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect that such a socially embarrassing scene would be confronted by his father-in-law and mother-in-law in person. "Ahem, well, let's put these away first." The two sisters were speechless. This matter was caused by Ling Yang. After a while, the three of them moved the stockings to Ling Yang's master bedroom upstairs. After working for a while, Ling Yang said to the two girls, "I've been busy all day and I'm sweating all over. I'm going to take a shower." Having said that, he went straight to the bathroom. After seeing Ling Yang enter the bathroom, Lin Mengyao's eyes lit up and said, "Hey, sister, the signal is already so obvious, how about it, are you ready?" Is this appropriate?" Lin Mengwei said shyly. Lin Mengyao waved her hands, smiled and said, "Oh, hurry up, stop talking nonsense." In a moment. In the bathroom, Ling Yang was humming a little tune while taking a bath when there was a creaking sound. The bathroom door opened. "What the hell? What are you doing here?" Ling Yang asked with an exclamation. "Hee hee, sister, husband, what do you think? Here, let me rub your back or something. Sigma A. I'm going? You guys are not serious, are you? Ling Yang said with his hands folded across his chest in horror. Lin Mengyao smiled and said with a raised corner of her mouth, guess. I am the harmonious dividing line. After a while of mandarin ducks and ducks playing in the water, they finally finished their bath. After coming out of the bathroom, the two sisters said to Ling Yang, well, you go and rest for a while, we will go change clothes. Ling Yang smiled, made an OJBK gesture, nodded and said, no problem. Me. 3. The two sisters smiled and started to put on their artifact equipment. After a while, the two girls finished dressing up. Lin Mengyao was wearing a cute JK top, small buds, stockings, a small wildcat hairpin on her head, and a small wild cattail ornament around her waist. Lin Mengwei, who was standing next to her, was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed women's glasses, a stewardess uniform, and a pair of charming long legs, wearing Balenciaga socks. Seeing the two girls walking up to him in this state, Ling Yang swallowed hard. Oh my god. I'm going to die. This, damn it, even the king of hell can't resist this scene. At this moment, Lin Mengyao, who was wearing Xiaoyi Cat JK clothes, showed a coquettish expression to Ling Yang. Then, Lin Mengyao lay down beside the bed, facing Ling Yang, hugging her arms, looking at Ling Yang tenderly and affectionately. Meow. Oh husband. Moo Oh my god. Given this situation, if I don't do something, I would be letting them down for all their hard work. Oh my god. So exciting. What to do, brothers? Waiting online. Urgent. Chapter 44 Double, Super Double Happiness. Seeing that it was already dark outside, Ling Yang knew that he had to get up quickly. The two elders had been out for the whole day, so they would probably be back soon, right? So, several people quickly got up, tidied themselves up, and went downstairs together. When the three of them arrived at the living room on the first floor, they were stunned to see that the two elders were already sitting in the living room. Moreover, the expressions of the two elders did not look very good. Seeing this, several people felt a pang in their hearts. Oh no, this situation is not good. Looking at the two elders' expressions, Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the two elders sighed and said to the others, why are you still standing there? You've worked hard all day, aren't you hungry? Go cook. We are really not in the mood to cook, and we can't eat. Hearing the two elders say this, Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao nodded as if they had been pardoned and ran to the kitchen. After the two sisters left, Ling Yang smiled awkwardly. Then Mom and Dad, I'll go and help. However, when Ling Yang was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by the two elders. Ling Yang, come here, they can cook, come and chat with us. Ling Yang suddenly froze in place. Chat? Be nice. Having said that, Ling Yang sat down opposite the two elders, looking embarrassed and not knowing what to say. After all, he had just taken 2 cabbages from someone else at the same time. As the saying goes, there is nothing worse than a guilty conscience. The father-in-law thought for a while and said, Ling Yang, I know that you are rich now. It is your ability to make so much money, and we are very pleased. But, you are like this as soon as you have money? Tell me, what is your relationship like now? That's fine, but if both of them have children in the future, what should they call each other? Should the child call me auntie or aunt? Sure enough, the father-in-law said with a glare, whoever you want to give birth to the baby can give birth to the baby. Anyway, they are all my daughters and my eldest grandson. Having said that, he threw his sleeves and went back to the house angrily. The mother-in-law looked at Ling Yang with a look of disappointment, shook her head and said, Ling Yang, are you trying to anger your father? Is there any need to say this? Can't you just figure it out on your own? Whoever gets pregnant first will be the first? You. Having said that, she hurried back to the house. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer she would get angry and pass out. In the kitchen, after seeing the two elders leave, the two sisters dared to come to Ling Yang quietly. Ling Yang, what did your parents tell you? The two girls asked impatiently. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, Mom and Dad asked us to work hard so that they can have their first grandson sooner. Sigma A. Did my parents really say that? That's impossible? Ling Yang spread his hands and said, is that true? Okay, let's not talk about it. I am a little hungry. The two girls curled their lips and went back to cook. In a flash, more than 10 days have passed. The two elders were no longer bothered by the sight and moved back to their old house. Now, in the whole villa, there are only 3 women living there: Ling Yang, Lin Mengyao, and Lin Mengwei. Oh, and now there is one more, Lu Sueki, who has been working there for more than 10 days. She reported here the next day and worked as a home-based nanny. During these few days, Lu Sueki worked very hard, but this made Lin Mengwei quite embarrassed. You know, Lu Sueki, she and Ling Yang were classmates. Damn, now Lu Sueki has become a servant in her family. And I became Ling Yang's mistress, while my younger sister was the principal wife. This was really too embarrassing. At this time, Ling Yang was sitting on the sofa, watching the game, when suddenly, a phone call came. Ling Yang took out his cell phone and saw that it was an old classmate, Zhang Mimi, calling. When he saw it was Zhang Mimi calling, Ling Yang slapped his forehead and remembered that Zhang Mimi had asked him to attend a class reunion before. So Ling Yang answered the phone. Hey, Mimi? What's going on? Old classmate, what's wrong? You forgot so quickly. Didn't we agree on this before? It's a class reunion. Let's have dinner together at Tianfu Yijierin's place. Come quickly. We're waiting for you. Oh, and bring your little wife along. Oh, or you can notify your ex-wife, she is also the most beautiful girl in our class. You two were once the golden boy and girl of our class, so she can't be absent. Okay, I won't say anymore. I'm going to notify the others. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Seeing this, Ling Yang said with a smile, Hey, this girl, it's obvious that she doesn't give me a chance to refuse. Chapter 45 Zhang Mimi's Invitation. Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei on the side immediately asked in confusion, Husband, what's the matter? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, It's nothing serious. It's just that our old classmate, Zhang Mimi, invited us to attend a class reunion. Lin Mengwei was stunned. Ah? Class reunion? Shall we go? Ling Yang nodded and said, Yes, and he asked me to bring Yao Yao with me. Oh. How does Zhang Mimi know Yao Yao? Have they met before? Lin Mengwei asked doubtfully. After Ling Yang explained awkwardly, Lin Mengwei held her forehead with her hand. I give you credit. Now the whole class probably knows that we're divorced and you married my younger sister. Lin Mengyao on the side covered her mouth tightly and tried hard to hold back her laughter. Seeing her younger sister making fun of her, Lin Mengwei pouted and said, It's all your fault, you're so impatient. Lin Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then she pouted and said, TSK, isn't it you who did it? What does it have to do with me? I just took the initiative. For a moment, Lin Mengwei was speechless. All right. It's my own problem. After a while, Lu Sueki, who was cleaning, came to Ling Yang and said to him, Boss Ling, I have a party tonight. Can I take a leave? Ling Yang knew that Zhang Mimi must have informed Lu Sueki, so he nodded and said, It's okay. You are going to attend the class reunion tonight, right? Lu Sueki nodded and said, Yes, that's right. President Ling is going too? Ling Yang nodded and said, Well, wait a minute, just take a ride with me. Lu Sueki immediately nodded, flattered. Okay, Mr. Ling, I'll go get ready. Ling Yang nodded and said nothing more. In the evening, a group of people got on the Wuling magic car and headed straight to Tianfu Yijierin. The car sped along the way, and the group finally arrived at Tianfu Yijia's house. As soon as they parked the car, several old classmates came to greet them. Hey! Mr. Campus Prince, you drove here in a Wuling car? You are doing pretty well. You can be considered a car owner. An old classmate said sarcastically. That's right. I just don't know if it's a mortgage? That's impossible. It's just a broken Wuling. I don't think I need a mortgage, right? Who knows? Ha. For a moment, several old classmates mocked Ling Yang. However, when they saw 1, 2, 3 beautiful women getting off the Wuling magic car, those sarcastic people were suddenly speechless. Epsilon equals Omicron alas. The school hunk is the school hunk. Even though it looks like a broken Wuling, it is filled with beauties. After seeing this scene, several people said sourly, as expected of our class's handsome guy, the school hunk, this treatment is different. Even if he drives a broken Wuling, he can still drive a Rolls Royce. Yes. Never mind. We can't envy him. He is so handsome. Now, don't we like handsome guys? Rich guys. At least I have one of them. Look, I haven't seen you for a few years, you are more handsome than before. After seeing the sour sarcasm from several people, Ling Yang was too lazy to pay attention to them. If it wasn't for Zhang Mimi's face, he would not have planned to come. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang took a few girls directly to the box. These few guys were uneducated before, but now they are probably here just to see who is doing better and then curry favor with him. If someone is not doing well, just mock him or her to satisfy your own pitiful little thoughts. To argue with such people is to be hard on yourself and punish yourself. After a few people arrived at the box, Zhang Mimi immediately came up to greet them. Oh, Ling Yang is here, hurry up and take a seat, the classmates should be almost all here, the food will be served soon. Ling Yang smiled at Zhang Mimi and said, Mimi, tell me, why are you doing all this? Zhang Mimi smiled and said, hey, it's been 3 years since we graduated, wouldn't it be nice to have a small gathering? Ling Yang nodded and said, that's right. By the way, Mimi, where are you now after our hasty farewell last time? Zhang Mimi waved her hands and said, oh, how can I dare to talk about a high position? I just help people buy clothes in a shopping mall. It's getting harder and harder to find such a job nowadays. I really can't find anything suitable, so there's no other way. I can only live my life like this and muddle through. Unlike you, you have a family and a career now, but I am still alone. You say, if you had promised me at the beginning, maybe our children would have been children too. Ling Yang smiled awkwardly and said, Mimi, you are such a joke, my wife is here. Hearing this, Zhang Mimi smiled and said, okay, Ling Yang, now you are doing well. It seems that you and Wei Wei still have a good relationship. Lin Mengwei on the side was extremely embarrassed. What could she say? So, I could only say vaguely, well, it's okay. Seeing this, Zhang Mimi stopped talking. After a while, the dishes were served and the students sat around the table. At first glance, there are only about a dozen in total. Looking at these dozen classmates, Ling Yang also knew that it was quite good to be able to gather so many people after 3 years. Many classmates have been unable to be contacted, so it is naturally impossible to get together as a whole. At this moment, several old classmates at the table were looking at the beauties sitting next to Ling Yang, and they were filled with envy and jealousy. So, several people mocked, Ling Yang, I heard that you and Sister Wei are divorced? Is it true? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, whether we get a divorce or not, it has nothing to do with you, right? A few people laughed and said, oh, it does matter. Sister Wei is the most beautiful girl in our class. If you two really get divorced, wouldn't we have a chance? Brothers, if you are still single, don't you have a chance to pursue Sister Wei? Brothers, don't you agree? That's right. Even though I'm married, I can divorce my shrewd wife for Sister Wei. Several people chattered non-stop, and Lin Mengwei on the side suddenly said awkwardly, okay, let's eat, the food can't stop your mouths. That is right, I am divorced from Ling Yang, but I don't plan to get married now, so you guys should just stop worrying about it. Sister Wei, I plan to be a single noble and not get married. You should find a suitable girl to marry as soon as possible. After hearing this, several people immediately shook their heads with regret and said, oh, what a pity, Sister Wei still doesn't think highly of us. But, Sister Wei, you're getting a divorce. It's the right thing to do. We didn't think highly of you two in the first place. Look, you're so beautiful, and there are so many rich second-generation men pursuing you, but you don't like them. I'm just going to fight this brat Ling Yang. What's so good about him? He's just handsome and good at studying. What future can I have by following him? Look, we were right. Ling Yang, after all these years, is still the same, a brat. After all this time, he still drives a broken Wuling? Although I am not talented, I can drive an Accord, which is many times better than his broken Wuling. Otherwise, Sister Wei, why don't you consider it? Besides, I'm still working in a state-owned enterprise, with a stable job and a guaranteed quality of life. Following me is definitely 100 times better than following Ling Yang, what do you think? Sister Wei? Lin Mengwei frowned immediately. This guy is clearly slandering Ling Yang. When Lin Mengwei was about to retort to them, Ling Yang waved his hand, signaling Lin Mengwei to stop talking. After all, why bother with these people? So Ling Yang smiled and said, yes, you are all right, old classmate, you are doing well, you are driving an Accord. Awesome. You're probably the best in our class, you've done the best, and even got a job in a state-owned enterprise, that is incredible. Chapter 46, Invisible Luxury, shocking everyone. Seeing Ling Yang being so tactful, this person's self-esteem felt greatly satisfied. Ah, Ling Yang, I'm not talking about you. You should just be happy that our beautiful sister Wei is willing to marry you. Why do we want to get a divorce? Tell me, aren't you just bored? We don't have the blessing yet. It just so happens that we have a security guard job here, and the monthly salary is 2,500, which is not low. What do you think? Would you like to consider doing this? I'll talk to the manager and ask him to give you the job of security guard. Think about it carefully. We are classmates and brothers. As a brother, I have to take good care of you for such a good thing. Everyone looked at this man saying this. On the surface, it seemed like he was really doing this for Ling Yang's own good, but in fact, everyone could tell that this guy was just insulting Ling Yang. At this time, Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao, who were sitting next to Ling Yang, frowned. Isn't this too insulting? Just as they were about to speak, Ling Yang smiled slightly and waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for them to argue. After all, for him now, it is too embarrassing to compete with these people. In a word, he and they are no longer in the same boat, and are not at the same level. If he were to argue with them, he would be lowering his own standards. So, Ling Yang smiled, shook his head and said, "Thank you very much. However, I have a job at the moment, so I won't bother you." Oh, what's the trouble? It's okay, it's not a trouble, I can just go and tell you, 2005, it's not a small amount. Don't you really want to consider it? Lu Sueki was watching this scene on the side. Among the people present, except Ling Yang and his group, she was probably the only one who knew Ling Yang's current true worth. This guy is simply bringing shame upon himself. However, she could also see that Ling Yang just didn't want to argue with these people, so there was no need for her to come out and clarify anything. Because, this might backfire or something. After all, I had pursued Ling Yang in the past. No matter what I said, they probably wouldn't believe it. So, it's best not to explain. At this time, Zhang Mimi frowned and said, "Xiaoyang, please stop talking. We know that you are doing well, okay? But we are all classmates, why do you have to be so sarcastic?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "It's okay, Mimi. Today, I came here to play just for your sake. However, it looks like they don't welcome me very much. So, why don't we just stop here?" Seeing Ling Yang was about to leave, Zhang Mimi was a little angry. She said to them, "You guys should be quiet. I'm going to tell you the truth. Actually, today is my birthday, and I plan to invite you all to get together. After all, we haven't seen each other for so many years. But, you all act like this as soon as you meet each other, which really disappoints me." For a moment, everyone was stunned and looked at Zhang Mimi in a daze. I didn't expect that today is Zhang Mimi's birthday. Ling Yang was also stunned for a moment. "Ah? Mimi, is today your birthday?" Zhang Mimi nodded and said, "Yes, so I want to invite everyone to come and have fun together, have a meal or something." Ling Yang immediately said with a smile, "Oh, why didn't you tell me this earlier? I wasn't prepared at all." Zhang Mimi smiled and said, "Oh, no need. Actually, I just said it was a class reunion because I was afraid that you would prepare birthday gifts or something." Everyone was stunned. The few people who had been clamoring before stopped talking. Although their words were harsh, they were still out of envy and jealousy. After all, Lin Mengwei was their white moonlight at the beginning, but unexpectedly, she ended up following that brat Ling Yang. This is something they have never been able to figure out, so after seeing Ling Yang, they always feel unhappy. Suddenly, Ling Yang's cell phone rang. Ling Yang took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but he still answered it. After the call was connected, a young man's voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, sir. The limited edition Bugatti Veyron you ordered from our company has been completed and has been transported to Yunfeng County. May I ask if you have time now? Our staff will deliver the goods to your door right away. When the time comes, please give us a good review." Ling Yang was stunned. "What? My Bugatti is ready? Okay, I'm at the Tianfui family's place now, you can just send it over." "Okay, sir, our staff will deliver the goods to your door right away. I wish you a pleasant journey, thank you for your cooperation, and goodbye." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Just after Ling Yang hung up the phone, everyone was stunned. Bugatti? What the hell? Isn't that a luxury car worth tens of millions? This. Ling Yang, a customized limited edition? Wouldn't the limited edition be more expensive? When everyone looked at Ling Yang, they were all shocked. Is this impossible? How could Ling Yang possibly afford such an expensive top-of-the-line luxury car? He drives a shabby Wuling, but, damn, he actually customized a limited edition top luxury car worth tens of millions? This is incredible. Moreover, it doesn't look like it's fake. If it was fake, how could it be sent here? Or did Ling Yang rent it on purpose to show off? Thinking of this, the young man who was previously called Xiao Yang said to Ling Yang, "Wow, Ling Yang? Impossible, you can afford a Bugatti? You didn't rent it for show, did you? I tell you, this is life. You should be more realistic. It's very expensive to rent a house, why do you have to save face and suffer? Quit it now. I heard that renting this Bugatti for a day costs a lot of money, so there's no need to pretend to be rich, right? Ha ha ha. That's right, Ling Yang, it's not enough, there's no need." Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. It's just a car worth tens of millions. Is it expensive? Oh. What the hell?" Everyone was stunned. My goodness, I told you are fat and you are still panting? A car worth tens of millions? How dare you say that? It seems that this is not tens of millions, but just a few thousand yuan. Zhang Mimi knew Ling Yang's family, and she quickly advised him, "Ling Yang, you really don't need to do this. Return it quickly. It's quite expensive and not worth it. I just want everyone to have a meal together, there is no need to do this." Unexpectedly, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Nini, don't worry, I know my limits. You may not believe me, but tens of millions of dollars are really nothing to me. They are no different from a few thousand yuan. Sigma A." When everyone saw Ling Yang like this, they were stunned. Wow, this guy is really out of breath. Is this getting into the role? You are just a poor boy, everyone knows you are a poor guy, who are you trying to show off to? What brand of plastic bags do you have? Are you that capable of pretending? However, not long after, a staff member called Ling Yang, and Ling Yang told them the box number. After a while, there was a knock on the box door. Ling Yang saw the knock on the box door and said to the door, "Well, come in." Crunch! After the door of the box opened, a tall and beautiful woman in a professional suit walked in with a sexy step. "Excuse me, who is Mr. Ling?" Ling Yang raised his hand and said, "I'm here." After seeing Ling Yang, the sexy beauty smiled slightly and came in front of Ling Yang. Then, the sexy beauty took out Ling Yang's car keys, vehicle ownership certificate, certificate of conformity, etc. from the folder and respectfully handed them to Ling Yang. "Hello, Mr. Ling. All your vehicle information is here. Our company has also specially prepared the license plate for Mr. Ling. Please sign for it." After Ling Yang casually flipped through it, he nodded and said, "Okay." The sexy beauty was even more surprised after looking at Ling Yang. She didn't expect that Ling Yang was so handsome and young. The most important thing is that this car is the most expensive limited edition in their company. It is worth more than 50 million and is a top-level super luxury supercar. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car is no ordinary person. For a moment, she rolled her eyes and quietly slipped a small note that she had prepared long ago, along with some information, into Ling Yang's hand while he was not paying attention. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment and looked up at the sexy beautiful staff member. After the sexy staff member winked at him gently, Ling Yang immediately understood and nodded slightly, then he took the note in his palm. Seeing this, the beautiful girl smiled slightly and said to Ling Yang, "Then Mr. Ling, remember to give a good review. Then I won't bother Mr. Ling anymore. I wish Mr. Ling a pleasant experience." Ling Yang laughed and said, "Well, thank you for your kindness, but I won't know how this car performs and whether it's easy to drive until I drive it. So, this is a good review. Don't worry, I'll drive this car and experience its performance first." The sexy beauty immediately understood and nodded. "Well, okay, then Mr. Ling, remember to test drive the car. Our company is waiting for Mr. Ling's favorable comments." As she spoke, she winked at Ling Yang imperceptibly. Before leaving, she gave Ling Yang a wink and then walked out. After the sexy beauty left, Ling Yang felt like a kitten scratching his heart. You know what, the beautiful girl who just came in is really an extraordinary beauty. She has a curvy figure, is sexy and charming, and has a beautiful body. In short, she is very charming. A top-notch gun. The shelf. At this moment, just after the sexy beauty left, everyone was completely stunned. Everyone looked at Ling Yang with an expression of disbelief. As the saying goes, invisible pretense is the most deadly. They did nothing, yet it seemed as if they had done everything. Bugatti. A top-notch supercar worth tens of millions. But, looking at Ling Yang's expression, he really doesn't take it seriously. Oh my god. When everyone looked at Ling Yang, they were stunned. Everyone is speculating, what is Ling Yang's current identity? Chapter 47 Wife, I'm not used to driving a supercar, you can drive it for fun. Quiet. Silence. It was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Ling Yang really possessed such amazing wealth now? All those who had mocked Ling Yang before lowered their heads in shame and were too embarrassed to look at Ling Yang. Oh my god. Unexpectedly, Ling Yang is so rich now. If Ling Yang is really able to buy this luxury car worth tens of millions, then there is really no need for them to argue with me and others, right? No wonder, even though I and others kept mocking him, he always looked calm and composed. Not everyone has this kind of aura. Now, when they think back carefully, they realize that it is indeed true. Today, although they have been mocking Ling Yang from the moment he entered the door until now, Ling Yang has never looked at them straight in the eye. On the contrary, it's a feeling of being calm and relaxed. How can I describe this feeling? It's like, ignore, yes, just ignore. It turns out that from the very beginning, Ling Yang didn't take them seriously at all. No wonder, Ling Yang said, if it wasn't he for Mimi, he wouldn't he have come. It turns out that what they said was true. Bugatti. What an unattainable height. The guy called Xiao Yang before has seen the world. He can tell that this is not rented. He just took a glance at the documents above, and they were all real certificates. This key was also real, everything was real, and at the same time, he felt even more ashamed. At the same time, he also knew that he had missed an opportunity to meet such an important figure. But I mocked him instead. Now, this relationship will probably never be eased. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and said to Ling Yang, Ling Yang, I was a mean person before, I'm sorry. Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, it's okay, I don't care, there's no need to be like this. When Xiao Yang heard this, he sighed. He knew that Ling Yang was no longer an ordinary person. How could he possibly care about a small person like him? So, he sat down dejectedly. At the same time, several people who had mocked Ling Yang before apologized. However, Ling Yang still looked calm and indifferent. Several people also knew that Ling Yang looked down on them at all, so he naturally wouldn't bother with them. This is the difference in class. Someone's status, position, and wealth have already determined his or her status. I'm afraid only people like me can be so short-sighted. At this time, Zhang Mimi was also stunned. She didn't expect that Ling Yang was so rich. At this moment, Ling Yang casually threw the Bugatti car keys to Lin Mengyao. Yao Yao, you can keep this car for yourself. I still like Wuling's magic car. I can't get used to driving this broken supercar. Sigma A. Oh my god. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that Ling Yang is so rich and inhumane. This is a limited edition Bugatti. It's a luxury car worth tens of millions, but in his eyes, is it really worthless? He just gave it to his mistress to drive, and he himself likes to drive the Wuling magical car? What kind of quirk is this? Could it be that this Wuling car is really so comfortable? Even easier to drive than luxury cars? Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this is the legendary low-key boss who was often the most inconspicuous one in the crowd? Now, they are completely convinced. Ling Yang's invisible display of wealth is definitely perfect. It completely made everyone admire it. After seeing such a rich and inhumane Ling Yang, several female classmates present could no longer sit still. None of them have boyfriends yet and have been single all these years. When they saw how generous and inhumane Ling Yang was, they all started to have some ideas. Especially one of the beauties, she is as famous as Lu Sueki. Lu Sueki is second only to Lin Mengwei. Lin Mengwei is the most beautiful girl in the department, and both Lu Sueki and she are the most beautiful girls in the class. In terms of appearance, her looks were not bad either, and she was well known for her good reputation. To be honest, she has always been a smart woman and she always knows what she wants. Therefore, when many rich second generations pursued her, she ignored them, because she knew that following these rich second generations would mean being played around with and basically there would be no good ending. Therefore, she has always been looking for men with good character and high quality. To be honest, she also had her eyes on Ling Yang at the beginning. However, because Ling Yang was too poor at the time, she did not take action. Otherwise, with her means, how could he be snatched away by Lin Mengwei? But right now, Ling Yang is such a popular person. Besides, she had liked Ling Yang a little at the beginning, so for a while, she also wanted to put some thought into Ling Yang. I'm afraid that everyone present here can't see anything, but she can see a lot. Especially before, when the sexy staff member carefully handed the note to Ling Yang when everyone else was paying attention to the car keys. But she noticed it, the moment when he passed the note to Ling Yang and the sexy beauty and exchanged glances. That's why she had such a little idea. Because she knew very well that all men with money were like this. After all, the more outstanding a man was, the more he would attract the favor of beautiful women. The more outstanding a man is, the more outstanding he will be for women. So, when a high-quality woman comes to your door, they would certainly not refuse. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth raised, revealing an imperceptible arc. She rolled her eyes and was thinking about how to get in touch with Ling Yang. Just as she was thinking this, Ling Yang said to Zhang Mimi, "Mimi, you guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom." Zhang Mimi nodded. "Well, go ahead." Ling Yang nodded and went out. When she saw Ling Yang go out to the bathroom, Zhuge Qingqing knew that her chance had come. So, Zhuge Qingqing suddenly covered her belly and said, "Hey, Mimi, do you still have your napkin? I really want to come." Seeing this, Zhang Mimi suddenly became anxious. Why is it so sudden? Zhuge Qingqing's face twisted in pain, and she said in agony, "I don't know, it was supposed to be tomorrow, but I didn't expect it to be earlier this time. It hurts so much, is there any? Give me one quickly." Zhang Mimi was also shocked when she saw Zhuge Qingqing's appearance. She quickly rummaged through her bag, took out a handkerchief and handed it to Zhuge Qingqing. "Come on, Qingqing, how about I help you go?" Zhuge Qingqing waved her hand and said, "It's okay, Mimi, you guys eat and drink well, I'll go take care of it first." Zhang Mimi didn't doubt him, nodded and said, "Well, deal with it quickly, we'll wait for you to come back." Zhuge Qingqing nodded and took the towel, covered her lower abdomen and went out. Chapter 48, the bathroom was blocked by a beautiful classmate? The other side. Ling Yang left the box and went straight to the bathroom, where he called the manager of a cake shop he was very familiar with. "Hello? The store manager?" "Yes, it's me, Ling Yang. Well, my friend has a birthday today. Can you see if you can expedite a birthday cake for her? I'll pay for the expedited service, the sooner the better. Money is not a problem." "Okay, Xiaoling, if it was someone else, I wouldn't do it even if they paid more. But, Xiaoling, since you asked, I'll get it for you anyway." "Wait a minute. It will take about an hour, can you wait?" An hour? Can it be half an hour?" "Uncle, please help me, it's really urgent, I'll pay 3 times the expedited fee." This is fine. I'll try my best." "Okay, thank you, uncle." "It's okay. We are old friends. Why are you talking about this?" "Okay, thank you for your help, I'll hang up first." "You are busy." Then, after hanging up the phone, Ling Yang made a cup of hot tea and walked out of the bathroom. However, when he reached the door of the men's bathroom, he was suddenly pushed back a few steps by someone. Ling Yang was stunned. What was going on? Then, I saw my old classmate, another female academic master in my former class, standing at the door of the men's bathroom. She was the embodiment of wisdom and beauty. Zhuge Qingqing, nicknamed the talented little Zhuge, was actually standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. After seeing Zhuge Qingqing, Ling Yang was stunned and asked, "Qingqing, what are you doing? Is this the men's bathroom? The women's bathroom is next to it. Did you go to the wrong door?" Unexpectedly, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "That's right, I came here specifically to see you. What's the problem?" Looking for me? Why are you looking for me?" Ling Yang asked doubtfully. Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "Hey, Ling Yang, are there any outsiders here? Let's go in and talk." "What? Go in? This is the men's bathroom?" But how could Zhuge Qingqing let go of this opportunity? She just walked forward and pushed Ling Yang back to the men's bathroom. Then, he opened a cubicle door and pushed Ling Yang in. Then, he pushed Ling Yang down onto the toilet lid and sat him down, looking down at him. "Oh my god? Qingqing? What are you trying to do? Don't do anything stupid. I have a family. If someone saw us doing this, wouldn't it be bad if the news got out?" Hearing Ling Yang's words, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "It's okay, no one will know." "Ling Yang, how about we do something that we love?" "Sigma, eh?" Ling Yang was startled. I didn't expect that Zhuge Qingqing, who is known as the female Zhuge, would come to block me at the bathroom door at this time. Moreover, judging from the situation, I'm afraid the purpose of coming here is not simple. Thinking of this, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Qingqing, listen to me, don't make a mistake, you are a smart girl. You are different from those gold diggers who will do anything for money and who abuse themselves crazily. Your academic performance is not worse than mine, and your ability is not weak either. Don't make a mistake. Do you know how we can face our old classmates if we do this?" Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "Ling Yang, I know all this, but I know that you are different. Don't worry, I don't need you to be responsible for anything. Anyway, I am a single noble now. I am willing, so what does it matter?" "Oh? No need to be responsible? What the hell? This woman is crazy, what on earth is she trying to do?" "Qingqing, listen to me. There are all our classmates outside now. It's easy to be exposed. Don't do this." Hearing this, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "Oh? So what you mean is that as long as they are not here, we can do it?" "Oh?" Ling Yang quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I didn't say that. Don't misinterpret my meaning. Oh, stop pretending. I don't know how men are. You say such hypocritical things, but you are actually quite honest." Ling Yang blushed when he heard this. "But, can I control this thing? Besides, you are dressed so cool and seductive tonight, I am a normal man, okay? If you are not honest, wouldn't you become a eunuch?" Seeing Ling Yang was speechless for a moment, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "Okay, stop pretending. I saw the little note that the sexy beauty handed to you before." "Well." Ling Yang was speechless for a while. Finally, Ling Yang smiled and said, "You are indeed a talented woman of your generation, known as the living beauty Zhuge Liang, and indeed, your reputation is well deserved. I can't hide anything from you. Okay, you are a smart woman and I am not stupid either. Let's just speak frankly. What do you need from me? I don't really think that a talented woman who is known as the female Zhuge Liang will really approach me unconditionally. Although I like beautiful women, I will not be too blind. After all, there is no shortage of beautiful women in this world." Seeing Ling Yang say this, Zhuge Qingqing said with admiration, "Amazing, amazing, you are indeed a top student. This meticulous mind and the ability to remain calm really make me admire you. I also like talking to smart people. It's not tiring. Since you have seen my purpose, I will just tell you directly. I need money, a large sum of money, probably tens of millions, but just think of it as a loan from you. Because I asked many people for loans, but failed to raise any money. I saw that you were able to buy a luxury car worth tens of millions without blinking an eye. This means that you can definitely help me. In exchange, how about I exchange my body with you for loan qualifications? I will return this money in full after I have dealt with the emergency and have made some money back. I will make it a written agreement, and I will not pay you less than the normal bank interest rate. Moreover, during the period of not paying back, you can let me come and accompany you at any time, for free, how about it?" After hearing this condition, Ling Yang was indeed tempted. He was not someone who could remain calm under the influence of temptation. It is hard to refuse such a beautiful woman who is so charming and attractive and throws herself into my arms. However, she also knew that this woman was a rose with thorns, and if she was not careful, it would prick her hands. "Oh? The conditions are very tempting? However, I, Ling Yang, will not do anything impulsively if I am not sure of the deal. This is not a small amount of money. Tens of millions can buy many, many more beautiful women than you. But, tell me, why should I lend it to you? What is the benefit for me? I, Ling Yang, don't do business that loses money, nor do business that is beyond my control. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 49, The Boneless Beauty. Zhuge Qingqing, after hearing Ling Yang's words, looked at him in astonishment. Then, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Shueba, you are really cautious. You won't agree to such an attractive condition? If it were someone else, they wouldn't have this kind of determination, right? After all, the crisis my company is facing was caused by a stinky man who had evil intentions towards me." Hearing this, Ling Yang immediately asked in confusion, "Oh? There is such a thing? But, speaking of which, Zhuge Qingqing, what is your identity? These tens of millions are not a small amount of money. Zhuge Qingqing directly put her head on Ling Yang's thigh, smiled at him and said, "Do you really want to know?" Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "I don't really want to think about it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, right?" "Well." Zhuge Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's right, Ling Yang, I was not wrong about you, you are different from others. No matter when or where, no matter what kind of temptation you face, you can always keep your mind wise and clear. I really admire you. In this situation, you can think so clearly. If you really agree, I will even look down on you. But now, I have a new respect for you. I am becoming more and more interested in you. How about we join forces? My connections, your wealth, if we join forces, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "I don't even know who you are. And you want me to cooperate with you? Isn't this a joke?" Zhuge Qingqing knew that Ling Yang would definitely say this, so she quietly leaned over to Ling Yang's ear and repeated it. When Ling Yang heard Zhuge Qingqing's true identity, he was shocked. "Old classmate, I didn't realize that you hid it even more deeply than I did. When we were in school, I saw you being so low-key. I didn't expect that you actually had such an identity," Ling Yang said with deep emotion. Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "How about it? Now, are you interested in cooperating? As a partner, occasionally resolving a partner's personal problems will not affect the overall situation, right?" Ling Yang was also a little tempted for a moment. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The system has given me such a high starting point. I can't always rely on the system for everything. Through these things, he would be able to make a name for himself. Moreover, he also realized that if he didn't know how to manage the things given to him by the system, it would be a mess. Therefore, having a system does not mean that you can rely entirely on the system and do nothing. The system just gives you a chance to give it a try, and it is up to you whether you can seize it or not. Looking at the pretty lady in front of him who seemed as soft as boneless, it would be a lie for Ling Yang to say that he was not moved. At the beginning, the two of them were considered to be kind and sympathetic to each other, because both of them were top students. The results of the two were basically on par. In short, they just took turns taking the first and second places. Zhuge Qingqing can be described as a remarkable woman who is rich, beautiful, powerful, and talented. Just ask, how can such a woman not attract men? However, most men do not dare to provoke her, because men who are not as good as her will have an inexplicable sense of inferiority when they are in front of her. There are not many men stronger than her, so this woman can be said to be the best. Everything has been done to the extreme. Seeing Ling Yang thinking, Zhuge Qingqing didn't intend to interrupt him and let him think. A long time. Ling Yang raised his lips, smiled evilly and asked, "How do you plan to cooperate?" After careful consideration of the interests, he came to the conclusion that he was at least 50% sure. Since you are 50% sure, just go for it. 50% is not low. Many businessmen will do it as long as they have a 10% chance of success, let alone if they have 50% chance. After seeing Ling Yang agree, Zhuge Qingqing nodded, smiled and said, "Okay, Ling Yang, you will be glad for your decision today. Since you are planning to cooperate with me, I can't break my promise. The conditions are what we agreed on. None of them can be missing, so I will give you a little bit of benefit now." Hearing this, Ling Yang was suddenly shocked. "Ah? Here? We don't want it now? If we go back late, will they get suspicious?" Unexpectedly, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "What's the matter? You don't believe in my skills? I'm not bragging to you. With my masterful skills, even the most tenacious dragon will fall to earth and have to raise its head." Seeing Zhuge Qingqing's confident and boastful look, Ling Yang simply shook his head and said, "Forget it, I really won't lie to you, for a long time." Zhuge Qingqing seemed to be challenged, and she smiled. "Okay? I'd like to see it." Then, she slowly dunked. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, there were footsteps outside the door. "Ling Yang? Ling Yang, are you there?" After hearing the sound, the two of them stopped for a moment. After a while, several old classmates came in and knocked one after another. Seeing this, Ling Yang quickly said, "Oh, stop knocking, I'm constipated, my stomach hurts, I can't get it out. You guys go back first. Wait for me, I'll be back soon." After hearing Ling Yang's voice, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone stopped looking for Ling Yang, the sound of someone looking for Zhuge Qingqing was heard from the women's bathroom next door. "Qingqing, where are you? However, after shouting for a long time, no one responded. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Mimi's voice came from the other side. There's no one in the bathroom? Where did Qingqing go? Phone, yes, call and ask where Qingqing went? At this moment, Zhuge Qingqing and Ling Yang looked at each other and were immediately shocked. Zhuge Qingqing hurriedly took out her cell phone in a panic, but the moment she took it out, a call came in. Seeing this scene, the two of them felt their scalps tingling, and Zhuge Qingqing was also in a panic. She quickly pressed the volume button on her phone to turn it to silent. But it was still a step too late, the phone rang again. For a moment, the two of them felt their scalps tingling. If what happened today became such an embarrassing thing in front of so many old classmates, they would never be able to see their old classmates again in their lives. What's more, Ling Yang is even more miserable, because his ex-wife and wife are both here. Once these two see the scene, won't they be furious? Swish swish swish. Suddenly, everyone came back and all went to the bathroom. Ling Yang? Who are you in there with? Chapter 50 tonight, I'll treat you to milk tea. In an instant, Zhuge Qingqing and Ling Yang in the small cubicle in the bathroom were stunned, and they stared at each other with wide eyes. They all saw fear in each other's eyes. Zhuge Qingqing leaned close to Ling Yang's ear and said solemnly, "What should I do? I don't mind being caught red-handed. Anyway, I don't have a husband. What can you do? Your wife is determined to divorce you, right? Otherwise, I will talk to her and persuade her to divorce. As for this person, you have to know how to examine and decide. If you want to marry someone, you want to marry someone who is beneficial to you and can help you in your career, right? In this way, we can achieve a win-win situation, your talent and wealth, plus my connections and skills. I believe that it won't be long before we can dominate the business world. What do you think?" Ling Yang frowned and said, "I was wondering why you are so attentive?" So that's it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Yang finished speaking, Zhuge Qingqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yang with resentment, and said in a low voice, "Can you blame me for this? I never thought that you haven't done anything for such a long time. You are too perverted, it's been so long, I'm numb, and you're not healed yet. So, can you blame me for this? God knows, it took you so long. Now, what should we do? Go out, or stay?" Ling Yang also had cold sweat on his forehead. What should he do now? Ling Yang? Ling Yang. Suddenly, at this moment, the voices of Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei were heard outside the door. After hearing that the two sisters were outside, the expression on Ling Yang's face became even more exciting. ITM. Is God playing a trick on me? What should I do at this time? Finally, with no other options, Ling Yang suddenly smiled and said, "Well, how about you send a message to Zhang Mimi and tell her that you have to go home for something, and then I'll go out and deal with them first?" Zhuge Qingqing spread his hands and said, "Okay. That's it." Soon after Zhuge Qingqing sent the message, Zhang Mimi's voice was heard from outside. Everyone stop looking. Qingqing has already gone back. She said that her relative came too violently and the pain was unbearable, so she took a taxi back. Oh, I see. Alright, let's go home and have dinner. After Zhang Mimi finished speaking, everyone went back. Before leaving, several old classmates said to Ling Yang, let's go back first. Your diarrhea is too severe. Go back and take some Cialis. I won't wait for you anymore, let us go back and chat. Okay, you guys go over there and have some food and drinks first, I'll be ready soon. Ling Yang replied. At the same time, in the corridor outside, after watching everyone go back, Zhang Mimi looked at the door of the men's bathroom and then looked at the WeChat messages on her mobile phone. Sister May, please help me, it's urgent. Ling Yang and I are in the bathroom now. Please help me, Sister May. Tell them that I'm going home and send them away. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Looking at the text message, Zhang Mimi took a deep breath. Who would have thought that Zhuge Qingqing, a beauty with both talent and beauty, would end up doing something so immoral? It's so exciting. Carrot. Forget it this time. I helped you cover it up. But it's infuriating just to think about it. You didn't even include me? Finally, Zhang Mimi shook her head and went back. When he heard no sound outside, Ling Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, I finally helped cover it up. Seeing Ling Yang sweating profusely, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, Oh? Is this fake? Or are you scared? Ling Yang said unhappily, Is this false? Don't you know? Of course I'm scared. If it was your husband outside, would you be scared? Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, a husband is a husband. Even if I already have a husband today, I'm not afraid. At worst, I can just change him. Oh? Ling Yang was speechless for a while. All right. Nowadays, women are becoming more and more open-minded about this aspect. They are simply too bold. Seeing Ling Yang's guilty look, it was obvious that he had no experience, so Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, Ling Yang? Judging from your appearance, you probably don't have much experience in this area, right? Look at me, my face remains calm and my heart remains steady. What is there to be afraid of? If you dare to do something, you must be responsible for it. Today I will teach you a lesson. It's free. As he spoke, he kissed Ling Yang's forehead, then leaned close to Ling Yang's ear and whispered, after the party is over, I'll wait for you at the street milk tea shop. You must come, there is a big surprise. If you miss tonight, if you don't come, I will. Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said, Oh? Just what? Are you trying to threaten me with this? Then you underestimated me, Ling Yang. You are right. You must take responsibility for your actions. Since I dare to do it, naturally, I am not afraid of your threats. You are a smart woman, you should not use such despicable means, right? Zhuge Qingqing nodded in agreement and said, Oh? This is indeed a top student. His thoughts are always so clear. Don't worry, I won't resort to such tricks. What I mean is, if you don't come, I will be sad. After all, tonight, you are comfortable, but I am still working hard. I am small, my mouth and lips are dry, and I am a little thirsty. I haven't had a good drink of milk tea or coffee to moisten my lips for a long time, so how about inviting you to have a cup of milk tea? Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, stood up, looked down at Zhuge Qingqing, lifted her chin with one hand, smiled evilly and said, Yes, you are right, you are a rose with thorns, it depends on how you prune it, after all, it is easy to prick your hand if you are not careful. Thank you for the compliment. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ling Yang smiled and said, Okay, happy cooperation. I'm looking forward to the milk tea you'll treat me to, but I don't know what it tastes like. Is it sweet, salty, or spicy? I'm afraid that this milk tea tastes good and it's too hot. Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, It's okay. If it's hot, I'll blow it cool for you. If it's spicy, I'll add sugar. If it's salty, I'll add some water. How do you think? Looking at this woman, Ling Yang's heart trembled. Yes, this woman is a character, a master at examining and seizing things. He must be a business genius. However, the person who could force her into debt and break her capital chain is obviously not a stupid person. Okay. Tonight, I have to try what this milk tea tastes like. Seeing Ling Yang agreed, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, Then Qingqing, I'm waiting for you. Chapter 51, A Dark and Windy Night, in the Wilderness. After Ling Yang tidied himself up, he opened the door and went out. After a while, Zhuge Qingqing also tidied herself up, and then left from the back. After Ling Yang returned to the box, he saw a big cake on the table. When everyone saw Ling Yang coming back, they all joked, Hey, Ling Yang, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You ordered a birthday cake so quickly? Do you know that just now, our sister Mei was so moved that she almost cried? Ling Yang smiled slightly, looked at Zhang Mimi, and said with a smile, Well, I didn't know it was Mimi's birthday before, so I didn't prepare anything. I'm sorry for being so hasty. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mimi shook her head and said, Not hasty, I like it very much, thank you, Ling Yang. Ling Yang nodded and said, It's okay, Mimi, make a wish quickly. Tonight, you are the protagonist. Zhang Mimi nodded and said, Yes, everyone, blow out the candles with me. Puff. After blowing out the candles, Zhang Mimi smiled and cut out the birthday cake for everyone. Everyone was having a great time. Just like that, an hour passed, but Zhang Mimi said that she had booked a KTV room and wanted everyone to sing together. Ling Yang was stunned. Oh shit? Isn't it over yet? You know, Zhuge Qingqing is still waiting for me on the roadside, treating me to original milk tea. How can we waste time on such trivial things as singing? So, Ling Yang coughed lightly and said, Well, Mimi, actually, I have some business to discuss tonight. It was for your sake that I took the time out to attend the party. However, just now, a client sent me a message asking me to come over to discuss cooperation matters. So, I may not be able to accompany you to sing. You know, our business is a big business and we can't delay it. Well, I'm really sorry, but tonight, you are the boss no matter what. I can't go, I'll let my wife and Wei Wei go with you, I'm going to talk about business first. Zhang Mimi looked at Ling Yang with strange eyes. She knew in her heart what kind of business Zhang Xiaofan was going to discuss. It's obviously to go with Zhuge Qingqing. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. Apparently, this man, once he has money, is all the same. No one is an exception. However, she also knew that she should say what she should say and not say what she shouldn't say. So, Zhang Mimi smiled and said, huh? Ling Yang, what's your big deal? It's not a big deal worth several hundreds, right? Ling Yang was stunned when he saw Zhang Mimi's playful expression. I go? Could it be that she saw something? Or guessed something? However, now is not the time to study this. After all, I didn't enjoy myself just now. This is the first reason. Secondly, the conditions offered by Zhuge Qingqing are quite good and I can accept them. However, since there is buying and selling, we have to talk about the specific distribution of interests. The business world is like a battlefield, there is no human nature. Even if they have these relationships, they are just partners and the benefits still need to be distributed well. Oh, Mimi, you are such a joke. How can this hundreds of millions project be so easy to discuss? Let's not talk about it. It's annoying. Business matters are annoying. After talking to Zhang Mimi, Ling Yang said to his wife and Lin Mangwei, I'm sorry, you guys stay with Mimi tonight. I have a business deal to discuss. The two sisters smiled and said, well, go ahead. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ling Yang drove his Wuling car straight to the milk tea shop. After speeding all the way, he arrived at the place he had agreed with Zhuge Qingqing, and saw that Zhuge Qingqing was indeed waiting for him at the door of the milk tea shop on the street. After Ling Yang came in front of Zhuge Qingqing, he saw that Zhuge Qingqing had actually changed into a new set of clothes, and it was a more sexy and charming set of clothes. Now, she looks half-hidden, looming, and really catches people's eyes. Even passers-by can't help but secretly glance at her. In short, she is so charming now that people can't help but want to have a deep exchange with her. Sexy. Charming. Alluring. Not bad, I can see that you put a lot of thought into it. Ling Yang smiled and said. Zhuge Qingqing turned around and said, how is it? Does it look good? I bought it specially for you. Do you like it? Ling Yang nodded and said, not bad, I like it. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't like it. I like it. How could I not like it? I can see that you understand men's little thoughts. This outfit is just right. I like it too. By the way, where's my milk tea? Ling Yang looked at Zhuge Qingqing with a smile and said. Zhuge Qingqing lifted Ling Yang's chin, looked down at him like Ling Yang before and said, call me sister, and I'll take you up to drink milk tea. I've already had someone bring the milk tea to the room upstairs. Seeing Zhuge Qingqing like this, Ling Yang turned sideways and came directly to Zhuge Qingqing, hugged Zhuge Qingqing, and picked her up like a princess. Then, Ling Yang smiled mischievously and said, girl, you are playing with fire, do you know that? Now, the little flame in my heart has been ignited by you, you must be responsible. Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, okay, the fire extinguisher is upstairs, or you can carry me upstairs. Ling Yang shook his head and said, no, I'll take you to a place. I guarantee you'll like it very much. After all, the purpose of going out to play is excitement. Zhuge Qingqing nodded. Okay, let's go. I want to see what kind of feng shui treasure land it is. How exciting can it be? Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, carried Zhuge Qingqing to the co-pilot seat, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car suddenly roared and rushed out. A strong sense of pushing came over me, and in an instant, the car sped away like an arrow from a bow. After a while, Zhuge Qingqing said in surprise, Ling Yang? What brand of Wuling car do you have? Why is it so exaggerated? It accelerates faster than a professional racing car? Ling Yang waved his hands and said disdainfully, oh, it's nothing, it's just a world-class engine. Oh? Zhuge Qingqing, oh my god. What brand of plastic bag is this Ling Yang? It can hold so much. More than 10 minutes later, Ling Yang's car drove further and further away away into the wilderness. Zhuge Qingqing could no longer sit still. What the hell? Damn, Ling Yang doesn't have any weird quirks, does he? Could it be that he is going to take me to some remote, uninhabited place? Oh my god. Suddenly, many inappropriate scenes for children in the movie emerged in her mind. Could it be that Ling Yang was planning to do this on this dark and windy night in the wilderness? Hiss. Very likely. I heard that the richer a person is, the more psychological distortions he or she will have and the more quirks he or she will have. It's not surprising. Before, what we heard about foot fetish, Brokeback Mountain, cheerleading, etc., aren't they all like this? When she thought of this, she swallowed hard. I turned my head carefully to look at Ling Yang, only to see that Ling Yang's eyes were looking at me at this moment. When she saw Ling Yang narrowing his eyes and looking at her with ill intent, she panicked. Squeak! Suddenly, Ling Yang stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. Zhuge Qingqing was startled for a moment, and then Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Zhuge Qingqing with an evil smile and said, "We're here, get off." Chapter 52. We are all here to have fun, it is wrong to take it seriously. Ah. That's it. Yeah. Right here? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhuge Qingqing swallowed her saliva, looked at Ling Yang, and asked cautiously, Ling Yang, do you have any quirks? Oh. Ling Yang said in confusion, what? Quirk? What quirk? Zhuge Qingqing said weakly, sex. Well. Ling Yang was speechless for a while. Ling Yang looked at the surrounding environment and it was no wonder that people thought this way. However, Ling Yang still smiled and said, well, it's not really like that. This place is more romantic and interesting. Zhuge Qingqing said in astonishment, in this desolate mountain, what romance is there? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, you don't understand. Do you remember the hill behind the school? Zhuge Qingqing shook her head and said, I haven't been there, what's wrong? Ling Yang said with a look of nostalgia, Lin Mengwei and I have been there, and it is a paradise for lovers. After hearing this, Zhuge Qingqing finally understood that Ling Yang had done something with Lin Mengwei before. Now, this is an addiction? With this thought in mind, Zhuge Qingqing waved her hand and said, forget it. There are too many mosquitoes here. I won't do that. You didn't see it before, and you still made all these changes? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, oh, it's just basic operation, it's okay, I always have floral water in my car, it's not a big problem. Just like that, under Ling Yang's deception and coaxing, Zhuge Qingqing asked doubtfully, is it true? I've read a lot, don't lie to me. Ling Yang waved his hands and said righteously, really? Who lied to you? You came here on your own, didn't you? I didn't force you to do it, right? Zhuge Qingqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yang, nodded and said, all right. Then how do we divide the profits in the future? Since we want to cooperate, we have to discuss the distribution of benefits. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, get in the car. Zhuge Qingqing? After seeing Ling Yang open the door of the cab and get in, Zhuge Qingqing froze in place, her hair disheveled in the wind. Ah, this. What's going on? Hey, Ling Yang, what do you mean? You dragged me to this remote place, and now, without saying anything, you want to drag me back? What do you mean? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, it doesn't mean anything. It means literally, get in the car? Any problem? Seeing Ling Yang like this, Zhuge Qingqing's eyes widened and she looked at him in disbelief. What the hell? Ling Yang, are you kidding me? Zhuge Qingqing said a little angrily. Ling Yang said without even looking at Zhuge Qingqing, playing with you? Did I play with you? Isn't it you who has been playing with me all along? Did I go in? No. You used it for that? What does it have to do with me? Did I ask you to do that to me? You kept saying you wanted to teach me a lesson, and what else did you say? It's free? Sigma A? Zhuge Qingqing was completely stunned. All right. Ling Yang, he is indeed a top student who is as famous as me. This is the routine, just like the old Sal, one trick after another. A long time. Zhuge Qingqing, take a deep breath. Who? Don't be angry, Zhuge Qingqing, you are the best, you are not angry. It took a while for Zhuge Qingqing to calm down her anger. Okay, you're so cruel, Ling Yang. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want to do? Zhuge Qingqing said calmly. Ling Yang smiled slightly, looking harmless, and turned to look at Zhuge Qingqing. Oh, not bad, you can endure this? It can be seen that your current achievements are definitely not accidental. However, you and I both know that there is only a relationship of interest between us, so let's talk about interests. I want to know who your opponent is. I want to weigh the pros and cons. You are able to achieve such success, but a woman with such ability fell into his hands. So, I should have the right to know, right? Otherwise, what if I am also implicated? Zhuge Qingqing looked at Ling Yang, smiled meaningfully and said, "Yes, Ling Yang, I was not wrong about you. I am such a beautiful woman in front of you, tempting you so much. Until now, you are still able to suppress me and become the master. That's awesome. I admire you. It's a pity that you are not married. Or if I had discovered your ability earlier, maybe we would be husband and wife now. By then, with our joint efforts, we would definitely be able to navigate the business world and dominate the world." Ling Yang smiled. "Don't think too highly of me. I'm just a businessman who doesn't do anything without profit. Ever since I divorced my ex-wife, I've seen the world clearly. If a person has no money, he is worse than a dog, and a poor phoenix is worse than a chicken. These are not just sayings of the ancients. So, I have figured it out now. Money is king. If you have money, you are qualified to own everything. If you don't even have money, how can you own anything? Having money but not using it is not the same as having no money to use. And, I am very grateful to my current wife. At least, she wouldn't despise me for not having money, so no one could shake her position, not even my ex-wife. In my eyes, she and you are no different now. We are both women, and beautiful women at that. I don't mind how many men you have had, nor do I mind whether you will be with other men after you are with me. Because, in my eyes, they are all commodities with prices. Do you understand what commodities are? I will only have one wife, and there will never be a second one. So, I hope you don't have such dangerous thoughts. We are all here to have fun, and it's wrong for you to take it seriously." After listening to Ling Yang's words, Zhuge Qingqing fell completely silent. A long time. Zhuge Qingqing nodded and said after a pause, "I understand. Well, I like to talk business with smart women. Now, can you tell me who the enemy we are going to face is?" Zhuge Qingqing nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you, his name is Zhang Jia, he's a wealthy businessman in our provincial capital, the chairman of Tianyu Group, and the eldest son of Zheng Minghui. Previously, I met him at a mobilization and exchange meeting about cosmetics. I thought that he was the eldest son of the largest cosmetics group company in the province. If I could make friends with him, it would be of great help to my cosmetics company. However, I didn't expect that this guy would be attracted by my looks and force me to marry him. Originally, he was the eldest son of the CEO of a billion-dollar group. I admired him quite a lot. He was young, rich, handsome and stylish, so it was not impossible for me to consider him. But, I didn't expect that this guy would force me to get a room with him after just chatting with me for a few words at the exchange meeting. I was completely confused at the time. Although, at the exchange meeting, he asked me to marry him, I did not agree, nor did I say that I hated him, but I could definitely observe him for a period of time. But, as soon as we went out, he asked me to do that with him. At that time, I was very disgusted. What kind of person did he treat me? Yes, I like his wealth, but I'm not a prostitute, right? I went to bed with him after just a few words? Oh. What the hell? This guy is too impatient. Ling Yang said with deep emotion. Chapter 53, Traveling at Home, Floral Water is a must when going out. Zhuge Qingqing nodded and said, "Yes, this is not impatience, this is abnormal, okay?" Ling Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, he is a little more perverted than me. I know that I can't do this rashly, but he just does it without hesitation? Zhuge Qingqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yang. Humph, you're not any better either. But, relatively speaking, I don't hate you, but I really hate him. Ling Yang nodded in agreement. Then, when you refused, he made trouble for you in various ways, right? In the end, he even used his own methods to impose sanctions on you. In the end, your company ran out of cash flow, and you had to fill the gaps, and finally your cash flow was completely cut off. Now, your company is on the verge of bankruptcy, right? Zhuge Qingqing sighed and nodded, saying, "Yes, this bastard is too shameless and directly imposed comprehensive sanctions on my company. The first step was to cut off my supply source, and the second step was to drive away all my customers. I had a large pile of products piled up in my warehouse, and I was stuck with them all. The third step was that many of my partners came to collect debts, and the bank also came to collect loans. All kinds of pressure came overwhelmingly." Ling Yang shuddered when he heard this. Fuck, that's enough. It seems like this guy really cares about you. Why don't you just marry him? He is the eldest son of a billionaire group. If you marry him, you don't have to worry about anything. Just be his rich wife. Zhuge Qingqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yang. Are you looking for a fight? I'm telling you my difficulties, and you want me to marry him? I swear, even if my company goes bankrupt, I will never marry him. Even if I die, I will never marry. Oh? Then why are you so stubborn now? You don't understand. Marrying a playboy like him is like jumping into a fire pit. Rather than ruining your life, you might as well fight to the end. Zhuge Qingqing said firmly. Ling Yang nodded and said, not bad. But, I'm not a good person either. Why do you want to cooperate with me? Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, I know, but didn't you just say that if you come out to play and take it seriously, you will lose? You're right. Since we're all here to have fun, I'd rather play with someone I like, right? Ling Yang looked at her with a smile. Ha! You learned pretty quickly. Are you applying what you learned right away? Of course, didn't I learn that from you? Ling Yang smiled. Interesting, Zhuge Qingqing, I have developed a slight interest in you. Okay. I can invest this money in you. But I also said frankly, 30% of the company's shares, are you willing? What? 30%? You're asking for too much. Do you know that even if my company is not doing well, it was left to me by my parents? Now, it is worth at least 1 billion yuan. You only invested 50 million, but you want to take 30% of my shares. Isn't that too greedy? Ling Yang looked at Zhuge Qingqing in surprise and said, how much? 35%. Oh. Well, Ling Yang, you are indeed a qualified businessman. As expected, you only care about profit. Zhuge Qingqing said through gritted teeth. Seeing Zhuge Qingqing like this, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, hey, old classmate, don't look at me like that. Do you know why I want so many shares from you? I'm not asking for too much, but I've thought it over carefully. First of all, if I agree to help you, I'll have to face the revenge of the eldest son of a billionaire group. Second, facing the revenge of a billion-dollar group, how much money do I need to spend to fight against it? Third, your company is indeed a bit small for me. I cooperate with you only because I see your potential. A company with only 1 billion yuan in value, how much can it be worth if it goes bankrupt? So, the past is the past. Relatively speaking, if I join hands with you, I will be the one who suffers. Asking you for 30% is not too much. After listening to Ling Yang's analysis, Zhuge Qingqing took a deep breath, nodded and said, yes, you are right. All right then. 30% is 30%. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, okay, if you use this 50 million to play with yourself, I estimate that you will spend it all in less than 3 days. Let's go to your company and let me know the current situation of your company. I will give you some advice. Hearing this, Zhuge Qingqing was delighted. Really? Ling Yang nodded and said, really? Otherwise, since we are here, why don't we play first and then go back? Oh. Can this toilet water really last? There are so many mosquitoes in the wild. I'm afraid I'll be covered in bites. Zhuge Qingqing said with a little discomfort. Ling Yang coughed lightly. Ahem, let me tell you, in this situation, just listen to me, it's absolutely right. Let me tell you, floral water is a must-have when you're at home, traveling, or going out. If you have been to the mountain behind the school, you will know that if you pick up toilet water bottles and sell them at the scrapyard, you can definitely make a fortune. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qingqing took a breath of cold air. Oh my god. How much loss is this? Just like that, Ling Yang took out the floral water, and the corners of his mouth turned up more and more. Zhuge Qingqing swallowed, but had no choice but to accept it. In the woods. Russell. Oh, you're annoying me. Oh, sorry, move aside. Ha? It seems to be working a little bit, mosquitoes don't bite anymore. Of course not, how can I lie to you? Time flies. An unknown amount of time had passed before the two finally walked out of the grove with relief on their faces and returned to the car. After returning to the car, Zhuge Qingqing glared at Ling Yang with resentment. Humph, you little bastard, didn't you see that it's not bad? Ling Yang felt very happy. Are you kidding? With the help of the physical fitness card and the title of the strongest landlord, my physical strength is now extremely good. However, after being strengthened, this strengthening card only makes one slightly stronger than an ordinary person. If one wants a stronger physique, he will need more strengthening cards. However, this system will assign me some tasks when I remember it, but when I don't remember it, there will be no news for the whole day. I can only say that my system is too lazy. But there is no other way. 3 parts depend on the system, and 7 parts depend on yourself. After all, the system is unreliable, so you have to figure it out yourself. Okay, lead the way. Let's go to your company and take a look at the situation. Well, let's go. The car sped all the way and finally arrived at Yumerin Cosmetics Company, Ltd. After bringing Ling Yang into the office, Zhuge Qingqing handed all the recent troubles and documents to Ling Yang. Yes, you are now the second largest shareholder of Yumerin. Let's take a look first. Ling Yang nodded. An hour later, Ling Yang finally finished reading it all. Hiss. This is much trickier than I thought. You invested tens of millions of dollars, and it won't even make a bubble? Zhuge Qingqing nodded and said, I know, but I don't have a better solution. As long as the sanctions are not lifted, I won't be able to do business. Ling Yang touched his chin and said, okay, I understand. Next, you listen to me and follow my steps. I guarantee that you can resolve the crisis. Real? Ling Yang smiled evilly and said, he is just a playboy who has lost his ambition due to playing with things. There are many ways to deal with him. Chapter 54. What? Destroy Tianyu Group? There are so many ways? You are not lying to me, are you? He is the largest cosmetics company in the province. Zhuge Qingqing said in surprise. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, why? Don't you trust me? Zhuge Qingqing immediately waved her hands and said, no, I believe you. You are a smart person. If you dare to cooperate with me, it means that you will definitely have a way to deal with this bastard. Ling Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled, oh, that's good. As the old saying goes, if you want to conquer a woman, she will trust you unconditionally. It's true. Apparently, my performance in the woods was pretty good, right? Hearing this, Zhuge Qingqing's pretty face turned red. After rolling her eyes at Ling Yang, she spread her hands and said, TSK, it's just so, but it's worth mentioning. Ling Yang said with a half smile, really? I wonder who is screaming so happily. Yame, die, fuck them all, it came out. Omega? Hashtag? After being told this by Ling Yang, Zhuge Qingqing felt a little embarrassed, so she smiled awkwardly and said, oh, stop talking. Okay, I admit that you are very good, okay? Well, that's pretty good. It's worth paying. Oh? Zhuge Qingqing looked down at her mouth and said unhappily, what? 3 bites are not enough? You want another 2? Ling Yang spread his hands and said, Epsilon equals Omicron. Alas, you don't understand, this is a man's happiness, you women don't understand anything. Zhuge Qingqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said nothing more. After looking through it again, Ling Yang said to Zhuge Qingqing, now, your company is facing internal and external troubles, so you have to solve the external troubles first. I have taken a look at your financial statements. Currently, your foreign debt is only about 50 million. Tomorrow, gather all the creditors and hold a press conference directly, which will be broadcast live. All foreign debts will be cleared, and all these partners will be removed from the list. And they will be announced that from now on, there will be no more opportunities for cooperation, showing Yumerin's attitude. Will this offend everyone? Then, who will dare to cooperate with us, Yumerin? Zhuge Qingqing asked hesitantly. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, it's okay, just do as I say. Although these manufacturers are forced, it's just a waste of time to cooperate with them. It just so happens that I also plan to enter the business world and open a cosmetics manufacturer. Your poppy is now under dictatorship, so it is obvious that it will not be able to continue in the short term. Then don't open it, just close it. Rectify it externally, and the opening time is to be determined. If we want to play, let's play big. What do you think of Tianyu Group? Who has more potential than Yumerin? Zhuge Qingqing frowned and thought for a while, then said seriously, to be honest, if there hadn't been this dictatorship, I'm sure I could surpass them in 10 years. Oh? They are the leading enterprise in this province? Are you sure? Ling Yang asked back. Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, why? You don't believe me? No, I just want to know where your confidence comes from. After thinking carefully, Zhuge Qingqing replied seriously, first, Tianyu Group has not had a good reputation in recent years and has been on a downward trend. I have carefully studied the actual situation of Tianyu Group. Currently, due to their near monopoly model, the interests of many people are involved. Moreover, cosmetics companies in the province are not having a good time now. Although they appear to be peaceful on the surface, they are actually being suppressed overtly or covertly by Tianyu Group. However, the Tianyu Group also knows that it dare not engage in autocratic monopoly, otherwise someone will deal with it. However, he also exploited the entire industry as much as possible, making it difficult for everyone to do business, and even their survival depended on him. Therefore, the reputation of their Tianyu Group in the industry is very bad. If Tianyu Group encounters a crisis, it will surely be pushed down by everyone. Secondly, the eldest son of Tianyu Group, the bastard who forced me, has been designated as the heir to Tianyu Group. The old chairman is now approaching retirement age and has handed over many affairs to Zhang Jia. And this Zhang Jia is just a fool. He only relies on the terrifying size of Tianyu Group. As far as I know, during the time when he was in charge of Tianyu Group, the group was on a downward trend all day long, and recently, he spent a lot of money to strongly suppress my Yumarin. It also caused strong dissatisfaction among the company's board of directors, and the entire board had quite a few objections to him. There are many other fatal points like this. I want to go into detail one by one, otherwise, I can't finish talking about them all night long. After listening to Zhuge Qingqing's analysis, Ling Yang slowly closed his eyes and thought for a while. If what you said is true, I am 50% sure that I can bring down Tianyu Group. A cold light flashed in Ling Yang's eyes. Obviously, he was already interested in the Tianyu Group. What? Bring down Tianyu Group? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Zhuge Qingqing said in astonishment. Ling Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't worry about it. Just take it slow and steady. I'm sure I'll take over Tianyu Group." Zhuge Qingqing, Sigma A. Gurgle. Zhuge Qingqing swallowed subconsciously and looked at him in surprise. Ling Yang smiled, lifted Zhuge Qingqing's chin and said, "Tell me, if I bring down Tianyu Group, are you capable of taking over the management of the entire Tianyu Group?" What? Tianyu Group, you want me to manage it? Zhuge Qingqing said in surprise. Ling Yang nodded and said, "Yes, I am not interested in management. I just need to manage the top talents, right?" Zhuge Qingqing looked at Ling Yang thoughtfully and said, "I understand the gap between you and me. Your thinking is that of a ruler, which is superior to mine, while I am still at the management level. I believe that a company can only survive if it has a smart boss leading smart subordinates. However, I found that your thinking is contrary to mine. However, maybe your thinking has some merits, but mine is not completely useless either." Ling Yang nodded. "That's right, so I plan to let you manage Tianyu Group, and I only need to hold the controlling stake." "Okay. I promise you, if you can really bring down the Tianyu Group, I will be your mistress. I found that you are indeed different from others. You are a real villain." Ling Yang spread his hands, smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Fortunately, you didn't say I was a hypocrite. A true villain is better than a hypocrite, right? At least, I won't pretend to be righteous. If you want to play with me, I'll play with you. If you don't want to, then we'll go our separate ways. It's that simple." Chapter 55, Sky High Negotiation Price, Sky High Advertising Fee? Hearing Ling Yang's words, Zhuge Qingqing smiled and said, "It seems that you are really special. I have said that you are a real villain, and you are not angry?" Ling Yang spread his hands. "Why should I be angry? Can being angry bring me money? If being angry brings me money, I would be willing to make the richest man in the world angry." Zhuge Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, I was right about you. I am looking forward to what will happen after we work together. Who knows, if we join forces, we might be able to bring down the Tianyu Group." Ling Yang smiled slightly. "You really trust me enough, don't you? Right now, it's really a pipe dream for us two small fry to try to swallow up the billion-dollar Tianyu Group." Zhuge Qingqing took a deep breath. "If I don't trust you, who else can I trust?" "Oh. That's right." Now, all the helpers she could find around her were unable to do anything, so she naturally had to give it her all and trust herself. Thinking of this, Ling Yang laughed out loud. "Okay, you're honest enough. I like your frankness. You're a woman who has money, looks, and abilities. I'm very satisfied with you. You are right, it is a pity that I met Lin Mengwei first, otherwise, if we really became a couple, we would be invincible." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qingqing walked slowly to Ling Yang with cat steps, pressed close to Ling Yang's body, and said slowly, "It's not too late now, is it? I don't want your status, but I am willing to follow you, how about that?" Ling Yang put his arm around Zhuge Qingqing's graceful waist, put his face close to Zhuge Qingqing's ear and said, "Okay. You are a hot woman, just the type I like." The two reached a brief consensus, and then Ling Yang carried Zhuge Qingqing to the desk. Directly separated Zhuge Qingqing's double TUI. "Fucko? You want more?" Zhuge Qingqing looked at Ling Yang in astonishment and exclaimed. Ling Yang grinned and said, "Just now, it was not fun enough in the wilderness. Sigma A. Oh my god. Oh shit. This endurance is amazing." An hour later, Ling Yang carried Zhuge Qingqing out of the company and sent her back home. After arriving at Zhuge Qingqing's house, Ling Yang smiled and said, "We are neighbors now. I live in villa number 1, and you live in villa number 10. Walk a little further in, and you will reach my residence." Zhuge Qingqing was surprised and said, "What? You bought villa number 1? This is ridiculously high, a full 150 million yuan." At that time, I was shocked. Ling Yang smiled and said, "Oh, this one has been reduced in price. It's not expensive, just 100 million. My brother also gave me a 20% discount, so it's only 80 million. Zhuge Qingqing swallowed hard. "Wow, super Versailles Ling Yang. Just because you say your 80 million is worthless, it's worthless? This is 80 million? It's not 8,000 yuan. You said it so lightly, aren't you trying to piss me off? You know how much effort it took for me to earn these 80 million. Is it so simple when it comes to you? Well, it seems that you, old classmate, have made a lot of money in the past few years." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, not much, but at the moment, I have just invested in a commercial street, and I don't have much money on hand. Please allow me to raise the money and I will transfer 50 million to you tomorrow morning. Please give me an account number." Zhuge Qingqing nodded and told Ling Yang about her company account. Ling Yang took note and nodded. "Okay, I'll go back first. I'll find a way to deal with Zheng Jie. Now, you just need to do as I say. After the press conference to pay off the debt, you can suspend the company. As for the old employees, those who are willing to wait can wait, and those who are unwilling to accompany the company through thick and thin will be eliminated. Remember, there is no shortage of talent these days, and those who are willing to share wheel and woe can be reused." Zhuge Qingqing nodded and said, "You don't need to tell me, I know what to do." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Ling Yang nodded, said goodbye to Zhuge Qingqing, and went straight back home. After a while, he drove the car into the parking garage. "When I got home and walked in, I saw a lot of strangers in the living room. At this time, his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Lin Mengyau's two sisters were discussing something with him. When everyone saw Ling Yang, Lin Mengyau said happily, "Husband, you are finally back?" Ling Yang smiled slightly and came to sit next to Lin Mengyau. "Well, I'm back. By the way, who are they?" The man opposite immediately stood up respectfully and said to Ling Yang, "Hello, Mr. Ling, we are the staff of Wuling Company." "Oh? Wuling Company? What does this have to do with me?" "Mr. Ling, it's like this. Previously, we saw Mr. Ling driving our company's products on the internet. He was full of energy and style, which really made the publicity work of our company very popular. It even became a hot topic at one point. This incident attracted great attention from the head office. Perhaps Mr. Ling didn't even know about it? You are now a new generation of internet celebrity. Most of the anchors, big and small, who have reposted Mr. Ling's videos have reached hundreds of thousands of fans. According to incomplete statistics, we found that Mr. Ling now has tens of millions of online fans, and this number is still increasing. So, we plan to ask Mr. Ling to promote our company. How about live streaming and selling goods?" Ling Yang frowned and said, "What? Live streaming to sell goods? Funny, right? Do I look like someone who is short of money? Why would I sell goods?" Well, the people opposite had mixed expressions on their faces, but they immediately smiled and said, "Then, please ask Mr. Ling to be a promoter for our company. Don't worry, we will never treat Mr. Ling unfairly. We will just run a public service advertisement, and we will donate 30% of the profit generated by the advertisement to the Hope Project in the name of Mr. Ling. As for Mr. Ling's profits, we will not lose a cent. How about giving all of them to Mr. Ling? Hearing this, Ling Yang's eyes shone. He looked at them blankly and said, "So, in your eyes, I am a person who loves money like his life? Am I going to keep all my profits for myself? How is that possible? You guys are underestimating me, Ling Yang." When everyone heard this, they immediately stood up in awe and said, "Sir, you are so kind. Okay, we will also donate 30% of your profits to the Hope Project." Ling Yang immediately waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary, you can just donate. By the way, you must use my name." Oh? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the few who reacted immediately rolled their eyes. He looked at Ling Yang with contempt. "Everyone. By the way, how much are you willing to pay for advertising?" Ling Yang asked directly. 300 million. Ling Yang's heart was beating wildly. What the hell? It's indeed a big company. It's often hundreds of millions. Ling Yang touched his chin and said calmly, "Only 300 million? Isn't it a bit?" Having said that, he stopped talking and looked at the few people thoughtfully. When they saw this, they were shocked and all of them were amazed at how much wealth Ling Yang had. These 300 million, when they come to his mouth, become just 300 million? Oh my god. It seems that it is not easy to fool. With this thought in mind, several people looked at each other, nodded, and said to Ling Yang, "Mr. Ling, you are indeed a man of great courage. In fact, the bottom line given to us by our head office is 1 billion, so let us do 1 billion. How do you think, Mr. Ling?" What the hell? 1 billion? Oh my god. I've never seen so much money, even if I die. Stay calm. Stay calm. Ling Yang suppressed his excitement in trembling hands. Finally, he calmly touched his chin and thought for a while, then slowly said, 1 billion? Well, it's not much, but it's just a small advertisement, so it's barely acceptable. When the people on the opposite side heard Ling Yang agree, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily, Ling Yang agreed. Then Mr. Ling, we have a pleasant cooperation. Well, happy cooperation. Immediately afterwards, several staff members agreed to sign the contract after they resigned. Ling Yang suddenly said, "Stop, pay a deposit of 100 million first to prove your sincerity." Oh? Several people were immediately filled with question marks. Wow, you want 100 million before you even do anything? The lion opened his mouth wide. However, after they looked at each other, they gritted their teeth and nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Ling, give us your account number, and we will go back and ask the headquarters." Ling Yang nodded. After seeing them off, Lin Mangyao immediately hugged Ling Yang and kissed him hard when she saw them walking away. Muma, Muma. Hubby, you're the best, 1 billion. Sure enough, these days, being famous is equal to being rich. Ling Yang stroked his chin and thought for a while, then said seriously, "It's a huge loss. Tell me, should I lose less?" Lin Mengyao, Lin Mengwei, father-in-law and mother-in-law, Sigma A? 1 billion, is that not enough? Chapter 56, when the whole network is broadcasting live, give me a few more close-ups, do you understand? The next day, Ling Yang transferred 50 million directly into Zhuge Qingqing's company account. After receiving the remittance, Zhuge Qingqing directly sent a private photo of herself and attached a shy emoticon. Mua. 3 what? Thanks? Omega? Looking at this little expression, Ling Yang smiled and ignored it. Anyway, the next thing to do was to follow the plan step by step. It is not so easy to deal with a leading cosmetics company of such a huge scale. It is against the will of heaven for an ant to try to shake a tree. If they don't move, it's fine. But if they move, it will be like a thunderbolt. They must destroy it completely in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when others react and revive, they will be the ones in danger. Therefore, this matter must be considered carefully. It's not something that can be solved overnight. Squeak! At this moment, a convoy drove to the door of the villa. After a while, many people got off the bus, some of whom were the staff who had discussed cooperation with him last night. After seeing them, Ling Yang was stunned. Eh? What the hell? Why are you here so early? We just discussed cooperation last night? And you're here to sign the contract now? The staff member on the other side smiled and said, "Are you afraid that you will regret it, boss?" Oh. Ling Yang was speechless for a while. As expected, he got less last night. You know how famous I am these days. Driving a Wuling magic car, he would kill gods and destroy Buddhas if they stood in his way. With this Wuling magic car, I have made a huge name for myself. If I can help them, I feel that the value I can create for them is more than just that. Moreover, he went to the official website to check last night. Since the recent popularity of his Wuling car, the sales volume of their company's vehicles has steadily increased by several levels. It even reached the best in the industry. Moreover, the same model as his own is almost sold out. This shows how terrifying the advertising effect is. Of course, after buying the car, many people commented that Wuling's magic car is already here, and it's just missing a white one, and it's a good choice for picking up a goddess. Therefore, Ling Yang knew that, more or less, he might have been partly responsible for the surge in sales. After understanding all this, he realized that the money for bringing salt was too little. After all, poverty limits my imagination. No, next time, if anyone asks me to bring salt, I will beat them to death and force them to pay the highest price. I was careless. This time, I'll just take it as a lesson. So, Ling Yang welcomed several people into the villa and formally signed the contract. At the moment the contract was signed, 300 million yuan was immediately deposited into Ling Yang's bank card. When Ling Yang saw the mobile banking balance notification tone, he was immediately shocked and said, "What the hell? There is nothing more powerful than this. I haven't even brought any salt yet? You gave me 400 million all at once? Aren't you afraid that I will regret it?" The staff member smiled and said, "Mr. Ling, you are joking. You are such a big shot, how could you be short of a mere 400 million? This is just a small token of our company's appreciation. It's nothing to mention. It's just a token of our sincerity, not a token of respect." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Very good, it's a pleasure to work with a big company like yours. Okay, how can I be so polite?" The staff member took out a document and handed it to Ling Yang. "Mr. Ling, take a look at the information. Actually, we are planning to hold a racing mobilization meeting. I will use Mr. Ling's modified car to compete with the professional racing car of the professional racing driver, and finally win the first place, making Wuling famous." Ling Yang's eyes widened immediately. He looked at the other party in disbelief and said, "What the hell? You want me to compete with a bunch of professional racers? You guys are crazy, and I am crazy? Isn't this ridiculous? How could I possibly be his opponent? This is impossible. I refuse. For a mere 1 billion yuan, I have no chance of risking my life." Oh! Everyone was stunned. They knew that such conditions were a bit too much, so they had not mentioned the method before. Otherwise, I'm afraid Ling Yang will regret it. Then, he was tricked into signing the contract. But, unexpectedly, Ling Yang still disagreed. Mr. Ling, this contract." However, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I quit. It's just a crappy contract. I don't care." Ding. System task. Choice 1, agree to race, drive fast, win first place, and get the title of Akina Mountain Car God. You will be rewarded with a God-level driving skill card, a Tai Chi Mastery card, and a powerful bodybuilding card 2.0. Choice 2, refuse to race, verbally break the contract, reward 1 million cash, obtain the title of contract breaker, and cancel all physical bonuses. Oh. After seeing this option, Ling Yang's face suddenly turned black. As expected, this guy is a jerk. So, you just have to force yourself to make a decision. You see, other people's systems, even if they are consolation prizes, are good things. But look at your own system, it's simply Zhou. However, there is no way out after knowing the nature of my own system. Ling Yang had no choice but to spread his hands and said, "Damn, I have a choice, number 1. Master, don't worry, I'm here. When the time comes, you just need to act cool. I will directly control the Wuling magic car, and I will definitely be able to complete various cool operations to help the main silver win the first place in the competition." Really? You're not lying to me? Oh, you are my master, why would I lie to you? Don't worry, promise them, Xiao Ai, I will serve you at any time and be your most caring private butler. Ling Yang waved his hand. Come on, you better not cheat me. I'll just say Amitba, thank you and your whole family. After ignoring Xiao Ai, Ling Yang looked at them seriously, waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. How could a Gao Chaisheng like me, who is upright, consistent, morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically and labor-intensive, and well-rounded, do such a dirty thing as breach of contract? Okay, give me the time, place, and people, and I will go when the time comes. After receiving Ling Yang's accurate answer, several people were immediately delighted and nodded quickly. He quickly arranged a series of things for Ling Yang. Okay. Alright, you guys go back. By the way, remember, when the whole network is broadcasting live, give me a few more close-ups, understand? It would be best if I could get a few ultra-high-definition cameras with anti-shake function, so I can capture this extremely handsome face of mine, you know? After all, a handsome man like me is the dream of 1.3 billion girls. When the time comes, just post a video of yours and it will be enough to earn you a few years' living expenses. When everyone heard this, they were speechless. Oh shit. This guy is so fucking good at pretending. It's worthy of being a Yuhang brand plastic bag. He is known to be the most pretentious person in the universe. Chapter 57I, the car god of Akina Mountain, brings salt to the light of domestic products. After a few people discussed it, they decided that this was no small matter. I thought he was going to ask for a huge amount of money at the last minute. I didn't expect it to be such a simple request. Isn't it just some pretentious special effects and close-ups? Isn't this a small thing? So, several people nodded and said, no problem. This must be no problem. We must make Mr. Ling the internet's idol and make 1.3 billion girls compete for him. Hearing this, Ling Yang nodded seriously and said, the boy is teachable. Well, you guys go back first. I will go when the time comes. 3 days later, right? Yes, we also need some time to publicize this matter, to spread it across the country and attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, how could these 1.3 billion sisters be able to be the first to see Mr. Ling's highlight moment? Ling Yang nodded. Not bad, you are quite sensible. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to go out and practice driving first. After all, it's not easy to deal with a bunch of professional racers. Mr. Ling, you don't have to worry about this. We have already taken care of those professional racers. They will definitely not win. Sigma A? What the hell? Alright. It's because I haven't kept up with the times again. Yes, if they want to create momentum and advertise, then of course they have to take care of everything. The purpose is to maximize the advertising effectiveness. Sure enough, if I interact more with these big companies, I can learn a lot. These little tricks are really good. Although this does not seem to be a very complicated method, it is the most effective one. As the saying goes, the simplest way is the best. Often the simpler the means, the more difficult it is to use them appropriately. However, these big companies have the ability to simplify complicated things and solve them easily in the end. For a moment, it occurred to him, yes. The truth is simple. To deal with Tianyu Group, I don't need any sophisticated strategies at all. You only need to have the simplest method. In short, you should try every possible means. I don't believe it. I am thinking of ways and doing all kinds of research to bring you down. How can I not bring you down? After Ling Yang went to the Yumarin press conference and watched it, he nodded. This was the first step. Next, it's your turn to make a move, turning light into darkness. This is the first step. Now, the eldest son of Tianyu Group must be wondering why Zhuge Qingqing is not going to sleep with him even when Yumarin is closed, and he is living a life of self-doubt. Paralyze him first, and then take advantage of the opportunity to launch a series of tactics, taking unconventional and risky moves. This is the second step. Thinking of this, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, smiled, and left the Yumarin press conference. After returning, he immediately launched a series of investigations and evidence collection on Tianyu Group. The simplest and most effective way to deal with a company is to let it collapse from within. After going through the salt contract with Wuling, he understood a truth. The simplest way is the most effective way to bring the greatest benefit to yourself. Therefore, his mind is now very clear about the goal. As long as he follows his plan, within 3 months, the Tianyu Group will change hands. In order to avoid suspicion and also to be afraid of being seen by someone with ulterior motives, he came secretly and naturally left secretly. After returning home, he was really bored, so he accompanied the two sisters and spent the whole day studying how to complete the work quota for the eldest grandson that the two elders had been clamoring to hold. He is so busy in researches without sleep. Now, after the two elders left the villa and returned to their old house, this place has become the world of a few people. You can enjoy it to your heart's content. No one is in charge yet. In the living room, kitchen, balcony, rooftop swimming pool, gym, bathroom, French windows. In short, wherever you can leave your footprints, you will leave a deep mark. This scene stunned Lu Sueki, who was peeking at it. After all, during the day, Lou Swecki was temporarily working as a nanny at home. But they did not shy away from. However, Lou Swecki was already accustomed to this scene. Because what she experienced was wilder and 100 times more exciting than all this. What hasn't she tried? As the old saying goes, if you throw a broken jar, you break it. It's not a joke, it really does mean anything. In short, there is nothing they can't do, except what you can't think of. There are countless operations without any bottom line. In the final analysis, they are all to satisfy these guy's inexplicable fetishes. In fact, Ling Yang is pretty good. At least he didn't bring other women back to go blind together. It still has a bottom line and a sense of propriety. Not like that. All those meal tickets she had found before, which one wasn't a fighter among scum? It's messy. I won't talk about it anymore, there's more. I won't say more, there are all kinds of abuses. Epsilon equals Omicron, alas. In short, in one word, those memories are nightmares when I think about them now. I don't know how I have managed to survive all these years. Maybe I'm used to it. What a terrible word, habit. She had gotten used to this decadent life, which resulted in her living a life neither human nor ghost. But now, she feels good. At least, now she feels like a human being. A person who no longer gives up on the bad stuff. Of course, she also knew that with her current level, she also knew that it was impossible for her to have any unreasonable expectations. Therefore, I can only do everything well and hope that Ling Yang can really transform myself and achieve my own value. However, she did not dare to hope that Ling Yang would look at her more, because she really did not deserve it. Meanwhile, time flies by. After 3 days of publicity, everything was ready for the competition, and the winding mountain road in the suburbs was booked out. Tonight, all major online platforms are occupied by Wuling. The entire network jointly reported this grand event that attracted worldwide attention. It's good to be rich. All major TV stations have directly purchased the exclusive privilege of live broadcasting tonight. This scene made Ling Yang jealous. This is what life is all about. This is my goal. When you build your own business empire, you will definitely be able to possess such terrifying power. But now, I am still a little weakling. The moment Ling Yang appeared on the stage, the number of viewers on the entire online platform and major TV stations who were broadcasting live surged. The number of viewers exceeded 100 million in a matter of minutes. After seeing this scene, everyone in the head office couldn't stop laughing. This is great. It seems that this step is quite correct. Ling Yang is indeed a big internet celebrity with his own traffic. His influence before was so great, it's definitely right to find him. Before Ling Yang got into the car, he pointed at the screen and blew a kiss. Hello everyone, I'm Hu Han-san. No, I'm Ling Yang and I'm back again. Today, I'm going to challenge the world's most famous professional racing team. I will drive my Wuling magic car tonight to see how our national products, the conscientious industry, suppress the major well-known overseas manufacturers. The Okina Mountain God car can only be owned by our countrymen. Tonight, I will create an undefeated myth and let the whole world know. I, Ling Yang, was once a super handsome male god. I am who I am Ling Yang, I will promote the glory of domestic products. Audience, Sigma A? What the hell? This is so pretentious. Generally speaking, it's okay. But, to be honest, this guy must be suffering from social incompetence. Embarrassed. It's really embarrassing, isn't it? This advertising slogan? It's quite stupid. Even novels don't dare to be written like this. Chapter 58, Sky High Prize, 300 million prize. At the same time, Ling Yang faced the camera in the live broadcast room and made a very showy and handsome pose. This scene was directly presented on the big platform of the entire network, and was immediately seen by hundreds of millions of viewers. Many little fans saw such a handsome Ling Yang, and also, Ling Yang had all the blessings of the system. Especially the effectiveness of the temperament card, which is now even more powerful. Ling Yang also discovered that the effect of this temperament card can only be better used in such a place where one can highlight his own style. For example, even if he were to pick his nose in public in front of the national audience, it would probably be able to set off a trend. In fact, in the future, picking your nose may become an iconic action that is popular in an era. This is the effect brought by the temperament card. There is no other way, the products produced by the system must be high quality. Immediately afterwards, the host stepped forward and held a series of mobilization meetings. He also invited Ling Yang to the podium and gave him a lot of publicity. I saw the host on the high platform. Ling Yang, with a showy look on his face, stood on the podium, facing the crowd calmly, and delivered a passionate and generous speech. Everyone. My name is Ling Yang. Ling means ambitious and Yang means sunny and handsome. I am a good man, and I am a good man. I am Ling Yang. I am who I am. I speak for myself. Bah, no, you got it wrong. I speak for Wu, Ling. As the main male protagonist of this competition, I hereby promise everyone that today, no matter what the result is, the prize money of this competition will go to me, Ling Yang, if I am lucky enough to win the competition. I will donate the entire 300 million grand prize to the Hope Project free of charge. I hope everyone can encourage and cheer me on. Bring glory to our Wuling, the glory of domestic products, and let it be no less than others. Let everyone in the world know that racing is not just the exclusive domain of others. Even if we drive a Wuling God car, we can still win the title of Akina Mountain Car God and become a new generation of car gods. Hiss. When Ling Yang said this, everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that, with a grand prize of 300 million, they directly threatened to donate it to the Hope Project before the competition even started? Oh my god. For a moment, the audience was filled with indignation and cheered for Ling Yang. After a while, Ling Yang's appeal reached a peak. Even more netizens praised Ling Yang, saying that he is a man of great benevolence and righteousness. Not being greedy for fame or wealth, this is a true entrepreneur, this is a qualified tycoon. Look, 300 million, I'm not tempted at all. What kind of courage it takes to possess such momentum? Ask yourself, who among them can do it? For a while, Ling Yang's fans increased rapidly. More people are calling for positive people like Ling Yang to be put on the hot searches. At the same time, Ling Yang had already arranged for Lin Mangyao to open her social account and live broadcast this grand event. He also understood that these days, fame and fortune equal wealth, and these fans will be his most loyal wealth in the future. So, he also set his eyes on this piece of cake. Tonight, he was going to make full use of Wu Ling's heavy publicity to put himself at the forefront and become famous in one fell swoop. If they use me to build momentum for them, then I can also cleverly make myself successful. Who doesn't know how to offer flowers to Buddha? He believed that after tonight, his fans would be able to reach an astonishing level. He even had his social media account QR code published in the lower right corner of all live streaming platforms on the internet. Below the stage, Lin Mangyao couldn't stop smiling as she watched her fan base grow wildly on her phone. Hey, sister, look, Ling Yang's fans are skyrocketing. In a short while, it has exceeded 10 million, and the number is still rising. Lin Mangyao is now smiling so hard that she can hardly close her mouth. Lin Mangwei on the side was also filled with melancholy. She felt that she had been too willful at the beginning. In a fit of anger, epsilon equals omicron alas. It's better not to mention it. Now, no matter how great Ling Yang's achievements are, she doesn't have much of a share. At most, you can just follow my little sister and benefit from her glory. Now, my younger sister has a share in Ling Yang's achievements, but what do I have? Epsilon equals omicron alas. Forget it. At least, I can have some soup too. It's better than not even having any soup to drink. 30 million, oh my god. Sister, Ling Yang's fans have exceeded 30 million, my god. What does this mean? It's too scary. Sure enough, with such a big event, the influence is really huge. It seems that my husband made a lot of money this time. Lin Mangwei on the side could only nod in agreement. On the other hand, after Ling Yang's spectacular speech, his influence reached a peak. After seeing this scene, the public organizer was so angry that he almost died. In the studio, several organizers who were watching this scene shook their heads speechlessly. I knew this guy was very smart. He was using the advertising effect we spent a lot of money on to develop his personal influence. Stop talking. It's just a small request, and you won't even give it to me? Forget it. Merchants value profit, so just get used to it. Aren't we taking advantage of his fame? Otherwise, who would spend so much money to support him? That's true. Alright, I'm not happy to see him acting so proud. Let's start the game. Let us complete the racing ceremony as soon as possible and end it as soon as possible. After donating the 300 million prize money to the Hope Project in public, we will gain some fame, fortune, and influence. Let him go. It's so infuriating to watch. He is fleecing us and taking away some of our meat at the same time. When everyone heard this, they all shook their heads in confusion. That's right, Ling Yang's move is a sure win. 1 billion yuan in fees is indispensable. The 300 million yuan was agreed upon before and is used to attract attention and expand influence. As a result, this guy took the credit for himself before the grand prize was even awarded. They were all embarrassed and were going to say later that they also participated in the donation. The 300 million was just taken away by Ling Yang for fame and fortune. However, now that the other person has spoken, if we and others continue to do that, won't we be confessing ourselves? By then, we will end up shooting ourselves in the foot. But right now, there is nothing we can do but let it go. After all, the impact is not that big. This time, the most important thing is to promote the prestige of Wuling's magical car, as long as the theme does not change. Just like that, the competition officially begins. Chapter 59, Gaining Both Fame and Fortune, Internet Celebrity Ling Yang. In the center position among 15 top racing cars, there is a Wuling magic car, standing out from the crowd and very eye-catching. At this moment, the big screen camera also gave Ling Yang a big close-up. It was seen that he actually turned on the car music in the Wuling magic car and played Good Days. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? Awesome, huh? Are you provoking me? What about the competition? What an exciting thing. Damn it, you actually played the game that today is a good day? I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Everyone was also stunned. My goodness, this guy is crazy about killing. Actually, this divine song is being played? The professional racing drivers around, after seeing this scene, were angry but dared not say a word. In other words, you are definitely a bit disrespectful. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, Ling Yang chuckled and extended an international friendly sign. Oh? What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? What's the matter? I know you don't like me, but what can you do to me? I just like it. Seeing that you can't stand me and can't handle my expression, I'm not bragging, all of you here are losers. Everyone was instantly enraged. Fuck. This is so fucking infuriating. Shit, Wang Di fake. Seeing that everyone was furious, Ling Yang smiled and was very comfortable. He even turned up the volume of the music to the maximum. For a moment, this magical song sounded throughout the entire live broadcast room. What the hell? Boss Wuling is awesome. This defiance and contempt, this overwhelming momentum, is a role model for our generation. That's right. We can't be too polite to these foreigners, or they will act like they are worth a fortune. Today, let Wuling boss teach them a lesson. Yes. I can still vividly remember the Wuling boss's street racing in the past. Boss, you will definitely be able to suppress these little losers. Stop talking nonsense, the game has begun. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the big screen. I saw many top racing cars, roaring, already started up, rushed out, and disappeared. However, Ling Yang was still standing there calmly. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. What the hell? What kind of a trick is this? Could it be that he looks down on these professional racers and plans to let them run first for a while? Hiss. Isn't this too much confidence in one's own skills? Are you a bit overconfident? Looking at the screen, everyone has already rushed to the second bend, but Ling Yang is still incubating eggs on the spot. Remember when everyone was getting anxious, Ling Yang stretched his body, and then, as if possessed by a car god, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, released the handbrake, engaged the gear, and released the clutch, all in one go. Suddenly, the car let out a startling roar and shot out like an arrow. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Ling Yang's bold moves. What the hell? Even the Super F4 League isn't this exciting. These sophisticated skills are even more professional than those of professional racing drivers. Of course, Ling Yang at this moment is not just Ling Yang. On the surface, Ling Yang is Ling Yang now, but in fact, he is just pretending to be cool. Now, all the control systems of this car have failed, so it's a shame to watch him operate it like a tiger. In fact, the control of this car is now entirely controlled by Xiao AI. I just kept thinking that all I had to do was do a few more pretentious and cool moves. It just so happened that he had been catching up these days by watching some videos on how to be cool in racing, and he benefited a lot from them. Now, isn't this just in use? Anyway, no matter what I do, the car won't listen to me. It is better to have all kinds of extremely difficult techniques at hand. As a result, this scene appeared on the screen and shocked the whole internet. After watching Ling Yang's ferocious performance, everyone gained countless fans. Wow, Appa. That's amazing, isn't it? He's a handsome old driver who drives very well. I like him. Looking at this little brother's driving skills, I wonder if he will be very nice when driving. Countless little fans completely flooded the public screen with their posts. Even some fujoshi started licking the screen. There's nothing they can do about it, it's just too cool, isn't it? Exploding hormones. Some motorcycle boys were completely attracted by Ling Yang. This was simply a textbook-like operation by a top boss. In an instant, Ling Yang's name overshadowed everything else and made it to the hot search headlines of major websites. And now, his personal account has exploded to over 100 million fans, which almost scared Lin Mengyao to death. Over 100 million fans. As of now, do you have over 100 million fans? Yes, there are, but definitely not many. Moreover, who else gained hundreds of millions of fans overnight? That's basically it, right? However, Ling Yang did it. Only a few hours had passed and the system server was stuck and crashed. Nowadays, social software is almost scrapped, and it directly shows that the backend database is under review. However, the number cannot be controlled and is still pouring in. Now, after this wave of operations, Ling Yang's influence has completely reached the level of a top internet celebrity. Maybe, nowadays, he can make a lot of money by just one night of live streaming. On the other side, under Xiao AI's crazy and fast racing, one car after another was overtaken. Finally, the Wuling Magic car surpassed the current first place in one fell swoop. In the end, the first one reached the top of the mountain and successfully won the first place. The second place, however, couldn't even smell Ling Yang's fart. It was not until Ling Yang opened the champagne to celebrate that the second place arrived late. This scene completely set the entire screen on fire. Even the organizers were stunned by the scene. What the hell? This guy has such great skills. He is worthy of being called a master. It can be seen that this time, these professional racers did not deliberately let him go. Surprisingly, he won the first place so easily. Oh my god, is our car really that awesome? Even he began to doubt his life. The staff member at the side also spread his hands, smiled bitterly and said, "Mother hen, but if this car is transferred to our company, maybe our company can study it carefully and maybe we can make a bigger breakthrough?" Hearing this, the organizer's eyes lit up and said, "That's right, how about we talk to Mr. Ling and spend a lot of money to buy this amazing car and study it carefully?" At this time, Ling Yang, who had gained both fame and fortune, completed a donation ceremony of 300 million yuan in public. Finally, another wave of leaks were harvested. When Ling Yang thought of this, he couldn't stop smiling. Hee, do you want to take advantage of Ling Yang? Maybe next life. In this life, I can only fleece the wool of others, and no one else can fleece the wool of me. Chapter 60, Brother, are you interested in real estate? In Villa Number 1. Lin Mengyao, Lin Mengwei, and Lu Sueki, the two elders, all sat together. At this time, Ling Yang said excitedly, "This time, it's so cool. After taking the opportunity to grab some leaks, we can make a lot of money." Lin Mengyao also smiled from ear to ear and said, "Husband, you are so amazing, this time, we can gain both fame and fortune. Did you know that last night, all of your major social media accounts have exceeded hundreds of millions of followers? As long as you start a live broadcast, you might be able to make a lot of money." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Hey, this is not how you use fans. Don't exhaust the value of fans. We don't need to use fans to make money, but to make these fans a way to expand our business circle and influence. You say, after I have this identity, no matter what industry I am in, will I instantly have the support of so many fans? I have my own uses for these fans, and if we can make full use of them, maybe our assets will increase exponentially." The girls looked at Ling Yang curiously, but Ling Yang kept them in suspense and said, "Hey, even if I tell you, you won't understand? You will understand when the time comes." Seeing this, they had no choice but to give up. Lin Mengyao smiled, came behind Ling Yang, and asked Ling Yang about his well-being. "Honey, you're awesome. You've worked so hard. Last night, your skills were amazing. Have you ever received any professional training?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "I learned it all by myself, do you believe it?" Hee, I believe you, husband. I believe whatever you say." The family looked at the two of them, their affectionate appearance, and got goosebumps all over the floor. They quickly went about their own business. After everyone left, Lin Mengyao smiled and said, "Honey, I'll wait for you upstairs. There's a surprise." Having said that, Lin Mengyao went upstairs. Seeing this, Ling Yang spread his hands. There was nothing he could do. He was too tired after coming back last night and didn't reward the girl. So, Ling Yang coughed lightly and followed him upstairs. Lunchtime. Ling Yang and Lin Mengyao came into the dining room hugging each other, looking very satisfied. Here, a large table of sumptuous lunch has been prepared. Just then, ding dong. The doorbell rang. When Lu Sueki heard the doorbell, she hurried to open the door. After a while, a middle-aged man arrived, but his voice came before he even showed up. Ah, brother, the old man is here to see you. After hearing the voice, Ling Yang was stunned. This, Chu Tianba? What is he here for? However, we still greeted them warmly. Hey, brother, you came here without notifying me so that I could go to the outer gate to greet you? Chu Tianba said with a smile, brother, this is too formal. Brother, it is a bit abrupt to come here uninvited. I hope you can forgive me. Ling Yang went up and shook hands with Chu Tianba. Brother, what a coincidence. I'm having lunch right now. Come on, brother, sit down and have a drink together. Chu Tianba looked at the dining table, laughed and said, okay, since you are so kind, I will obey your order. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you. Oh? What's the matter? You're bothering me to come here in person? Can't you just call me and tell me? Ling Yang waved his hand and said with a smile. Chu Tianba said seriously, brother, this is not a trivial matter. We can't be careless. We must discuss it face to face. Oh? So serious? What happened? Ling Yang asked doubtfully. Chu Tianba smiled and said, it's not a big deal, just a small matter. I just came to have a drink with you. Ling Yang smiled and said, oh, so that's it. All right then, brother, please take a seat. Next, the two of them clinked their glasses and chatted with each other. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Chu Tianba patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, brother, I really admire you more and more. Now, brother, you are a famous person. As the saying goes, fame and fortune are the best thing. Ling Yang smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, oh, what's that? Compared to my brother, my little achievement is nothing. By the way, brother, what are you doing here? Are we still brothers? Let's talk freely. Tell me what you think. Are you planning to help me get rich? Seeing that Ling Yang got straight to the point, Chu Tianba didn't continue beating around the bush. So, he smiled and said, brother, actually, it's like this, I plan to build a large-scale resort and summer resort. However, this investment has encountered some problems, so I would like to ask you to partner with me. What do you think? I wonder if you are willing to enter the real estate industry. What? Going into real estate? Ling Yang asked in surprise. Chu Tianba nodded seriously and said, yes, brother, you know that the real estate industry has become increasingly exhausted over the years, so if you don't seek a breakthrough, it will be difficult to do it. However, brother, I am not the kind of person who gives up so easily. After my research, I found that this is still a shortcoming. Moreover, it is highly manipulable. Not only can it create benefits for society, but it can also obtain a large amount of national support and policy support. I plan to build this summer resort on the vacant land outside my newly opened large real estate project. The approval documents have all come down, and policies from all aspects are very supportive of my investment, but I really can't get the cash flow out. My brother's funds have to be raised by selling real estate, but the real estate in that area has not been fully developed and the sales process has been stagnant. Therefore, it is impossible to recover a large amount of funds in a short period of time. Of course, if the investment in this project is successful and the summer resort is built, my real estate project will definitely be revitalized. Moreover, I applied for and got approval for a large commercial street in the surrounding area. This commercial street has now attracted investment and is under construction, and my company has taken over more than 80% of the project. So, brother, I am really exhausted now and I really can't spare so much money to build this summer resort. However, I assure you, brother, that this project will definitely make money as long as you are willing to enter the real estate industry. Brother, without further ado, let's work together on this project and share the profits. Brother, I dare not say that you will make a lot of money, but it is definitely a sure win. If this operation goes smoothly, I can at least make a profit of about 1 billion yuan. What do you think? Are you interested? Chapter 61 God Level Selection, Reward for 10 Billion Group. Hiss. When everyone heard this, they all gasped. Another 10 billion. This is easily a billion? Lin Mangyao was also stunned. She didn't expect that another 10 billion would be delivered to her door? Is it true that the richer you are, the easier it is for money to come to you? In contrast to everyone's astonishment, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Brother, I know what you are planning, but I know nothing about real estate. Are you sure you want me to invest in your real estate?" When Chu Tianba saw that his trick was discovered, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, you are indeed an expert at picking the 5 nectar leaks. I admire you, brother. Actually, I know how great your influence is now. Even if I ask you to be a matchmaker, the cost will definitely not be low. I am bringing you in to join me just to take advantage of your popularity and help me make this place popular. In this way, these properties of my brother will have economic value. However, my brother did encounter a break in the cash flow. The bank won't lend money anymore, brother, there's nothing we can do. It's a good opportunity, so I can ask you to join me. Your name and money can greatly help you solve the problem. In this way, we can all achieve a win-win situation. Don't worry, brother, I am willing to take out 15% of the shares of Chu's real estate in exchange for your cooperation and participation." Ling Yang smiled and said, "Hey, brother, it's not that I won't help you. It's mainly because we are brothers. As the old saying goes, brothers don't talk about business." Seeing Ling Yang like this, Chu Tianba frowned. However, he still laughed and said, "Brother, you really know how to joke, don't you? As the saying goes, brothers should be clear about accounts. I know your concerns. How about this, brother, I will take out another 10%, a total of 25% of the shares." Brother may not know much about Chu's real estate. This Chu real estate, if it owns 25% of the shares, the market value is more than 3 billion, which is not a small amount. Ling Yang frowned. It seems that Chu Tianba has indeed encountered difficulties. You know, he was able to give up 25% of the shares in one go. Obviously, he has reached the end of the road. Before, people couldn't wait to take the 80 million and run away. This shows that the current Chu real estate is just a paper tiger with a strong appearance but a weak interior. So, Ling Yang continued to smile and said, "Brother, stop talking, I really don't have any feelings about real estate, so why not forget it? I'd better do some small business steadily. Real estate is not easy to do. I heard that the water is very deep and you can get stuck in it if you are not careful." Hearing Ling Yang's words, Chu Tianba frowned. Good job. This kid is really asking for too much. I have already made concessions to this point, and this kid is still not satisfied? With this thought in mind, he decided to go all out. If no more foreign investment came in, his first phase of the project would not be completed. At that time, we can only declare bankruptcy protection. This is an industry that I have worked hard for so many years, how can I let it go bankrupt like this? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said hard, "Brother, I won't say anything. Just consider it as helping me this time. 35% of Chu Real Estate's shares is my biggest limit. I hope you can consider this, brother. Just think of it as helping me. This time, I am really desperate. You can't watch me go to nowhere." Ling Yang heard Chu Tianba say this, and immediately said in surprise, "Brother, this shouldn't be the case? From what I know, your Chu real estate can't possibly reach this level, right? Your group is so big, if things really don't work out, you can go to the bank for a mortgage loan, right? You are willing to give me 35% of the shares of such a large group. Logically speaking, brother, you are not the kind of person who is afraid of taking risks, right?" After listening to Ling Yang's words, Chu Tianba waved his hand and said, "To tell you the truth, this time, I was targeted by someone. There is also a large real estate company in our province. Its scale is not much different from that of my Chu's real estate. This time, the project invested by my brother was set up as a trap for me by them in collaboration with a construction company from another province. After I invested in the construction, I realized that this piece of land actually had little commercial value. However, I have already invested a huge amount of money in its construction. I have no choice but to use a lot of relationships and funds to continuously expand the influence of this land. Finally, after spending most of the company's funds, the land was finally on the verge of being revitalized, but the capital chain was inexplicably cut off. All the major banks, as if they had agreed, stopped lending to our group. No matter what, they were unwilling to do so. I also asked many friends to borrow money, but to no avail. Now, for the final payment of my project, I probably need more than 1 billion yuan. Once the final payment is over and the project is officially completed, my project will definitely be able to be revitalized. By then, I will be able to make a lot of money and turn things around in one fell swoop. However, if the final payment project cannot be completed, my entire business will collapse, and the entire group may be destroyed and go bankrupt. So, relatively speaking, 35% of the shares is better than the bankruptcy of the group. How about it? Brother, can you help me once? If you help me this time, from now on, you will be my benefactor, Shu Tianba. Ling Yang pondered for a while and really didn't know how to choose. After all, now, he had to make a single move and join forces with Yumeran to deal with Tianyu Group. However, right now, Shu Real Estate needed another 1 billion yuan in funds. Then after I scrape together all the money and give it to Chu Tianba, wouldn't I become a pauper again? The thought of this made him feel embarrassed. This money comes quickly and goes quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the main silver, triggering the hidden task, the Real Estate Storm task. Option 1, help choose real estate overcome difficulties and reward Ling's group with a value of 10 billion. Choice 2, insist on your own opinion and refuse sternly, and you will be rewarded with a health card 2.0. Oh? Ling Yang was confused for a moment. What the hell? Does this trigger the system's hidden task? This system is really a bit of a joke, isn't it? However, based on the idea that it is a bastard not to take advantage of the benefits, Ling Yang resolutely chose the first one. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for making the right choice. Reward, Ling's Group, market value of 10 billion. Reward will be issued immediately. Please check the bank. Ling Yang was immediately delighted. What the hell? $1 billion group. What does this mean? It means that one is suddenly worth tens of billions. Wouldn't that mean it's on the same level as Tianyu Group? Why would I be afraid of it? Just go forward and take it head on. By then, after absorbing Tianyu Group, wouldn't I be able to dominate the local business circle? Now, it feels so good to invest in Shu Real Estate again. Thinking of this, Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay, big brother, let's not say anything else, let's join forces." Chapter 62, Investing in Shu's Real Estate and Blue Sky International. Real? Chu Tianba said excitedly. Ling Yang nodded and said, "Yes, how can this be false? Of course it is true." Okay, great. Then bro, draft the share transfer contract right away. After a while, the private lawyer beside Chu Tianba prepared the contract. It can be seen that Chu Tianba was well prepared. After looking through the contract and confirming that it was correct, Ling Yang quickly signed his name. Ding! Billion Group, Ling Group, has been issued. Please check at the main bank. Immediately afterwards, a document containing information on 80% of the shares of Ling S Group appeared in Ling Yang's system space. After Ling Yang took a closer look, he was suddenly extremely excited. It really is $1 billion group. Moreover, he is still the legal person. He was extremely excited when he thought that he would suddenly own a group worth hundreds of billions. After forcibly calming down his excitement, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Brother, how about I give you a few hundred million first as an emergency measure, and then give you the rest in installments?" Chu Tianba nodded and said, "No problem, I'm at ease with you, brother. Since you have chosen to invest in Shu South Real Estate, I can't let you lose money, brother. Don't worry, as long as you give me some time, I will be able to turn things around, and by then, I will be able to distribute a large amount of dividends from your assets." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Hey, brother, who are we talking about? It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. I'm interested in you, brother. I believe that you will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties." Chu Tianba laughed. "Okay, your words are enough. Fine, brother, I'll go back first. There are so many things to do, it's really hard to leave. I'll go back first." Ling Yang nodded. "Okay, big brother, take care." After seeing Chu Tianba off, Ling Yang couldn't help but get furious. What the hell, $1 billion group? This is $1 billion group. When he thought about the fact that he was now the CEO of $1 billion group, he felt like he was dreaming with them. He was even more afraid that this was all a dream, and once he woke up, everything would be gone. The whole family was stunned after looking at Ling Yang, who was smiling foolishly. However, when you think about it, it only took 1 billion to sign shares worth more than 3 billion, it is not bad. This is also considered to be in time. If not, Shu Real Estate is facing such a crisis now, how could he have encountered such a good opportunity? Merchants are all profit-oriented, this is the case. After acquiring tens of billions of assets, Ling Yang's eyes lit up even more. Before, when I was trading stocks, I never had the opportunity or enough wealth to show my skills. However, now that I have such a huge fortune, my investment plan can finally be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Ling Yang excitedly went back to his room and couldn't wait to turn on his computer. This computer is my dedicated fighter for stock trading, and it has made me a lot of money. However, this money is just a piece of cake for me now and is not worth mentioning. However, my past skills have not declined. Soon, he opened the stock market and began to study it. This research requires working day and night without sleep. It was not until midnight that Lin Mengyao, who was giving Ling Yang a massage, could no longer bear it. "Hubby, it's already the middle of the night, please stop working so hard. We already have so much money, there's no need to continue working so hard." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, Yao, you don't know, I have studied the stock market before, but I just don't have the money to invest. Now that I have so much wealth, I plan to give it a try. I have been eyeing Blue Sky International for a long time. The stock market has been on a downward trend. According to my observation, it will plummet to the lowest point around 3 o'clock tonight. At that time, I will buy at the lowest point, and I plan to acquire more than 50% of the shares and take over Blue Sky International in one fell swoop. What? Blue Sky International? Are you kidding me? Husband, is Blue Sky International the largest real estate developer in our province, even more powerful than Choose Real Estate? A real estate group that focuses on the future and builds new types of residents? This is a well-known company with a market value of hundreds of billions. It is said that this company has fallen sharply and has reached its end. Why did you acquire them? Aren't you afraid of losing money? Ling Yang smiled and said, even if I explain this to you, you still won't understand. If their stocks hadn't fallen, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. These days, the brave die of overeating, while the timid die of starvation. Tell me, if I were timid and didn't dare to marry you, how could I have this double happiness? Hearing this, Lin Mengyao's pretty face immediately turned red. Then, she rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said, Humph. How can this be the same? Ling Yang chuckled. What's the difference? The principle is the same. Don't worry, my husband knows what he is doing. Blue Sky International seems to be on the verge of bankruptcy. In fact, I have checked the information a long time ago. They are just playing a little trick, deliberately lowering the share ratio, and then, the internal shareholders will take over the stock market in full. Finally, let me reveal their achievements. As far as I know, Blue Sky International is currently handling a large-scale project. Moreover, it is also facing the stage of completion. As long as this batch of projects is completed, the stock of Blue Sky International will soar. Moreover, they will complete the full sale and make a huge profit for Blue Sky International in the end. According to my estimation, if we can harvest 50% of the shares, then when the market explodes, we can make about 30 points. Tell me, what a huge scale this is. A profit of 30 points. So, Blue Sky International, this little trick is not small. However, it still can't escape my eyes. Now, all major stock investors are frantically selling stocks at low prices. This is our chance. You see, I was right, these few new user ID accounts are constantly buying up these low-priced stocks. Although Lin Mengyao didn't quite understand, she was curious and said according to Ling Yang's instructions, oh, right, they have acquired millions of shares in one go. So, these are small moves made by Blue Sky International's own staff? Ling Yang nodded and said, yes, this is speculation. The stock market is like a battlefield. As long as you understand the routine, becoming rich overnight is not a dream. Lin Mengyao's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, husband, do you have enough money? We don't have much either. How can we possibly buy so much? Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Before, he had no confidence, but now he has. Chapter 63. This necklace is so big and white. After a while, Ling Yang directly mobilized the internal account of Ling Group. After all, he now owns 80% of the shares of the entire Ling Group, although he doesn't know what the remaining 20% is like. However, this 80% is enough for me to get the investment from Blue Sky International. Soon, around 3 o'clock, as Ling Yang had expected, the stock market collapsed across the board, and a large number of scattered shares flowed into the stock market. Seeing this, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth and began to type on the computer frantically, continuously harvesting these low-priced stocks. In a short while, hundreds of millions of stocks had been collected. Seeing this, Ling Yang couldn't stop smiling. Ah, I've waited for so long and studied for so long. This time, I'm destined to be the biggest winner. Just when Ling Yang was reaping the harvest frantically, inside Blue Sky International, several technicians were stunned when they saw someone suddenly emerge and frantically compete with them for market share. What the hell? Oh no, we've met an expert. Someone has seen through our plan. Who leaked the news? Not good, report to the chairman immediately. Grab it. Get it back quickly, or we'll die. When a few people saw people grabbing things so frantically, they were frightened and started grabbing things frantically. In this way, the two sides launched a crazy war without gunpowder. One night passed quickly. The next morning, when Ling Yang saw the share he had grabbed, he was immediately overjoyed. Ah, 51% is enough. After seeing this scene, Lin Mengyao kissed Ling Yang hard. Hubby, thank you for your hard work. Ling Yang smiled slightly, took Lin Mengyao in his arms and said, hey, since you know your husband has worked hard, how do you plan to reward him? Lin Mengyao giggled. Hee, then how do you want to reward me? Today, no matter what conditions you put forward, I will satisfy you. Ling Yang chuckled. Real? Yeah. Really? Okay, I won't be polite then. As he said that, he held Lin Mengyao and walked towards the Simmons mattress. The other side. Blue Sky International, in the chairman's office. Bang! There was a loud bang, and an old man glared at the staff in front of him. Waste. All of you waste. With so many of you, you couldn't even get more than one person? In the end, you let him take away 51% of the shares? Do you know what this means? That is, Blue Sky International has changed hands. I am so angry. What use do I have for you? You are all a bunch of trash. Get out of here, check who it is. Everyone in the audience was trembling and didn't dare to look up at the chairman of Blue Sky International. So, several people quickly said, yes, chairman. After several people retreated, the old man was so angry that he almost died. Humph. I'm so pissed off. Who leaked the news? Did they see through my trick? Epsilon equals Omicron. Alas, it is becoming increasingly difficult to make a living in the real estate industry nowadays. I had originally planned to reap the profits in one final wave, squeeze out the last value of Blue Sky International, reap the profits in one final wave and then immigrate. But, who the hell is this? Who is hindering my plan? Who is interrupting my hard work? Then, the old man fell into deep thought and closed his eyes. However, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. How dare you intercept me? Seeking death hashtag. After resting for a while, Ling Yang felt refreshed. After finishing, Ling Yang leaned on the bed, took out a cigarette and took a deep puff. Damn! A cigarette afterwards is better than a living god. It turns out that the ancients were not lying to me. Lin Mengyao on the side smiled and said, husband, tell me, are you really the largest shareholder of Blue Sky International now? Why do I feel a little unbelievable? Just nodding at the computer is enough? They have built a big company for so many years, how can it become yours just like that? Ling Yang touched Lin Mengyau's little head and said, you don't understand this, right? Let me tell you, these group companies are all based on the shareholding system. No matter who the founder is, as long as his shares are not the largest, they will be directly transferred to other hands. You won't understand even if I tell you. However, now, Blue Sky International, I am indeed the largest shareholder, so, in theory, I am the chairman. Lin Mengyao smiled and said, hubby, you are really talented, but aren't you afraid of Blue Sky International's revenge? Ling Yang was stunned. Oh, no, I have to be on guard against Blue Sky International's counterattack. After all, blocking their financial path is like killing their parents. This is no joke, but the profits are so huge, it's really a way to get rich overnight. If nothing unexpected happens, we can make a lot of money this time, at least around 60 billion. What? 60 billion? Honey, you are not kidding, are you? Lin Mengyao came closer and was frightened. This amount of money is really terrifying. You know, a while ago, it was only 100 million, and she was scared out of her wits. Now, this is 60 billion? This is like a fucking dream. Seeing Lin Mengyau's frightened look, Ling Yang smiled, scratched Lin Mengyau's little nose and said, hey, are you scared now? There's still a lot to come. I plan to build a business empire. It's only 60 billion. This is just my first stop. Lin Mengyao smiled and said, "Husband, I now find that I can't see through you anymore. Before, I just thought you had great potential, but I didn't expect that you have achieved such great success in such a short time. It's incredible. Now, I feel like I am living in a dream. It doesn't seem real. I am afraid that when I wake up, it will all be a dream." Ling Yang smiled. "What are you afraid of? We don't ask for what we once had, we just ask for each other to embrace us now. Why bother to think about these things? Just live every day to the fullest." "Yeah, husband, it's great to have you." Lin Mengyao was so moved that she kissed Ling Yang fiercely. After some tenderness, Ling Yang said goodbye to Lin Mengyao and went straight to his first company. Ling Group. This is a reward from the system. Products produced by the system must be high quality, there is no doubt about that. Soon, according to the instructions, Ling Yang drove directly to the downstairs of the Ling Group building. After looking at the glorious and domineering Ling Group, Ling Yang's eyes lit up. Especially the big words Ling's Group on the top, which really attracts attention. I don't know how this system does it. It can actually ignore all rules and create such a terrifying influence. The moment he walked in, he was immediately greeted by a large group of people lining the streets to welcome him. All employees of Ling's Group respectfully welcomed the chairman. When Ling Yang saw this scene, his eyes widened. At this moment, a sexy beauty dressed as a top-notch female secretary in a professional hip-hugging miniskirt came to Ling Yang step by step with sexy steps. After arriving in front of Ling Yang, he bowed 90 degrees. Suddenly, a large expanse of snow white appeared in front of him. Looking at this scene, everything was white. Ling Yang swallowed hard. Oh shit. On my first day at work, I was given this level of evil right from the start. How embarrassed I am. Concentration. Concentration. Hello, Mr. Ling. I am your personal secretary, Xiaoye. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment and didn't react at all. After staring for a while, Ling Yang suddenly reacted. Ahem, well, you're Xiaoye, right? Not bad, your necklace is really white. Oh, no, your tie is really. Oh, my mouth is not working properly, so no need to be so polite. Thank you, Mr. Ling. Xiaoye replied with a smile. Then, Xiaoyu deliberately straightened her thing and inadvertently gave Ling Yang a wink. Chapter 64, a 5-star secretary is given as soon as you go online? Ling Yang felt numb all over in an instant. Oh my god. It's so annoying. As soon as I went online, I got such a top-notch female secretary. Doesn't this make it impossible for me to work diligently? However, right now, I am here in front of so many people. Today is my first day at work, and I must do my best to behave like a chairman. So, Ling Yang nodded slightly and said to everyone, well, I feel everyone's enthusiasm. Now, let's go back to our respective posts and work. You have to believe in the company and yourself. As long as you work hard for the company, everything will be there. Thank you, Chairman. Then, everyone dispersed. After sending everyone away, Ling Yang finally had time to visit his own company. I have to say, this is really grand. As expected of a group worth tens of billions, it is so grand and majestic. Chairman, please, Xiaoye will take you to the chairman's office. Ling Yang smiled slightly, nodded and said, well, let's go. After a while, the two took the elevator to the top floor, the chairman's office. After entering the office, Ling Yang looked at the surrounding layout. Wow! In one word, it's quite grand. If Xiaoye hadn't brought me here, I would have thought that this was some kind of luxurious presidential suite. The layout inside is simply too good. Sofas, coffee tables, leisure areas, in short, everything that is possible is there, and even things that are not possible are also there. There is even a partitioned lounge inside. After seeing this scene, Ling Yang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Sure enough, poverty limits my imagination. I didn't expect that these wealthy people all play like this. By the way, is this independently partitioned lounge a proper lounge? Suddenly, some images that are not suitable for children appeared in Ling Yang's mind. He even subconsciously looked at Xiaoye, who was bending over his waist and wiping the table for him enthusiastically. Suddenly, a white something appeared in front of him, making Ling Yang's mouth dry. Ahem, Xiaoye. I'm a little thirsty. How about you give me some water? After hearing Ling Yang's instructions, Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, saying, okay, Chairman. After a while, Xiaoya came to Ling Yang step by step with sexy cat steps. She bent down slightly, as if she wanted to pounce on Ling Yang. He handed the teacup to Ling Yang and said softly, "Chairman, please have some tea." Gurgle. Looking at this scene, the extreme temptation was a little overwhelming for Ling Yang. However, when I think about the fact that it's only my first day at work and I'm not familiar with many things yet, it would be inappropriate to rashly do that with my private confidant. So Ling Yang quickly took the teacup and took a sip. "Yeah, not bad, good tea." Xiaoya smiled and said, "Of course not. This is made by Xiaoya herself. Xiaoya is an amateur tea artist." "Oh? Xiaoya, you also know how to make tea? Are you an amateur tea artist?" Ling Yang asked with a smile. Xiaoya nodded and said, "Yes, being a secretary is just my job, and tea art is my hobby." Ling Yang suddenly became curious, so he smiled and said, "Oh, so that's it. No wonder the tea tastes so good. If only I could drink it every day." Xiaoyu laughed and said, "Sure, then I will dine with the chairman every day from now on, how about that?" Cough cough. Suddenly, Ling Yang coughed violently. What does it mean to soak me every day? Why does this sound so awkward? Thinking of this, Ling Yang said carefully, "Xiaoyu, this is quite ambiguous. It means making tea every day. Don't shorten the sentence. Otherwise, I'm afraid others will misunderstand it." Xiaoyu heard this and smiled and said, "Oh, Chairman, what's the misunderstanding? Xiaoyu just meant to make tea? Chairman, what are you thinking about? Could it be that, Chairman, you have other thoughts about Xiaoye? Otherwise, Chairman, why would you say that?" Ling Yang quickly waved his hands and said, "How is this possible? What I mean is, epsilon equals omicron. Oh, forget it, I won't say more. The more I talk, the more confusing it becomes." Seeing Ling Yang like this, Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, pursed her lips and smiled, "Hee, I was just joking with the chairman." "Look, Chairman, you are getting angry." "Okay, I won't joke with the chairman anymore. Today is the first day for the chairman. I am not familiar with many things. I am afraid that the chairman will not be used to it, so I made a little joke with him. Please don't take it seriously." Ling Yang looked at Xiaoyu and felt a chill in his heart. Hey! This little girl really knows how to examine things. She has a firm grasp of every measure and is worthy of being the close mistress of a billion-dollar group. In terms of appearance and ability, this person is not weak. It's okay. Why would I bother with you? I was just kidding you. By the way, give me some detailed information about the company and so on. Let me take a look. This is my first day here, I have to understand the specific situation of the company first. Otherwise, how can I manage the company? Xiaoya nodded, smiled, and took out a file bag from the shelf behind her. Chairman, I have already prepared everything you want. Please check it out. Ling Yang was stunned. What the hell? This little honey is pretty good. It's very thoughtful, even these have been taken into consideration. Hee, how is it? Master, this little honey is created for you based on the image of the little honey in your mind, isn't it nice? Oh? Ling Yang said in bewilderment, create? What the hell? Could it be that this is an NPC? No. This is a real person, don't worry. However, I made a very ginkgo-like transformation according to the master's request, making her the perfect image of the mistress in the master's mind. When Ling Yang heard this, he was completely convinced. This system is unique. If you say that she is not a human being, he would never believe it even if you kill him. This must be a system created by a human soul. This is too ginkgo-like. It's so cool. Flawless, indeed, no boss can refuse such a mistress. She can consider the boss's concerns and help the boss share all the tasks. Most importantly, this girl has such high standards. The long legs are curvy and sexy, charming and intellectual. It perfectly inherits all the fantasies of men about mistresses. Master, don't worry, you have the absolute say in the company. The entire company is currently operating within the normal range. As long as you are the main bank and don't do anything stupid, this company will never encounter any crisis and can develop safely and steadily. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "What's the matter? You don't believe in my business ability? I have to show you some results." Chapter 65, The Best Secretary. Let's wait and see. However, Master, before you start making big plans, please deal with your second largest shareholder first. Oh, the second largest shareholder? What the hell? Hee hee, it's a secret. You'll know in a moment. After that, the system went silent. Seeing that the system had run away again, Zhang Xiaofan was speechless. My goodness, this system comes and goes without a trace, and it doesn't take any responsibility at all. Then, Ling Yang subconsciously glanced at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu also looked at Ling Yang, and for a moment, their eyes met. A long time. Ling Yang quickly retracted his gaze. Seeing this, Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Chairman, do you think Xiaoyu is pretty?" Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he asked in surprise, Xiaoye smiled. "I say, Chairman, do you think Xiaoye is pretty?" Ling Yang raised his head, took a closer look at Xiaoyu, smiled and said, "She has skin as white as cream, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Of course she looks good." After hearing Ling Yang's praise, Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Hee hee, really? That's great. I was afraid that the chairman would look down on me, a humble figure." Ling Yang smiled slightly. "Xiaoyu, you are too modest. If you are just a weakling, then there would be no beauties in the world, right? By the way, Xiaoye, how long have you been here? Have you been working as the chairman's secretary before?" Xiaoyu tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, "I don't know either. I can't remember what happened before, but I only know that my current identity is just your personal secretary, Chairman. My duty is to do what a secretary should do, and I can't remember anything else." Ling Yang was stunned. Damn, the system is quite harsh on her. Is this what the system gives to its die-hard fans? Doesn't that mean she has to do whatever she is asked to do? As soon as he thought of this, he looked at this extremely sexy secretary, and the more he looked at her, the more excited he became. Especially this pair of charming long legs, aren't they just amazing? It is no exaggeration to say that these two legs are enough for me to play with for a whole year. Especially since this is a woman full of self-harm, sexy and sensible. This woman has a different style from her two sisters Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao is playful and cute, and knows how to control her own thoughts. Lin Mengwei's figure is mature and plump, but lacks a little agility, so she feels no different from being a public servant, except that she lacks a little passion. And the previous Zhuge Qingqing, this little girl, is quite wild and novel. In other words, she is adept at love affairs and knows how to strike the right balance. However, the one in front of me has a different style. She is a woman with a long career and full of mature charm. The temperament she exudes is different from that of the other women. The more Ling Yang watched, the more he felt itchy. However, he knew that it was too early. As the saying goes, a frog in warm water must be boiled slowly to be tasty. Otherwise, if you eat it in one bite, wouldn't it be tasteless like chewing wax? Therefore, he also knew that this matter could not be accomplished overnight, and he had to take it slowly. The feelings and emotions had to be cultivated slowly. When everything comes naturally, nothing will be a problem. So, Ling Yang smiled wickedly, retracted his gaze, and began to look at the information carefully. Seeing this scene, Xiaoye, who was feeling proud and complacent, was stunned. "Ha? What's going on? Why did the chairman suddenly look away? Could it be that my charm is not enough to attract the chairman? Or is the chairman playing hard to get?" For a moment, Xiaoye couldn't understand the chairman's thoughts. Then, Xiaoyu continued to tease and ridicule Ling Yang with all her might, but Ling Yang cleverly avoided her. After all these operations, Xiaoye was left in a state of confusion, and even doubted her own charm for a while. A long time. Xiaoye had no choice but to give in and stop trying to flirt with Ling Yang. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the sound of high heels was heard, and soon, the door of Ling Yang's office was knocked. Boom boom boom. Ling Yang nodded and said, "Come in." After a while, the door creaked open. Then, a tall, sexy goddess-like beauty wearing a slit red cheongsam walked into Ling Yang's office step by step. Soon, the goddess walked to Ling Yang's desk and stopped. Ling Yang stopped when he heard the voice and looked up. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful face came into view. Oh my god. Beautiful. So beautiful. It's like a fairy descending to earth. This temperament is absolutely amazing. Like a top star. Even international superstars can hardly match this appearance. This figure is simply flawless. In short, Ling Yang, in all his years, has never met such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Stunning. It's really amazing. For a moment, Ling Yang stood there in a daze, completely at a loss as to what to do. No one can resist meeting such a beautiful and enchanting woman at this moment. Boss Ling? When Ling Yang heard the beautiful woman calling him, he coughed lightly and reacted. Ahem. Excuse me, hello, who are you? As Ling Yang spoke, he quickly stood up and extended his hand very gentlemanly, intending to shake hands with this top goddess. The goddess nodded slightly and shook hands with Ling Yang. When the goddess's jade hand entered Ling Yang's palm, he suddenly felt it chill, but also somewhat soft, so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by a baby's touch, and her skin was whiter than snow, perfect. For a moment, he held the goddess' hand and couldn't help but let go. A long time. The goddess of the highest quality said awkwardly, "Hello, Mr. Ling, can you please let go of my hand?" Ah. What? Oh, my apology, sorry, I just forgot to think of it. Having said that, Ling Yang quickly let go of the beautiful goddess's hand. The top goddess looked at Xiaoye beside her, seeming to want to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Ling Yang laughed and said to Xiaoyu, "Oh, Xiaoyu, go out and buy me a cup of coffee." "It's okay, don't rush back." Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw this. However, how could a professional secretary not know that Ling Yang deliberately sent her away? Thinking of this, she was a little discouraged, but compared with the beauty in front of her, she was indeed not as good as the other girl. So, Xiaoya nodded and said, "Okay, chairman." Having said that, he went out, and very sensibly closed the door. After Xiaoya left, Ling Yang smiled slightly, left his desk, and brought the top goddess to the sofa in the leisure area and sat down. "Beautiful lady, please sit down." "Thank you, Mr. Ling." "Oh, you're so polite." "Excuse me, what's your name, beautiful lady?" The goddess looked at Ling Yang, smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Ling, you don't know who I am yet, right? Let me introduce myself first. I am the second largest shareholder of Ling Group and also your partner, Mu Wanqing." Chapter 66, Secretary has something to do. Oh? Mu Wanqing? The second largest shareholder of Ling Group? My partner? Ling Yang looked at the extremely beautiful woman in surprise and said, "What's wrong? Is there any problem, Mr. Ling?" Mu Wanqing asked with a slight smile. Ling Yang waved his hands, smiled and said, No, I was just curious for a moment. I didn't expect that my partner would be such a stunning goddess like beauty." Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Boss Ling, you are really good at praising people." "Thank you for the praise." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, No, Mr. Mu, you look very young, but you are really extraordinary." Mu Wanqing looked at Ling Yang and smiled, saying, "How can a little girl compare with Mr. Ling? I'm afraid Mr. Ling won't look down on my meager abilities." As she spoke, she leaned slightly behind the sofa, leaning back as far as she could, taking the opportunity to show off her long legs under her high-split cheongsam. This little action naturally could not be hidden from Ling Yang, but Ling Yang saw through it but did not say anything. He still smiled and said, "Hey, President Mu, you are too polite. I have just inherited the Ling Group and I don't understand many things. I have to thank President Mu for his guidance and help me adapt to the work better." "Oh? Then I wonder, what kind of guidance does Mr. Ling need? Direct guidance? Or indirect guidance?" When Mu Wanqing said this, her eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of alluring charm. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Yang's heart was beating fast. Wow, this woman is really capable. No wonder the system told me to be wary of her. It turns out that this woman is definitely not someone you can easily deal with. If I make a wrong move and fall for her trick, maybe the entire group will be cheated by her. The system also said that what she gave it was his, and whether he could grasp it was his own business. In other words, what the system gives is not fixed, but can be taken away by others. Right now, the system deliberately arranged such a woman for me, perhaps to test me on purpose. Thinking of this, Ling Yang remained unmoved. He picked up the cup and took a sip of tea, then smiled and said, "Boss Mu, you are kidding. Guidance is guidance. How can there be direct guidance and indirect guidance?" Seeing Ling Yang so calm and composed, Mu Wanqing's eyes suddenly narrowed. I did overestimate Ling Yang a bit, but I didn't expect that Ling Yang had such strong self-control even though I had already given him such obvious hints. He was not moved at all? Could it be that my charm has decreased? But it shouldn't be like this. Before, when I first came in, this boy's eyes never left my beautiful body. But now, I have already come this far, and he is still unmoved? Could it be that I was too obvious and he lost the challenge? So, he lost interest in me? It's very likely this is how to deal with men. The more you want something, the better it is. She knew this truth very well. She thought that he was just a boy who had never seen the world, but for some reason, he suddenly inherited this billion-dollar group and became the chairman. However, in her memory, this company was managed by herself, but it seemed that everything was controlled by her invisibly, and a boss appeared inexplicably. I thought I could take him down with a little trick, but I didn't expect that this guy was so difficult to deal with. Soon, she adjusted her strategy. Obviously, this low-level method would not be able to trick Ling Yang. It looks like we have to take drastic measures. So, she put away these cheap tricks without leaving any trace and started to negotiate with Ling Yang seriously. Boss Ling, actually, the subject of guidance is very complicated and requires a lot of knowledge. It cannot be generalized. Although I am not talented, I do have some unique insights. However, President Ling just took office for the first day today, so let us not talk about this. How about we talk about it another day? I'll prepare some snacks and wine. How about we have a drink and a long chat? Seeing that the woman was about to slip away, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Hey, why not do it today? How about tonight?" Hearing this, Mu Wanqing was stunned for a moment, and then she subconsciously said, "Up? Tonight? Isn't it a bit too fast?" Ling Yang waved his hand. "It's okay. More haste, less speed. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in war. Let's do it tonight." Mu Wanqing swallowed. What the hell? Isn't this too hasty? What is going on? Just now, you were acting so cool, but now, you changed your style in the blink of an eye? Ling Yang's move made her confused. For a moment, she was caught off guard and was completely unprepared. In fact, this is Ling Yang's strategy, to take advantage of the situation. Since you are planning to use the beauty trap on me and control me, then I will use their own trick against you, and then we will see who is the hunter and who is the hunted. As long as I can take you down, I will be the one who has the final say in the entire company. The two men each had their own little thoughts, and it was difficult to tell who would win in their first confrontation. Let's see who will be the winner tonight. Mr. Ling, I'm a little inconvenient today. How about we do it another day? Yes, another day. However, Ling Yang interrupted Mu Wanqing and said, "It's okay, I believe in President Mu's ability. It's settled tonight, no change. Tonight, I will come to your house to ask for your advice." Oh. Mu Wanqing was completely speechless. All right. It seems that Ling Yang is deliberately planning to strike while the iron is hot. There's nothing you can do about it, you can only accept it. Anyway, she just didn't believe that Ling Yang could eat her tonight. It's just right, tonight, I will whet his appetite and make him fall at my feet and submit to me. Boss Ling, today is your first day in office. I'm sure you have a lot of things to deal with in the company. I won't bother you. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I took a look and the company is currently running stably and basically there aren't many major events. Even if it's a little bit of a trivial matter, it's harmless, just let Xiaoye do it." Seeing Ling Yang say this, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Huh? I didn't expect that President Ling could see things so clearly on his first day in office. This is what a secretary does when there is something to do, and when there is nothing to do, just do it Ahem. Mr. Mu, this is a joke. I didn't say that." Seeing Ling Yang like this, Mu Wanqing waved her hands and smiled and said, "It's okay, I understand. It's human nature. Men in this world, who doesn't like to take care of a few little sisters when they have money? I can understand." Chapter 67, The Beauty in My Arms. Oh. Ling Yang was speechless for a while. I haven't said anything yet, and you understand? I don't understand, okay? Do you understand? You know nothing. However, Ling Yang was too lazy to explain, so he smiled and said, "Then, Boss Mu, I won't joke around anymore. I'll continue to familiarize myself with the company environment. In the evening, I will definitely go and ask Boss Mu for advice and learn from him." Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Okay, but I don't know who will be the one to learn from whom." After hearing this double entendre, Ling Yang was stunned. My goodness, this woman is so hot. I didn't expect that such a beautiful girl could be so bold and revealing. It looks like tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. With this thought in mind, he arranged everything in advance. Anyway, she was right, this man. It's understandable to have some little hobbies occasionally. What is the point of working so hard? Isn't it just a better life? If that's the case, why suppress yourself? You make yourself look like a saint, but you are just an ordinary person. Holy mother bitch, that's what saints do. My job is to send these guys to see God. I, Ling Yang, just wanna be myself. I don't wanna live a repressed life like before, always binding myself with various rules. In fact, when it comes down to it, you are just being hard on yourself. No one will feel sorry for you, no one will pity you. If you have no money, even your wife will look down on you. Lin Mengwei today is an example, although she said so much just to test herself. But, if I hadn't achieved such success, would she have the nerve to come back to me? This is impossible. You can imagine it with your toes. But why do I accept everyone who comes? It's because of the little thoughts in my heart. When I think about having two sisters, I feel so proud. This was something he had always thought about, but he had never dared to put it into action. However, when he had all this, his mind became active. Moreover, ever since he did that thing with Zhuge Qingqing in the bathroom, he gradually discovered that his hidden attributes were about to be developed. I didn't expect that this would be such an exciting thing. The joyful excitement is simply indescribable. In short, now he found that the richer he was, the more inexplicable feeling he would have. Maybe this is the charm of money. No wonder everyone loves money, that's how it is. Many times, having money really allows you to do many things that you cannot do normally. Take Mu Wanqing for example. If I were still a house husband before, would she look at me straight in the eye? However, now that I have become her immediate superior, her attitude is obvious. I really want to throw myself at you and let you take advantage of me. Can't I see her little thoughts? It's nothing more than using the beauty trap to tie her own pigtails tightly, and then she can do whatever she wants. He even took the opportunity to gain her trust, transfer the shares to her and take over all the power. You know, in front of money and power, everything seems so fragile and worthless. For these wealthy women, the body is also part of their most powerful weapon. Saving the country by taking a roundabout way is not just talk, in many cases, this is the key to defeating the enemy. However, he was not the kind of person whose brain would go blank when he saw a beautiful woman. After all, his two wives, the older and the younger, were not ordinary people. After being tempered by them, although I dare not say that I turn a blind eye to beauties, I can still remain calm. No matter how powerful the enemy is, I can still control myself a little. Crunch! Just at this moment, the office door opened, and Xiao Ye, holding a cup of coffee, walked in with a smile. After handing the coffee to Ling Yang, she walked behind Ling Yang and rubbed his shoulders. Chairman, I saw President Mu left with a heavy heart. What did you guys talk about? Ling Yang turned around, glanced at Xiao Yu, smiled and said, "Oh? Want to know?" Seeing this, Xiao Ye quickly waved her hands and said, "Chairman, I'm sorry, Xiao Ye has overstepped." Ling Yang waved his hand, smiled and said, "That's not the case, but for some things, the less you know, the better." Yes, Xiao Ye understands. In an instant, Xiao Ye was so scared that her back was soaked. I am really rude. They are the two major shareholders and your bosses, and yet you dare to ask them what they discussed? Aren't you just asking for death? Fortunately, Ling Yang did not pursue the matter, otherwise, he would have definitely lost his job. The coffee is good. It has good color, aroma, and taste, but it lacks sweetness and is too bitter. Hearing Ling Yang's words, Xiao Yu quickly said, "Ah? Then chairman, I'll go get some candy." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, no need, it's better to be a little bitter. At least, the bitter taste makes us realize how hard it is to get sweetness." Xiao Yu, can you tell me why this coffee is so bitter and yet so popular among the public? Xiao Ye was stunned. Then, he shook his head and said, "Chairman, this is too profound. I don't understand it either. I think everyone likes this bitter taste." Ling Yang smiled and said, "Who in this world really likes suffering?" Then, I don't know either. Xiao Yu said with a wry smile. Coffee, like life, cannot have such a rich taste without thousands of trials and tribulations. This cup of delicious coffee, when it was still coffee beans, was carefully selected, ground and roasted before it finally became this delicious cup. Of course, if there is even one bad coffee bean mixed in among the selected coffee beans, the final coffee will be formed, which will eventually affect its taste. Therefore, if you want to drink the purest coffee, you have to taste the most bitter taste to taste its original flavor. But I don't like bitter coffee. After everything I've been through, I just want sweet coffee. So, if someone takes away the sweetness from my coffee, or mixes it with low-quality coffee, I will never forgive them. After Ling Yang finished speaking, Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and then she immediately said tremblingly, "I'm sorry, Chairman, I understand. Don't worry, from now on, I will never let the Chairman's coffee have the slightest bitter taste. There will definitely be no situation where inferior products are sold as good ones. Please rest assured, Chairman, I will definitely fulfill my duties and responsibilities, and will never let the Chairman down. I will only serve the Chairman." Seeing the sincere Xiaoya, Ling Yang smiled slightly. She is worthy of being assigned by the system, she is so sensible. Thinking of this, Ling Yang embraced Xiaoyu, smiled and said, "Okay, then I want to see how considerate you are. P.S. High energy ahead, highly toxic warning. Those who feel unwell should evacuate as soon as possible." Chapter 68 Tonight, a candlelight dinner just for us. Seeing this, Xiaoye also knew what she would face next. As a smart woman in the workplace, she naturally knows how to use her advantages to gain more benefits for herself. In the workplace, a woman's greatest weapon, in addition to high IQ and EQ, is the ability to judge and seize situations. For a woman, especially a very sexy and beautiful woman, her greatest advantage is her body. When she thought of this, she looked at Ling Yang shyly, and her little hands kept drawing small circles on Ling Yang's chest. She said softly, "My dear President, how caring do you need me to be? I can be any. The kind of caring that's caring." As she spoke, she took Ling Yang's hand, placed it on her chest, and said tenderly, "Mr. President, feel it, can you feel my heart? Tell me, am I considerate enough?" Seeing Xiaoye being so sensible and cooperative, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth. "Good job. This Xiaoye is indeed worthy of being called my close friend. This kind of understanding and thoughtfulness is really what I like." Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, smiled, lifted Xiaoyu's chin and said, "Little fairy, the more I look at you, the more charming you are." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang carried Xiaoyu directly to the desk. "Hey, Chairman, don't be so impatient. Train him first." Ling Yang lifted Xiaoyu's chin and directly put a strawberry stamp on it. I don't know how long it took. Contented Ling Yang lit up a cigarette and took a puff of it comfortably. Xiaoye, who was standing beside him, had a delicate face and flushed cheeks, and looked at Ling Yang tenderly. "Chairman, was my performance good enough? Was it considerate enough? Was it up to standard?" Looking at the delicate Xiaoye, Ling Yang's mouth curled up wildly, and he smiled and said, "The overall performance is average, but it's remarkable. But it can be considered as barely passing, but don't take it lightly, just wait and see." Hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, the chairman is busy first, I won't disturb him to handle his affairs." Ling Yang nodded. Then, Xiaoye twisted her sexy buttocks, left the office, and went to her own small office which served as the chairman's secretary. Looking at Xiaoye's anxious back, he whispered, "Damn. This girl is really strong. She is indeed a veteran in the workplace, she knows everything and can do everything." When he thought of the scene just now, he couldn't help sighing. This little girl is really good at having fun. To describe her in one word, she is very experienced. This is a completely different experience from Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei. This woman is simply a living juice machine. Next, Ling Yang looked through the company's information again, and in the evening, he finally had a general idea. Now, he has a general idea of the entire company. It turns out that the main business of this company is financial venture capital business, and the entire company is a financial company. It just happens to be in line with my major. I have been trading stocks for many years, which is similar to venture capital. Now, my own company is also such a company, which is simply like adding wings to a tiger. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to manage the company, but now he is no longer worried. Isn't this my specialty? Why should you be afraid of your own business? In fact, with such a large group to operate for him, he has more room for operation. Just like what happened with Blue Sky International last night, he simply took control of 51% of the shares. Now, he is also the largest shareholder of Blue Sky International. In a sense, Blue Sky International is now its own industry. Since he owns more than half of the shares, he has absolute say in Blue Sky International. This is beyond doubt, but for now, I cannot alert the enemy, because Blue Sky International is a well-known real estate company. Therefore, he did not plan to give up Blue Sky International, just to make a quick buck and then run abroad. If you want to do it, you have to make it big. If you want to control a company, you have to make it active. He has studied Blue Sky International and found that its foundation is even better than that of Choose Real Estate. Therefore, such a huge foundation cannot be wasted. If you use it properly, and with a little bit of opportunity, you can make the most of it. It's just that the current leader of Blue Sky International is, in fact, basically a rough and uncouth upstart who happened to be in a good time and ended up encountering a bonus period and became rich overnight. However, after becoming rich, at the same time, now that the old and new markets are alternating, the old ideas and policies can no longer keep up with the changes of the times. As a result, the entire industrial chain finally collapsed. This is the inevitable trend. Therefore, many real estate properties have become sunset industries. The stock market has also fallen significantly, which is what everyone expected, but it is not hopeless. Since this is the general trend, we should follow it. If used properly, we can still improve the current situation where we are doomed to fail. Moreover, if he could control it, he could not only fully revitalize Blue Sky International and make a fortune, but also boost the current tired real estate industry and make it shine again. However, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is to handle your current company properly. Right now, the biggest obstacle for the entire company is the second largest shareholder, Mu Wanqing. As long as he could successfully take down Mu Wanqing tonight, he would have the final say in the Ling Group from now on. At that time, no one will object to any decision he makes, and the entire company will be firmly in his hands. When he thought of this, he rolled his eyes, left the company directly, and went to visit Mu Wanqing at her home. Soon, Ling Yang, speeding all the way with roses in his hands, arrived outside Mu Wanqing's villa. Looking at the magnificent villa in front of him, Ling Yang raised his lips, smiled and said, "A villa with its own entrance and a separate building? Very good, it has a lot of room for operation." Soon, after ringing the doorbell, Mu Wanqing appeared at the door and opened the courtyard gate. "Hey! Mr. Ling, you're so punctual? You're here so soon?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "Because I never like people who are late, so naturally, I won't be late either." Then, Ling Yang presented roses. The most beautiful flower matches the most beautiful you. Although, no matter how beautiful the flower is, it cannot be half as beautiful as you, but I have put in my greatest effort. Mu Wanqing was stunned. Then, Mu Wanqing swallowed her saliva and said, "What the hell? That's so corny. Mr. Ling, are you always so unsophisticated when you flirt with girls?" Ling Yang suddenly paused. Seeing Ling Yang like this, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "I was just teasing you. I like it very much. Thank you, Mr. Ling, for the flowers. Mr. Ling, please come in. I have specially prepared a sumptuous dinner for you, a candlelight dinner. Tonight, this is a candlelight dinner just for the two of us." Chapter 69. How do you want me to compensate you? Gurgle. Ling Yang swallowed his saliva. Damn, this woman's hint is too obvious, isn't it? Doesn't this clearly state that there's no one at home tonight, just the two of us? Oh my god, isn't this a crime for me? Thinking of this, Ling Yang was a little hesitant. It seems that this girl has completely seen through my plan, so she plans to cater to her needs and set a trap for me. However, I am not someone who would be fooled so easily. In that case, I'll just play along with you. In a word, I'll keep you in suspense. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. It's just like boiling a frog in warm water. If what he guessed was correct, she deliberately seduced him tonight. In fact, she had already arranged everything in the villa. This includes cameras, eavesdropping devices, and the like. If he ever does anything bad to her, it will be recorded. Then, she could use the evidence as evidence in court to force me to compromise. Although I don't know if this is the case, but generally speaking, it should be as expected. He knew that when it came to gaining benefits, these unscrupulous means would emerge in an endless stream. Moreover, for many methods, the simpler the better. After all, those fancy business warfare skills seen in the movies are actually the least applicable in reality. It can even be described as useless, which means it is of no use. On the contrary, the simpler the means, the more effective, convenient, and quicker they are. Although this little trick seems a bit artificial and deliberate, once it is presented in court, it is irrefutable evidence. No one can change it. Therefore, what I fear most are these little tricks. Just like that, the two of them entered the villa, each with their own thoughts. After entering the villa, Ling Yang looked left and right. After a while, the careful Ling Yang had discovered at least 2 pinhole cameras. Seeing this, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth and showed a half smile to the camera. Then, the two came to the restaurant. Sure enough, a candlelight dinner has been arranged here, as well as red wine for flirting, ambient lighting, and so on. In short, this woman had already arranged everything and was just waiting for me to take the bait. However, I have already seen through her tricks, so how could I make such a low-level mistake? So Ling Yang smiled and said to Mu Wanqing, "Oh, President Mu is thoughtful. This dinner is very unique." Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "No. I just prepared it casually. I hope Mr. Ling doesn't mind it and likes it." Ling Yang smiled slightly. "I like it. I like everything that President Mu prepares. But, President Mu, how romantic is this candlelight dinner? How about we play finger guessing? I'm telling you, I'm not bragging, I'm 100% sure to win this game, do you believe it?" Mu Wanqing was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "What? How is it possible? Even a boxing champion can't always win. Don't believe it?" "I don't believe it." Seeing Mu Wanqing so confident, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Okay, how about we make a bet? Let's play finger guessing. If I lose, I have to take off a piece of clothing. If Mr. Mu loses, he also has to take off a piece of clothing? What do you think? It's fair, right?" Mu Wanqing, Sigma A? What? This is not good, right? Ling Yang waved his hand and smiled, "Oh? It seems that Mr. Mu doesn't dare to play anymore?" Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, "Humph. I'm afraid? I, Mu Wanqing, have never been afraid of anything since I was a child. Let's compete. I'm the female boxing champion in the finger-guessing boxing world, known as the undefeated female general. I just don't believe it. Can you be better than me? I want to see how many clothes you can take off." Ling Yang smiled slightly. "Good. You are so open-minded. I really admire President Mu's magnanimity. President Mu is truly a heroine. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Come on. Okay, then Mr. Mu, be careful. I see, Mr. Mu, you only have about 6 or 7 pieces of clothing on your body, right? Ha? Really? But, it's enough to beat you." Seeing Mu Wanqing's confident look, Ling Yang's mouth curled up wildly. If I were in normal circumstances, I would definitely not be sure. However, now that I have the system cheats, I can completely predict her moves. So, the first round. Mu Wanqing loses. Round 2. Mu Wanqing loses. Round 3. Mu Wanqing still loses. Round 6. At this time, the two had already entered the 6th round of finger-guessing competition. Looking at Mu Wanqing, who was almost drained of semen, he was stunned. "What the hell? You cheated. You definitely cheated? How is it possible that you win every time?" Unexpectedly, Ling Yang licked his lips and said, "Hey, don't waste your time talking nonsense. It's just the last bit left. Hurry up and finish it sooner rather than later. I'm still waiting to see the beautiful scenery of nature." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's face turned pale. "You know, now I only have a pair of shorts and a tube top left. If I lose again, I will have to reveal epsilon equals omicron, alas. This doesn't work anywhere? It's such a shame, isn't it?" Now, looking at the gloating Ling Yang, she knew that she had been tricked by Ling Yang from the very beginning. This guy is definitely a master. Unexpectedly, even though I had made so many preparations in advance, in the end, Ling Yang still got there first and took the initiative. When I thought about how I had prepared so much, but in the end, I still failed and even lost myself. The more she thought about it, the more it wasn't worth it. Isn't this so fucking infuriating? So, after all the fuss, Ling Yang finally tricked him. I still couldn't beat Ling Yang after spending half a day. Humph. No more competition, you must have cheated. Seeing Mu Wanqing's angry look, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. I didn't do anything. Don't frame me. How could I cheat? How could this rock-paper-scissors game be cheated? It was pure luck. Mr. Mu is a well-known figure, how could you just accuse a good person? Be careful, I will sue you for defamation." Mu Wanqing's tone suddenly froze, but she was still very unhappy. She glared at Ling Yang and said, "Humph, I don't care. Anyway, I'm angry, and you have to compensate me for my losses." Ling Yang suddenly came forward and pulled Mu Wanqing into his arms. "Oh? How do you want me to compensate you? Spend more energy? Chapter 70. Don't do this, I have a boyfriend." After being embraced in his arms, Mu Wanqing's body trembled noticeably. She also didn't expect that Ling Yang would be so bold and hug her directly. However, this is also one of his purposes. After all, it is enough to just capture the scene of Ling Yang hugging him. At that time, I can take this opportunity to get closer to him, and at the same time have the bargaining chip to check and balance him. Boss Ling, this is not right, right? We are alone in a room, and you hugging me is really inappropriate. Mu Wanqing smiled and said. Ling Yang picked her up like a princess and put her directly on the dining table. Oh? Really? What's wrong with this? Isn't this what President Mu wants? What? I'm just cooperating with President Mu, so why can't I do that? Mu Wanqing frowned and said, Huh? Mr. Ling, what do you mean? I don't understand. Oh? You don't understand? Okay, then I'll make you understand. Having said that, Ling Yang kissed Mu Wanqing directly. Whoa! For a moment, Mu Wanqing widened her eyes and looked at Ling Yang in disbelief. She also didn't expect that Ling Yang would be so bold and take action directly. For a moment, Mu Wanqing panicked. She only needed to shoot the beginning, but looking at Ling Yang's expression, it seemed like he was going to shoot a TV series. With this thought in mind, Mu Wanqing quickly pushed Ling Yang away, jumped off the dining table, and said to Ling Yang, Boss Ling, I feel a little unwell. Let's stop here tonight and won't see you off. Seeing Mu Wanqing's panic-stricken look, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, smiled, walked straight forward, and hugged Mu Wanqing while the iron was hot. He picked it up violently and walked straight to the room upstairs. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing was shocked. Mr. Ling, no? Please respect yourself. Ling Yang smiled and said, Isn't this exactly what you wanted? I'll satisfy you. We're a single man and a single woman, in the middle of the night, and you invite me to your house for a candlelight dinner. Moreover, you are wearing such revealing, charming, sexy and seductive clothes, aren't you wearing them just for me to see? Mu Wanqing's tone suddenly froze. However, she quickly begged for mercy and said, Boss Ling, please don't do this. I have a boyfriend. You must not do this. Unexpectedly, Ling Yang smiled evilly and said, Why not? I have a wife too. We are just partners. I won't marry you. What are you afraid of? Oh? Mu Wanqing was stunned. What the hell? So direct. Aren't you a complete scumbag? Or is he a sober scumbag? Directly threaten that you won't marry me? Yes. So, Mr. Ling, if this is the case, you can't do this, right? What if my boyfriend finds out? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, It's okay, you'll know when you know it. He's just a boyfriend, not a husband. So what if he's my husband? We can get divorced at worst. It's not like I can't afford to support you. I don't mind raising an extra canary. Mu Wanqing was completely panicked. This Ling Yang is even more difficult to deal with than I imagined. Nothing can shake his determination. Soon, Ling Yang carried him into the room. With a bang, Ling Yang threw Mu Wanqing directly onto the Simmons mattress. Looking at the sexy, charming and seductive Mu Wanqing, Ling Yang approached step by step. Boss Mu, to be honest, you are so charming. When I saw you today, I was so excited. It's a pity that President Mu actually has a boyfriend. Otherwise, I would definitely take good care of President Mu and let her be my secret lover. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing frowned and said, Ling Yang, don't go too far. I tell you, just because you have money, you can't do whatever you want. Ling Yang smiled, slowly sat down on the bed and said with a smile, Oh? Really? But why do I feel that if you have money you can do whatever you want? As he spoke, Ling Yang lit a cigarette. Boss Mu, I know that you look down on me from the bottom of your heart. To be honest, I even hate myself now. But, you don't know how infatuated I was before. However, even with my absolute infatuation and wholehearted love, what did I get in the end? Worthless. Even divorce, leaving the house with nothing. In fact, what I want is very little, but also a lot. I used to think that it didn't matter whether I had more or less money, as long as I was happy, but I was wrong. It turns out that when people have no money, ghosts will avoid them. All kinds of ridicule and cold eyes, all kinds of humiliation and disdain. However, when you become rich, you will find that everything around you is changed. Everyone respects you, admires you, and revolves around you. When you have no money, you belong to this world. When you have money, the world belongs to you. When you have no money, you revolve around others. When you have money, people will always revolve around you, so tell me, how much is infatuation worth? Now, I know that you look down on me, and the reason you do so is simply because I am now the chairman of the Ling Group. As the second largest shareholder of Ling's Group, you are naturally not short of money, but there is no doubt that your overall level and influence cannot shake my foundation. That's why you came up with this method. However, I also know that if the entire Ling Group wants to succeed, it cannot rely on just one person. I am no exception, so, Mr. Mu, I was just trying to scare you just now. Don't mind it. I hope that from now on, we can be friends and good partners. For me, my only pursuit now is to build a business empire and realize my self-worth. I want everyone to know that I, Ling Yang, will make a splash if I don't make a name for myself. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Mu Wanqing on the bed was stunned. For a moment, she stared at Ling Yang's profile in a daze. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Ling Yang was not so annoying after all. It turned out that he also had his own sufferings. One can hear between the lines of Ling Yang's words his regret, indomitable spirit, and his loss towards this world. To be honest, she is the same. In this materialistic age, it is very difficult to remain unscrupulous. This is a colorful era, an era of a big dye vat. This era divides people into all kinds of characters. Everyone has been dyed into different shapes and colors by this big dye vat, and they are even divided into different levels, noble and humble. In fact, to be honest, this is the sadness of the entire era and also the general trend of the entire era. If you want to be a clear stream in this era, you are destined to be an outlier. On the contrary, if you abide by the rules of this era and improve yourself step by step, and when you are able to control the rules, you will be the god of this era. Chapter 71. Throw yourself into his arms and cooperate actively. Quiet. Deathly silence. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Wanqing turned over from the bed and sat down next to Ling Yang. Then he took out a box of women's cigarettes from the drawer, lit it, and started smoking. Ha! She took a deep breath and exhaled lightly. You are right. This world has already turned into a terrible hell at some point. If you want to survive in this world, you must work harder and use more means than others. If you want to be respected in front of others, you must suffer behind the scenes. I don't know, Mr. Ling, are you interested in listening to a story? Mu Wanqing smiled and looked at Ling Yang and asked. Ling Yang looked into Mu Wanqing's eyes, then nodded and said, Okay, I love listening to stories the most. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing smiled, took another puff of cigarette, and then said slowly, Okay, then I will tell President Ling a story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl from a rural family. She had never had enough to eat or wear since she was a child. At that time, she was determined to make a name for herself and become someone who could have enough to eat every day. Later, she worked extra hard. When she had no money to go to school, she would climb through the classroom window to eavesdrop. Later, when she grew up, she worked hard and paid for herself to attend a university cram school to study financial investment management. She studied hard and worked tirelessly, and finally got her dream job at a large multinational financial company. At first, she worked diligently, and her performance improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, becoming a popular champion. However, even so, she attracted the attention of senior management. When the senior management saw her beauty, they were extremely envious of her. In the end, these bastards approached me under various pretexts, harassed me, and pursued me. However, she simply disdained to climb up step by step through these means, because if she did so, she would completely lose herself. This was something she was unwilling to accept. Unfortunately, later on, her immediate superior found an excuse and forced her to attend the cocktail party. But this was a trap. They put drugs in her wine, and these beasts took the opportunity to possess her. When she found out about all this, it was too late. She went to sue these people, but they were too powerful. In the end, she lost the case. Instead, she was humiliated by these bastards. Finally, she despaired. This was such a terrible world and she didn't want to live any longer. However, when she was facing death, she suddenly realized that since she was not afraid of death, what else could she be afraid of? So, from then on, she changed her principles, changed everything about herself, and she also learned how to use her body to obtain more resources and opportunities. In this way, after her unremitting efforts, she spent 3 years, borrowing the power of the multinational group's former mortal enemy, to overthrow the multinational group. Even with her current ability, she brought all the bastards who had bullied her before to justice and sent them to the guillotine. Unfortunately, she could no longer find her former self, and gradually she lost herself. Finally, she quit her high-paying job and invested in a large domestic financial company. After acquiring the shares, she worked diligently and fulfilled her duties conscientiously. However, she discovered that the other major shareholder of the company was also a scumbag, so she planned to destroy it. But now, I realized that this scumbag is actually just a pitiful person. After listening to Mu Wanqing's story, Ling Yang was stunned. He just stared at her in a daze. I didn't expect that beneath her glamorous appearance, she had actually experienced so much. Lu Sueki had the same experience in the beginning, but she fell into depravity. Now, I have brought her back on the right track. The same is true for Mu Wanqing. However, she is a representative figure of inspirational success. She has at least achieved something that many women cannot do in their entire lives. She avenged herself in her own way. For a moment, when Ling Yang looked at Mu Wanqing, he suddenly felt a bit of respect. Actually, what did she do wrong? It's just that she is very beautiful, but she has to face such cruelty. How unfair is it to her? However, she dared to stand up and resist, and fight to the end, which is a height that no one can reach. For a moment, he found Mu Wanqing more pleasing to the eye. Unexpectedly, this woman was not only beautiful, but also had extraordinary skills. Mu Wanqing also looked at him in astonishment. The two of them just looked into each other's eyes and felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing stepped forward, put her arms around Ling Yang's shoulders, and looked into his eyes with burning eyes. Immediately afterwards, Mu Wanqing kissed Ling Yang directly on the mouth. Seeing this, Ling Yang suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Mu Wanqing in disbelief. After a round of French kissing, Ling Yang pushed Mu Wanqing away and looked at her in confusion. Mu Wanqing also looked at Ling Yang in a daze. The two looked at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing sighed, smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "Do you think I'm dirty?" Hearing this, Ling Yang immediately waved his hands and said, No, I'm just a little surprised. Didn't you say that you already have a boyfriend and you won't let him down? If it was before, I would definitely not refuse, but now. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing understood what Ling Yang meant. She just waved her hands, smiled and said, "How could I have a boyfriend? Also, I don't need you to sympathize with me or pity me. This is how the world is. If I really hadn't gotten over it and couldn't see the truth, I should have jumped off the roof. However, since I have chosen to live and make those who hurt me pay the price, I am ready for everything. Don't worry, I don't need you to pity me, nor do I need you to sympathize with me, and don't feel any burden. For me, this life may be like this." Ling Yang was silent for a while. How disappointed must one be to say such a thing? Seeing Ling Yang's silence, Mu Wanqing smiled, and suddenly lay on Ling Yang's thigh, looking at him with a smile. "What? Am I not charming enough? Then I will help you." As she spoke, Mu Wanqing leaned over and kissed Ling Yang on the lips. Feeling this warm touch, Ling Yang gradually fell. After all, a woman as excellent as Mu Wanqing is so rare and precious. Such a stunning beauty who takes the initiative to throw herself into one's arms, no one can resist it. He is not a saint, so it is impossible for him to remain calm. For a moment, he also actively cooperated. Chapter 72, Convene a meeting to create a new travel companion model? After some clouds and rain. On the Simmons mattress, Mu Wanqing, with a tender look on her face, lay in Ling Yang's arms and said softly, "Ling Yang, I didn't realize that you are quite good." Ling Yang laughed and said, "Of course not. My body is in great shape. 7 times a night, 3 times a week, no problem at all." Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Look at how capable you are. If it were true, 7 times in one night, wouldn't you die of a cold?" Hearing this, Ling Yang immediately smiled and said, "Huh? Why don't you believe it? How about practicing?" Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, I don't mind. I'm just worried that you can't handle it." Ling Yang rolled over and pressed on Mu Wanqing. "Real?" Mu Wanqing suddenly panicked. "What the hell? Are you serious?" "No, I'm just kidding. You can't stand it. Even if you can handle it, I can't. Are you going to risk your life? Let's not do it. By the way, it's late at night now, why don't you call your little wife to tell her the news?" Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I told her I won't go back tonight." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing looked at Ling Yang with interest. "Huh? Why do I feel like you planned this all along? Tell me, have you been planning to sleep with me tonight no matter what?" Mu Wanqing asked jokingly. Ling Yang touched his chin, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "That's about right. Anyway, a woman as good as you is a waste if you don't eat her. As the saying goes, good things should be kept within the family." Mu Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then she said with a smile, "Good fellow, I admire you very much. But, to be honest, you should be the first man I willingly give myself to. You are my first man after those bastards defiled me. But don't worry, I'm not telling you this to hold you responsible. I know my own level. You men are just greedy for my body, so I understand. However, you are different from other men. At least, you are genuine and dare to think and act. The most important thing is that I at least don't dislike you too much. So, I guess this is something I'm willing to do. Don't worry, I don't plan to get married in this lifetime, so let's just keep this relationship. You don't have to take any responsibility. We are just getting what we need. You are greedy for my body, and so am I. After all, I am also a woman and I have my own normal needs. Relatively speaking, I don't hate you, and that is the most important thing." Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Is there such a good thing? Just thinking about it, such a beautiful lady, who is willing to maintain this kind of relationship with you, is really exciting, isn't it? What to say? Hearing this, Ling Yang embraced her in his arms, smiled and said, "I like women like you who are intellectual and charming, sensible, capable, and considerate." Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he reacted immediately. "Ha, you almost made me unable to react." Suddenly, Mu Wanqing looked at Ling Yang tenderly. As the saying goes, once you taste the marrow, you will know the taste. Now, she has not done anything in this regard for many years, and in the past, she had never enjoyed the happiness it brought her. Before, it only brought me pain, no happiness. But now, Ling Yang brings her only happiness, no pain. So, for a moment, she became a little obsessed with this feeling. Seeing this, Ling Yang swallowed his saliva. However, I have already made such boasts before. What if I say it is not possible now? Wouldn't it be embarrassing in front of her? Do I want to hold my head up in front of her in the future? So, he could only nod his head, smiled and said, "Okay." Dividing line. I don't know how long they lingered, but finally, they fell into a deep sleep. Just like that, Ling Yang indulged himself in the land of tenderness, like a king who did not attend the morning court. The two of them stayed in the villa for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Finally, 3 days later, the two came to the company together and started working. During these 3 days, a large number of tasks have piled up for them in the entire company. The two were busy the whole morning reviewing the documents. After finishing, Mu Wanqing came to Ling Yang's office. Seeing Mu Wanqing coming, Ling Yang smiled slightly, and the two of them sat down on the sofa. "Boss Ling, our company has recently invested in a major project that has directly shaken the foundation of the company. This project is Blue Sky International, which you, Boss Ling, invested in. However, nowadays, as everyone knows, Blue Sky International is a sunset industry. We have invested so much, will we really not lose money, or even lose everything? Now, all the company's movable funds have been stuck in it and cannot be cashed out at all. Even if we go to the bank for a loan, it will be a drop in the bucket. Look, what should we do? If Blue Sky International cannot appreciate in value within a month, we will be in danger." After listening to it, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have studied Blue Sky International for many years, there will be absolutely no problem. Now, I have taken the initiative. I bet that the founder of Blue Sky International is more anxious than I am. His situation is very difficult, if my guess is correct. Within a week, the final phase of Blue Sky International's project will be completed, which is a very popular item. It will be enough for Blue Sky International to make a lot of money. When the time comes, I will close the net, cash out all of Blue Sky International's stocks, and maximize the profits of Blue Sky International. My previous plan was to retain Blue Sky International, which meant retaining its stocks. Even after making a lot of money, I would still invest in Blue Sky International. But now, after having the Ling Group, I suddenly changed my mind. I already have this 10 billion group, so I don't want Blue Sky International anymore. It is better to cash it all out, make a fortune, and expand the influence of our Ling Group. As the saying goes, one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. It would be great if we could step on Blue Sky International to get to the top. We, Ling's Group, will surely become one of the benchmark leading enterprises in the entire province. Moreover, I plan to hold a meeting to develop a new business later, if the new business goes well. Our dream of becoming a $100 billion group is no longer a dream. What? What kind of project is it that is so profitable? Ling Yang smiled and said, let us create a new type of travel companion project. I've looked at the big market in recent years. I found a vacancy that no one has filled yet, which is to accompany the tour. Chapter 73 Ling's Escort Company Limited. Travel with me? What the hell? Mu Wanqing asked doubtfully. Ling Yang smiled slightly and explained, have you noticed that in recent years, everything has been going well and everyone's living standards have improved? Therefore, many people like to travel whenever they have time, and many of them travel in couples or families. But, do these single men rarely go out? Also, do many girls who don't have boyfriends just stay at home and are too lazy to go out? Hearing Ling Yang's words, Mu Wanqing looked at Ling Yang in confusion, a little confused. Seeing that Mu Wanqing was still not quite clear, Ling Yang continued to smile and said, do you think that this type of people account for the majority, or that couples or families travel together? Mu Wanqing thought for a moment and said, the majority of people should be single. Ling Yang nodded. That's right, so my target customers are these bachelors. Mu Wanqing was completely confused. Why did she become more confused the more she listened? Suddenly, Mu Wanqing reacted, slapped her forehead and said, oh, I see, you mean, let's set up a nationwide travel escort company. The purpose is to attract all these customers and then recruit a large number of travel guides from our company. Or is it the kind of private tour guide that can be rented? According to the price positioning resources, classified into different categories, this man can find a private female tour guide who is also a fake lover. On the contrary, this woman can find a handsome male tour guide? Is that what you mean? Ling Yang chuckled and looked at Mu Wanqing with appreciation. Ha ha, you are indeed a strong woman in the business world. You have mastered the process so quickly. You are right. That's what I mean. Do you think there is any progress in this regard? Mu Wanqing touched her chin and thought for a while, then suddenly slapped her thigh and said, okay, I think it's feasible. Actually, to be honest, this is a brilliant move of yours. Once this model is launched, it will definitely be a hit on the entire internet. Therefore, this idea must not be leaked, because we may be the only one now. After we have made all the preparations, we will officially launch Ling S Travel Escort Company, Limited. If we don't want to do it, we won't do it. But once we decide to do it, we will do our best. You may even have to invest all at once, spend money like crazy, quickly grow big and strong, and within a month, you can take over the national market. You know, this is not a small project. If we want to do it, we have to be the agent for all major scenic spots across the country and cover them comprehensively. Moreover, we have applied for a patent for our company model so that no one can imitate us. Otherwise, there will be many companies and groups that are richer than us. If we don't get the national agency right away, someone will definitely surpass us and strangle us in the cradle. After listening to Mu Wanqing's weighing of the pros and cons, Ling Yang immediately admired Mu Wanqing from the bottom of his heart. I had just mentioned this plan, and she had already analyzed all the pros and cons in such a short time. This woman is truly a business genius. She was able to bring down a multinational group in such a short time. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Thinking of this, Ling Yang gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up and said, I admire you. In such a short time, you have analyzed everything so well. You are a business genius. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, no, I'm just good at analyzing the market. Things in the market change rapidly. The business world is like a battlefield, and I know this very well. If a business opportunity is not seized well and is taken away by others or competitors, the other party will definitely show no mercy. After all, in the business world, there is only interest, no emotion. Business is not a place for emotions. Even the closest people cannot be trusted. Including you, Mr. Ling, I won't believe it either. I don't even believe it myself. I only believe in the result. All along, I have only pursued results. As for how bloody and cruel the process is, this is not something I should consider. All I have to think about is how to win this battle, how to gain a foothold in the world, how to defeat my opponents and send them to see God. After all, a general success is built on the bones of thousands of men. If you don't climb up by stepping on the corpses of others, then others will step on your corpses and use you as a stepping stone to climb up. What I hate most is being someone else's stepping stone, so I just have to take the initiative and use others' steps as stepping stones to support me to keep climbing up. Hiss. After hearing this, Ling Yang took a breath of cold air. TSK, President Mu, now I find that I have more and more feelings for you, you are just what I like. Your philosophy is exactly the same as mine. In fact, if I didn't have this determination, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today over the years. Before, when I was trading stocks, I also pushed others, pressing closer and closer, leaving no way out, because once I relaxed and left a gap or a loophole, someone would immediately appear and kill me. So, I learned one thing. No matter what, you must press on to win and defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when the opponent reacts, you will be more seriously injured. As the old saying goes, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. For so many years, I have always believed in this truth. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing looked at Ling Yang, and they smiled at each other. It seems that we are indeed on the same path. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Together we will build a business empire. We will eliminate all the enemies that hinder our progress. Mu Wanqing said domineeringly. Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, lifted Mu Wanqing's chin, smiled evilly and said, "You little devil, the more I see you, the more I like you. Okay. Let's join forces." In this way, the perfect match and strong cooperation will surely create a brilliant future. Mu Wanqing also smiled knowingly. Yes, that's wonderful, you and I get along so well, it's a pity that you are already married, otherwise, I would marry you. Ling Yang waved his hand and smiled. Who said that we have to get married to maintain this kind of relationship? Hearing this, Mu Wanqing was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, TSK, you are really a mean scumbag. But, it's better than a hypocrite, I like it. Ling Yang waved his hand. Thank you for the compliment. Only those who stand out from the crowd can be called scum. Otherwise, they can only be regarded as ordinary people. So, what's wrong with being a scumbag? Anyway, I won't fall in love easily. It's too hurtful to be emotional. Relatively speaking, it's better to be emotional, which only hurts the body. Chapter 74, Recruiting Private Tour Guides from All Over the World. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, Okay. Then I will only hurt your body, squeeze you, and never hurt your heart, how about that? Ling Yang spread his hands and smiled, saying, That's something I can consider, but you want to squeeze me and fuck me? You'd better save your money, you're not enough. Mu Wanqing was stunned. From what I heard from you, you're planning on having a double? Ling Yang chuckled. I didn't say anything. Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes upon seeing this. TSK, your expression has already revealed everything. As expected, you men change after you have money. No matter how affectionate you were before, you are now just a scumbag. Mu Wanqing said with a helpless smile. Ling Yang shook his head and said, No, men don't become bad just because they have money. You have to understand the reality. In fact, it is bad for a man to be poor, but it is just that when he has no money, he does not have the financial strength to support his badness. So, it's not that men become bad when they have money, but that is the true nature of men. Do you understand? Sigma A? Mu Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then she smiled, nodded and said, That makes sense, I'm right, you are indeed a qualified villain. Ling Yang smiled slightly and said no more. Mu Wanqing closed her eyes and thought for a while, then she opened her eyes and said slowly, Ling Yang, to be honest, I think your proposal is promising, you have definitely grasped the psychology of consumers. Actually, your original intention is probably not just to accompany you on a tour, right? If we really invest in it, there will definitely be a lot of negative fallacies. Have you ever thought about how we should respond to these negative fallacies if they arise? Ling Yang's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Mu Wanqing with admiration. Wanqing, now I realize that you are really a business genius. You have thought of this in such a short time? I also thought about this after careful consideration, but you only took a few minutes. I admire you. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, Okay, stop praising me. I don't know what you mean. Do you want to throw this project to me? Seeing this, Ling Yang touched his nose awkwardly. Speaking of which, I felt a little embarrassed to have my little tricks exposed by him. However, since my little trick has been exposed, let it be. So, Ling Yang nodded and said, Yes, that's what I meant. I plan to hand over the entire tour escort project to you. Next, I will focus on dealing with Blue Sky International. After all, the founder of Blue Sky International is an old fox, and it is not an easy task to pull teeth from his mouth. I plan to go all out, press him step by step, and force him to make a move. Otherwise, who knows what this old fox will do? Mu Wanqing nodded and said, "No problem, I sent someone to investigate Blue Sky International when I had nothing to do these few days." As expected, what you said was right. Blue Sky International is most likely going all out, planning to make a final fortune and then run away. Now, you have disrupted their plans again. It would be strange if they don't fight you. If they don't fight, you should be careful. The boss of Blue Sky International has some dirty tricks. He was just a small gangster before, and he grew up step by step to become the boss of such a huge group. He is not a simple person. He has very scary connections in both the black and white worlds, so you have to pay attention to your safety. Ling Yang nodded. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Since I dare to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth, I'm already prepared to deal with the tiger. Mu Wanqing nodded. Well, I'm glad you understand. Okay, next, I will be in charge of this tour guide project. Since we are going to do it, we must do it quickly. I plan to become the national general agent within a month. If others want to get involved in this industry, they can only join us and share the profits from the sales. Ling Yang gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up and said, "You are so domineering. You are worthy of being the strong woman who brought down a multinational corporation." Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said unhappily, "What's the matter? Are you not done with this matter?" Ling Yang smiled awkwardly. No. I was just kidding." "Well, just go ahead and do it. For now, I will notify everyone to suspend all project funding in the company in the near future. Go all out and invest all your money in the travel escort industry." "You are right. Within a month, while all the big forces are still not able to react, we will take over the national agency in one fell swoop." Mu Wanqing pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I'll set the total advertising spending for the initial period at 100 million. This kind of industry relies entirely on advertising to expand its publicity." Ling Yang nodded. "It's okay, just do it without worry. I won't interfere, I believe in your ability. After all, if the company is profitable, if it really makes a profit of 100 billion, your 20% of the shares will also be a considerable income." Mu Wanqing nodded and said, "Your plan is really good, but as for money, I don't like it right now. It's just a number, and I'm too lazy to have any big ambitions. But now that I've met you and have a companion, I also want to experience the feeling of a business empire. So, let's just take a risk. If we succeed, we might be able to reach the level of a 100 billion group in a short period of time. Okay, let's do this. Let's go about our business. I guess Blue Sky International has been in a state of panic these past 2 days. Next, I'm going to take action." Having said that, Ling Yang stood up and left. After seeing Ling Yang leave, Mu Wanqing thought about it and immediately returned to her office to start drafting a plan for investing in a travel companion model company. After staying up all night, Mu Wanqing finally finished the draft. Looking at the draft in her hand, Mu Wanqing smiled with satisfaction. The first step is to send sales representatives across the country to discuss relevant matters in major scenic spots. At the same time, we immediately began recruiting a large number of private tour guides online from all over the internet. After rubbing her temple, Mu Wanqing immediately called someone over, gave instructions, and quickly started a series of procedures. Even more, the Human Resources Department quickly recruited a large number of experienced salesmen with high salaries. Now we have to fight a blitzkrieg. We must not delay. If we delay, it will be useless. What we are playing with is the information gap. In this era of internet explosion, everything will spread very quickly. It is estimated that it won't be long before my plan will be completely detonated, so I must act quickly. It happened so fast that no one could react, and it was over before anyone realized it, unifying the overall situation. Chapter 75 shocked the whole network, and the tour companion became popular on the whole network. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Half a month ago, Mu Wanqing's thundering approach quickly impacted the entire market. After half a month of hard work, the companion travel service has quickly become popular on the entire internet. We have even completed the connection with major external software download platforms and directly launched a JoJo travel app. Once the JoJo travel app was launched, it quickly exploded the entire network. The eyes of many young men and otakus lit up. This is really good news for single people. Don't they want to go out and travel? But going alone is boring and embarrassing. Because it's really embarrassing to be in pairs wherever you go. If you don't go, you want to go. However, due to the lack of a girlfriend, the matter was left unresolved. But now, the tour escort mode is different. The tour guides of this scenic spot can be booked online for one-on-one private tour escort. With this private tour guide, you can find a companion to travel with, which can avoid a lot of embarrassment. In particular, the boys and girls who serve as private tour guides on this travel companion app are all extremely pure and beautiful, and the boys are all extremely handsome and impressive. Moreover, each private tour guide has different prices and a variety of special services. In short, this model has become popular on the entire internet just after entering the trial operation stage. On the first day of trial operation, the sales revenue nationwide exceeded 10 billion. You know, during the trial operation, not everything is open. If everything were open, the situation would become even more terrifying. At present, there are still many places where agents have not been negotiated, but they are also in the process of negotiation. By the end of the month at the latest, we will be able to acquire the National General Agency and unify the entire situation in one fell swoop. After a few days of trial operation, the number of registered users on the entire app quickly increased. After just 1 week, the app server was overwhelmed and paralyzed. Mu Wanqing was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Although she expected that this project would be popular all over the internet, she didn't expect it to be so popular. It seems that she still underestimated the power of the entire network. This is simply too terrifying, okay? Moreover, many of the registered people are single men and women, and even there are nearly 10 million foreigners registered. This shows how terrifying this is. In the domestic market, there is a situation of supply exceeding demand, even though a large number of private tour guides have been recruited before. But now, it is obvious that these tour guides do not have enough points at all. After all, these are all one-on-one. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing had no choice but to quickly post a job advertisement, lowering the threshold for recruiting private tour guides. Sure enough, after the threshold was lowered, a large number of private tour guides quickly poured in, but it was still a drop in the bucket. In the end, Mu Wanqing was also exhausted. There was really nothing she could do. She even adopted a VIP rating system for registered users, but she still couldn't stop these crazy netizens. 1 month after the launch of the Jojo travel app, the number of registered users has reached 561 million, and this number is still rising. Even though he has raised the VIP threshold on the Jojo Payu app, he still cannot stop these netizens from recharging. Even now, many members who are already waiting in line can't wait to pay. As a result, wow, in just this 1 month, they made more than 10 billion yuan. This number is really scary. Even Mu Wanqing, who was personally leading the entire project, felt a little frightened. This is too scary. On the other hand, Ling Yang has now completely clashed with Blue Sky International, and has suppressed them from all sides through a series of tactics. They also cooperated with Chu Real Estate to jointly squeeze out Blue Sky International and continuously put pressure on Blue Sky International. In the end, Blue Sky International could not withstand Ling Yang's crazy and relentless attack and collapsed. The once multi-billion-dollar group now has a miserable end. However, Ling Yang sold them all at a full price. After Blue Sky International revealed its final trump card, the stock market quickly soared dozens of times. This was a plan that Blue Sky International had been preparing for several years, but it was eventually discovered by Ling Yang, who broke into the interior and took over Blue Sky International. Overnight, Ling Yang frantically sold off Blue Sky International's stocks. He knew that if he didn't sell off tonight, then Blue Sky International also belongs to me. If I keep it in my hands, I can revitalize it. However, if he wanted to revitalize Blue Sky International, then all the money he earned from Blue Sky International would have to be invested in it, and it would not be enough to fill the gaps in Blue Sky International. In other words, after taking over Blue Sky International, you will find that Blue Sky International is actually just an empty shell. If you want to keep this brand, you have to invest money in it and revitalize it completely. Then with Blue Sky International, you can continue to develop it and achieve great success. However, the price was too high and not worth it. According to his estimation, after taking over Blue Sky International, it would take him 3 years to turn around Blue Sky International. Therefore, now that I own the Ling Group, it is really not worth it to continue investing in Blue Sky International. It's better to make a quick buck and run away. After selling off all the shares, it was almost the same as I estimated, and I made a huge profit of about 65 billion yuan. It was more than 5 billion yuan more than my previous estimate of 60 billion yuan, which was quite good. Just like that, overnight, Ling Yang directly cashed out 65 billion and became famous in the entire stock industry. The once invincible Blue Sky International has completely entered its final days. After making a profit of more than 65 billion, Ling Yang was also very happy. After cashing out 65 billion, Ling Yang returned to the Ling Group. Now, he has devoted himself to the competition with Blue Sky International for this month and has no time to take care of this travel escort project at all. Now, after he came back, he went straight to Mu Wanqing's office, intending to get information about the travel escort project from Mu Wanqing. Boom boom boom. After arriving at the door of Mu Wanqing's office, Ling Yang knocked on the door. Come in. Ling Yang pushed the door open and walked in, closed the door, and went straight to Mu Wanqing's desk. Mu Wanqing was stunned when she saw Ling Yang. Ha? You're back? Ling Yang nodded. Well, I'm back. This Blue Sky International is really hard to deal with. These bastards are really desperate. They hired a lot of thugs and even assassins to assassinate me. But fortunately, I was well prepared and avoided these tricks. I also gave them a taste of their own medicine. Finally, seeing that they had no way to deal with me, I pressed on step by step, leaving them no chance of survival. In desperation, they had no choice but to give up early, and then, I won. Overnight, I made over 60 billion. How is that? Not bad, right? Now, my personal net worth has surpassed that of the company. When Mu Wanqing heard this, her eyes widened. What the hell? More than 60 billion? Oh my god. So much. Chapter 76, Earning Hundreds of Billions and Achieving Success. Seeing Mu Wanqing's surprised expression, Ling Yang smiled and said, Are you surprised? This is just the first step. If you want to grow quickly, you can only step on the success of others to get to the top. Blue Sky International has worked hard for so many years, but in the end, it ended up with a change of ownership and destruction. It only took me 1 month to reap the rewards of Blue Sky International's years of hard work. So, this is the way of business. In the business world, there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal allies, but there are intrigues and deceptions. If you don't want to be eaten by others, then you have to eat others, it's that simple. Mu Wanqing looked at Ling Yang in a daze, then nodded and said, Yes, you and I are of the same kind, you are domineering and ruthless. If we want to gain a foothold, we must force the superiors to take over. Our Ling Group has grown rapidly in size in an instant. Now that we have more than 60 billion, I can do it with all my strength. At present, the number of registered users on the Jojo Payu app is too large, and private tour guides are in short supply. I plan to spend a huge amount of money to expand recruitment nationwide. Hearing this, Ling Yang frowned and thought for a while and said, Isn't this inappropriate? Is it appropriate to spend a huge amount of money? Judging from the current situation, if we really want to achieve a one-to-one private tour guide, I am afraid it will cause more harm than good. This trend is not conducive to the development of Jojo Payu app at all. It will only form a vicious circle, and in the end, we will still not make any progress. Even when this trend reaches a stable period, we will end up with a large number of private tour guides remaining idle, which will be very detrimental to the development of the company. If there are a large number of dismissals, it will affect the company's overall image and reputation, and the company will only be a short-lived existence. This would be even more counterproductive. We spend such a huge price not to make it a flash in the pan. We have to do it in a long-lasting way and constantly introduce new services to keep customers feeling fresh. In this way, we will have long-term stability, and even when we transition to a stable period, we will be invincible. Because most people have become accustomed to our model. On the contrary, if this model is gone, they will lose interest. This is a common problem for everyone. You have to remember that habit is a terrible thing. When everyone is used to it, it is a sin if someone does not follow it. Mu Wanqing looked at Ling Yang with a dazed expression. Unexpectedly, Ling Yang is so terrifying. He has already controlled people's hearts completely. A long time. Mu Wanqing nodded and said, So what do you think we should do next? This project has already advanced to this point in Dongong, we can't just stand still, right? Ling Yang smiled and said, I have my own solution. Next, we will implement an online charging channel in the app, and our registered members can perform online matching. It is similar to a dating app, where people conduct online matching. For partners who form such online paid matching, we will also provide an online ticket purchasing service with a 20% discount on scenic spot tickets. This will greatly alleviate the shortcoming of insufficient number of private tour guides and can also arouse more interest among tourists. We have launched a new travel blind date business model. If a man and a woman successfully matchmake each other during a trip, they will upload their experiences and the information they met through our app to the couple matching page of the app. You say, this is a huge publicity for us, isn't it? In this way, we can kill 3 birds with 1 stone and get something for nothing. We only provide a platform, earn money from tourists, earn money from couples matchmaking, and discuss ticket sales with major scenic spots. You said, we just made a small change, but it can benefit multiple parties. Don't you think this is more satisfying than spending money? Mu Wanqing, Sigma A. For a moment, Mu Wanqing was completely stunned. Oh my god. This Ling Yang is so awesome. What a business genius. Even being able to come up with such an idea, this travel companion project is already beyond the reach of many people. Now, a travel blind date project has even been launched. It is well known that marriage has been a hot topic in recent years, and all industries related to love and marriage are making huge profits. But now, Ling Yang has come up with an idea of traveling for blind dates, which undoubtedly has a significance that transcends the times. This not only promotes the progress in this regard, but also directly takes advantage of the hotspots, accurately catches the psychological needs of current customers, and makes the best arrangements in a straightforward manner. This move will surely make it even more popular, and will put the Jojo Payu app at the forefront again. After listening to Ling Yang's idea, Mu Wanqing thought for a while, then nodded and said, okay, I know what to do. Next, leave it to me. Seeing this, Ling Yang nodded and said, okay, you are responsible for this project from beginning to end. It would be unreasonable for me to intervene in the middle, so I will leave it to you to handle it. I have one more thing to do next. If this is accomplished, our size will double again. Hearing this, if it were the previous Mu Wanqing, she would probably look down on him. But now, she said with great anticipation, okay. Then let's see whose project is more successful in the end. Ling Yang smiled slightly. Okay. However, my project is not as easy as yours. After all, I have provided you with ideas and directions, and you just need to put it into practice. I am still an unknown quantity. I will be facing a tough guy who is not easy to deal with. Mu Wanqing pursed her lips and smiled. No matter how tough a person is, he will have to surrender if he needs you, right? Ling Yang waved his hand. How can I do that? Okay, I'm going to go back and take a rest. I'll leave this to you. Mu Wanqing nodded. Well, go ahead. I'll think about it and draft a draft to execute it. Well, that's fine. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Mu. Mu Wanqing smiled slightly. Then Mr. Ling, don't you plan to reward me? Ling Yang smiled and said, okay. But I'm too tired these past 2 days, let's wait a few days. Having said that, Ling Yang said goodbye to Mu Wanqing and went home. During this month's battle of wits and courage with Blue Sky International, he was exhausted. Now that he finally has a break, he needs to have a good rest. Time flies by in a flash. In a flash, about half a month passed. In the past half month, Jojo Payu app withdrew from the banner of travel blind date and instantly ignited the entire market. Countless single men and women have seen hope, and this travel blind date model is very novel, and everyone is very curious. Suddenly, countless men and women signed up enthusiastically. The model is very simple, that is, men and women get to know each other by traveling together and get to know each other during the trip. Travel together, build relationships while having fun together, and finally, if the two people are attracted to each other, they can record their experiences on the Jojo Payu app. In this way, you can also get a honeymoon travel package from Jojo Travel app, and enjoy a half-price discount for the whole package. After the launch of this benefit, it immediately set off a huge trend, and countless young men and women paid to register for the Jojo Travel app. In just 1.5 months since the launch of the Jojo Travel app, the value it has created has exceeded 10 billion. For a time, the whole of China was shocked. And this trend is even increasing exponentially. Just like that, after another month, after this month's surge, the total turnover of Jojo Payu app reached 100 billion yuan. In an instant, the whole world couldn't sit still. Shocked China and the world. Ling Yang became famous overnight and became the most controversial and biggest dark horse on the Forbes rich list. Although, at present, Ling Yang has only barely made it to the top 100, but how long did it take Ling Yang to go from being unknown to directly ranking among the top 100? So, he directly attracted the attention of all the tycoons? Chapter 77, Fame, TV Station Invitation. At the same time, Ling Yang's deeds were also exposed in China. From nothing to something, it only took less than half a year, and he had already taken a shortcut and made it onto the Forbes rich list. He emerged as a dark horse, ranked among the top 100, became famous in the country, and became one of the few successful private entrepreneurs in the country. He was directly invited by the TV station's Finance and Economics channel. After receiving the invitation, Ling Yang was stunned. Looking at the invitation letter in his hand, Ling Yang was a little confused for a moment. How come even the TV station invited me to participate in the Financial Forum program? Ling Yang was a little amused but couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. After all, your identity is there. Although Ling Yang knew that if he refused, there would definitely be people who would not give in, he had no choice. Anyway, he is not short of money now and doesn't care about that little money. However, the theme of this Financial Forum column is quite strange. What does once you become famous, you will have eternal regrets mean? This sounds so awkward. Ling Yang was too lazy to delve into it. As long as he could make money, everything else was secondary. Of course, he was secretly alert to this situation. Regardless of whether it is true that overnight fame brings everlasting regret, it is a good thing to be invited, at least it can broaden your horizons. Ling Yang does not reject this activity, but is looking forward to its arrival. He wanted to see what magic this so-called overnight fame and everlasting hatred had. That night, Ling Yang rushed to Nanhua City. Along the way, Ling Yang met many reporters and fans. Ling Yang had to answer them one by one, and he also had to ensure that no information was revealed in his words, otherwise he would definitely be blocked from all sides, which was a situation Ling Yang did not want to see. I have to say that the media in Nanhua City is really powerful. In such a short period of time, they have dug out all of his information at home and abroad, and even released all of Ling Yang's previous photos, allowing Ling Yang to recognize these reporters at a glance. However, Ling Yang ignored them. After all, he was not a celebrity and was not afraid of being exposed. Moreover, Ling Yang's identity is extremely sensitive now and cannot be reported randomly by any media. Of course, if he wanted to, he could completely shut up these media outlets. When Ling Yang arrived at the Financial Forum, it was already around 6 or 7 in the evening. As soon as Ling Yang entered the door, he was spotted by sharp-eyed reporters. "Mr. Ling, are you here?" "Yes, it's me, hello." Ling Yang replied with a smile and then walked inside. "Hello, have you accepted the invitation to our financial program?" "Our financial program? Which program is it?" Ling Yang asked puzzledly as he walked. "Mr. Ling, this program is the most powerful one among the financial programs in Nanhua City. It is called Financial Night." The reporter quickly introduced, "This program is not too large in scale, but the producers of our program are all top-notch in the world, and our hosts are all first-line stars. We have invited first-line stars. What do you think of our program?" "Well, not bad." Ling Yang nodded. "Thank you. Mr. Ling, are you confident about this Financial Night?" It's okay," Ling Yang said with a modest smile. "In that case, Mr. Ling, do you have the confidence to participate in this Financial Night?" "Yes, there is." "Mr. Ling, do you have any special reason for participating in Financial Night this time? For example, do you want to increase the ratings?" "I don't have that idea." Ling Yang shook his head. "The main purpose of this program is just to promote our domestic economic development. There is no doubt about that." Hearing Ling Yang say this, the reporter secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This Mr. Ling is indeed extraordinary, he is worthy of being called a business genius of his generation. In this show, Ling Yang demonstrated his unparalleled business talent. If they can partner with such people, they will definitely learn a lot. In this case, we look forward to Mr. Ling's performance and hope that we can succeed. "Thank you." Ling Yang bowed slightly. "By the way, Mr. Ling, I have a question to remind you. Financial Night has strict judging criteria. Can you pass our test?" "Sure." Ling Yang nodded and agreed without hesitation. This is not a difficult task for him at all. Then we'll have to wait and see. Well, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Ling Yang waved around and turned away. Ling Yang came to the upstairs of a building, where many reporters were waiting. They were all personnel arranged by the program team. When Ling Yang entered, they quickly came to greet him. "Hello Mr. Ling, do you have any requirements for our program?" "Excuse me, Mr. Ling, are you interested in our program?" "Mr. Ling, how confident are you that you can pass our assessment?" A group of reporters asked at the same time. They all wanted to interview this legendary business genius to see if he could pass their test. However, Ling Yang ignored their questions and continued walking towards his room. While being chased by these reporters, Ling Yang finally walked to his room and closed the door. Phew, it's finally quiet. After closing the door, Ling Yang let out a long breath, then sat down on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. After 3 hours on the plane, Ling Yang felt exhausted all over. Now he could finally take a break. This time, he got to show off his skills, and he didn't know if he would have any surprises. When Ling Yang opened his eyes, he found that the lights outside were still on. Obviously, they did not back down because of him. At this time, a reporter knocked on the door and said to Ling Yang respectfully, "Mr. Ling, the program team invites you to come over. Are you ready? We will start right away." "Ready." Ling Yang smiled faintly, then opened the door and walked out. Seeing Ling Yang coming out, a group of reporters excitedly surrounded him, raised their video cameras and pointed them at Ling Yang's figure. "Mr. Ling, what do you think of our program? What do you think of our show? Excuse me, do you have any confidence in our program?" Ling Yang smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I don't have the authority to observe and comment on this program for the time being. I am only responsible for recording and watching. I don't know much about the program, so I can't give you any effective suggestions. However, I still believe in the quality of this program. I believe that our program can not only bring profits, but also bring more social freshness. I am very optimistic about this." Ling Yang's attitude was quite polite, neither humble nor arrogant, and there was nothing to fault with him. "Thank you, Mr. Ling. Please allow me to ask you a few more questions." A reporter raised the microphone and asked Ling Yang, "Excuse me, how much is your current wealth?" The answer to this question is actually very simple. Ling Yang smiled and said, "No matter how much wealth I have now, I don't care, because what I have now is just zero." "Zero?" The reporter was stunned for a moment, then reacted and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, Ling Yang is right. What Ling Yang has now is indeed just a zero. And what can all of them use to fight Ling Yang? However, Ling Yang's words attracted quite a few people. "Mr. Ling, are you saying that everything you have now is earned through your own hard work?" "Yes." Ling Yang nodded, "I never rely on anyone, nor do I need anyone's help. My goal in life is to make myself stronger. No one in this world is invincible. Everyone has weaknesses. As long as we find their weaknesses, we can easily destroy them." Chapter 78. Actually, I am not interested in money, not even a little bit. As soon as Ling Yang said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Ling Yang in shock. They didn't expect that Ling Yang could actually say such words. In fact, when this person reaches a certain status, even his farts smell fragrant. Now, Ling Yang is like this. He is on the stage, talking about everything under the sun, and his knowledge is very coherent, which has attracted the attention of countless people. At this moment, he is the focus of worldwide attention and admired by all people. Once a person achieves success and fame, he will have the support of countless people. Then, the beautiful host came on stage. When the beautiful host came on stage, the whole interview venue suddenly became lively. Because this time the TV station has invested a huge amount of money. We invited some of the most popular international celebrities to host the interview. Seeing the beautiful host come on stage and sit opposite him, Ling Yang was also stunned. I didn't expect that he is actually an internationally popular superstar. This TV station really spent a lot of money. Although Ling Yang doesn't like chasing stars, this beautiful star is so popular that there are probably not many people who don't know her. The beautiful host smiled and looked at Ling Yang and asked, "Hello, Mr. Ling." "Hello." Ling Yang greeted him very gentlemanly. The beautiful host smiled and nodded. "Mr. Ling, it's an honor to be the host of this interview. It's nice to meet you." "Ling Yang, you're welcome. I'm just an ordinary businessman. It's just that I work a little harder than others." When Ling Yang said this, everyone at the scene was deeply moved. These rich people. It just floats. But there's nothing we can do, they've succeeded, and whatever they say is right. Because they succeeded. The beautiful host smiled. "Mr. Ling, you are joking. You are not an ordinary businessman. Nowadays, you are the most controversial person on the Forbes Rich list. Many people say that Mr. Ling is probably the biggest dark horse on this year's Forbes Rich list. It is possible to make it into the top 30 in one fell swoop. I wonder what you think about this." Ling Yang waved his hands, smiled and said, "These are all compliments from netizens. I am just taking advantage of the situation. It is not worth mentioning. How can I be among the top 30? But, as for the top 50, I still have confidence. Hiss. Ling Yang's words immediately caused an uproar. Oh my god. Ling Yang actually admitted on the spot that he could make it into the top 50 of the Forbes rich list. What is the concept? It's just terrible, isn't it? This Forbes rich list is no joke, it is the most authoritative ranking list. You know, Ling Yang is still ranked outside the top 100. However, he declared that he would make it into the top 50 this year, which is simply awesome. The beautiful host's eyes also lit up, and in an instant, when she looked at Ling Yang, her eyes were shining. In fact, to many people, she is an international superstar, but to these rich people, what is she? If I could hook up with a rich man, I would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. You know, nowadays, although she still has some fame, but how many years can she be popular? A woman's youth is limited. If she could marry Ling Yang, it would be different. By then, I will be a real rich lady. Suddenly, her heart became lively. Next, the two conducted a series of interviews, talking about the domestic economy, the overseas economy, and the future economic trends. In short, Ling Yang was the one who stole the show, talked a lot, and was so cool. This conversation also fascinated the beautiful host. This is a perfect rich son-in-law. Finally, the beautiful host asked Ling Yang one last question. Unconsciously, our interview section is coming to an end. The last question is, Mr. Ling, you now have so much wealth, how do you feel? Ling Yang looked at the camera, then he stood up and said slowly to everyone, actually, I am not interested in money at all. Hiss. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Oh shit. What brand of plastic bag is this? He's so damn good at pretending. The beautiful host was also stunned. This. However, it is Ling Yang's business whether he can pretend. Just like that, finally, the interview column has come to an end. After stepping down. In the backstage. The beautiful host caught up with Ling Yang. Mr. Ling, wait a moment. Ling Yang was stunned and looked back. Oh? What's up? Mr. Ling, do you have time? Yeah, I do. What's wrong? The beautiful host smiled and said, I would like to treat Mr. Ling to a cup of milk tea, is that okay? Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he nodded and said, sure. The two of them met outside, and after getting into Ling Yang's luxury car, they drove away. Along the way, the two talked and laughed as they walked. Mr. Ling, you are so young, but you have already achieved such great success. Xingwu really admires you. Ling Yang waved his hands and said, I am ashamed. I am just taking advantage of the situation. It is not a big deal. But Xingwu, you are already an internationally renowned superstar at such a young age. I guess it took a lot of effort, right? This is not something that ordinary people can achieve. If I hadn't taken shortcuts, I wouldn't have achieved these small achievements. Ouyang Xingwu pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. Ling, you are so modest. You must be joking. If this is just a small achievement for you, then no one else can boast of any achievements. Mr. Ling is so young, but in just a few months he has gone from being an unknown entrepreneur to a well-known entrepreneur and one of the top tycoons in the country. It is not easy. Moreover, it is widely rumored that Mr. Ling is a business genius who dares to think and act, dares to try new industries, dares to step out of the conventional pattern, break the inherent rules, do not play by the rules, and has done things that others dare not even think about. Many people have never thought about this, but Mr. Ling has such a strong vision that he spotted this shortcoming and became famous overnight. Ling Yang waved his hand. Hearing you say that, I feel so proud. It makes me feel like I'm really that great. But in fact, this is just everyone's flattery. Actually, I'm not that great. These ideas just came to me in a flash when I was traveling with my girlfriend when I was in college. It's just that I never had the opportunity to implement it before, but now I have the capital to realize the idea I had when I was in college. Hearing this, Ouyang Qingwu admired him even more. Oh my god. Mr. Ling, you actually saw such a huge business opportunity when you were still in college? It seems that Mr. Ling is indeed a gifted man. I really admire you. No wonder Mr. Ling has achieved so much at such a young age. It turns out that Mr. Ling already had a talent for business when he was still a student. He is really amazing. Ling Yang said with a smile, okay, let's not brag about each other's business. I think people who have achieved our position have heard too much. Let's not talk about business tonight, let's talk about ordinary things. Or talk about things between friends. Ouyang Qingwu's eyes lit up when she heard this and she said, that's right. Let's not talk about business now. Since we are out here to have fun, let's just talk about romance tonight, not business. Well, that's right. We've been so nervous all day, and finally got a half day to relax. Tonight, let's have a good chat. Ling Yang said casually. Ouyang Qingwu also understood. After all, as the chairman of a trillion-dollar group, his daily tasks were very busy. If it weren't for the interview tonight, he probably wouldn't be here now. With this thought, she realized even more deeply that opportunities were rare, and if she didn't seize them, maybe Ling Yang will slip away. After all, my schedule is not very free and I am very busy running around every day. I don't have anything to do tonight, so I have to fly back to Shanghai tomorrow to continue filming a TV series. Today's schedule was also an exception made by the crew to give face to the TV station, so I was given one day to come here to shoot and host the program. In other words, I only have one night. If I can't defeat Ling Yang tonight, then I will have no chance. A character like Ling Yang has already reached the top of society, and the next opportunity for me to have a face-to-face conversation with him like this will be rare. After all, what would be the pretext for me to come to him next time? Moreover, his identity was clear. If he came to Ling Yang for no apparent reason, it would definitely cause an uproar in the media. Even all kinds of gossip appeared everywhere, which was very unfriendly to his reputation. So, to sum up, I only have one night. So, after rolling her eyes, she suddenly said to Ling Yang, Mr. Ling, I was in a hurry and I just had some bread on the way here. Now, I'm a little hungry, how about we find a Western restaurant or hotel and get something to eat? Ling Yang was stunned. Are you hungry? Ouyang Qingwu looked at Ling Yang tenderly and nodded. My stomach is growling. Ling Yang smiled and said, what Western restaurant? How about I take you to a place? I guarantee it'll be delicious. Hearing this, Ouyang Qingwu smiled and nodded, saying, okay, I'll listen to you. You can take me anywhere. Oh? After hearing Ouyang Qingwu's ambiguous words, Ling Yang was stunned. Oh my god, what does this mean? So, it's okay for me to take you to a hotel for one night? Thinking of this, Ling Yang looked at Ouyang Qingwu with active mind. To be honest, Ouyang Qingwu is an international top star and her fame is truly incredible. This appearance, at least for now, no one can match it. Not to mention the sexy body, she is simply top-notch stuff. It has bumps, ups and downs, and turbulent waves. TSK. It's absolutely flawless. No wonder, he can become a top-tier celebrity, he has plenty of capital. With this figure, if the full score is 100, it can at least get 99 points. The only thing missing is that I didn't pass the game. The more he thought about it, the more active his mind became. In fact, if he could really get close to such a top-notch actress, his life would be worthwhile. When I think about it, this is a household name on TV. Now, she is sitting in his passenger seat, and she is saying such explicit words. Which man can resist such temptation? I'm afraid even saints and sages can't resist it? What's more, I am a young man full of vigor and vitality. When he thought of this, his blood suddenly surged, and Ouyang Qingwu's figure kept appearing in his mind. For a moment, he turned his head from time to glance at Ouyang Qingwu, and the more he looked, the more itchy he felt. How do you say this? It's really the best. The more you look at it, the better it looks. However, he also knew that the other person might have just said it casually. He didn't dare to do anything rashly. What if she set him up? After all, many women are keen on this kind of thing, because they are attracted by their status and money, so they are tempted in various ways. In the end, once I do that, she will leave evidence to threaten me and make me pay her a certain amount of money. Otherwise, report yourself or something. You can't take such a loss lightly. After all, your own property is hard-earned. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if you just give it away to others? As the saying goes, lust is like a sword hanging over your head. He understands this truth. Therefore, before you figure out what this woman's intentions are, you must not be fooled. He smiled awkwardly and said, okay, let's go. By the way, aren't you afraid that I might do something bad to you? Taking you to some remote place that would be bad for you? Ouyang Qingwu smiled and said, no, I'm very good at judging people. Mr. Ling is not that kind of person.
Ling Yang was stunned.
Then, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Are you praising me? Or scolding me? I am also a man, why do you think I am not that kind of person? Do I just look like a good person?" Ouyang Qingwu smiled and said, "I know a little about Mr. Ling's deeds. Nowadays, Mr. Ling's affairs have been a hot topic on the internet. I think it's hard not to know. Speaking of which, Mr. Ling, you have more fans than me, you are more popular than me."
Ling Yang was stunned.
"Is there anything else?" Ouyang Qingwu nodded and said, "Yes.
Now, I only have tens of millions of fans, but you have hundreds of millions.
This is unprecedented. If Mr. Ling were to make his debut, he would definitely become the most popular star in an instant. However, Mr. Ling, I guess, also looks down on us actors, right? For Mr. Ling, being an actor is not as good as negotiating more projects, right?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "How is that possible?"
Actually, I still have a dream of being an actor, but I just don't have the opportunity.
Otherwise, I also want to go to the film set and make a movie. Experience what it feels like to be a male pig's foot. Chapter 79. Mr. Ling, also eating at roadside stalls? Really? That's great. I wonder if Mr. Ling is interested. How about we make a movie together? How about you be the male protagonist and I be the female protagonist? In this way, we can form a CP in the movie, how about it?
Ling Yang was stunned, then he shook his head and smiled and said,
Epsilon equals Omicron. Oh, forget it. I just thought about it, I'm not studying to be a film and television actor. I don't know how to act, how can I shoot this? I'd rather not join in the fun. Besides, even if it's a movie, who would let me shoot it if I wanted to? Besides, with so many groups, how can I find the time to film a movie? As he spoke, Ling Yang shook his head. Seeing this, Ouyang Qingwu also knew that how could a busy man like Ling Yang really go to film? So, she smiled and said, "That's right, Mr. Ling, you are a very busy man, how can you have time? Unlike people like us who hang out in the crew every day and think we are so glorious in the eyes of outsiders. In fact, only we ourselves understand the truth. In fact, nothing we do is right. In the crew, if you act well, no one will make things difficult for you. If you act badly, all kinds of problems will arise. In fact, it's just a way to make a living. If you make a mistake, there will be no recovery. Even when walking on the street, you have to wrap yourself up tightly, otherwise you will be the focus of attention wherever you go. I can't wander around freely like a normal person. In short, this identity seems to have no benefits other than being able to earn a little more than others, right? I am not as cool as Mr. Ling. To be honest, I envy people like Mr. Ling. With a huge amount of wealth, you can go out and wander around openly without worrying about being chased and blocked. You don't even need to look at anyone's mood when doing things, and don't worry about being banned if you accidentally say something wrong. Every time we go out and face the media, we dare not even say a word, because sometimes, you don't even know that what you said was wrong, and then it is constantly magnified by the media. In the end, one star journey came to an inexplicable end. This is the case for many stars among us. Once they accidentally say something wrong, they are completely finished. In fact, it's not easy for any of us, but our experiences and challenges are different because of our different identities. After listening to this, Ling Yang was also deeply touched, so he nodded and said, "You are right, it is not easy for everyone. I am no different. Every day when I wake up, there are thousands of employees and thousands of mouths to feed. They all wait for me to pay their salaries. Every month, the wages, utility bills, and various fees paid out are a terrifying number. I am the same. I worry every day. What if my income today is short? Then I will worry about not being able to pay the salaries tomorrow. Every day when I wake up, there are so many people waiting for me, so many people are counting on me, I can't let down my guard. If I let my guard down, and something goes wrong with the company, I will be doomed." For a moment, the two of them poured out their hearts to each other, and the more they talked, the more interested they became. Just like that, after a while, Ling Yang drove the car to a place and stopped the car. Ling Yang drove to a roadside food stall. After watching the scene, Ouyang Qingwu was stunned for a moment, and then asked doubtfully, "Mr. Ling, you're not going to bring me here to find this good stuff, right?" Ling Yang smiled, nodded, and said, "That's right. It's right here. What's wrong? Are you disgusted?" Hearing this, Ouyang Qingwu waved her hands and said, "No, I'm just a little curious." With your wealth, why would you condescend to come to such a small place and eat at a roadside stall?
Ling Yang smiled and said, because this place is full of my past memories.
I only brought my ex-wife here. Oh. Ouyang Qingwu was stunned. Ex-wife? He had only brought his ex-wife here. Now, you bring me here again? Could it be? Is he hinting at something?
Thinking of this, she became even more excited. It even seemed as if she had already seen herself becoming a rich wife tomorrow. Although she also knew that Ling Yang married her sister-in-law after divorcing his ex-wife, she didn't mind. Because many rich men she knew had more than one wife. Anyway, she didn't plan to get a marriage certificate with Ling Yang, so there was no problem.
Who can say anything?
She was very confident in herself. She believed that with her abilities, she would be able to defeat Ling Yang.
According to rumors, Ling Yang has little resistance to beauty. In fact, many paparazzi have already exposed Ling Yang's scumbag attributes.
Now he has been maintaining a passionate relationship with the woman outside.
Nowadays, one more person isn't too much.
Besides, she was very clear about how attractive she was to men. Don't look at Ling Yang, who still looks very serious at this moment. She is confident that in his heart, Ling Yang has already slept with her 100 times. I could tell from the look in his eyes that he still had feelings for me, but because of his face, he didn't break the window paper. So, next, all I have to do is break through this layer of window paper.
So, she smiled and said, "Oh. Is that so? It's really my honor. Ling Yang, I like it here very much, let's go in."
Seeing this, Ling Yang smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Okay, there are many special features here, wait, you will definitely like it. Moreover, this place is remote, and the people who come here are regulars, and not many people come to disturb, so it is very quiet. I have been familiar with this food stall for more than 10 years.
I was born and raised here. When I was a child, I still remember that my parents often brought me here. The boss here, Uncle Zhang, is a very nice and easygoing person.
He takes good care of our family. Every time, they would give us a lot of skewers, which made me feel a little embarrassed."
Listening to Ling Yang's narration, Ouyang Qingwu smiled and said, "Wow, I'm so envious. I'm different from you. My parents seldom accompanied me since I was a child. My memories from childhood to adulthood are all about this training class or that training class. In short, I have never been truly happy since I was a child. I have always lived according to my parents' wishes, like a puppet." Your parents must be very good to you. I really envy you.
Hearing this, Ling Yang shook his head, smiled and said, "Maybe.
Everyone has a different realm, and everyone has a different path to take.
Maybe these are all arranged by God a long time ago."
Chapter 80, Thousands of lights, but not one is lit for me. Ouyang Qingwu smiled, nodded and said, "Yes, everyone has different circumstances. Life is so wonderful. If it weren't for this interview program, we would never have met each other. Perhaps, this is the legendary fate. As the old saying goes, if we don't owe each other, how can we meet? If we haven't met, how can we want to owe each other? Perhaps, what happens every day has already been predetermined by God, and we are just ants following the order and rules of God."
Ling Yang smiled.
"Okay, you're hungry, let's go in and eat something. It will give you the energy to do it later."
"Oh?"
Ouyang Qingwu was stunned for a moment, staring at Ling Yang in a daze. "Ah, this. What does it mean to have physical strength? Wait a minute? Wait, what are we going to do? Still got the energy?" For a moment, Ouyang Qingwu's pretty face turned red. Is this hinting at something?
Just at this moment, when the two of them walked into the food stall, a middle-aged uncle immediately came up to them with a smile.
"Ha? Xiao Ling is here?" Ling Yang smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Zhang, I'm here to see you again." Uncle Zhang nodded immediately with tears in his eyes, stepped forward and patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, "Good boy, have you forgotten Uncle Zhang now that you are rich? Tell me, how long has it been since you last came to Uncle Zhang's place?"
Seeing this scene, seeing the familiar old Uncle Zhang in his memory, Ling Yang's eyes were red.
He nodded with tears in his eyes and said, "Uncle Zhang, how could I forget you?
It's just that these years, it's really hard to describe."
"Forget it, let's not talk about it. Uncle Zhang, you are still the same. Do you still remember the things I like?" Uncle Zhang patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, "How can Uncle Zhang not remember your taste?
I still remember that you have liked these since you were a child."
Okay, go and sit down quickly. It will be ready soon. Tonight, you must taste Uncle Zhang's cooking skills. Have you improved your skills? Ling Yang smiled slightly. Okay. Uncle Zhang, I've missed your cooking skills for a long time. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. Uncle Zhang smiled.
Then, Uncle Zhang's eyes darkened, and he sighed and said, Xiao Ling, think positively, there is nothing in this world that cannot be overcome. Uncle Zhang also understands that you haven't been here for so many years.
Isn't he afraid that the scene will bring back memories?
After all, your parents brought you here from childhood to adulthood, but they left you forever 3 years ago.
Uncle Zhang, I don't know how to comfort you, but if you feel sad, just come to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang will always be your psychological haven. Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned.
Then, Ling Yang's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged Uncle Zhang tightly.
Uncle Zhang, thank you.
A line of clear tears kept flowing down Ling Yang's eyes.
After sensing Ling Yang's strangeness, Uncle Zhang patted Ling Yang on the back and said, Kid, there's nothing to worry about. Let's go to the old box. I've always kept it for you. Everything inside is still the same as it was 3 years ago.
I haven't opened it to the public in the past 3 years.
I still keep the half carton of beer that your parents stored here 3 years ago as a souvenir. It's no longer drinkable. Hearing this, Ling Yang's whole body was shocked. I didn't expect that Uncle Zhang still kept that half bottle of beer? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Finally, he nodded and said, Thank you, Uncle Zhang. What are you talking about, silly kid? Your parents and I have been friends for a long time. I have watched you grow up since you were a child. Go! Uncle Zhang, this is all we can do. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang brought Ouyang Qingwu to the box. As soon as I walked in, I saw the half bottle of beer in the corner.
When Ling Yang saw this half bottle of beer, he couldn't bear it anymore. I saw that his tears could not stop flowing.
All the scenes from the past came to my mind.
That's right, nothing has changed here, not even the location of the beer. I still remember the scene when I came here with my parents that day. Lin Mengwei was also here at that time.
The family is so happy together, it's so warm and happy.
At that time, my father said that the more he looked at Lin Mengwei, his daughter-in-law, the more he liked her. He ordered a bottle of beer in one go.
That night, he was very happy. He and I drank bottle after bottle.
Before we knew it, we had finished half a bottle of beer. However, he couldn't finish the remaining half, so my dad asked Uncle Zhang to save it and come back to drink it another day.
But, I didn't expect that this future day would be forever. He will never have the chance to come here to drink the remaining half bottle of beer. Not long after leaving that day, Lin Mengwei's father fell ill.
Her parents were more anxious than anyone else and went everywhere to borrow money to pay for their father-in-law's medical treatment.
However, good things don't come easy to good people. On the way to borrow money, he got into a car accident. Just like that, they left me forever. Dad.
Suddenly, Ling Yang couldn't bear it anymore, and he knelt down in front of half a bottle of beer.
After meeting for the first time, Ouyang Qingwu on the side felt a little at a loss.
I didn't expect that this place has so many stories.
But why did he bring himself to this place? Ling Yang couldn't control his emotions at all. He laid on the beer box and burst into tears.
I don't know how long it took, Ling Yang slowly stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes.
At this time, Ouyang Qingwu gently handed over a tissue.
Ling Yang was stunned when he saw this, then he nodded and took it.
A long time. Ling Yang's mood eased a little.
I'm sorry, I really can't control my emotions and make you laugh. Ouyang Qingwu shook her head and said, No, it turns out that you also have such a pleasant experience?
It can be seen that this place is full of your past stories? I am lucky enough to listen to it, right? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone.
Ling Yang heard this and then smiled and said, This is not a big secret.
What is there to hide? Do you really want to hear it? Ouyang Qingwu nodded and said, Yes. But in exchange, I will also tell you a story. Seeing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, Oh? There is such a good thing, then fine. As long as you are not bored by my boring talk.
Ouyang Qingwu smiled and said, No, I know that you were able to share your past with me, which means you already regard me as a friend.
Since we are friends, how can I be annoyed? Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled slightly.
Next, Ling Yang slowly told Ouyang Qingwu about his past. For some reason, he missed his parents so much tonight that he came here.
Perhaps, my interview program tonight was what my parents expected of me. Once upon a time, when I was a kid, I pointed at the screen and said to my parents, "Mom and Dad, I must be on the screen in the future, bring honor to our family, and make you proud." But now, he has done it, but they can never see it again.
The most painful thing in the world is that a child wants to support his parents but they are no longer around. Now, I have achieved success, but there is no one around me to congratulate me, no one to share my success with me. Perhaps, this is the greatest loneliness.
No relatives. Even though I am now successful and have billions of assets, so what? There are thousands of lights in every home, but not a single one is lit for me. Chapter 81. Uncle Zhang, the man who randomly matches couples. Ling Yang, full of memories, told Ouyang Qinggu the story. A long time. After listening to Ling Yang's story, Ouyang Qinggu looked at Ling Yang in a daze.
Unexpectedly, this man in front of me, even though he has achieved such great success, is not happy. This sad little expression and this charming and deep gaze are all attracting people. I didn't expect that Mr. Ling would have such a sad past.
It can be seen that you used to like your ex-wife very much, right? Ling Yang sighed and said, "That's about right.
I regard her as the noble person in my life.
She once chose me unwaveringly when I was at my lowest point.
However, just when I thought she was a gift from God, I discovered that she was actually a calamity from God. In order to marry her, I lost my parents, my home, and everything I had. Even after marrying her, I lost my dignity. If it weren't for my hard work and efforts to achieve what I have today, I would really be alone, completely with nothing.
I don't hate it. Actually, it's impossible to say that I don't hate it. But if I say I hate it, I really can't hate it. After all, she was not wrong.
People go to higher places, and water flows to lower places.
This is an eternal truth. Maybe.
But she must be regretting losing a rare talent like Mr. Ling.
Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said.
Ling Yang waved his hands and said, "Whether she regrets it or not is her business.
Anyway, if she wants a divorce, then let her get one.
For so many years, she still looked down on me and didn't even want to give birth to a child for me. This time, whether she cheated or not is no longer important.
From her attitude, I have already got the answer I want. Doesn't she like money? I won't give it to her. Doesn't she want to be a rich wife? She can't even think about it. No way. Now, I just treat her as a vassal of mine.
I don't want to hand her over to others, but I don't want her to have any legal relationship with me either. Because now, she provides herself, I provide the venue, and we each take what we need."
Hearing this,
Ouyang Qinggu frowned and said, "Mr. Ling, I noticed that something is wrong with your mind.
Why don't you go see a psychiatrist?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yang looked at Ouyang Qinggu. "Oh? You think I'm a bit of a psychopath, don't you?" Ouyang Qinggu didn't say anything. But there is no need to say anything more. Seeing this, Ling Yang did not give any explanation. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. If you think there is, then there is.
Anyway, I don't care. People laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at others for not seeing through me.
Now I am more clear-headed than ever. I just live a clear life and see through everything. After all, we only have one life to live. Why should I tie my life to a tree? I have a large forest to protect, why should I cling to a tree?"
Hearing this, Ouyang Qinggu thought about it, nodded and said, "That's right.
Women don't have love.
They will go with whoever treats her well and whoever is willing to spend money on her. I know that Mr. Ling is also heartbroken, that's why he is like this, but I still want to say, Mr. Ling, you should not be too indulgent, otherwise, in the end, your injury will be even deeper."
Ling Yang smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, "Okay. Let's not talk about this topic anymore, it's too heavy."
In fact, there is no standard answer to this question.
Let future generations judge the merits and demerits. I just want to make my life easier and more carefree. Damn love. I believe that there is love in this world, but I just don't believe that I will ever encounter it in this lifetime.
After a while, Uncle Zhang came up with a large plate of barbecue and beer.
"Xiaoling, these are all your favorites. Some of them are specialties from here. I don't know what this girl likes to eat, so I just made some for you."
Ling Yang smiled and said, "Well, it's okay, Uncle Zhang, these are the specialties here, that's all."
Uncle Zhang nodded and said, "Okay, by the way, Xiaoling, how are you and Xiaolin doing recently?"
Ling Yang naturally knew that Uncle Zhang was talking about Lin Mengwei. So, Ling Yang shook his head, smiled and said, I divorced her.
Not long ago.
Hearing this, Uncle Zhang was stunned. Then, he looked at Ling Yang in a daze.
A long time.
Uncle Zhang sighed and said, Xiao Ling, think positively. There is nothing you can't overcome.
She just didn't have good vision.
Just get a divorce.
Who is this girl?
Ling Yang looked at Ouyang Qinggu, smiled and said, Oh, she is a friend of mine.
Uncle Zhang smiled and said, I'm afraid you're not just an ordinary friend. I know you, kid.
Xiaolin was the first girl you brought to my place to eat barbecue. Now, you and Xiaolin are divorced, and this person is also the first one you brought here.
Xiaoling, why are you still being so formal with Uncle Zhang? What's there to be embarrassed about? This girl is so pretty.
You have good taste, boy.
She is much prettier than Xiaolin. She's like a big star.
Uncle Zhang, I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life.
You kid, you better seize the opportunity. This time, no matter what, you must notify Uncle Zhang to come to your wedding. Hearing this, Ling Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
I didn't expect that Uncle Zhang would match people up at random.
Uncle Zhang, you really misunderstood. We actually.
However, at this moment, Ouyang Qinggu nodded, smiled, and said, Okay, Uncle Zhang, if we get married, we will definitely inform you.
Hey! This child is so pretty and polite.
Xiaoling, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but if you don't cherish her, I won't agree. Seeing this, Ling Yang looked at Ouyang Qinggu, and finally, he nodded with a helpless smile and said, Okay, Uncle Zhang, you know me, I'm not that kind of person.
Uncle Zhang then smiled and said, That's right.
Let me tell you, it's not easy to find a wife these days, let alone such a beautiful girl. You must cherish her.
This girl looks pretty good at first glance. I am optimistic about you too.
Ling Yang nodded quickly and said, Okay, I understand, Uncle Zhang, don't worry about this matter, I will. Uncle Zhang smiled and said to Ouyang Qinggu, Girl, let me tell you, Xiao Ling has been a good kid since he was young, and he has a kind heart.
You will definitely not go wrong by choosing him. Ouyang Qinggu smiled and nodded. Yes, Uncle Zhang, I know Ling Yang, he is quite good. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang went out with a smile.
When leaving, he couldn't stop praising it.
Chapter 82 Do you want to go to the beach to enjoy the night view? After Uncle Zhang left, Ling Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Why do you say that? Another day, I'll come here, and Uncle Zhang will ask me, what should I say? Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, What's the big deal? Just tell the truth. We are bragging again. Ling Yang rolled his eyes at Ouyang Qinggu. Epsilon equals Omicron alas. Never mind, let it be said.
This old Uncle Zhang is also a miserable man. More than 10 years ago, Uncle Zhang finally found a wife. However, his wife died of complications during childbirth, and the child died too. From then on, Uncle Zhang was alone in this world, and he opened this small shop. I have been wasting time day after day for more than 10 years, not trying to make much money or anything else, just trying to kill time. So, since I came here as a child, he has been very nice to me, and even treated me as his child. In short, Uncle Zhang is the best person to me in this world, except for my parents. After so many years, he still hasn't found a companion. In a blink of an eye, Uncle Zhang's hair has turned gray, and before I knew it, I have grown up. It turns out that the price of growing up is so high. I can never go back to the past. You know, I want to hear my parents' voices again, but I can't hear them anymore. Seeing Ling Yang like this, Ouyang Qinggu patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, Okay, don't be too sad, let's finish eating, and you can go shopping with me. I tell you, shopping can help you distract yourself. Every time I feel unhappy, I go shopping to relax. Ling Yang thought about it, nodded and said, All right. There's a night market nearby. Let's go to the night market. Huh? Night market? Ouyang Qinggu was stunned. Good job. This Ling Yang always takes me to some special places? However, I haven't been to a night market for a long time. You know, ever since she became a popular star, she has never been to the night market again. Come to think of it, I still miss it. However, when I think about my identity, it is inevitable that someone will recognize me when I go to the night market. So she said, Of course I can, but I have to cover myself tightly, otherwise, we might be stuck in the night market later. Ling Yang also knew that many young people must know a big star like Ouyang Qinggu, so it was normal that Uncle Jean could not recognize her.
How does he have the time to study these?
After they finished eating the skewers, they said goodbye to Uncle Jean and drove directly to the night market. After arriving at the night market, Ouyang Qinggu, who was in disguise, got off the car and directly took Ling Yang's hand.
Seeing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Huh? What are you doing?" Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "Why? Can't I hold Mr. Ling's arm?"
Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Not really, but if you say that, I will overthink it."
Ouyang Qinggu smiled. "Think too much? What do you think too much about? Could it be that Mr. Ling is interested in me?"
Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "I guess every man has sexual interest in you, right?"
Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "What about you? Do you want to?"
Ling Yang was stunned.
"Ah, what did you say? Me? Yeah. It's okay, just say it boldly." Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said.
Ling Yang looked at Ouyang Qinggu and said seriously, "If you say you don't want to, it's just a lie.
If you say you want to, it's useless. Don't tell me you are willing? Maybe? Well."
Ling Yang was speechless for a while.
"Ah, is this hinting at something for me?"
Thinking of this, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "You know, I'm not a good person. Even if you pay, I won't be responsible for you or give you anything in return."
Ouyang Qinggu looked into the distance and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go shopping." "Well, that's fine. Tonight, let's just relax together as ordinary friends. I believe you haven't been to a place like this for a long time, right?" Ouyang Qinggu nodded and said, "Yes. It's been a long time.
I still remember that when I went to Beijing with a few sisters, we even slept on the streets. How much I paid for acting, maybe only I know.
Who doesn't want to be famous? Who doesn't want to make a few pieces of silver?"
In the end, many people are ruined, but few are successful. I saw with my own eyes that my little sister couldn't stand the huge shock and jumped down from the 30th floor. She was smashed to pieces and died without a complete body.
Too many, too many. Anyway, under this bright and beautiful surface, God knows how many skeletons are buried?
After hearing Ouyang Qinggu's words, Ling Yang also realized how difficult it is for a girl to live in Beijing.
Many unspoken rules are no longer industry secrets.
Perhaps everyone who reaches the top has gone through pain that ordinary people cannot imagine, and has moved up step by step.
If I don't get the system, how can I have all this? Even if you have the ability, how many years of hard work will it take? These are all unknowns.
The two of them walked through the night market from the beginning to the end of the street and then returned to the car. After strolling along the way, Ouyang Qinggu placed the bouquet that Ling Yang bought for her in the passenger seat.
"Thank you for listening to me talk so much tonight and complaining so much. It's been a long time since I found someone to talk to. None of my agents and friends around me are sincere. They all want to get something on me to kick me off the pedestal.
This circle is also full of intrigues and deceptions, and the extent of this is definitely no less than that of your business circle."
Ling Yang nodded in approval.
"Yes, every industry is like this, it's not easy, and I also thank you for staying with me for so long tonight. Originally, I was in a very bad mood, but now, at least, I am not so sad anymore." As expected, after expressing the pain in my heart, this person became more understanding.
"Okay, it's getting late. Where do you live now? Can I take you home?" Ouyang Qinggu looked at Ling Yang with a half smile and said, "Are you really willing to send me back like this? You know, after we say goodbye tonight, it's very likely that we won't know when we will meet again, right?"
Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "All good things must come to an end.
There is a long way to go. There will be opportunities." Ouyang Qinggu smiled. "You are quite open-minded and can see things in a positive light. It's only around 11 o'clock now, so it's not too late. How about we go to the beach to enjoy the night view? I haven't seen the night view of the sea yet.
When I was a child, I always dreamed that when I grew up, I would be able to find someone I loved and go to the sea together to watch the night view and the sunrise."
Chapter 83, Poaching?
Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned for a moment.
Then, he spread his hands, smiled and said, "You said you wanted the person you like to accompany you. I'm not the one you like, so why do you want me to go with you? It's not appropriate. Forget it." Unexpectedly, Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "Why is it inappropriate? Don't you know that I don't like you? What if I like you? So, is there anything wrong with you accompanying me to the beach to watch the sunrise?"
Seeing this, Ling Yang waved his hands, smiled and said, "You are such a joker.
We have only met once at most.
I don't believe you fell in love with me at first sight." Ouyang Qinggu spread her hands, smiled and said, "Who knows?
Don't you believe in love at first sight?"
Ling Yang stroked his chin, thought for a while and said, "I believe it. However, what I believe is that love at first sight is nothing more than lust at first sight. For example, when I see you, I feel itchy in my heart and I just want to possess you, that's all.
This is just a pure physical desire, and has nothing to do with liking someone, right? At most, it can only be considered a physiological need.
This is human nature, but if you say that you like someone at first sight, I don't really believe that there is such a thing."
Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "You are quite honest, aren't you? But, aren't you afraid that I will get angry if you say that? You are being too explicit. Expressing your needs directly to a girl is the lowest form of behavior, right?" Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Ha, so what? Anyway, I don't plan to flirt with you. Besides, I just treat you as a friend. I am just expressing my first reaction as a man when I see you. What's wrong with that? I just don't want to be a hypocritical person. There is no need. I used to live a too tiring life. Now, I don't want to live a too tiring life. I just want to live my life well. Say whatever you want to say, do whatever you want to do. Anyway, that's who you are, so why hide it?" Hearing this, Ouyang Qinggu looked at Ling Yang with admiration. "Mr. Ling, I didn't realize that your state of mind has indeed surpassed many people. At least, for now, you give me the impression that you are much better than those hypocrites. In the past, those hypocrites I met clearly wanted to possess me, but they tried their best to act like humble gentlemen in front of me. However, each of them is a beast in human clothing. Behind the scenes, when they take off their clothes, they are a group of inhuman beasts. Whenever I think of these people, I feel sick and disgusted. However, many of these people are powerful people, and many of them are big shots whom I cannot afford to offend. The agency is even more of a heartless capitalist. They make us, the actresses who are packaged beautifully and vividly, accompany some sanctimonious big shots. However, I cannot tell you who these people are. Once I tell you, it will be the end of my life. But, from their appearance, you can never imagine what kind of beasts they are. Among them, there are many well-known big names, and you would not understand even if I tell you. So, don't be fooled by our glamorous appearance. In fact, we are just a group of puppets. I don't know why we have been in contact with you for such a short while. But I told you everything, it's so strange, maybe I found a soulmate, or maybe it's your feelings that make me feel at ease. I have never said these words to anyone because it is a taboo in itself, but these things have been suppressed in my heart for too long. You must have heard that many celebrities committed suicide by jumping off buildings due to depression for no apparent reason, right? In fact, there are so many depressions. Many are just a cover-up, but some are real. Because I once suffered from severe depression for a period of time, and I even attempted suicide, but later, I was rescued. Since then, I have come to realize that people only live for one life. If you are not afraid of death, why should you be afraid of living? Whatever, just go with the flow. Anyway, after a while, you will get used to it, so just let it be. Actually, to be honest, tonight, I plan to seduce you and drag him onto my boat. Then, I will seduce you and marry you and become a rich wife. In this way, I can get rid of the agencies. I believe that if I can really marry you, even the agencies won't dare to do anything to me anymore. Even if the contract was terminated, I would not be afraid, at least I would have a backer. But now, after some contact, I have changed my mind. I'd better not bother you. Actually, you're not much better off than I am. I can't make things worse for you. You finally saw through everything and walked out. If I use your identity to save myself, it would be too selfish." Hearing this, Ling Yang shook his head, smiled and said, "I didn't expect that such a famous superstar would have such difficulties. What if I said, I can save you? What do you think? Actually, what is very difficult for you is very simple for me. This problem can be solved with money, and in this world, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem at all." "Ugh. Is this real?" Ouyang Qingwu said in surprise. Ling Yang nodded and said, "It just so happens that I am planning to enter the live short video circle, and you are a popular superstar. What do you think if I poach you? I just don't know how much money I need to poach you, a popular superstar." "Mr. Ling, are you serious?" Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "How could this be false?
However, at present, this is still a secret, no one knows about it, and it is still under construction. If you are willing, you can complete your recent scheduled activities at that time, and then I will sign a contract with you after a while. After the contract takes effect, you can leave the contract with your agency alone. It's just a penalty for breach of contract. If I dare to poach you, I can afford the penalty for breach of contract. Ouyang Qinggu said with a look of surprise, but this penalty is triple the compensation.
Several billion. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, I've already said that anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. #nervous face #. Ouyang Qinggu was suddenly extremely excited.
She excitedly hugged Ling Yang and kissed him several times.
Ling Yang, thank you, thank you. If you can really get me out of the agency, I'll be willing to do anything you ask me to do.
I don't want money, I just want freedom.
In return, how about I become the first live streaming celebrity to transform into an internet celebrity for your company?
Ling Yang was delighted when he heard this.
That's great, great. Chapter 84 Tonight, You Belong Only to Me. Ling Yang was immediately pleasantly surprised.
If it is true, after opening his own live broadcast company, he would invite a popular superstar as the first live broadcaster.
That is an invisible endorsement for myself.
At the same time, it can also let everyone know to a great extent the strength of this company, and even produce a butterfly effect, allowing more beautiful women and handsome men to join the live broadcast. Because this star effect is not to be underestimated, and with the addition of Ouyang Qinggu, it can even attract a large number of her fans to flock to her own live broadcast platform. In this way, the shortcoming of insufficient popularity of the live broadcast platform can be solved to a great extent. Moreover, she has been in this circle for so many years, and she knows a lot about this circle.
With her joining, I can do things much more easily.
Thinking of this, Ling Yang smiled and said, Actually, I have an idea that you should be very familiar with the things in this circle. So, I plan to let you help manage this live broadcast platform.
What do you think?
As for the salary, I will definitely not reduce your salary.
Of course, we are not the type to sign a fixed contract.
There is no such thing as breach of contract.
We are just a simple cooperative relationship.
Don't worry, there are no unfair terms.
Although I, Ling Yang, am not a gentleman, I will definitely not do anything stupid.
We will share the income from your live broadcast room according to a certain ratio.
We will never treat you unfairly. If you help me manage the platform, I will also pay you a salary. How about that? Hearing this, Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, Sure. That's absolutely fine.
This way, I will be much freer. In fact, over the years, many of the things I accepted were not my own will.
It was the agency that forced me to take them.
For us, the management company holds our lifeline. They tell us to go east, and we absolutely cannot go west. Otherwise, they can make us famous, or they can ruin our reputation.
Ling Yang nodded. Even if you don't tell me, I know a little about this.
However, you can change jobs with peace of mind. I will take care of this matter.
Your dark history will not appear. There is a saying that you are right, the power of capital is beyond your reach and imagination.
I have the means and the ability to make your agency not dare to act rashly, and even personally deliver all your negative information to me.
Don't worry about this. Who dares to touch the people I protect?
If they do, I have the ability to make them go bankrupt.
In terms of being a human being, I can't be as ruthless as them.
However, when it comes to business, I am much more ruthless than them.
Any enemy who stands in my way will disappear before my eyes. Blue Sky International is like this, Tianyu Group is like this, whoever messes with me will be the next.
I was able to rise so fast by stepping on their corpses.
Hiss.
Hearing this, Ouyang Qinggu smacked her lips.
Oh my god. Ling Yang in this scene is so scary. However, it is full of infinite domineering. For a moment, Ouyang Qinggu was completely mesmerized.
If so, how nice it would be to have a boss like this who could be her support. However, she also knew that Ling Yang was already married, and it was obvious that he would not like her. At most, just like he said, no one can resist my beauty, but no one is willing to marry me. In a word, they just want to have fun with themselves.
It's just freeloading.
When she thought of this, she laughed at herself. I didn't expect that even after I achieved so much, I was just a tool in the eyes of these rich people. A tool to satisfy their vanity, but no one treats her as a human being. However, Ling Yang, at least, treated himself as a human being and as his partner. At least, when he saw me, he didn't want to get me. Although he wanted me in his heart, he was not like those bastards who would do anything to get me into bed. For a moment, she looked at Ling Yang and Ling Yang also looked at him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and the more they looked, the more obsessed they became.
A long time. Ling Yang reacted immediately, turned his head and said, "Well, which hotel are you staying in? I'd better take you home first?" "I don't know why, the more I look at you, the more I want to commit a crime. I'd better send you back quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help but want to commit a crime." Ouyang Qinggu, seeing this scene, smiled and said, "Actually, I don't mind you committing a crime. How about you commit a crime tonight?" Hearing this, Ling Yang's eyes widened immediately and he said, "What? Are you kidding me? We are not suitable for each other. What's inappropriate about that? You're a grown man, why are you so fussy and whiny? I didn't say anything to ask you to be responsible? Or are you not interested in me? Don't worry, I'm healthy and not sick, what are you afraid of? I check my body regularly, I'm also afraid of death, I don't have any disease, what are you afraid of?" Hearing Ouyang Qinggu say this, Ling Yang was suddenly speechless. This? Is that what I meant? However, after hearing this, he felt inexplicably relieved. Seeing Ling Yang's expression, Ouyang Qinggu knew it at a glance. However, she had long been accustomed to it and didn't care too much. Then, she continued to suggest, "Okay, tonight, accompany me to watch the sunrise over the sea. Tomorrow morning, I have to go back to continue filming. This time, the filming will not take long and will be finished. After the filming is finished, I will switch to your company. How about that?" Ling Yang smiled, nodded and said, "No problem. My door is always open for you." Hearing this, Ouyang Qinggu was stunned. This statement is quite ambiguous. When Ling Yang saw Ouyang Qinggu's reaction, he also reacted in an instant. What I said was indeed inappropriate. What a double entendre. Just when Ling Yang was about to explain something, Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "Okay, this is what you said, your door is always open for me. Then when I want to go in, you have to open the door for me, okay? It's happily decided." Oh. This? Female hooligan. Am I being teased? Seeing Ling Yang in a daze, Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "Okay. Let's go. Let's go to the sea." Ling Yang spread his hands and nodded. In this way, the two of them drove straight to the beach by the sea. After arriving here, the two of them strolled on the beach, facing the sea breeze, strolling. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two stopped to look at the sea level. There were no rough waves, but the gentle breeze from Shanghai caused waves to ripple under their feet, slapping their little feet. At this moment, Ouyang Qinggu gently leaned on Ling Yang's shoulder. "Ling Yang," you said, "it would be great if I could rely on you like this forever. But I know that tomorrow morning, all this will disappear. In fact, I regret it now. I should have listened to my family and found a job in the small county where we grew up, and then married a down-to-earth husband and lived an ordinary life. However, I chose to drift to Beijing. After so many years, I have lost myself. Now, I don't even know what I want." Ling Yang didn't know what to say, so he patted her shoulder and said, "It's okay, there is no hurdle that can't be overcome, everything will be fine." Hearing this, Ouyang Qinggu smiled. "You're a quick learner. You just borrowed your Uncle Zhang's lines?" Ling Yang was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "I don't know what to say. I'm living a mess myself, how can I comfort you?" Suddenly, Ouyang Qinggu moved closer to Ling Yang and kissed him directly. Ling Yang was stunned. When she was about to push Ouyang Qinggu away, Ouyang Qinggu suddenly said, "You are not allowed to reject me, otherwise, I will jump into the sea. Tonight, you are mine, right here, on this beach, I don't care about the future, I don't care about tomorrow. I just want to have you now, don't say anything, just kiss me. Tonight, you only belong to me." Chapter 85, Kiss the Beautiful Host Goodbye. Thunder and lightning strike. On the beach, the two of them were inseparable, very much in love, and lingering over each other. As the saying goes, dry wood and dry fire, a man and a woman alone, can ignite at any time. I don't know how long it took, but in their last moments, the two of them hugged each other tightly. A long time. The two of them had rested for a while, regained their strength, dressed neatly, and came to a reef hand in hand and sat down. Looking at the sea level in the distance, the waves beating against the rocks below, and the gentle sea breeze blowing, it seemed so pleasant. Ling Yang, do you think there is pure love between people?
After hearing this, Ling Yang thought about it seriously and hesitated for a while.
Finally, Ling Yang shook his head and said, maybe. But I don't believe it.
Ouyang Qingwu raised her head slightly, supported herself on the rocks behind her, looked at the sky and said, yes.
We have all grown up, and we are no longer at the age to believe in love.
Perhaps it exists in this world, but it has already disappeared or has become numb due to the impact of this materialistic society. In the past, when I was a child, I looked forward to finding a good man like my father in the future and loving only my mother for the rest of my life. But when I grew up, I realized that it was so difficult.
In fact, it didn't even exist.
The boyfriends I dated just wanted to sleep with me. In fact, in the end, no one wanted to take responsibility, and gradually, I became cold-hearted.
In fact, apart from sex, there is really not much meaning between men and women. I've even become numb and feel that matters between men and women are now very common.
It is not uncommon for both parties to sleep together consensually, and they don't even need to know each other's names. You don't need to know whether the other person is good or bad. After one night, no one will know each other. Hearing this, Ling Yang shook his head and smiled, saying, I didn't realize that you are more pessimistic than me.
At most, I just indulge myself.
After I return home, I will still treat my wife well, there is no doubt about that, and I have also sworn that if she does not betray me and divorce me, I will never divorce her in this life, no matter how unruly I am outside, but when I return home, I will still be the husband who only loves her. In fact, this is not contradictory. It is human nature to love playing, but going home is a person's responsibility. After Ling Yang finished speaking, Ouyang Qingwu looked back at him, then smiled and said, you are really interesting.
If you say you are a scumbag, you still know how to go home.
If you say you are not a scumbag, you still mess around everywhere.
You men are all like this in your hearts, right? I have met many powerful people, and they are all like this.
The red flag is flying at home, and outside, colorful flags are fluttering.
The most important thing is that the red flag at home will never be taken down.
In the end, they still chose to give up the colorful flags outside, which I really don't understand.
Ling Yang smiled and said, this is very simple. Wife, if we divorce, half of their property will be divided. Who would be willing to divorce? Oh. Ouyang Qingwu was stunned.
Then, he said with a smile, so that's it.
I understand, no wonder. Ling Yang smiled. Qingwu, you know what? To be honest with you, tonight, I still feel like I'm in a dream. It seems so unreal.
I used to see you on the screen, and everything about you was so beautiful and sexy. I have fantasized countless times about having close contact with you, but I never thought that one day this would come true. I never expected that the beautiful women and big stars that I had seen on the screen before were now in my arms.
This feeling was so wonderful. It is really wonderful. This kind of excitement is more exciting than anything else. Ouyang Qingwu smiled. Really? What's unreal about it? Celebrities are people too, right?
It's just that ordinary people can't get in touch with people at our level.
But what is there to be arrogant about? In the final analysis, aren't you still someone else's puppet? A chess piece at the mercy of others? A puppet of the top boss? Commonly known as a high-class chicken. Well.
Seeing Ouyang Qingwu's evaluation of him in this way, Ling Yang felt distressed. I didn't expect that behind this glamorous and beautiful figure, there are so many sad things hidden. With this thought in mind, Ling Yang said to Ouyang Qingwu, don't worry, when the time is right, I will redeem you myself.
Ouyang Qingwu smiled, nodded, and said, okay.
If I am free, I really want to relax for a while and go traveling.
Ling Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, okay.
When the time comes, I'll give you a national travel pass, and I guarantee you'll have a great time.
Ouyang Qingwu chuckled. You said it, you can't lie to me, you are the leader of the tourism industry at the moment.
Ling Yang spread his hands.
It's still a long way to go before I can become the leader.
But half of the country is not too much.
Yes. I envy entrepreneurs like you. I don't have that ability. I have nothing except this body.
Ling Yang didn't know how to comfort her, but he still hugged her tightly. Just like this, the two of them kept hugging each other and constantly expressing their thoughts to each other. Before we knew it, time had passed quickly. The morning light gradually spread across the earth, and the sky was already turning pale. Gradually, the sun slowly rose from the sea level, shining on the sea level. Suddenly, the sea level was sparkling, so beautiful. Looking at this beautiful scene, Ouyang Qinggu opened her arms and embraced the sea. Ah! Ocean, you are so beautiful. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling of the sea breeze.
A long time.
Ouyang Qinggu slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lingyang, who had been accompanying her all the time. Then, Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "Lingyang, thank you.
This night is the happiest time of my life." Hearing this, Lingyang smiled and said, "This is also my happiest night.
I have realized my childhood dream."
Oh no, I even exceeded the target. Hearing Lingyang say this, Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "You are really funny. You can even say that you have exceeded the target?" "What? I have exceeded the target." Lingyang spread his hands and said, "Yes.
This was my second childhood dream."
Ouyang Qinggu chuckled, walked forward and kissed Lingyang on the lips. A long time. The two then separated.
Then, Ouyang Qinggu laughed and said, "Now, I have exceeded my dream." Lingyang touched his lips, smiled, nodded and said, "That's about right.
But, in return, I'll give you one."
Having said that, Lingyang kissed her back. All good things must come to an end.
Early in the morning, Lingyang sent Ouyang Qinggu to the airport.
After getting off the car, the two hugged each other again and kissed each other goodbye.
"Lingyang, you give me a different feeling.
I hope you don't make me happy in vain.
Don't worry, I also need a brand spokesperson, and you meet my requirements."
Hearing this, Ouyang Qinggu spread her hands, smiled and said, "You are still so utilitarian, thinking about profit in everything. You are indeed an evil capitalist."
Lingyang also smiled and said, "It's mutual. Don't you also want to rely on me and let me be your backer? Let's each get what we need.
But please don't fall in love with me.
Otherwise, you will be sad. I am not worthy of your love." Chapter 86. Oh my god, why don't you close the door?
Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "I know, you don't need to tell me, we only talk about love, not romance."
Lingyang nodded with an expression that showed he was a teachable kid.
"Right, that's the truth. Anyway, I've said it before, so don't tell me I lied to you."
Ouyang Qinggu smiled and said, "Well, I know that you are a real villain, not a hypocrite. Okay, I'm leaving now. See you another day." "Well, see you some other time." Just like that, after watching Ouyang Qinggu leave, Lingyang drove directly back home. During this period, I haven't been home much, and I have neglected the two people at home. When I got home, there was no one there when I walked in. Now, Lu Sueki has also joined Ling's group to work. I let her start from the grassroots level. If she is really capable, I will not bury her. However, if she does not have any real talent or knowledge and is unable to handle the important task, I will not use her. This job is no joke. Only capable people can get it. If you don't have the ability to take on important responsibilities, you will never be promoted. After entering the house and looking at the empty villa, Lingyang didn't know what to say. This house is much bigger than before, but I can no longer find the happiness I once had. He once thought that he would be happy if he had money, but now he realized that it was not the case. This beautiful woman, I've seen her too much, played with her too much, but actually, that's just how it is. For example, Ouyang Qinggu, such a top beauty, the national goddess, but, so what? In the end, it's still like that. Anyway, it feels almost the same, except that psychologically, it feels more exciting. What else is different? Lingyang was sticky after a tiring whole day, so he went straight to the bathroom to take a shower to refresh himself. After arriving at the bathroom, Lingyang opened the bathroom door and walked in without thinking. However, the moment I entered the door, I heard a sound of splashing water. Ah! Suddenly, a scream was heard. Lingyang was startled for a moment, and then, when he looked carefully, he found that it was Lin Mengwei who was taking a bath inside. After seeing Lin Mengwei, Lingyang rolled his eyes at her and said, "TSK, you are already an old married couple, there is nothing on your body that I haven't seen before? What are you making a fuss about?" When Lin Mengwei saw that it was Lingyang, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she waved her hand calmly and said, "You always knock when you enter? You just opened the door and came in?" Lingyang waved his hand and said, "Then why don't you close the door? If you don't close the door when you take a shower, how can I come in if I don't come in directly?" Hearing this, Lin Mengwei curled her lips and said, "Do you do this often? I suspect that you have done this before. Maybe you have seen my little sister taking a bath before?" Lingyang was stunned. "Ha? Don't tell me, It happened more than once. Your sister never closes the door, every now and then, and I only open it once in a while. Oh? Lin Mengwei was speechless. Wow, it really exists. It turned out that these two people had been acting strange before, but because of themselves, they didn't go too far. Unexpectedly, as soon as I divorced Ling Yang, the two of them started hooking up together. But now, there is no point in saying anything. Anyway, I am just his ex-wife. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk anymore. I'll be done with it soon. Just wait a moment. Lin Mengwei said casually. Unexpectedly, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "We are an old couple, what's wrong with washing together? By the way, help me rub my back, I am sweating all over, it's so uncomfortable." As he spoke, Ling Yang began to undress. After a while, Naked came to Lin Mengwei's side. "Okay. Turn around and I'll make some bubbles for you." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang turned around and asked Lin Mengwei to rub his back. Just after Ling Yang turned around, Lin Mengwei was stunned. "Oh my god? Why are there so many scratches and nail marks on your back? Where did you go last night? How intense was it?" Ling Yang was stunned. "Oh shit. Last night, when Ouyang Qingwu was deeply in love, she grabbed her own back fiercely. It seems that there are still many traces left." However, when asked this question, Ling Yang immediately stammered and said, this. Yes. But after talking for a long time, I still don't know what to say. Because, even a fool can see where these traces came from. There's no point in explaining this." After seeing this scene, Lin Mengwei waved her hands and said, "Okay, I get it, no need to say more, I don't care how romantic you are outside. I just hope that when you come back, you won't bring those messy women back home." Hearing this, Ling Yang nodded and said, "You don't have to tell me that. I will definitely not bring it back." "Well, alright. I have no right to say anything to you. Now your power is getting stronger and stronger, and your wealth is increasing. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes and also loved rich men. This is beyond doubt. With your current status, there will definitely be no shortage of high-quality women around you. On the contrary, there will be more and more high-quality women around you, and they may even take the initiative to pay for you. I know that facing these temptations, no one can really resist being moved, but you have to know that no matter how beautiful the flowers outside are, they are not as real as the flowers at home." Ling Yang nodded. "I know this, I won't let Yao Yao down, I don't like those women outside." "You are right. When someone comes to me on his own initiative, I can't resist and I don't want to resist. Now that the conditions are met, what's wrong with me enjoying it? To be honest, they do know more than you do. Your few mechanical tricks are really boring." Hearing this, Lin Mengwei was stunned. Then, he said unhappily, "Oh my god, have you been planning to divorce me for a long time? Have you been planning to find a younger girl for a long time?" Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "Before you asked me for a divorce, I had never thought about it, but after the divorce, I have let it go. Instead of guarding a tree, it is better to appreciate the whole forest. You can't tie yourself to a tree for the rest of your life, right? It's not worth it. As a human being, you only have one life to live, so why not live it to the fullest? Let others judge your right and wrong, your merits and demerits. Anyway, as long as I am happy, why should I care about other things?" Lin Mengwei shook her head and said, "You have changed. Really changed. You were not like this before." Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth, smiled and said, "Isn't this all thanks to you? I have to thank you for helping me grow up and become more insightful." Chapter 87, Be frank and tell everything you know. As soon as Ling Yang said this, Lin Mengwei fell silent. That is true. Ling Yang before was totally different from this. In the end, it was I who made him, but also I who destroyed him. If Ling Yang had not had this experience before, he would not have become like this even if he had more money. I broke his heart, so now he doesn't believe in the so-called beautiful love at all. But it doesn't matter now. Anyway, things have come to this point, what's the point in worrying about it? On the contrary, Ling Yang now has the ability to obtain everything. What am I in front of him? If I make him unhappy, I might not even have the right to see him anymore. With this thought in mind, she could only choose to remain silent. However, I still rubbed his back seriously. After a while, after rubbing the back, Ling Yang turned around and looked at this beautiful body. The corner of Ling Yang's mouth raised.
He smiled and said, "Before, except for the time when we were just beginning to fall in love, you gave me a bath."
It seems like you haven't given me a bath for a long time, right? Lin Mengwei was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's about right."
You still remember it clearly?
Ling Yang said with a look of regret, "Yes. I don't know what happened, but we have come to this point. Tell me the truth, have you ever cheated on me? Don't worry, I just want to know the answer. You'd better not lie to me. You know, now, with my strength, I can definitely investigate and find out whether you have ever betrayed someone."
Hearing this, Lin Mengwei raised her head and looked at Ling Yang in a daze.
"In fact, you have already sent someone to check it out."
Ling Yang was stunned.
"Huh? Are you smarter now?"
"Yes, I did send someone to check it out, but I still want to hear your honest answer." Lin Mengwei shook her head, smiled bitterly and said, "After so many years of love, you still don't believe it?"
"I still say the same thing, I didn't. If I really cheated, why would I still be miserable every day? So why don't I buy brand name bags and cosmetics?
I tell you, with my looks and figure, if I can just open my legs, I have everything I want. Why should I suffer with you? However, I have always had a little fantasy about you, but in these 3 years, you have done nothing.
You haven't revealed that you make money from stocks. As a woman, do you think every woman is after money?
I know that I chose to divorce you because I couldn't see any hope. At the same time, I also wanted to let you know that if you continue like this, even the person who loves you will leave you. Originally, I was planning to cheer you up, because your potential is more than that.
But I didn't expect that you would marry my younger sister that very day."
I won't say anything about this, I'm used to this fact now, but let me tell you. If you were me, ask yourself, do you know how much impact it has had on me when your husband has been staying at home for 3 whole years, accomplishing nothing, and being a house husband?
Do you think I want to work hard outside? Do you know how many opportunities for promotion I have had? But I gave up because I didn't want to move my legs. Do you understand? What kind of place is the workplace? Don't you understand?
After all, you are the president of a large group now.
Don't you really understand what's going on in your company? If I'm right, your little secretaries won't be really well behaved, right? I'll be honest with you, why have I been just a small office support for so long?
Every time I was offered a promotion, my superiors would be drooling over me and try to tempt me with the promotion by asking me to sleep with them in order to get the promotion.
However, I have always stuck to my original intention and did not do so. Otherwise, I would have been a manager or even a higher position by now. Why is it that I am still a small office clerk?
Those abilities are not as good as mine, but those who can untie the ties have already climbed to high positions. I am still holding on, but I dare not resign.
If I resign, what will I do? Who will support me? You? You stay in your room all day, never leaving the house? What do you want me to do? Okay, you've investigated me. Tell me. Have you found any evidence that I cheated on you?
If I find any evidence that I cheated on you, I will leave here immediately and stay far away.
I won't make you upset.
As Lin Mengwei spoke, tears flowed from her eyes. Unexpectedly, the man she chose still didn't believe her in the end. Even though I confessed everything to him, I just wrote and directed a cheating drama myself.
He firmly believes it, so be it.
Anyway, both of them are divorced, so it doesn't matter whether he cheated or not.
Seeing this scene, Ling Yang sighed, waved his hand and said, Epsilon equals Omicron alas. I did investigate you, you know how much harm cheating can do to a man. I just want to feel more at ease. After my comprehensive investigation, I found that you did not cheat on me.
After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau that day, I also checked the street cameras, and it was the same as you said, you did not lie to me.
I also investigated Mr. Wang. He is a very upright person. Moreover, he has never had any scandals as his mother-in-law keeps him under strict control.
The last time, when you were busy taking a plane to sign a contract, I also conducted a comprehensive investigation of the entire situation. After you signed the contract, you returned to the company without stopping for a moment. During this time, I even checked the surveillance footage of the hotel where you stayed, and it turned out that you were indeed staying in separate rooms, with no record of you being together. They are a professional and well-known team of private investigators, and their final conclusion is that you are innocent. Otherwise, do you really think that if it weren't like this, you would still be here now? I admit that I thought too much before, but now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. This will continue to be your home from now on. Although we can't go back to the past, but at least with the wealth I have now, you can enjoy life to the fullest.
From now on, you don't have to look at anyone's face anymore.
Although you can't be my wife anymore, you are still a member of this family. Hearing this, Lin Mengwei frowned.
Sure enough, you men are so ruthless.
I didn't expect you to check so carefully.
From the beginning to the end, did you never trust me? Ling Yang also looked at Lin Mengwei seriously, nodded and said, yes.
Even if I trust you, I don't trust those men outside.
I know best what they are thinking. Even the strongest-willed woman can fall at some point. How can I possibly believe them unconditionally? How can I trust you without evidence?
Especially since you are so beautiful.
I am a man, and I know that men have no resistance to beautiful women.
The more beautiful a woman is, the more men will be around her.
This is an eternal truth. Chapter 88, Make a huge profit of 10 billion? Hearing this, Lin Mengwei didn't know whether to cry or laugh.
Finally, Lin Mengwei shook her head and said, forget it, let's not talk about it.
It's all in the past.
I know that it's impossible between us. In this case, let's just live in this muddle. Anyway, I don't seem to mind too much, so let's just live this way.
To be honest, who wouldn't want to enjoy the good life together? Since my ex-husband is a top rich man, I am too lazy to remarry. Now that you have found out, does that eliminate your worries?
Don't worry, I have always kept your dignity as a man and have never cheated on you. Although, I, Lin Mengwei, was wrong this time.
I admit that I like money. Who in this world doesn't like money?
However, I will not indulge myself or let others trample on me just for the sake of money.
Even if I am someone's mistress, I will not cheat on my spouse or anything like that. At least, as a human being, I have my bottom line. Unlike you now, you yourself, tell me, what are you talking about?
With these scratches on your back, are you worthy of my little sister? I am just your ex-wife now, and I have no right to say anything to you, but if you cheat on me during marriage, what should my younger sister do?
Hearing this, Ling Yang frowned and said, before that, you were fooled by your little sister and went to bed with me? So this doesn't count as cheating in marriage? Since it's happened once, why can't it happen a second time?
Oh. Lin Mengwei was stunned by what Ling Yang said.
Oh shit. Damn, this seems to make a lot of sense.
When he thought that he was also a cuckold of his younger sister, he suddenly stopped talking.
A long time.
She then said weakly, ahem, my little sister is more open-minded, she should be able to accept it. In the end, she had no choice but to say this. Seeing this, Ling Yang went straight to Lin Mengwei and hugged her.
Okay, now that the barriers in our hearts have been cleared, what happened between you and me is written off.
As for us, it doesn't matter whose fault it is, whether it's my fault or yours, let it go now. Anyway, now, we just need to live in the present.
By the way, your parents said something last time. It doesn't matter which of you two sisters has the baby first. Anyway, they just want to hold their first grandchild. Otherwise, for the sake of the old people, how about we try our best to give birth to a big fat boy for them? It just so happens that I can make up for the regret that you didn't give me a child before. How about that? I used to expect you to give me a big fat boy. Lin Mengwei was stunned. Is it appropriate for me to give birth to a child for you? Little sister, I am your legal wife now, okay? It is not appropriate for me to give birth to a child for you.
Lin Mengwei said in embarrassment.
Ling Yang waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter who gave birth to you two sisters. Anyway, we are all family.
Besides, the child born by my younger sister is my younger sister's, and the child born by you is yours.
It doesn't really matter.
Anyway, with our current conditions, we can afford to raise them.
We can afford to have more children. Hearing this, Lin Mengwei was stunned, looking at Ling Yang in amazement. What the hell? Is this even possible? However, under Ling Yang's persuasion, she still nodded. Upon seeing this, Ling Yang immediately took action.
In the bathroom, the two of them started a painful, thrilling, and bloody battle. I don't know how long it took.
Ling Yang held Lin Mengwei, left the bathroom, and went straight upstairs.
At this moment, Ling Yang's cell phone rang. Ling Yang was stunned for a moment, then he carried Lin Mengwei to the bed and put her down.
Then, the call was connected. Hello? Brother, are you free? I have a calligraphy exhibition here and I invite you to come and have some fun.
This time, at the exhibition, there are masters writing calligraphy in person. Ling Yang was stunned.
What is going on? Not only did he invite me to the calligraphy exhibition, but he also specifically emphasized that I should go alone? What exactly is Chu Tianba up to? So he nodded and said, okay. Brother, where is the location? I'll go over there. Chu Tianba smiled and said, okay, I've sent you the location, just follow the navigation. By the way, brother, don't drive that broken Wuling. This time, there is a big fish, a big client. If we can trick him into signing a contract, we two brothers can at least make tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. This big guy likes calligraphy, so I specially invited the master to come and hold this calligraphy exhibition just for this big guy. Ling Yang nodded and said, okay, no problem, big brother.
Now, I am also the second largest shareholder of Chu Real Estate.
I have to contribute to the interests of the company. Okay, it's nothing. I'll be there soon.
After hanging up the phone, Ling Yang spread his hands and said, Brother Chu Tianba asked me to attend some bullshit calligraphy exhibition and talk to clients.
I'll go first. Lin Mengwei nodded and said, well, go ahead, don't worry about me.
Anyway, now I am just a freeloader, no different from the freeloader you support.
Where are you going? Why are you telling me? I have no right to control you.
But please don't let my younger sister down.
I have already messed up my marriage.
I don't want you to divorce my younger sister and mess up her marriage too. Hearing this, Ling Yang nodded and said, don't worry, it won't happen. Having said that, he quickly changed his clothes and went out. After leaving here, Ling Yang set off in his newly bought Phantom. The previous Wuling magic car has long been eliminated by him. After all, that thing can be used to show off, but when it comes to serious business, you still have to drive a luxury car. It's not for showing off, but just to demonstrate your strength, so that others will be confident in handing over their business to you. Soon, Ling Yang arrived here according to the navigation.
As soon as I entered the door, Chu Tianba came to greet me. Oh, brother, you are finally here. This guest is coming soon. This guest is no ordinary one. He is a cultured person, as you know. I am just an idiot.
Although I have learned a lot of words over the years, at least I am not illiterate anymore, but I am really ashamed of my professional cultural level.
This guy is a cultured person. If he recites some ancient poems, I won't be able to answer. No, it's like I'm asking you to come and support me.
If so, it would be best if he could just appreciate the calligraphy and painting normally. After all, my brother is weak in the cultural aspect.
Hearing this, Ling Yang laughed and said, I see. Brother, you really care about this. Who on earth is this?
Why do you take it so seriously? Chu Tianba smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Brother, you don't know, although this guy is not a big shot, he has land in his hands. This is an old landlord who holds ownership of a large amount of land in the eastern suburbs of our provincial capital. As far as I know, if we can acquire that piece of land and develop it into an economic zone, we can make at least 10 billion.
Chapter 89 Chun Shi Yan Yuan, making guests feel at home? Oh, 10 billion. Ling Yang said calmly. Oh. Seeing Ling Yang's expression, Chu Tianba was stunned. Eh? Damn it, brother, this is 10 billion? What's with that expression on your face? This is a number that I can't even imagine in my dreams.
I have worked hard for so many years, but I haven't made a few 10 billion. If I had made 10 billion, I would have stopped working so hard. I plan to go back and retire and travel around the world. Otherwise, half of my life is already over and it's time to enjoy life. When the time comes, I will pass this company to you and you will be the chairman. You are the second largest shareholder of my company after all.
Hearing this, Ling Yang waved his hands and said, Brother, no need.
I can't even take care of my own company, so I'll leave it to you to manage.
Don't tire me out, I really can't manage it anymore. Hearing this, Chu Tianba was stunned.
Then, he said with a smile, Boy, I almost forgot that you are a big celebrity recently.
This JoJo travel app is in full swing. Otherwise, I would say.
In this era, it is still you young people who have to rule the world. We are old, so we have to do these hard jobs.
Why didn't I think of doing something like this?
But, brother, you have been working in real estate for so many years, and you really don't understand these things.
You are quite capable of doing this. I heard that you have created sales of hundreds of billions in less than half a year and made it onto the Forbes list? Ling Yang waved his hand, smiled and said, "It's just a coincidence, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning."
Seeing Ling Yang like this, Shu Tianba laughed, patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, "You kid, you just like to show off. You are so young, and you have achieved such a great success.
You have to stand up. Why be modest? You have to be high profile. Will anyone say anything to you? Just like my brother, I am rich, why shouldn't I be high profile? What's the use of being humble? When dealing with people and doing things, you should be high profile.
Then, others will play with you.
Otherwise, others will think you are easy to bully and might bully you in various ways. Anyway, we who work in real estate have to show that we are wealthy and powerful. Otherwise, who would dare to give the project to you?
Oh, wait, brother, don't be too modest, be more high profile. As long as you can trick this old guy into signing the contract, I will definitely not treat you unfairly."
Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Brother, are we still talking about this? Let's not talk about this. It will hurt our feelings. Don't worry, old man, I will definitely trick you into signing the contract." Hearing this, Shu Tianba chuckled. "Okay, no problem.
All right, Xiao Fan, this old guy will probably be here soon.
We must cooperate well." "Okay, no problem."
And so, the two waited for a while.
Finally, at the door, led by several people, an old man entered the exhibition site.
After seeing the person coming, Shu Tianba immediately went to greet him.
"Oh, Mr. Sun, you are finally here. I have been looking forward to it." The old man said with a smile, "Tianba, you are quite capable.
You have made such a big fuss and even invited a calligraphy master to come.
Shouldn't I come and take a look?" Shu Tianba smiled and said, "Mr. Sun, you are too polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation." "Well, Mr. Sun, please come in." Old Sun nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go take a look. It just so happens that today, I can ask the master about this calligraphy." Just like that, a group of people entered.
Soon, they arrived at the hall. At this time, there was a table in the hall, and rice paper was spread on it. A master wearing health-preserving clothes is sitting in front of the desk with his eyes closed, resting. When the few people came to the master, Shu Tianba said respectfully to the calligraphy master, "Master, we are here." Then, the calligraphy master slowly opened his eyes and looked at everyone.
Then, the master nodded slightly. Seeing this, Ling Yang immediately sneered. "My goodness, this old man is quite good at putting on airs. He is so arrogant."
When Mr. Sun saw the master, his eyes lit up.
You are the famous Master Yang, right?"
The master opposite nodded proudly.
"Yes, it is this old man."
Mr. Sun was immediately very excited and said, "Master, I have always been your fan. I have carefully examined each of your works. You are truly a master of calligraphy with a brilliant brushstroke and calligraphy at the pinnacle. Being praised is naturally a very pleasant thing."
Master Yang smiled slightly, nodded and said, "Thank you for the compliment. I just wrote a lot, but I am not good at it. It's not worth mentioning."
Seeing that this guy was even more pretentious than himself, Ling Yang was speechless.
However, for the sake of this contract, it is best not to offend anyone. Then, Mr. Sun said excitedly, "I wonder if Master Yang can show me some calligraphy in person. I am willing to pay a high price to collect Master Yang's calligraphy." Master Yang smiled, waved his hand and said, "This is a work of art, how can it be measured by money? If you like it, I will write about it. This is a priceless treasure, so you can give it as you like." Hearing this, Elder Sun nodded excitedly and said, yes, this is Master Yang's handwritten calligraphy. How can it be measured by money? Just follow your heart, just follow your heart." Seeing this scene, Ling Yang's mouth twitched suddenly. "Good job. This is definitely not by Lien. What I'm saying is, this is a valuable treasure of mine, if you give me too little, you can forget about it." However, Ling Yang also knew that it was better to point it out than to speak it out loud. Immediately afterwards, Master Yang picked up the pen and wrote a few big words quickly as if possessed by a god. Seeing this scene, Mr. Sun's eyes lit up. "Great. As expected of Master Yang, this is so free and easy, it's really extraordinary."
Master Yang was praised and nodded with great satisfaction.
"Impromptu, sorry for the embarrassment." Elder Sun said, "Master Yang is too modest."
Master Yang is truly a man of great talent. As he said that, Mr. Sun slowly went up. Then, after reading the words above, Elder Sun exclaimed, "Great!
Wonderful!
What a great fuck! These words are truly the pinnacle of his work. They perfectly express his unwillingness and unyielding spirit.
Phew! Ling Yang couldn't bear it anymore.
When I went forward to take a look, sure enough, at first glance, it just looked like fuck it.
This is indeed a master. Master Yang's mouth twitched as well. Then, Master Yang said unhappily, "This is Chunchi Yenyun, what the hell is wrong with her?" Oh. Mr. Sun was stunned. Ah. Chunchi Yenyun? Oh, is that so? Sorry, Master Yang, I am not well educated and didn't realize that this is Chunchi Yenyun, but fuck.
Master Yang waved his hand and said, "Alright, forget it, I'll write another piece of art that you can understand." As he spoke, he quickly placed another hand.
Old Sun went forward again to take a look.
This time, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. In the end, he stared at it for 3 or 4 minutes.
Then, he said confidently, "This time, I will definitely not be wrong. If I am right, this is Bao's daughter?"
Chapter 90. Every generation has its own talented people, each leading the trend for hundreds of years.
Master Yang's face suddenly darkened and he said, "Are you educated at all? Aren't ancient Chinese texts read from right to left?"
Seeing Master Yang was angry, Old Sun also quickly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead.
Then, after taking a look, he tentatively asked, "Could it be that this is a woman's treasure?" Puff! Ling Yang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You guys are really trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my Aunt Huabei account? One of you doesn't know the value of things, and the other one just writes nonsense. They are really a perfect match. This should be a place where guests feel at home, right? In the end, you, a so-called master, turned it into a treasure for women? You are a genius, too. Oh.
Mr. Sun suddenly felt ashamed. I didn't expect this to be such a welcome home. Master Yang's face turned completely black, but he had received money from Chu Tianba, so he couldn't just walk away. This is a breach of contract. Once a breach of contract is committed, you will have to bear the penalty.
At this time, Ling Yang smiled and said, "It is true that every generation has talented people, and each of them leads the trend for hundreds of years. The ancients were not deceiving me." Seeing Ling Yang making fun of them, Master Yang immediately said unhappily, "From what you said, you are very good? How about you write it?"
Ling Yang was stunned when he heard this.
Oh? You want me to write? Master Yang nodded and said, "That's right."
Ling Yang waved his hand, smiled and said, "It's nothing, I admit that you wrote it very well, it's just that it was too funny, it was just a coincidence."
Never mind, I think Mr. Sun also likes these 2 paintings.
They were written by your idol himself. At this step, I bought 2 pieces of calligraphy, one for 1 million.
I wonder if Master Yang is willing to part with them.
When Master Yang heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched.
Oh my god. That is 2 million.
He just snorted coldly.
Humph. Never mind, 2 million is 2 million. I'll buy it from you.
Ling Yang was not vague and paid directly. Then, he let Mr. Sun take the calligraphy himself.
Mr. Sun was stunned. Ah? These 2 million are just given to me? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Yes, it's just 2 million, not worth mentioning."
My brother also wants your piece of land.
Now, you have also got the autograph of your idol, are you satisfied? How about this? Let me speak a fair word for him. On the basis of the original, I will give you another suggestion. How about that? If it really doesn't work, we won't bother to take your land.
Anyway, for me, I am not short of money. At worst, I can give up developing that area and develop somewhere else.
I can still develop.
Your piece of land is not a big deal, but I believe that apart from us, no one else will offer you such a high price.
You can do whatever you want. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to take a rest. It's useless to mess around. Having said that, Ling Yang was about to walk out. Sure enough, after Ling Yang said this, the old man fell silent.
Seeing that Ling Yang was about to leave, the old man quickly said, "Okay.
Sell it, I'll sell it." Seeing this, Ling Yang turned back and asked nonchalantly, "Really? No regrets?" "No regrets. All right. Go talk to my eldest brother about the contract." Just like that, seeing this, Chu Tianba quickly took out the contract and handed it to the old man. After the old man looked through it and saw that there was nothing unusual, he quickly wrote down his name.
After the contract was signed, the old man held the 2 pieces of calligraphy contentedly, said goodbye to everyone and left. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Master Yang angrily threw his sleeves and left.
Shu Tianba didn't even bother to look at Master Yang's departure.
To him, as long as he could help himself get the contract, that was enough.
Just after everyone left, Shu Tianba looked at Ling Yang and burst into laughter.
Ah, good, brother, that's great. Unexpectedly, you managed to make this deal after all this messing around. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, actually, brother, this old man just wants to borrow your territory and find some problems to embarrass you.
In fact, this old guy just wanted to make more money.
After he got this calligraphy, I gave him another suggestion, and he also knew that this was our bottom line. Moreover, I dare to guess that the other competitors definitely did not give as much as my brother, otherwise, he would not be here today.
In fact, I just used some psychological tricks. As long as I can grasp his inner thoughts, it will be easy to deal with.
Great. Great. Brother, you have a great business mind.
As expected, you are much better than me. No wonder you were able to build such a big company in such a short time.
Now, I am very excited about your business.
I admire you so much.
Hey, brother, are we still talking about this? Since I have fulfilled my mission and helped you complete the task this time, then brother, if there is nothing else, I will go back first.
There are still many things to deal with in this company.
The bigger this company is, the more troublesome it is.
Seeing Ling Yang was about to go back, Shu Tianba quickly said, "Hey, brother, can we go back now?"
I told you when I came here that there was a surprise. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?
Now that you are here, if you don't have a good time and go back, it would be a waste of all my efforts. Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned.
Ah?
Brother, what do you mean? We still have the second half to play?
Shu Tianba chuckled, patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, of course not, I'm not bragging to you, I'm sure you will like the activities in the second half.
This is an activity that all men will love. It is absolutely wonderful and very nice.
Seeing that his elder brother was still keeping the secret, Ling Yang became even more curious.
Oh, is that so? Brother, what on earth are you up to? Ling Yang asked doubtfully. Shu Tianba smiled and pushed Zheng Xiaofan inside. Soon, the two arrived at the lobby on the top floor.
I saw that this was actually a private club. It had everything and was a great place for entertainment and leisure.
Looking at this place, Ling Yang was stunned and said, "Ah? That's it? Nothing special?" Shu Tianba laughed and said, "Oh, brother, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The show is about to begin. Wait, don't be dazzled. This event cost me 3 million.
Tonight, let me see what the happiness of the rich is. I'm not saying anything bad to you, brother, but why do we earn so much money?
Isn't it to use it to enjoy life?
Listen to my advice, enjoy life while you can.
Otherwise, when you get old, it will be meaningless. What is the use of having more money?
You still have to enjoy life while you can.
Eat, drink, and play. Little sister, just go and have fun as much as you can." Chapter 91, A High-End Private Exhibition? Ling Yang heard it. I was stunned for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Oh, do I need you to teach me this? I know this very well."
You know what, sometimes, it feels so good to let go of yourself.
Shu Tianba was stunned. Then, Shu Tianba smiled and said, "Oh, brother, I was right about you. I knew that we two brothers would have something to talk about. It just so happens that there is a surprise this time.
Let me tell you, this batch of goods is all top-notch, and my brother spent a lot of money to select them. Absolutely the best of the best, each one is top quality, and each one has a number plate. Wait, if you take a fancy to one of them, tell me.
At night, you will definitely be delighted, absolutely, it is worth your life. I tell you, many of these are the chicks I selected. I paid a high price to get all these. Do you like young ones or mature ones with charm? Wait, you can choose for yourself." Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned.
Oh my god, brother, you are definitely selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat. Downstairs, you have set up such a grand calligraphy exhibition, and upstairs, you have set up such a big venue. Are you doing these things? After Ling Yang finished speaking, Shu Tianba chuckled and said, "Oh, brother, you still don't understand.
This is the happiness of the rich. Take my brother for example. Does he need money? Yes. But does he not need money? Actually, he does. The money I earn is enough for me to spend in my lifetime.
At worst, I can buy all these properties, which is also a lot of money.
However, I am still working hard.
It's the same truth, money can be earned no matter how much it is, but life cannot be enjoyed at any time.
If so, what's the point of having more money when I'm old?
It's better to enjoy it now while my body can still bear it. Anyway, in this world, as long as you have money, enough money, you will never lack women, wealth, and status. Every once in a while, I hold such high-end private exhibitions and invite many upper-class people from society to come here for their entertainment. In this way, I can not only win the hearts of the people, but also win over many dignitaries.
In this way, it will be easier for me to do things. Brother, you should understand what I mean, right?
So, this may seem like a simple private exhibition, but there are many tricks involved.
Ling Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded. I've learned it.
As expected, you are still the one with rich experience. In this regard, it seems that I still need to learn more from you.
I also plan to do this. After all, a company like mine needs a lot of connections.
This is indeed a good way to win people's hearts.
Anyway, these girls want money but not fame, while we want both fame and money. At the same time, we have money, so isn't this just what they want? Killing two birds with one stone?
Oh, brother, you understand immediately.
That's right, that's the truth.
It's just that each one takes what he needs. You know, in this world, there are so many men who work hard to climb up for their careers, because the higher you stand, the more scenery you can see. Similarly, the higher you stand, the more people will look up to you, and your light will shine on everyone, making them glow and give off warmth.
When you have enough influence, everything you want comes with it.
I still remember that when I was just a small contractor, life was really hard.
Once, the big boss ran away without giving me a penny.
I lost more than 1 million yuan. That time, I wanted to jump off the building several times. But in the end, I held back, gritted my teeth, bought all the houses and land in my family, borrowed a lot of money, and finally paid the wages. I also paid off the rest of the debt.
From then on, I became homeless and even had to compete with dogs for food.
From that moment on, I swore that I, Chu Tianba, would make a name for myself in this life. I must stand out, I must stand at the highest point of the city and look down on these people.
I want to be a superior person. I don't want to be a hard-working worker anymore. I want to be a boss, a big boss.
I also want to have luxury cars, a big house, and be surrounded by beautiful women. So, I worked hard to study real estate, and finally, I got a chance and earned my first pot of gold.
From then on, I started to expand my business frantically.
Of course, many of the methods I used were a bit dishonorable.
But if I did things according to the rules, how could I make money? However, the results were still impressive. My construction company grew bigger and gradually became a large group. I climbed up step by step from the bottom, so I know how hard it is to get what I have today. As the saying goes, the rich are living in luxury while the poor are dying of cold. This is true.
I know this truth very well, so I will not be merciful anymore.
Because, in this world, good people don't get good rewards. I know this very well.
If I had been a little more ruthless, I wouldn't have lost everything and become a homeless dog.
After listening to his brother's experience, Ling Yang didn't know what to say.
Relatively speaking, they are both about the same. However, he is better than his brother. At least, he had no foreign debt. Although he ended up selling his house and land, he was still better off as he did not lose his home. Thinking of this, Ling Yang patted his brother on the shoulder and said, "Brother, don't say anything.
It's all in the past. Cherish the present. Enjoy life while you can. It's better than anything else."
Yes, brother, that's right.
Enjoying life in the moment is better than anything else. Wait, if you like someone, tell me. In the evening, have them wash themselves and wait in the room. Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Okay, that's fine. If I refuse, wouldn't it be a waste of your kindness, brother?" Oh. Chu Tianba was stunned.
Then, he laughed, patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, "Good boy, you are quite good at making jokes."
It makes me want to force it on you?
Ling Yang smiled and said, "Brother, I have played with many beautiful mature women, but there are not many unopened ones here."
How about, wait a minute, you tell me which ones are unopened, and I'll order two, huh? Oh, no problem.
Let me tell you, the first ones to appear are all unopened mature women, undeveloped. I'm saving them for later.
How could I let these people get away with it so easily?
I kept all those things in the background, and I will open them slowly by myself.
But since I like it too, it's a perfect match. Wait a minute, I'll take you in and let you choose it yourself. Chapter 92. The happiness of the rich is unimaginable. Oh, what a great feeling. Brother, this trip is really worth it.
Ling Yang said with deep emotion.
Chu Tianba laughed.
Okay, brother, the exhibition is about to start, and I tell you, among this group of young and mature women, there are also several top-notch resources.
Would you like to consider it? When the time comes, I will keep them all for you.
If you like them, you can take them away with the beautiful girls selected from the backstage. It is normal for a man to have a few mistresses in his house.
This batch is the one I plan to eliminate. Now, the ones I have hidden in my house are the ones.
That batch has been used for several months and it's time to replace it. It's just right to replace it with this batch, so that it can always keep fresh.
Hiss.
After Chu Tianba finished speaking, Ling Yang realized that what he did was really far behind those big guys.
Oh. You are still too kind. Look, if I had my brother's awareness, I wouldn't feel ashamed or guilty.
Now, after being enlightened by his elder brother, he suddenly woke up as if he had been enlightened.
Yes. With so many great resources, why bother? Anyway, everyone gets what they need. When you get tired of using one, just change it. Except for your wife, you can easily change these beauties. You know, for rich people, the things they have the most are wealth and women. Once you have wealth, women all love money.
If you have money, it is like you have been labeled, and countless beautiful women will come to you for love. After thinking this through, Ling Yang also felt that what his brother said made sense, so he nodded and said, okay then. When the time comes, I'll buy a villa and move them all in.
When Chu Tianba heard this, he shook his head and smiled and said, hey, brother, have you forgotten what I do? I'm in the real estate business, and you're still buying a villa? Are you crazy? Well, I have an empty sea view villa near the beach. I'll give it to my younger brother. It's quite large and can easily accommodate a dozen girls. When the time comes, I will send someone to take you there, and you can take them out to play.
As for hiding a beautiful girl in a golden house, that villa is also a very good place. On weekdays, the people who come in and out of there are rich people and their kept mistresses, because that place is basically a holy place for wealthy businessmen to keep mistresses. Therefore, on weekdays, the confidentiality work there is done very well, and it is impossible for anyone other than internal staff and the owner to enter. This way you can avoid a lot of dangers of being exposed. After all, raising a mistress is not something that can be seen in public. Once it is exposed, the consequences will be severe. The villa over there was developed by my brother. So, I specifically targeted these wealthy businessmen and used them to keep mistresses. As a result, I made a lot of money from this villa.
This is business acumen. With just a little trick, you can make a lot of money.
I kept the best set for myself, but now I have another place to raise honey. Anyway, now that the tigress in my family passed away due to illness last month, I can say that the world is mine now. I can take Xiaomi wherever I want and no one cares about me anymore. So, I'll give you this villa. Anyway, I don't need it, and you have a family after all. It's not good to spread too many rumors, this villa is just right. Oh, brother, what can I say, your arrangement is really great, thank you so much. Why thank you? We are all brothers. Brothers don't say thank you to each other. TSK, as expected, the happiness of the rich is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although, the troubles of the rich are also unimaginable to ordinary people. Chu Tianba nodded in agreement and said, yes, the more you have, the more sorrow you will have. I am worried every day, afraid that if something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. Ling Yang also nodded and said, yes, I get up every day, and it's such a big expense every month. With so much salary, I dare not slack off even a little bit. If I slack off, what if the company can't pay my salary? If the company's performance declines, I will be so worried. Chu Tianba nodded. Okay, brother, let's stop talking about this. The more we talk, the more we'll talk. We can't finish even if we talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's just look at our sister and relax. I told you that sometimes, when you are really stressed, you can find a sister to help you solve your problems and you will feel better. Brother is right. Next time, I'll try it. After a while, the private exhibition officially began. Directly, on the catwalk, beautiful women wearing various seductive uniforms walked out from the catwalk one after another, just like models walking on the runway. After a while, a large group of beautiful girls stood on the tea stage, standing in an orderly manner like commodities for people to choose. And every woman has a number plate on her chest.
From number 1 to number 30.
Immediately afterwards, another group came out, and in the same way, they stood up, from number 31 to number 60. Next, and so on, a total of 100 beauties stood in order for people to choose. After seeing this scene, Ling Yang was stunned.
Fuck, man, it's so big?
Especially the last 10 who appeared at the front, they are the most amazing.
Chu Tianba chuckled and said, how about these 10 in front? I like those ones. The ones that appeared before are not as good looking as these 10.
I have carefully selected these 10.
I like 2 of them.
But, brother, you choose first.
Once you choose, you can take them all away.
Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled bitterly and said, brother, you should choose the 2 you want, and I will choose the rest.
Chu Tianba waved his hand and said, it's okay, brother.
Anyway, for me, it doesn't matter if there is one more or one less beauty. You choose. Today, you helped me to close a 10 billion contract.
I have to thank you. Hearing this, Ling Yang stopped being pretentious, so he nodded and said, okay. Then let's go with number 92, number 98, and number 100. I like these 3, okay?
Yes, of course.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'll arrange for these 3 to be sent to the villa.
Wait, after the meeting, let's go backstage and continue to select.
Those backstage are all virgins. They are all top-notch little beauties, carefully selected. Hey, brother, you are really good at playing. I am still not as good as you in this aspect.
It seems that I have to come over here and learn from you about this aspect.
Brother, you are too modest, but with your ability, it is too easy to do this. Let me tell you, brother, the easiest way is to directly use the company to hold an online beauty pageant, which can not only expand the company's influence.
You can also take this opportunity to recruit beautiful girls from all over the country to participate in the selection.
You know, the temptation of $1 million prize is also quite a lot. It is fatal to many girls, so when high-quality beauties come, they are trapped.
Isn't it that you can get as much as you want?
Hiss.
It's all in vain. It's all in vain.
Ling Yang couldn't help but sigh, these rich people really know how to have fun.
Chapter 93 Ha, we share the same ideals and are passionate people.
It's a real good search.
Brother, you're awesome.
You guys are really good at it.
Why didn't I think of this method?
Ling Yang said with a laugh.
Chu Tianba waved his hand and said, it's okay. I'm not bragging to you. I'm an expert in this area. Okay, brother, wait a moment.
These big guys have already started to make their selections, but I have already notified them. The ones you selected have all been reserved.
In their license plate selector, these numbers have been decided. They can't choose anymore. This is the rule here.
When they choose to finish, I will arrange for these beautiful girls to go to the suites and wait for these big guys.
TSK, big brother, you really know how to play. If you hadn't brought me here to see this, I really wouldn't have known that you could play like this.
Chu Tianba patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, brother, you are still too young. Let me tell you, in this world, when you have wealth, you will find that the world will be different.
If you have money, you can really do whatever you want.
This is true.
Who doesn't love money? For example, these little beauties, who doesn't want money?
For money, you have no problem making them kneel and lick you, but what we men pursue is money, more money.
Only if your wealth can support your extravagance, will people be willing to play with you? Take these women for example. If you have no money, try it. Do you believe it or not, even if you treat them with all your heart, they will still think you are just a dog?
Even if she is already rotten to the point of being in such a bad state, and throws him to a poor man, she will still think that you are not worthy.
Hearing this, Ling Yang was silent for a while.
Then, his eyes became more determined. That's right, big brother. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. That's the truth.
This woman is just a vassal of wealth. We are really getting along better and better, like-minded people.
It can be seen that Big Brother was once a man of temperament. Chu Tianba chuckled and said, I'm not bragging, but the number of female college students I support is at least 800, if not 1,000.
What kind of women have I not seen?
There are also flight attendants, nurses, doctors, models, car models, in short, what kind of women have I not experienced? Anyway, I tell you, brother, life is short, enjoy it while you can.
Each of these has a different experience. You can try it. I have the resources. If you want, just give me a call and I will arrange it for you anytime. Oh, big brother, this is great. I won't say anything more. From now on, let's develop vigorously and cooperate vigorously. Ha ha ha, great. Just hearing your words is enough. By the way, brother, do you want a celebrity? I can't get a first-tier celebrity, but second-tier or third-tier ones are not a big problem. Last time, I supported a few second-tier popular stars. I'm not bragging to you, but just based on this identity, I have an inexplicable sense of excitement. Especially when they wear the same costumes as in the TV series and serve you, it feels so good. What the hell? You can even do this? Big brother, you're awesome. You really know how to have fun. No wonder you always have a bunch of pretty girls around you. Chu Tianba laughed and said, of course not. It's not convenient if I don't have a few PR mistresses with me at all times. Ling Yang smacked his lips and said, brother, please accept my respects. You are truly worthy of being the chief leader. Ha, bro, you're not bad either. The vice president of your company is a top-notch woman. I already knew her and had pursued her several times, but this woman was so cold and ignored me. But now, I think she has been taken down by my brother, right? This woman, my brother, is very jealous. Unfortunately, there is really nothing I can do. Money can't attract her at all. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, she can't even spend all her money. If you throw money at her, aren't you asking for trouble? Yes. So, this woman who can be defeated by money is really not worth mentioning. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled. Brother, this is my vice president, you'd better not have any ideas about it. This is already my personal property. You should change your target. Ha, brother, seeing what you said, I will definitely not snatch it from you. Anyway, one more or one less is not a big deal. What is it like? I haven't seen or experienced it before. This one is not a big deal. However, brother, listen to my advice. This woman has a terrible business mind. You better be careful, she's playing you around. Be careful, you've fallen into her trap. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, it's okay, big brother. I know my limits. I trust people when I employ them, and I don't employ people I don't trust. This is my rule. Chu Tianba nodded and said, okay, since you said so, I won't say anything. Just like that, the two of them were in the hall, toasting each other, and time passed by in a flash. Finally, the exhibition came to an end. The big guys on the scene have basically made their choices. You know, every little beauty here is not bad. They were all carefully selected, and now, they have finally been selected. Seeing the big guys at the venue, they all said hello to Chu Tianba and went to their respective rooms. Seeing this, Ling Yang shook his head, smiled and said, sure enough, men understand men best. That's not true. As the saying goes, a man who takes from someone else should be grateful. As long as they accept these women, it means that they owe me a favor. In the same way, they have something on me, so if anything happens to me and I need their help, I can use it. Then they will definitely help, this is mutually beneficial. Anyway, for me, it just costs a little money. There are so many networks of relationships, and using women's connections to build up a network of relationships is the lowest cost. Do you understand? Otherwise, if you give antiques or something like that as gifts, they would cost millions, which is not cost effective. But this woman is different. She can feed all these people with just a few $100,000. In fact, the money spent on buying an antique is enough to spend on women for a whole year. This is to maximize one's own interests at the lowest cost. These women save me a lot of money every year on currying favor with these people. Hiss. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly felt ashamed. Oh my god. Brother, you have a pretty good brain. You have played with human nature thoroughly. This is exactly what men want, and it's simply impossible for them to refuse. Isn't there anyone who hasn't been fooled and boarded this pirate ship, brother? Yes, of course there are. Some people who think they are noble are not easily fooled. Our tastes are higher, so we naturally look down on these vulgar women. This is what they want. As he spoke, Chu Tianba rubbed his fingers. Ling Yan understood immediately. This costs money. Chapter 94, A Night of Love is worth 1,000 gold. Brother, you are excellent. You really see everything clearly. Ling Yang smiled and said. Chu Tianba smiled and said, "There's nothing I can do. Some people like money, some people like beautiful women. Everyone has their own preferences. When you meet such an old stubborn person, there's nothing I can do. I have to give gifts to those who should give gifts. Otherwise, it's really hard to get things done. You know, we in the real estate business need to take care of a lot of things. There's nothing we can do about it. This is how society is. Since ancient times, the people have not fought against the officials. This is common sense. If you want to make a lot of money, you have to prepare everything. Otherwise, when you start working, if someone plays a trick on you, you will lose a lot of money. Before, when I first started, I didn't understand these things. As a result, I was checked every day, the project was often delayed, and in the end the construction period was missed and I lost a lot of money. In the end, the task was not even completed on time, resulting in a high penalty for breach of contract. Later, I gradually understood the ins and outs of this, and started to specialize in studying this area. Sure enough, after gradually building up such a network of contacts, it is easy to make as much money as you want. This is the way of business. In short, there are so many tricks here. Brother, I don't have much culture, but I don't have the ability of my younger brother. He easily earned more money than his brother ever made in his entire life. He even made it onto the Forbes list. Hearing this, Ling Yang waved his hands and said, "Brother, you are too modest. It's just a coincidence. In fact, it's not as good as you say. I am just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." "Oh, brother, you are being too modest when you say that. Being too modest is hypocritical. Why are you talking about these irrelevant things with me? If you have the ability, then you have the ability. I can't compare with you in terms of intelligence, but when it comes to how to behave in society, brother, you still need to learn a lot about many aspects. Look, you are so successful now, aren't you afraid that some people will be jealous and envy you and plot against you? I'm telling you, you have to be careful. As the eldest brother, I want to remind you that when you reach this point, you'd better not trust anyone, including the eldest brother. You should not trust anyone, you should not even trust yourself. In this world, there are only absolute interests, not absolute loyalty. This is a true saying, and I don't say this to anyone else. But, brother, I am middle-aged now, and my life has entered the second half. I no longer have the same drive as before. Now, I just want to keep my property in peace. As for the rest, expanding territory, I really don't have much interest. But, brother, you are different. You are still young and have a good business sense. I believe that it won't be long before your wealth reaches a new level. Oh, brother, I feel embarrassed because of your praise. Okay, brother, the more you praise me, the more embarrassed I feel. If you praise me more, I might even start to get too cocky. You can't praise me too much, or else, I'll get into trouble if I praise you too much." Hearing this, Chu Tianba laughed, patted Ling Yang on the shoulder and said, "Okay, no more talking, now let's talk about business. Come on, I'll take you to the backstage to have a look at the girls that I carefully selected. These little girls were all collected by me with great difficulty. Originally, it was intended to be given to those old stubborns. After all, those old stubborns have too high a taste for food, and it would be difficult to get them on board without giving them some of the best food. But this time, I met my younger brother, so it was just right. I let my younger brother choose first. After he finished choosing, I will also choose a few, and give the rest to those old stubborn people. Hee, that's right. This is the real business. Brother, let's go. I'll go take a look too. It happens that there are many young and mature women in our company. However, in this era, finding a few virgins is harder than climbing to the sky. That's right. Brother, you don't know, I spent a lot of money to select these from all over the place. It's really not easy. It is difficult to find a chick among 100. Even if you find a chick, it is even more difficult to find a beautiful one. So, you probably know how hard it was for me to find it, right? It's not easy to come by, brother, you have to choose carefully. Ling Yang smiled and said, "Well, of course. How can I let down my elder brother's kindness?" Soon, the two came to the backstage. After arriving at the backstage, 20 or 30 beautiful girls stood up to greet Chu Tianba. "Hello, Mr. Chu." A group of beautiful girls said respectfully in unison. Ling Yang looked at this group of beautiful girls. As expected, these beautiful girls were much better than those outside. Each one of them is of the best quality.
That is, they have good figures and pretty faces, all of them are well proportioned, and their cleavage is so eye-catching that it makes your nose bleed. However, although Ling Yang is not battle-hardened, he has experienced many beautiful and top-notch girls, and he can be said to have a certain immunity to these little beauties. So, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Looking at the rows of beautiful girls standing there, Ling Yang picked and chose, and finally selected 3 of them.
Seeing Ling Yang had chosen 3 beauties, Zhu Tianba smiled and said, "Brother, choose a few more. This is not easy to come by. My villa can accommodate more than a dozen people, so you have to book them all, right?"
Ling Yang was stunned.
What the hell? Big brother, more than a dozen? You want me to pick more than a dozen? Zhu Tianba waved his hands and said, "It's okay. I'm just teaching you to enjoy life. What's wrong with a dozen?
I have dozens of mistresses all over the country, maybe only 20 or 30.
You only have a dozen, what's wrong with that?
I tell you, if it weren't so hard to find, I would have given you all of them." Ling Yang was completely stunned. However, seeing that his brother was so kind, Ling Yang reluctantly selected 7 more. Together with the previous 3, there were a total of 13 beauties.
Seeing Ling Yang's teachable appearance, Zhu Tianba laughed and said, "Ling Yang, I see the shadow of my youth in you.
Good job, I have high hopes for you. Alright, as the saying goes, a night of love is worth 1,000 gold, I won't bother you anymore. Wait, I'll send someone to send you little beauties over together. Tonight, you have to take it easy."
"I won't bother you anymore, I'm going to sleep with you guys."
Having said that, Zhu Tianba ordered a few and took them out.
See this scene. Ling Yang sighed sincerely, "It seems that I am still too young. Having money means being willful."
Then, Ling Yang looked back at the beauties he had chosen, and his heart was itching.
Sure enough, money is king.
They are just outrageous. But it's also pretty damn sour and refreshing.
If you have money, you can really do whatever you want.
Chapter 95. Brother, I invested in this project. Soon, Zhu Tianba arranged for someone to send the group of beauties and Ling Yang to the villa area. After arriving at this sea view villa, Ling Yang looked at the extremely luxurious appearance of this sea view villa and nodded with satisfaction.
"Wow, you are really good at handling things, bro. You just gave me such a nice villa? Bro, if you have something to ask for, please give it to me."
Soon after, a group of beautiful girls also entered the villa. They also knew what they would face next. After all, Zhu Tianba had already paid them the money, and for them, everything would be easy with money.
It's all for money. Having money is the way to go.
They work hard outside every day, but how much do they earn in a year?
It's totally miserable, huh? But this is different.
Now, as long as you sleep with this handsome boy in front of you, you can get a huge reward.
Although they know that this is a clear sponsorship, so what? This sponsorship requires money.
They can earn a considerable amount of income without any effort, which is much better than working.
It's simply an easy win.
So, after entering here, they tried to please Ling Yang in various ways and went to choose their rooms. After a while, the girls had finished their selection. Looking at this large group of beautiful girls, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, just queue up.
1 per night, don't rush, take your time." So, after Ling Yang picked one of the beauties, he said to the other girls, "Okay, you all go back. I'll line up 1 by 1 tomorrow."
When the girls saw that Ling Yang had already picked out the first one and had served him tonight, they nodded and went back to their rooms.
"There's nothing we can do about it. Could it be possible that there are several in one night? Even if he wanted to, he couldn't help it. There are more than a dozen of them. Besides, 1 a day, it's so fresh. There is something to look forward to every day. After all, this thing will become less and less as time goes by. Now, the chicks are almost extinct.
These were obtained by my brother with great difficulty, but they are a rare species.
Once they are used up, they are gone, so you have to come 1 by 1. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of resources?" Soon, after sending all the girls away, Ling Yang smiled and carried the chosen little beauty into the bathroom. After all, if you wash it in advance, you won't have any problems later. In the bathroom, Ling Yang chuckled as he looked at the beautiful girl's curvy figure. "Come, give me a bath first, and then I will pamper you well." "Okay." After a while, the two finally finished taking a bath. After washing, Ling Yang picked up the little beauty and put her directly on the sink. Seeing this scene, the little beauty exclaimed, "Brother, are you going to stay here?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "What? Is it not possible? Doesn't it feel better this way?" "Oh.
Seeing this, the beautiful girl had no choice but to do the job. As the saying goes, you have to do the job when you get money from others to help them get rid of their misfortunes. Now that she has received the money, she has to do the job. So the little beauty had no choice but to nod and say, "No, no, it's all right. As long as Big Brother is happy." The next morning, Ling Yang woke up from the bed with a comfortable look on his face. After looking at the beautiful girl beside him, Ling Yang sighed sincerely, "Damn, she has to be a virgin. It's just different." Sure enough, it's a different feeling from a young mature woman. Hee hee, it looks like I have to hold a beauty pageant to pick some pretty girls, not virgins. Having said that, Ling Yang started to get dressed and got up. The beautiful girl next to him also woke up. "Brother, why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep in a little longer?" The beautiful girl asked doubtfully. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I'm busy with work today, you guys just stay here." Hearing this, the beautiful girl nodded and said, "Okay." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang got up and left the villa. When he was about to go to the company, Chu Tianba called. Seeing this, Ling Yang answered the phone. "Hey, bro, what's up?" "Huh, brother, how was last night? Did you feel comfortable? How were the little sisters serving you?" Ling Yang chuckled and said, "Brother, don't mention it, it's enough, it's moist." As expected, a virgin is different. It's so exciting. Chu Tianba laughed and said, "Of course not, otherwise, would you really think, brother, that this money was wasted? By the way, brother, do you want to invest in the project last night? I guarantee that you will make money. Now, you also know that I am short of money. The truth is, we can't afford to invest so much in development." Hearing this, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he knew that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, he was still quite satisfied with these beauties in villas. So Ling Yang laughed and said, "Hey, brother, I've also studied this project and it's really good. As for investment, there is indeed a lot of profit margin. It can be seen that the old man has vision. Okay, I can invest, but, brother, in the future, when you get these good things, don't forget your little brother. After all, it would be a bit inappropriate for me to organize a beauty pageant. However, after a while, I can openly recruit beauties." Hearing this, Chu Tianba smiled and said, "Oh, brother, don't worry, there are plenty of beauties. I have many connections, and there will be no shortage of beauties for you. How about I give you another batch after you finish using this one?" "Oh, what a great relationship. Okay, no more nonsense, I've invested in this project. Wait a minute, have someone send the contract over. If there is no problem, sign the contract." "Okay, brother, you're so straightforward." "Fine. I won't bother you anymore. We'll talk about this later." Then, after hanging up the phone, Ling Yang smiled and said, "This old fox, but I'm not afraid of it because it's a sure win." After speeding all the way to the company and reviewing some recent documents, Ling Yang came to Mu Wanqing's office. After seeing Ling Yang, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Boss Ling, how come you have time to come and see me?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "You are such a beauty, I will definitely come to see you whenever I have time." "Oh, Mr. Ling, you are so sweet." Ling Yang smiled slightly. "Okay, no more jokes. How's your trip to Kyushu going lately? Are there any problems?" Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Thanks to you, our JoJo travel app has now ranked among the top 10 domestic software. Today, the market value has exceeded 150 billion. However, it is relatively saturated now, with only a small increase every day. If we don't seek new ways, there is a possibility that we will show a downward trend." Chapter 96 Father-in-law, how about I take you to a nice place? After hearing this, Ling Yang's eyes also became serious. This JoJo Tour Companion has now become his pillar industry, and all his energy has been invested in JoJo Tour Companion. If anything goes wrong with JoJo Tour, all his efforts will be in vain. This cannot be taken lightly. Even the current Ling Group is just an investment company. Its annual output value cannot be compared with that of JoJo Payu. The money-making power of this JoJo travel agency is obvious to all, and this is to an incredible degree. Once something goes wrong with JoJo Tour Companion, it will be the same as going bankrupt. Sure enough, this money is not so easy to make. It seems that my plan to become a Kyushu travel celebrity must be put on the agenda. At that time, with the strong entry of Ouyang Qinggu, the popularity of the JoJo Travel Companion app will surely be boosted rapidly. It quickly attracted a large number of internet celebrities to join, thus adding another source of income. After all, the functions of Kyushu travel companions nowadays are too monotonous. The source of income is also very monotonous. If Jojo Peiyu does not seek a breakthrough, it will only become a short-lived enterprise. Thinking of this, Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay, I have already thought about this. Next, let's develop a Jojo travel companion internet celebrity plan and release it. From now on, you will develop the Jojo Travel Companion app's National Tourist Attraction Live Broadcast project. On the one hand, they can earn commissions from the scenic spots, and then hold a live broadcast internet celebrity competition and offer a $1 million grand prize, which can attract countless small internet celebrities from all over the country to join. As long as they register for our Jojo Travel Celebrity Live Broadcast account, they can link up with major tourist attractions. While promoting the attractions, they can also enhance our influence. In short, we must find a way to keep Jojo Tour Guide fresh, so that we can make a lot of money quickly. When we have made enough money, even if we reach a stable period, we will not be afraid. We have such a large scale, we are not afraid of our position being shaken. Because people are used to using some software and tasks, and will not change them easily. Once everyone has gotten used to our ways, they're completely hooked and can't escape, do you understand? Now, our app has not reached this level, so we must be willing to spend money in the early stage, otherwise, Jojo Travel will only become a joke. Hearing Ling Yang's words, Mu Wanqing pursed her lips and smiled and said, "You have solved the problem of traveling with Jojo so accurately. I admit that your business acumen is better than mine. I admire you a little bit now." Ling Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. After all, to cut leaks, you have to start from the root. The wool comes from the sheep. Once you understand this principle, you will find it. This business, whether small or big, cannot escape this law. Human nature is the most critical. If you understand human nature, you will be invincible. It's that simple. By the way, you can't let the news of this internet celebrity live broadcast project leak out. Just do it internally. Otherwise, if someone knows about this, we will be in danger, and someone will definitely do something sneaky." Mu Wanqing nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm not completely ignorant. I know this. Once a commercial secret is leaked, it will be a disaster." Ling Yang nodded with great satisfaction. "Very good, then, you can take charge of this project yourself." "Well, don't worry, I am responsible for this Jojo tour from beginning to end, and I will not let it be a flash in the pan. It will definitely be developed, and similarly, I can also realize my ideals. Whether I can realize my dream with the Jojo Peiyu app depends on the follow-up. I hope that Jojo Peiyu can grow into the #1 app." Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't even think about being first. The upper limit is here. As long as you're not lower than the top 10, it'll be fine." Mu Wanqing's eyes darkened when she heard this, but she still nodded and said, "That's right, first, it's easier said than done." "Okay, you go ahead and get busy." Having said that, Ling Yang went out. After returning to the office, I took a look at several projects that the company has been responsible for recently. I saw that everything was going smoothly and there were no major problems. He was relieved. Now, the Jojo Travel project was fully handed over to Mu Wanqing, so all the affairs of the Ling Group fell on his head. Mu Wanqing simply cannot manage so many things, and Ling Yang also plans to separate the Jojo Peiyu app into an independent company. This is because Jojo Peiyu and Ling S Group are not from the same system at all. Directly separating Jojo Peiyu will have an advantage after Jojo Peiyu becomes independent. That is, if anything happens to the Ling Group, Jojo Peiyu will not be implicated. The Ling Group is an investment company. Since it is an investment company, it does not necessarily make money. In case any problems or disputes arise, Jojo Travel will be involved. As the saying goes, you can't put all your eggs in one basket, and a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Therefore, many big bosses will set up many companies to prevent problems from arising in one of the companies. Then, I won't be left with no way out when the time comes. This is prevention. However, for now, I should stabilize the Jojo Peiyu app first, and then consider independence. A day passed quickly. After get off work, he originally planned to go to the Seaview Villa, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea and went home. After all, Lin Mangyao has been somewhat neglected during this period of time. We should go back and take a look, otherwise, this little girl might get furious. I rushed all the way back home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw my father-in-law watching TV. Seeing this, Ling Yang was stunned. "Eh? Father-in-law, why are you here?"
Hearing this, the father-in-law immediately blew his beard and glared and said, "What's the matter? I can't come?" Well, Ling Yang was speechless for a while. However, looking at the father-in-law's expression, you can tell that this old man is still angry because he had taken advantage of both of his daughters. Ling Yang smiled and said, "Oh, father-in-law, are you still angry? Yes, of course you can come, you are most welcome. By the way, father-in-law, where are they? Why didn't I see them?" The father-in-law then relaxed a little and said, "They went shopping, they are not here." Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned. However, he nodded and said, "Oh, I see." As he spoke, Ling Yang came to the sofa. When I saw it on the TV screen, my father-in-law was actually watching a group of pretty girls dancing. Seeing this, Ling Yang was stunned. Unexpectedly, my father-in-law is still ambitious. Suddenly, an idea came to Ling Yang's mind. Oh shit. This father-in-law has been very distant from me recently. Since my father-in-law has this intention, why not take him to experience the treatment like an emperor? In this way, my father-in-law will definitely change his attitude towards me. With this thought in mind, Ling Yang approached his father-in-law and said, "Father-in-law, how about I take you to a nice place tonight?" Chapter 97, Meeting Old Classmates During Foot Washing and Massage? The father-in-law was stunned. Then, he asked in confusion, "Where's a good place to go? If not, I might as well stay at home and watch TV." Ling Yang smiled and said, "Oh, father-in-law, you don't understand. Let me tell you, there is a place that is much more fun than TV. Okay, father-in-law, you have worked hard all your life and have never enjoyed anything. Tonight, I will take you to relax your body and mind." Hearing this, the father-in-law frowned and said, "Where are we going?" Ling Yang kept it a secret and said, "You'll know when you go there, right? Okay, father-in-law, just trust me. I tell you, you'll definitely say it's good once you go there once. I want to go there again next time. I'm not kidding, it's definitely a great place to relax your body and mind, and it's very stress relieving. We didn't have the conditions to enjoy life before, but now we have the conditions to enjoy it. I will take you to enjoy life." The father-in-law thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay. I'd like to go and see what you are up to." Seeing that his father-in-law agreed, Ling Yang smiled and immediately said, "Okay, I'll go back up." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang went out. After a while, the father-in-law was ready and came outside. After Ling Yang picked up his father-in-law, he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. After speeding all the way, the two finally arrived at the largest foot massage parlor in the city. After arriving here, Ling Yang led his father-in-law to the hall step by step with ease. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang ordered a few special technicians without telling his father-in-law, and then took his father-in-law to the private room. After arriving at the box, the father-in-law asked in confusion, "Stinky boy, this doesn't look like a good place. Why did you bring me here?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "Father-in-law, wait a moment, can I harm you? Really, this is just to experience life. Think about it, you are old, you have worked hard all your life, now you are old, can't you enjoy yourself for a while?" Hearing this, the father-in-law frowned, then after thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Well, you know what I mean, you do make sense. Anyway, you have plenty of money now, okay? Just experience it, what's the point of it?" Hey, that's right. Father-in-law, let me tell you, the technicians here are all really good. I'm not bragging to you, but every time I come here, I don't want to leave. The technicians here are all talented, with good service and skills, and you are guaranteed to be satisfied. After being encouraged by Ling Yang, the father-in-law also became eager and full of anticipation. You know, he has never been to such a place in his life. Now that his son-in-law brought him here to play, he could also experience what fun there is here. Why do so many men like to come here to play? After a while, the door was pushed open. Two beautiful technicians came in. Soon, two beautiful young technicians came to Ling Yang and his father-in-law. At this moment, one of the technicians, after making eye contact with Ling Yang, suddenly froze in place. What the hell? Chang Jiajia? Ling Yang? Why are you here? They both asked in surprise. The father-in-law standing by was stunned. Then, he looked at the two of them and asked in confusion, "Do you know each other?" Ling Yang nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Yes, I know her. This is my high school classmate, Chang Jiajia." The beautiful technician opposite, Chang Jiajia, also stood there in a daze, a little at a loss. Oh shit. Unexpectedly, I would meet an old classmate here today.
It would have been fine if I had met him somewhere else, but I didn't expect that I would be assigned to Ling Yang.
This situation is really embarrassing.
Ling Yang was also a little embarrassed.
He didn't expect that he would call upon an old classmate this time? Damn, this is so embarrassing no matter how I talk about it. And, damn, the one I ordered was a special technician. This includes special services. He's not just an ordinary technician. If it was an ordinary technician, it would be better.
But it was a special service I ordered.
A long time.
Cheng Jia gritted her teeth, smiled awkwardly and said, Ling Yang, long time no see.
Yeah. Long time no see.
Ling Yang also chatted awkwardly.
How are things?
Ling Yang really didn't know what to say, so he had to continue the awkward conversation.
It's okay.
Oh, then, how about we massage your feet first? Ling Yang said awkwardly.
Oh, okay.
Just like that, Cheng Jia began to prepare. Then, after a while, she began to skillfully massage Ling Yang's feet. Another beautiful technician had already started massaging my father-in-law. In this way, the two chatted idly. On the other hand, my father-in-law was a little reserved and embarrassed at first. But gradually, my father-in-law's eyes also lit up, which was pretty good.
So, the father-in-law said to Ling Yang, not bad. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Ling Yang smiled and said, it's not bad. I come here often. How about it? Not bad, right? The father-in-law nodded and said, it's pretty good. If you want to come over some other time, call me.
Hearing this, Ling Yang immediately patted his chest and said, no problem.
Of course.
Then, the father-in-law nodded with satisfaction and said, good boy, I was right about you, no wonder so many people like to come here to play.
It's really not bad, this is a different way to enjoy life, this is how life should be.
I never thought that I would never have such an experience after working so hard all my life.
It is worth my life. Ling Yang smiled and said, father-in-law, this is just the beginning. There will be more fun things to come. Now, it's just a warm-up. Hearing this, my father-in-law immediately asked curiously, oh, really? What other services are there? Ling Yang smiled and said, you'll understand in a moment.
At this time, Cheng Jia massaged for a while and gradually let go of her hands. In fact, Ling Yang is handsome, and I used to have a good impression of him.
I didn't expect that we would meet in this place today. Maybe it's fate.
So, Cheng Jia massaged and gradually moved upwards. Soon, he leaned close to Ling Yang's ear and said, old classmate, since you are here, you still have to provide the necessary service.
Tonight, let's have a good chat.
Don't worry, since we are old classmates, I will use all my best moves tonight, I guarantee you will be satisfied.
By the way, next time, I hope you can come and take care of your business more.
I am technician number 38. Ling Yang was also stunned when he heard this.
However, since everyone else has let go, why can't I let go? So, he smiled and said, okay. I'll remember that. Next time I come, I'll order you. Chapter 98 Father-in-law, how about this service? Oh wow. In an instant, Ling Yang let out a sour sound. What the hell? Jia, this service is really good. Don't worry, just for your service, I have to take care of your business. I remember that when we were in school, you always ignored me. I never thought that we could meet in this situation and have this experience today. How should I put it? It's quite unexpected. I have to say, we are quite gifted.
In such a vast sea of people, we can still encounter such a thing.
Cheng Jia also smiled and said, yes. The past is the past. I can't compare with you. You are a top student and I am a poor student. When I graduated, I went out to work, but I didn't expect how difficult it would be to find a job. After searching for a long time, I could only find some very ordinary jobs, and the salary was so low that it was not enough to spend. Later, I looked for many jobs, but I couldn't find a suitable one and the salaries were generally too low. So, I went to work in a bar. Because the salary of hostesses there is very good, gradually, I embarked on this path, there was nothing I could do. I don't have any talent, the only advantage is that my parents gave me a good face, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to keep my current job. Hearing this, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, no more words to say. In order to support my old classmates' business, how about I introduce more people to you next time? Cheng Jia was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Anyway, now I'm used to it. No matter who I confront, I will confront them. I don't react much.
Hearing this, Ling Yang smacked his lips.
Sure enough, it's like this no matter what you do. Once you get used to it, you can't change it. Thinking of this, Ling Yang nodded and said, not bad. But you are right. It is really hard to stand out with ordinary jobs if you can't find the right opportunity. Chang Jejia, in Ling Yang. On the waist. He spread his hands and said, yes. Nothing is easy. Don't worry, I will let you enjoy yourself tonight. And then it began.
On the other side, at the father-in-law's side, the younger sister had almost finished the massage and started some special service for two people, exercising.
A long time.
Ling Yang looked at his old classmate's coquettish appearance, smiled and said, you know what, you are much prettier than when you were in school.
In the past, you were still very green, just like a green apple, but now you are a ripe red apple. Chang Jejia smiled and said, young? When was that? I can't even remember.
This society has taught us to grow up, and we can never go back to the past. Just like today, it is really wonderful. Ling Yang also nodded and said, yes, it is really rare monkey feces. Suddenly, Chang Jejia smiled and said, by the way, two of our old classmates are here too.
Do you want to ask them to come and serve you? Hearing this, Ling Yang exclaimed. What the hell? Who is it? Could it be those two best friends? One of them is my deskmate? Chang Jejia smiled and said, oh, it's been so long, you still remember it so clearly? Yes, it's those two. What do you think?
You used to look at us with lustful eyes.
Now, how about letting you experience it? Do you want me to call them over? They will definitely be very excited when they see you.
Ling Yang thought about it, smiled and said, okay, no problem.
Call them all over.
It's just right, I haven't seen them for so many years. After hearing Ling Yang agreed, Chang Jejia smiled, picked up the phone and sent two messages. Just like that, not long after, the door was pushed open again, and then two beautiful women, dressed equally gorgeously, came into the private room. When the two women came to Chang Jejia, they looked at Chang Jejia who was doing some exercise.
The two girls smiled and said, Jejia, who are the old classmates you are talking about? At this moment, Ling Yang smiled and said, hello, Lin, it's me, Ling Yang. When the two women saw Ling Yang, they were stunned. What the hell? Ling Yang? How could it be you? Do you know how much a night of special services here cost? You spent so much? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, haven't you watched TV recently?
The three girls all shook their heads and said, no, I haven't watched TV in years.
How can I have the time to watch TV now?
We work at night, rest and sleep during the day, and then we have to dress up and go to work at night.
So how can we have free time to watch TV?
Hearing this, Ling Yang could only spread his hands helplessly. So, he smiled and said, oh, that's it.
That's all. Don't worry, your tips tonight will be generous. I can still afford it.
I didn't expect that you three sisters are really good sisters. When you were in school, you got together, and now you work, you get together and work together.
Not bad, not bad. Next time I come, I will directly order you three. Who is not caring for? It is better to take care of the business of a few old classmates.
The two girls looked at each other in bewilderment, and then said, I can't believe that you, who used to be the most inconspicuous person in the class, a poor guy except for being a little handsome, are now so cool.
It seems that being a top student is still useful. Studying well is still useful. From what you said, you should be doing well. Judging from your appearance, you should work in a large state-owned enterprise, right?
Otherwise, ordinary companies, even white-collar workers, would not be willing to come here for high-end consumption.
The prices here are not cheap for a few of us. You ordered 4 at once, you are doing well. Ling Yang nodded and smiled, saying, it's okay. I just opened a few companies. It's not a big problem to order a few of you. Hiss.
Hearing this, the girls were stunned for a moment.
What? Ling Yang actually opened several companies? Oh my god. This.
For a moment, the three women stared at him with wide eyes and asked in disbelief.
What? You started a company? How many more? Ling Yang nodded and said, yes. Isn't it strange? Aren't they just a few companies? Why are you making a fuss?
So, don't worry, just serve them with confidence.
If you serve them well, you will definitely get the benefits. TSK, when I think about it, you guys used to look down on me, but now, when I think about it, you guys serving me is pretty good. Hearing this, several women shook their heads. There was nothing they could do. Now, he was their client and they had to serve him well. So, the girls started to work. On the other side, watching Ling Yang order 3 at once, he said sincerely, TSK, being young is good. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Ling Yang smiled and said, Father-in-law, how is it? This service is not bad, right? Is it worth the trip? Chapter 99 Wife, mother-in-law is here to redeem me? Ha ha ha. Ling Yang, you are asking questions without even knowing the answer. By the way, don't tell your mother-in-law about this when you go back. Ling Yang laughed and said, how is that possible? This is our little secret, I promise I won't tell it. Hearing this, the father-in-law nodded and said, okay, not bad, Ling Yang, you really know how to enjoy yourself. I have never enjoyed a day like this in my life. I didn't expect it to be so refreshing. Zhang Xiaofan laughed. That's right, I'm not bragging, there are more exciting projects than this, how about it? Father-in-law, do you want to try it? A duet of ice and fire? This is very exciting. It will definitely give you an unprecedented joy. After being praised by Ling Yang, the father-in-law's eyes lit up and he said, oh? There is such a magical thing? Okay, let's try it. Seeing that his father-in-law was the same, Ling Yang said to his old classmate, let's add a project. The girl smiled and said, okay, customers are our top priority. We will provide you with any service you want. Having said that, the beautiful young lady who served her father-in-law went to prepare. The 3 female classmates also quickly got the equipment. After all, this additional service was given to the father-in-law, so they had to get one for themselves as well. Soon, under the service of the unique skills, both of them felt extremely satisfied. However, just when everyone was busy, suddenly, the door of the box was violently pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a large number of people rushed in. Don't move, check the post. Then, everyone entered and surrounded everyone. Ling Yang and his father-in-law, who were enjoying excellent treatment, were stunned. What the hell? Is this for night check? Oh no, it's all over. After everyone entered, they looked at the scene and found it to be in such chaos that it was unbearable to look at. Finally, with one order, all the puppets were taken away. In the police station, Ling Yang, who was squatting in the temporary detention room, looked at the large number of brothers and sisters in distress, as well as his father-in-law. At this time, the father-in-law was completely panicked. Ling Yang, what should we do? It's so unlucky. Why is there a surprise inspection? Ling Yang also said with a smile, I don't know, before, when I went there, it was fine, but now it's numb. It's okay. Wait a minute, they will come and ask us to notify the family to redeem the person. We just need to pay a fine, it won't be a big problem. Hearing this, the father-in-law said angrily, it's not a big deal. If your mother-in-law knew that I followed you to such a place, she would chop me to pieces if I was so proud. Well, that's right. But, father-in-law, there is nothing we can do now. Things have come to this point, and there is really nothing we can do to save the situation. Soon, the police officers started taking everyone one by one to take statements. Next to them, Ling Yang's 3 female classmates were speechless and said, what bad luck, Ling Yang, you are just a jinx. We have been working for so many years and have never encountered such a thing. Now, we have only served you once and you have been arrested. Ling Yang was also a little speechless. He said directly and unhappily, good fellow, can you blame me for this? Tonight, there was a surprise inspection. Even if it wasn't me but another guest, wouldn't the result be the same? Humph. If you don't order any special services tonight, maybe everything will be fine. Ling Yang was suddenly speechless. Good fellow, are you blaming me? As expected, whores are heartless and actors are disloyal. As the ancients said, they are heartless and disloyal, and they are referring to people like you. Can you blame me for this? This is the path you chose, and you chose to fall into depravity. Now that the truth has been revealed, you still blame me? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Anyway, now that we are here, we should just cooperate with the work. Your place is unlucky, I won't go there anymore. Soon, everyone started to register. Then, he called each household's phone number in turn to notify them to pick up the person. After returning to the detention room, the father-in-law, with a gloomy face and head down, said angrily, "Look, you little bastard, I told you that you were staying at home. Well, how could these things happen? I was at home, watching my game. What's the problem? You brought me to this place, and now my reputation is completely ruined." Hearing this, Ling Yang immediately became unhappy. "Fuck you, father-in-law, you are really being cruel. I asked you to go and experience it, and you feel quite comfortable, don't you? You're still yelling. I'll call you next time. What's up? Have you forgotten what you said so quickly? We have to be honest. Can this be blamed entirely on me? How could I know there would be a surprise inspection tonight? Besides, if you and T come in for extra hours, we would have at most given you a warning and wouldn't T have arrested you." Well. The father-in-law was suddenly speechless. All right. This is so. Thinking of this, the father-in-law said with a sad face, Okay, I'm too lazy to talk about it. Let's think about it. Wait, what should we say? Ling Yang waved his hands and said, What can I say about this? Just tell the truth. It's no big deal. Why can't you enjoy yourself for a while? Oh. The father-in-law was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, That's right. I'm already several dozen years old this year. If I don't enjoy myself now, I'll be buried in the ground soon. By then, a fire will burn everything away. It's not worth it. Yes, that is right, this is a good point, we should enjoy it reasonably. So what, we just enjoy it, what can we do? In an instant, the conversation between the two completely stunned the people around them. My goodness, these are two ruthless people. However, when everyone thought about it, hey, you know what, this does make sense. Life passes by so quickly, how many years of youth do we have? It is better to enjoy life while you can. When they thought of this, everyone encouraged themselves. That is right, they would use this logic to refute later and they would not be afraid of anything. Anyway, it's only been a few years and I've become so proud. So what? Do whatever you want. After a while, Lin Mengwei, Lin Mengyao and mother-in-law all came to the police station. When they arrived at the detention room and saw the two people, the three women's faces were as strange as they could be. At the same time, everyone around widened their eyes when they saw Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao. Oh my god. You have such a beautiful wife, but you still go out and fool around? Oh my god. This is such a waste of resources. Then, Lin Mengyao stepped forward and asked with concern, Ling Yang, are you okay? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Oh my god? People just can't be compared. Look at this daughter-in-law, how gentle she is. Her husband went out and asked her to redeem the person, but she is still so gentle. Ling Yang smiled awkwardly and said, It's okay, but it was a bit crowded and uncomfortable when I came. When everyone heard this, they all despised him. Wow, you are a transformer. What can you say? Don't you know that you were captured by Pao? Still so righteous? No one else can do this. I am so impressed by you that I don't even have to lean on the wall. Chapter 100 I am 58 years old this year, can't I enjoy myself? Compared with Lin Mengyao's concern and care, the mother-in-law was unhappy. She had a gloomy face and said nothing. Seeing this, Lin Mengwei had no choice but to quickly pay the fine, complete the formalities, and leave the police station with her group. There was no conversation along the way. No one in the family spoke a word all the way back home. After returning home, the group remained silent. Seeing this, Ling Yang smiled awkwardly and said, Well, actually, this is a misunderstanding, we have been wronged. We just wanted to get a massage and take a shower, but unexpectedly, as soon as we entered, someone rushed in and grabbed us. It's really unfair, what a misunderstanding. We really just went there to wash our feet. As soon as Ling Yang finished speaking, the three women frowned and looked at Ling Yang. Ling Yang, tell me the truth, did you take my dad with you? The two women asked together. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, A real man should take responsibility for his actions. Of course I took my father-in-law with me. I saw that he was bored at home alone. You went shopping and had a lot of fun, but you left him alone at home. I didn't want to take him out to relax his muscles or something. We went there for a proper massage, but they arrested us for no apparent reason. This is really outrageous. The girls looked at Ling Yang and performed to their heart's content. Finally, he looked at the women, all silent and just looking at him. A long time. Ling Yang couldn't hold it in any longer, so he nodded and said, Yes, we did it.
We ordered a special service, but we were caught halfway through. After seeing Ling Yang admit it, the mother-in-law immediately started wailing.
Oh my, you bastard, don't you see how old you are? Why are you still flirting with me? Why don't you go to heaven? You are almost half buried in the earth, and you are still floating?
You are disrespectful to your elders and you are ashamed of your ancestors. Looking at his mother-in-law making a fuss, Ling Yang felt ashamed. If I had known earlier, I would not have brought my father-in-law with me. Then, I should be in the Seaview Villa now, spending the night with my beautiful girl.
How could this happen?
Lin Mengyao and Lin Mengwei looked at Ling Yang, and finally, the two girls sighed and asked, Ling Yan, why do you still go to that kind of place?
Could it be that that kind of place is fun?
Ling Yang nodded seriously and said, you know what, the technique is top-notch.
Well.
The two sisters were completely speechless.
However, they have no way to control Ling Yang. The Ling Yang today is no longer the Ling Yang of the past. Now, he is getting whatever he wants. He is at the peak of his popularity and everything is going smoothly. Moreover, if you make him angry, he will abandon your entire family. What can I do? At this point, the two women didn't know what to say to him.
In the end, they could only sigh and say, Ling Yang, don't go to that kind of place in the future. The women there are not clean.
If they have any diseases, it would be bad if they get infected.
Looking at the two sisters who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and did not dare to teach me a lesson,
Ling Yang sighed secretly. Before long, this home no longer felt like a home.
In the past, I had no money, but my family lived in peace. However, since the divorce from Lin Mengwei, everything has changed, and everything is no longer the same as before. Lin Mengwei also knew that the root of all this trouble started from her.
But now, it's too late and I can't blame anyone. In the end, Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao could only persuade Ling Yang. A long time.
Ling Yang nodded and said, well, next time, I won't go to that kind of place.
It's really too unlucky.
After hearing Ling Yang's promise not to go, the two girls smiled and nodded without saying anything else. At this time, the mother-in-law was still holding on to the father-in-law and making a lot of noise.
Finally, my father-in-law also lost his temper. He just shouted angrily.
Okay, stop it. I'll do it just this once.
What's wrong?
I am 58 years old this year, and I have already lived more than half of my life.
From childhood to old age, I have never enjoyed a single day. What's wrong? Can't I just enjoy myself for a bit? Who made this rule? Why can't I just enjoy myself for a bit?
Old woman, tell me, I'm not in love with someone else, nor am I addicted. I just wanted to enjoy myself this time, but I was caught halfway through.
I was at a loss.
It was my first time to go floating and I was caught. I felt wronged.
Who could I talk to? Why did you make a scene with me? Okay, stop arguing. It's just a little bit of a drift. What's the big deal? We're just doing some physical release to relieve stress. What's wrong with that? Seeing this scene, Ling Yang exclaimed in surprise. Oh shit. This father-in-law is quite awesome. How could you even say such a thing?
Sure enough, when this statement was made, everyone was stunned. The mother-in-law was also stunned.
She really couldn't imagine that such words would come from her husband's mouth?
Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao did not expect that their father would actually say such a thing.
The whole family fell into silence. A long time.
My mother-in-law suddenly smiled, then turned around and went back to her room smiling. Seeing this strange scene, the two sisters were frightened and hurriedly chased after him. However, when they reached the door, it was slammed shut. When the father-in-law saw this, he realized that what he said was a bit too much, but he was too embarrassed to apologize.
Just like that, the whole family was completely at a loss. Suddenly, Ling Yang's cell phone rang. Seeing this, Ling Yang was immediately delighted. Oh shit. What a timely rain. This call came at the perfect time. With this thought in mind, Ling Yang quickly answered the phone. Hello? Who is this?
After Ling Yang saw that it was an unfamiliar number, he answered it and asked.
Hello, Mr. Ling. I am the sales director of Chu's Real Estate. Just now, Mr. Chu handed me an investment plan contract and asked me to take Mr. Ling to take a look at the modeling of our investment and construction plan. This is something we have already planned out and have completed the modeling. We have specifically invited Mr. Ling to come and have a look.
If Mr. Ling feels that there are no major issues, we will discuss the relevant matters regarding the signing of the contract.
Oh, brother choose contract? Okay, fine. I'll come over now. It's in the Chu Real Estate Group building, right? Yes, Mr. Ling. Well, okay, I understand. I'll be there right away. If everything is confirmed in person, then we can sign the contract. Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Ling. Well, that's it. We'll talk when we meet later. Yes, okay, Mr. Ling. Then, after Ling Yang hung up the phone, he said to the two sisters Lin Mengwei and Lin Mengyao, "There is a contract here, and I need to go and coordinate it. Let's talk about this later. By the way, my mother-in-law is not in a good state, you should persuade her." It's not a big deal, isn't it? It's nothing, why make a fuss? Having said that, Ling Yang quickly ran away. When the father-in-law saw Ling Yang slipping away, he was speechless. It's all over. I'm the only one left to face it. Depend on. I've boarded this brat's pirate ship. Now, just like Xu Beiji looking in the mirror, he is neither human nor human. Chapter 101, Zheng Yuro, Sales Manager of Chu's Real Estate. After Ling Yang left the villa, he drove quickly all the way to Chu's Real Estate. Now, this house is too dangerous. I really can't stay here any longer, so forget it, I'd better go out and avoid the limelight. For now, it's best not to go home. Otherwise, it's really hard to say. Soon, Ling Yang arrived at the company. Then, I called the salesperson. Soon, the sales director on the other end answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Ling, are you here? Well, I just arrived downstairs at the company. Where are you? Boss Ling, please wait a moment, I'll be down to pick you up right away. Having said that, he hung up the phone. Sure enough, soon in the elevator, a sexy and plump woman came trotting towards us in high heels. After arriving in front of Ling Yang, she hurriedly said to Ling Yang, "Hello, Mr. Ling, I am Zhang Yuro, the sales director of Chu Real Estate." Ling Yang looked at the sexy woman in front of him. Her voluptuous figure was so full. Not to mention how full this pair of breasts are, they just make the work uniform bulge out. Just to name a few, this pair of sexy and charming long legs in black stockings is already alluring enough, and the plump and perky but is even more surprising. This is definitely a mature and sexy woman. It's a really good gun. Rack, son. Thinking of this, Ling Yang looked at Zhang Yuro a little more. Then, he smiled and said, "Director, not bad. I didn't expect that you were already a director at such a young age. It seems that you have worked hard, right?" Zhang Yuro smiled and said, "Not really, it's mainly because I work hard and was the top seller before, so I gradually grew into a director step by step. But he can't be compared with Mr. Ling. Mr. Ling, at such a young age, already has a net worth of hundreds of billions. He is truly tall, rich and handsome. Hey, Mr. Ling, let's not talk here. Let's go inside. Let's talk upstairs." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay. Lead the way." Zhang Yuro nodded and hurriedly led the way. Looking at Zhang Yuro, who was walking in front of him with her but swung back and forth, Ling Yang felt itchy in his heart. This woman is a top-notch young woman. Ever since he confronted a young woman like Mu Wanqing, he has become completely obsessed with such women. Everyone likes young girls, but few people know that young women are the real wonderful ones. The young girls are still a little immature, not very good at that and not very open, but these young women are different. As the saying goes, I am not afraid of young girls playing tricks, but I am afraid of young women in their 30s. She knows everything you don't know, and she is better at playing tricks than you. So, how should I put it, young women have their own charm. This girl, that's all. These are fun when they are ripe. The main thing is to let go, have a good experience, and make yourself feel relaxed and comfortable. The most important thing is that she knows the skills. This is something that a young girl can't compare to. At this moment, Zhang Yuro turned around and saw Ling Yang staring at her buttocks. For a moment, the two looked at each other and Ling Yang coughed dryly. Ahem. Which floor are you guys on? There is no way, Ling Yang asked awkwardly. Zhang Yuro smiled and said, "We are in the sales department on the 13th floor. We will be there soon." Oh, I see. Okay. Bite. Just at this moment, the elevator arrived. After the elevator door opened, the two walked out and went straight to Zhang Yuro's private office. After arriving at Zhang Yuro's office, Ling Yang said appreciatively, "Not bad, your office is quite big." Zhang Yuro smiled and said, "Not bad. Come on, Mr. Ling, this way please.
Ling Yang nodded, then came and sat down on the sofa nearby.
Zhang Yuro sat opposite Ling Yang, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, she deliberately moved her legs towards Ling Yang.
You know, she was wearing a professional suit and a hip skirt.
When she sat down, she could vaguely see.
It can be vaguely seen. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang was stunned for a moment.
Good job. Is this meant to seduce me?
After all, anyone who can reach this point is not an ordinary person.
But this is exactly what I mean.
Therefore, Ling Yang looked at her more aggressively, without any hesitation.
Zhang Yuro on the opposite side was even more unscrupulous, spreading her legs.
It's open, but I'm afraid Ling Yang won't be able to see it clearly. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yuro quickly stood up and poured a cup of tea for Ling Yang, deliberately bending over at 90 degrees. At this moment, a streak of snow, white, suddenly appeared before her eyes.
How spectacular! Seeing this scene, Ling Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Damn, I just like this kind of proactive woman.
As the saying goes, you understand my pretense of reserve, and I understand your ill intentions, and the two of us are just like this, calculating against each other. Ling Yang was wondering what this woman was going to do to him, while the woman opposite him was showing herself off crazily, trying to hook Ling Yang. Just like this, the two people, each with their own thoughts, chatted casually. Then, finally, the two talked about the contract project.
Boss Ling, this project is currently the main industry of our company.
It has great prospects in all aspects. You should learn more about it carefully. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, as for this matter, we still need to investigate it on the spot. Then, Ling Yang patted Zhang Yuro on the shoulder and said, Director Zhang, the signing of this contract is not something you, the sales director, are responsible for. After all, this is an investment contract, and it should be negotiated with me by the business department.
But, my brother asked you to come and talk to me? Isn't that strange? Okay, that's enough, you should take me to see the modeling.
I'll take a look at it first. I can sign this contract or not, it all depends on whether you can introduce it to my satisfaction.
Director Zhang is a smart man, he should know what to do, right?
If I am not satisfied with this contract and mess it up, I believe that Brother Chu will be very sad too.
But, there is no way. If I don't see the highlights of this project, I won't invest so much money, right? What if I lose all my money? Don't you think so? After Ling Yang said this, Zhang Yuro on the opposite side was stunned.
Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yuro trembled all over, then nodded and said, Well, I understand, President Ling, I know what to do.
Seeing that Zhang Yuro understood his hint, Ling Yang nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now that we understand, let's go take a look at the modeling first.
Explain it to me in detail, and give me a map of the surrounding area. I want to study whether my investment will be a sure win or a sure loss.
Zhang Yuro nodded quickly and said, Yes, Mr. Ling, please come this way. The model is at the sales office downstairs. Ling Yang nodded and said, Okay. Let's go. We've read the contract and there's no problem. Let's take a look at the modeling. If I'm satisfied with everything, there's no problem with the contract.
Hearing this, Zhang Yuro was immediately delighted and nodded quickly, saying, Okay, Mr. Ling, please.
Chapter 102, Take me to experience the magnificence of the company. The two of them walked all the way downstairs and soon arrived at the modeling place.
After looking at the magnificent model, Ling Yang nodded and said, No wonder, brother insisted on getting me to invest.
So, this is a high-end residential building.
And there is also a commercial development area below. Brother has invested a lot of money. If we build it this way, the investment will be huge.
Zhang Yuro nodded and said, Yes.
Mr. Chu, I am very concerned about this project and will not allow any mistakes. Therefore, he specifically instructed me to agree to any conditions of Mr. Ling no matter what, and to make sure that you, Mr. Ling, also invest.
Mr. Ling, what do you think of these aspects? Are you satisfied? Ling Yang smiled and said, Well, how should I put it? I am quite satisfied with everything, but there is still something lacking in the ointment.
Look, this place has been built into a commercial district, but the location here is not conducive to a commercial district in every aspect.
Also, although the overall look is very high-end and grand, don't you find that the green area is too small?
If such a large high-end residential area does not have enough green space, its value will be halved. Also, the orientation of most of these houses is wrong.
In the morning, the early sun is too strong, while in the afternoon and evening, the sun is too blinding. It really doesn't fit the bill for regular housing. Also, this lake is neither big nor small, it's really a waste of land resources. This lake can be made into a mandarin duck spring or a mother and child spring, forming a sense of opposition, so that every building group can enjoy this beautiful scenery. Now, in this case, the residents here can see it, but the situation here cannot, but the house prices are the same? Who will buy it? The price, invisibly, will be missing a lot. These are all shortcomings. So, I am a little worried about the future. After listening to Ling Yang's words, Zhang Yuro hurriedly took a look and found that what Ling Yang said made a lot of sense. They hadn't thought about this before. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuro hurriedly said, "Should we notify President Chu?" Now, this is just a conceptual modeling diagram and can be changed. After listening to this, Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay, let me take a look. I really don't want to say anything about these problems. What kind of designer is this?" They only consider the appearance of the whole day, but do not consider the practicality at all. It is just empty talk. Zhang Yuro admired Ling Yang even more when she saw how logical his analysis was. Unexpectedly, Ling Yang pointed out the problem that so many people had not noticed. Speaking of which, Ling Yang is really amazing. This business acumen is top-notch. How can he own so much wealth at such a young age? It's really rare. Moreover, he is so knowledgeable, which is really rare. Just when the beautiful girl informed Chu Tianba arrived here shortly afterwards. "Brother, I heard from Director Zhang that there is something wrong with our design style? What's going on? Brother, where did you find this designer? He is so focused on aesthetics." At first glance, the design looks good, but it is totally unrealistic. In a word, it looks good but is not practical. I can see a lot of problems at a glance. Brother, tell me the truth, are there many vacant properties that you have not sold yet? Chu Tianba nodded and said, "Yes. But isn't this normal? Whose real estate can be sold out?" Now, it is not the same as before, business is becoming more and more difficult. Hearing this, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "Brother, what can I say, we are doing business, we must consider the people's livelihood. No matter what we do, we rely on the masses. So, you have to consider the problem from the perspective of consumers. Look at this design. I dare not say that it is not good looking, but in reality, what we should consider more is practicality. Tell me, who doesn't want a house in a good location? However, if the location is not good, no one will want it. Even if someone wants to buy it, it will be sold at a low price. However, if the cost of the house is the same, does it mean a loss? So, we have to consider why these consumers are unwilling to buy this house. As long as we think it through, you're halfway to success. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with your house, but if you can make some minor changes, I believe that there will be no major problems with this investment. If you believe me, just listen to me and change the design. If you don't believe me, just ignore what I said." Chu Tianba thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, brother. I believe in your vision. Your business acumen is better than mine. The main thing is that you have a smart mind and many ideas. You have a good vision and a forward-looking perspective. I still trust you in this regard. After all, not everyone can create a net worth of hundreds of billions in just a few months." Ling Yang smiled and said, "Okay, since you are willing to listen to me, let's change this, here." Next, Ling Yang told Chu Tianba all his opinions. After finishing speaking, Chu Tianba's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Ling Yang, it's amazing, I feel it's much better after your change. If I were a consumer, I would also be willing to buy such a house. Moreover, this can avoid many superstitious users and allow them to buy without any worries. It's great, really great. Brother, you are indeed a business genius. Although you are young, your foresight is far beyond my reach." Hearing this, Ling Yang laughed and said, "Brother, you are too kind. Actually, it is not true. I just guessed based on the actual situation. But don't worry, since I dare to take the money to invest with you, I am not afraid that he will lose money." Chu Tianba laughed and said, "Okay, are you willing to invest?" Ling Yang nodded and said, "No problem. I took a look and there are no problems in any aspect. After this investment, it will definitely be a sure win. I also took a look at the surrounding environment and the overall consumption level, and compared it with our pricing level. It is still affordable, so once this community is launched, there will definitely be a large number of people buying it. After all, it's great value for money. In the same class, our prices are fair and our facilities are no less than anyone else's.
The price is affordable, the overall quality is good, the environment is good, and the service is good.
If you were a consumer, who would you choose?
Ah, brother, you said you don't understand real estate.
I said you are being modest, this is not a very clear analysis. Hearing this, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, Brother, you are joking.
I am just speaking from an objective perspective.
Chu Tianba waved his hand and said, no matter whether it is objective or subjective, anyway, it is a good point of view as long as it can make money. Chapter 103. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together.
Ling Yang smiled, nodded, and said, that's true, but, brother, this change will cost more investment.
Chu Tianba laughed and said, Brother, if we really follow your method, we can sell all the houses by then. We will not only not lose money, but will also make a lot of money.
So, there is no problem with investing more.
Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled. Okay, let's sign this investment deal. I still believe in your vision.
Moreover, I have also studied this area and it has great commercial value. In a few years, this place will definitely become a prosperous downtown.
Hearing this, Chu Tianba smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this time the contract is officially signed.
I'll discuss it with you in detail after I perfect the project.
Now, let's go have a drink. Ling Yang naturally didn't mind, nodded and said, okay, let's go.
The two walked into an upscale bar. Inside the bar, there were bright lights and colorful ribbons flying, creating a lively scene. On the dance floor, some men and women in bikinis were twisting their bodies wildly and shouting.
Stimulated by the music, the whole atmosphere became more and more exciting.
The bartender was busy at the bar, serving glasses of cocktails, and some drinks were brought up and placed on the table.
What do you need, sirs? A bartender came over and asked. Give us 2 bottles of beer. Ling Yang replied.
The bartender was slightly startled, and then said, Sir, the beer in our bar is made by mixing purified water and mineral water.
The taste of this beer is not suitable for you. Do you need other beer? We have other types of beer in our bar. Well, then give me 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Ling Yang said. Okay.
The bartender responded. At this time, Ling Yang noticed that not far away, there was a slender beauty twisting her waist on the dance floor.
That girl has a great figure. If her legs weren't so thin, she would probably dance even better. Ling Yang muttered to himself. The beautiful woman with the charming and sexy figure obviously noticed Ling Yang. However, when she saw Ling Yang's face clearly, she frowned and showed disgust on her face. However, she did not leave, but continued to twist her waist on the dance floor. It seems like you have a good impression of me. TSK TSK. Ling Yang muttered with a wicked smile. However, Ling Yang was soon disappointed.
The sexy beauty actually twisted her waist and left the dance floor next to her.
Seeing this, Ling Yang sighed inwardly, how could this girl be so rude? I was just looking at her, did she hate me so much? Am I so scary that she didn't even want to look at me? At this time, Chu Tianba smiled and said, What? You can't help yourself when you see a beautiful girl?
Brother, let me remind you that no matter whether it is a beautiful girl or a beautiful sister, they are all taken.
If you want to pick up girls, don't think about hitting on them. Ling Yang shook his head, Brother, what you said is meaningless. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I don't like to hear what you said. You can't wrongly accuse me. Chu Tianba laughed and said, Of course I know you're not that kind of person. As he was talking, the bartender brought up 2 bottles of ice-cold beer and placed 2 highball glasses on the table. Chu Tianba said, Come on, brother, let's have a drink. Good. The 2 clinked glasses. Then, another stunning little beauty appeared on the dance floor.
This little beauty, wearing a belly-bearing top and a super short hip skirt, shows off her perfect figure.
Seeing this, Ling Yang picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then smiled and said, Brother, look, what do you think of that hot chick? Is she hot enough? Hearing this, Chu Tianba also followed Ling Yang's line of sight and looked over there. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded with a smile and said, Well, very good. This little girl has a really hot body. Brother, your taste is quite unique. Ling Yang chuckled, of course. The two were chatting happily when a voice came over, Isn't this Chairman Chu? Why, you are here to play today. Isn't it said that Chairman Chu rarely comes to this kind of place to spend money? Isn't Chairman Chu's family property rich enough?
The person who spoke was a short, fat man with 3 big pimples on his face.
Chu Tianba glanced at him calmly and then said, Manager Wang, whether I come here to spend money or not, what does it have to do with you? The man called Manager Wang is the operator of this bar.
That's nothing, but I just saw this brother seem to be here too, and I thought Chairman Chu came to talk to him about the past. Manager Wang said with an apologetic smile, but he could not conceal the viciousness and disdain in his eyes.
Ling Yang cursed in his heart, this old man actually dared to look at me like this, humph, you will cry later. Chu Tianba snorted coldly, brother, I think we should sit somewhere else. It's too noisy here, it's not good for your health.
Ling Yang nodded, stood up and said, okay, since Brother Chu doesn't like it, let's go to another place.
Then bro, let's go. After saying that, Ling Yang walked out. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and grinned at Manager Wang. By the way, Mr. Wang, I saw that you seem to have a jade bracelet hanging on your wrist just now. I think the workmanship of the jade bracelet is very beautiful and it suits you very well. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang's body trembled noticeably, his face changed instantly, and his eyes rolled around.
Ling Yang smiled slightly, ignored this person, and directly pulled Chu Tianba out of here.
Watching their backs as they left, Manager Wang's eyes narrowed into slits, his face full of anger, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn it, this little bastard actually dared to mock me.
Manager Wang said with gritted teeth. Ling Yang, after leaving the bar, took Chu Tianba and headed straight for a 5-star hotel that he often visited.
Brother, I'll take you to a good place. The girls there are pretty good. When the time comes, just order whatever you want. I'll treat you. You're welcome.
Just now, this bastard was so angry that he just wanted to find a little girl to relieve his worries.
It is better to relieve anger than anything else. Otherwise, anger will hurt your body and liver. Finding a little girl to relieve your anger is better than anything else.
Chu Tianba smiled and said, brother, you are really good at playing.
That's fine.
But, how about those little sisters I gave you before?
Are they exciting enough?
Ling Yang laughed and said, needless to say, you're asking even though you already know the answer.
That's really nice. Every one of them is top quality. They are worthy of the high price they were paid, it is really great. Hearing this, Chu Tianba chuckled and said, of course, brother, how can your vision be bad? As a man, you have to be nice to yourself. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can. If you keep worrying about this and that all the time, your life will be wasted. So, you have to enjoy yourself more. Otherwise, when you get old, you won't have the chance to enjoy yourself anymore. Big Brother is right.
So, now that I am following Big Brother, I find that what Big Brother says is all true and wise. Not long after, the two arrived at the big hotel, registered, checked into 2 double rooms, ordered a special service, and went upstairs. In this way, the two of them talked and laughed all the way to the 2nd floor. When the 2 men walked to the 2nd floor, they found that the beautiful woman was sitting on a sofa, looking down at her mobile phone. Her hair was piled high and meticulously combed into a ponytail, revealing her fair and delicate forehead. Those dark eyes sparkled with charming light, her nose was high, her lips were bright red, and she was wearing a purple tube-top dress that perfectly set off her perfect figure. Her skin is very white and delicate, like soft milk, giving a very soft touch.
Especially those legs, straight and slender, full of temptation.
She was wearing a pair of black high boots, which made her look taller and straighter. With her smooth black hair, she looked very beautiful and charming, a real sexy queen.
Wow, what a charming woman! Chu Tianba exclaimed.
Ling Yang said with a smile, how is it?
Are you a little tempted? The beauty frowned immediately, looked at Ling Yang and asked in confusion. Hello? Who are you looking for? Ling Yang smiled and said, of course I'm looking for you. The beauty immediately asked in confusion, looking for me? What do you want from me? Ling Yang laughed and said, isn't it obvious? Of course I'm flirting with you. You're so beautiful, my heart is itching, so I can't help but flirt with you. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? The top-notch queen frowned and said, chatting?
No time, sister, no time to play with you, go play with your balls by yourself. Having said that, the extremely beautiful woman turned her head and started browsing her phone. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang was stunned.
Good job. What a cold and perfect queen. But it's just what I like. So, Ling Yang, still shamelessly asked, Beauty, don't be so ruthless. Look, it's getting late, and I haven't had dinner yet. How about we have dinner together tonight? Let's get to know each other. There's nothing wrong with getting to know each other. After all, there are not many beauties as beautiful as you. It's good to get to know a few more beautiful girls. Even if we don't like each other, we can still be good friends. Anyway, it's just a meal. Are you afraid to go? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Hearing this, the top-notch queen frowned and said, "What? I'm afraid? I would be afraid? Okay, it's just a meal, right? Then let's do it here. I can't stand low-quality food, can you afford it?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "Ha, that's no problem. I don't know if we can afford it. After all, I haven't tried the dishes here. However, I can still afford to buy this big hotel. So, in theory, I should be able to afford to treat the beauty to dinner. Of course, if the beauty wants panda, meat, or something, I really don't dare to agree. But, for ordinary dishes, you can order whatever you want, and we can serve all the dishes in this hotel." Chapter 104 Wonderful, so wonderful. After hearing this, the top queen actually looked up to Ling Yang a little. Then, the top-notch queen smiled and asked in confusion, "Oh? From what you said? Are you rich?" Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "It's not like I'm that rich. But I can have enough food and clothing." Hearing this, the top queen sneered and said, "Oh? Food and clothing, are you really kidding? Don't you know that the most expensive dish in this hotel costs tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands? The price of red wine starts at hundreds of thousands? Are you sure you want to treat me to a meal?" Ling Yang spread his hands, smiled and said, "It's so expensive, but for the beauty, I'm willing to give it a try, let's order it. Just order whatever you like to eat, and if you want any red wine, just take it and drink as much as you want. It's best if you get drunk. If you get drunk, I'll take you flying." For a moment, the top queen was stunned. "Ha? This guy, why doesn't he play by the rules?" Unexpectedly, this guy was different from other men who approached me. Other men hide their true colors in various ways, and always act like gentlemen. However, the boy in front of me made it clear from the beginning, "I'm here to tease you. Moreover, now, let me be frank with you, if you dare to get drunk, I will carry you away and sleep with you." Hiss. Thinking of this, the top queen suddenly became curious about Ling Yang. So, he smiled, nodded and said, "Okay. That's what you said. When the time comes, don't say that I'm deliberately killing you." Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "No problem, don't worry, we still have the money for this meal. If it doesn't work out, I can just buy this hotel. Then, you can eat whatever you want, and this hotel will be yours for free, how about that?" Hearing this, the top queen was stunned. Then, he said with a smile, "So, I should be honored?" Ling Yang spread his hands and said, "Isn't it just a hotel? It shouldn't be a problem to buy it. As the saying goes, it's easy to get a kingdom, but it's hard to find a beauty. A top-notch queen like you is really what I like. So, it's just a hotel, nothing to worry about, it's worthy of you." The top-notch queen shook her head and said, "You are really interesting. It seems that there are many women around you, right?" Ling Yang waved his hands, smiled and said, "How could that be? She's just a wife. The other women are just for fun, not worth mentioning. Anyway, it's just for each other's needs." "Oh? You are flirting with me, is it really appropriate for you to say that to me? Aren't you afraid? I'm leaving now?" Ling Yang waved his hand, smiled and said, "Ha, a real man should be brave enough to take responsibility for his actions. Since I dare to do it, I dare to admit it. Why should I hide it? We are all adults, and we all have needs, okay? Besides, they were the ones who seduced me first and came to me on their own. How could I push them away? Those who push it away are idiots. It's useless to refuse it. Anyway, they are willing to do it, so what does it have to do with me?" "Oh." The top queen was stunned. Then, the top-notch queen smiled and said, "Interesting, really interesting, you are clearly a scumbag. Be clear-headed. Unlike some people, who are obviously scumbags at heart but dare not admit it at all. Instead, they package themselves as innocent men. They are simply hypocrites and disgusting. But you seem a bit more realistic, which is quite good. I am somewhat interested in you." Ling Yang laughed. "Oh? Really? If that's the case, how about you help me realize this dream? How about sleeping with me?" "Oh. Are you so direct?" The top-notch queen said in surprise.
Ling Yang spread his hands.
Yes. This is my truest thought. If I don't want to sleep with you, why would I flirt with you? To become sworn brothers?
I just shortened our time together and picked the fruits directly.
How do you think?
The top-notch queen was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Great, so great, you are really interesting."
Sure. I can, but not now. I'm hungry. You have to treat me to something to replenish my body, right? Otherwise, it's boring. Wait, won't it also affect your experience? Hearing this,
Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "I admire you."
That's amazing. You can tolerate what I said? The top-notch queen spread her hands and said nonchalantly, "What's the problem? This is the truth, right? Is there pure friendship between men and women?
I don't believe you're treating me just to make friends with me.
Isn't that your purpose? It's just that I didn't expect you to admit it so quickly." Ling Yang smiled and said, "I can't help it. I'm really looking forward to being with a top-notch woman like you. I just want to be with you. What's there to hide? Concealment is hypocrisy. I am always above board and never like hypocrisy. It is troublesome." The best lady smiled and said, "Not bad, it's quite to my taste." Okay. Wait, after we finish eating, let's go upstairs. Ling Yang nodded.
Soon, the top-notch lady ordered a large table of dishes. However, when Ling Yang saw it, he was stunned.
Huh? What you ordered is really ordinary. Is that all? Giving you such a good opportunity, why don't you order a few big dishes?
The best queen spread her hands and said, "It's okay, this meal is already treated by my sister, so I won't bother you to treat me."
Wait a minute, if you can make me feel comfortable and convinced, I will give you 10% of the shares of this hotel. How about that? As long as you spend at least 3 days a month with me? How about that? Isn't this a good deal? Oh. Hearing this, Ling Yang was immediately surprised and said, "What the hell? You opened this hotel?" The best lady nodded and said, "Yeah. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Ling Yang was completely speechless. Finally, he smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't expect you to be the owner of this hotel. I couldn't tell. I said I would support you. I didn't expect you to be such a rich little woman. It seems that I was superficial. For a moment, I didn't see that you were the boss. I was really disrespectful." The top-notch queen smiled and said, "So? Are you scared now? That won't do. Sister, I'm so angry.
Little brother, if I don't take responsibility to put out the fire, it will be unacceptable." Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have to put out the fire, but let's eat first so that we have enough energy to do it."
Chapter 105. The morning begins the day. The best queen, upon hearing this, immediately smiled and said, "Okay.
Then wait, I'll treat you to more oysters.
Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it later.
After all, the amount we need is not something that ordinary people can afford."
Hiss. Hearing this, Ling Yang took a breath. Oh shit.
This woman is obviously not a good person. No wonder, this gun mount looks so exaggerated that it makes people want to try it out and operate it themselves. After a while, a table full of dishes was served. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang picked up his phone and sent a message to Chu Tianba.
"Brother, you go up and play first. The girl I ordered is yours too. I have an appointment. This top-notch hottie is my dish tonight."
On the other side, after receiving Ling Yang's message, Chu Tianba was stunned.
Then, he said with a smile, "This brother is not bad. He hooked up with a girl so quickly? This girl is a top-notch girl." Having said that, Chu Tianba went upstairs. It's just right, the two girls are not bad either. At this time, a lot of oysters were served on the table where Ling Yang was sitting. Looking at these oysters, Ling Yang chuckled and said, "Fuck, with so many of them, aren't you afraid that they won't be able to withstand the damage later?" Unexpectedly, the top-notch queen smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as you can bear it, there is nothing I can't bear." Oh shit.
Ling Yang immediately looked up to the top lady in front of him.
Good job. Are you determined to have a good communication with me?
Thinking of this, Ling Yang laughed and said, "Okay, judging from your attitude, if I don't do my best, it would be a huge disgrace.
You need to make up for it. Tonight, I will let you experience what a woman's happiness is."
Okay. I hope you're not a silver-plated spearhead who talks a lot but is actually just a flying monkey that disappears in a flash.
That's impossible. We have to be Italian anyway, with cannons and unlimited bullets. We guarantee precise strikes, and we can hit whatever we point at. Really? That's fine.
In this way, 3 rounds of wine were served and 5 flavors of dishes were served. After eating and drinking, Ling Yang smiled, walked forward, and hugged the waist of the top queen.
Let's go. Lead the way. The best queen smiled and said, okay, let's go to my room.
Here, I have a special suite that I keep for myself and no outsiders have ever lived here.
Today, you got a good deal. You should be the first man to stay overnight there. Hearing this, Ling Yang frowned and said, oh? Don't lie to me. Such a good gun, the rack, usually has a lot of bullets, right? The top-notch queen smiled and said, if I say that I haven't loaded a bullet for a long time, would you believe me? Ling Yang waved his hands and said, I don't believe it. Is this possible?
The best queen, smiling with pursed lips.
Okay, if you don't want to believe it, then don't believe it.
Anyway, now I'm furious, and you have to put out the fire.
Ling Yang laughed and directly picked up the top queen. Okay, show me the way. Today, I will let you know what it means to be worth living.
I don't care whether you have loaded your gun or not, anyway, you must load it tonight.
The best queen smiled. Okay. If you don't fill it up, you have to compensate me for the financial loss. Ah. And I'll compensate you for your financial losses? What did you lose? Wow, what you said is really cruel. You ate so many oysters from me, and it didn't cost you anything? As long as I feel comfortable, there's nothing wrong with that.
But if you don't have the ability and you take on this porcelain job, don't blame me for turning my back on you.
Hiss. Ling Yang took a breath of cold air. This woman is too cruel.
It seems that he is a ruthless person.
Thinking of this, Ling Yang laughed and said, okay, as long as you are unhappy, just call me daddy. Interesting, interesting. It seems that you are very confident. Of course not. When my wife and ex-wife and I did that together, we were able to handle it. What can't I handle if it's just you? Hearing this, the top queen was stunned. What the hell? What? You, your wife, and your ex-wife, are you together? Ling Yang nodded and said, yeah. What's the problem?
Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to say that my ex-wife is my wife's biological sister, which means that my wife is my ex-sister-in-law.
Oh my god, you know how to have fun. Ex-wife? Sister-in-law, current wife? You can do it, sisters. Ling Yang smiled and said, so, what are you worried about? I guarantee you can handle it. The top-notch queen spread her hands and said, I still underestimated you. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law have done you a great favor by not beating you to death. Ling Yang spread his hands and said, what's the big deal? The main thing is that I don't want to change my mother-in-law. After all, it's not easy to find another mother-in-law as good as my mother-in-law. The best queen smiled. Great, very wonderful. After a while, the two of them arrived at the exclusive suite of the top queen.
After arriving here, I smelled a faint scent of perfume in the suite.
Ling Yang smiled and said, oh, it's quite romantic. This perfume is pretty good. The best lady smiled and said, would you like some champagne or red wine to liven things up? Upon hearing this, Ling Yang immediately said, great. By the way, is there an ambient light? Without it, the fun would be half gone. The top-notch lady smiled and said, oh, you are quite good at having fun. Of course, this is a hotel. If there is nothing like this, what kind of hotel would I open?
Having said that, the top-notch queen turned on the ambient light and brought over some red wine, and the two of them began to create the atmosphere.
A long time. When love reaches a deep level and cannot be suppressed.
Ling Yang picked up the best queen and threw her directly onto the Simmons mattress.
Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang flew and pounced forward. Dividing line. The next day. 3 poles in the sun. On the Simmons mattress, the most elegant lady looked at Ling Yang with tenderness on her face. At this time, Ling Yang woke up slowly. Last night, I was so busy. 3 times in total. But he was exhausted. As expected, in this world, there is no land that has been plowed to death, only cows that have been worked to death. At this time, the top-notch queen smiled and said, awake? How was it? Did you sleep well?
Ling Yang stretched his body lazily, laughed and said, I slept soundly.
How was my performance last night? Was it okay?
The best queen smiled.
She nodded and said with appreciation, not bad, quite good.
At least, last night, I did experience the happiness of being a woman.
Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled and turned over, and got on the waist of the top queen. Hey, it's so early in the morning. As the saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning, so how about we do some morning exercises? Chapter 106, Leverage the greatest benefits at the lowest cost. Seeing this scene, the top-notch queen was immediately surprised and said, fuck? So soon, you can do it again? Ling Yang smiled and said, a man can't say no.
What, are you scared?
Hearing this, the top-notch queen smiled and said, afraid? How is that possible? I have never been afraid of anything. As long as you can bear it, there will be no situation where I can't bear it.
Seeing this, Ling Yang gave a thumbs up to the top queen.
Fuck. That's awesome. Your body. Just like that, another morning exercise started. A long time.
After the morning exercise, Ling Yang got up very comfortably and took the top queen to the bathroom to take a bath.
Soon after the two came out of the bathroom, a waiter brought up a table of food.
Seeing this scene, Ling Yang said with a sigh, you really know how to enjoy yourself.
This is just the right time to fuck. I'm tired after a day and I'm already hungry. Soon, Ling Yang began to eat with voracious appetite. He ate with such delicious taste and relish.
After all, the physical exertion is really too great.
The whole night.
This is not a cover-up.
If it were an ordinary person, how could he withstand it?
However, it was only him who was blessed with the strengthening card, otherwise, it would be impossible to accomplish.
Seeing Ling Yang eating happily, the top queen smiled and said, by the way, what's your name? How about we add each other on WeChat? Let's keep in touch in the future. You are right, you are really a treasure. I became addicted to you after just one try. Now, I can't bear to leave you. You have to come here more often and do it. Otherwise, I will have no one to help me solve my worries.
Ling Yang waved his hand and said, we are old friends, why do we have to know each other when we meet?
There is no need to add WeChat, it is not convenient. If my wife finds out, I will have trouble explaining it. So, forget it. But, you know what, I'm a bit reluctant to part with it, after all, such a good gun and rack are really rare. How about this, you leave me a number, and when I want to do something, I'll call you. Seeing that Ling Yang was unwilling to give her WeChat, the top queen felt disappointed. However, he still obediently gave his cell phone number to Ling Yang. After Ling Yang made note of it, he nodded and said, okay, next time, when I miss you, I'll call you. Let's make an appointment another day. Having said that, Ling Yang also felt full and was about to leave. The top-notch queen reluctantly saw Ling Yang off. After leaving the hotel, Ling Yang called Chu Tianba. Soon, Chu Tianba answered the phone. Hey, bro, where are you? Ah, bro, how was it last night with that hot chick? Was it exciting enough? Hearing this, Ling Yang chuckled and said, I don't know whether it's exciting or not.
Hearing this, Chu Tianba laughed and said, oh, so this woman is not bad. Ling Yang nodded and said, that's right, this woman is really strong, worthy of her age, as fierce as a wolf. On weekdays, there is no man to moisturize her regularly, how can she not go crazy? In other words, she has to visit her regularly. This is much more refreshing than by Piao. I didn't expect that this woman is actually the owner of a big hotel. The hotel last night was opened by her.
What? She opened it? This is too much of a coincidence, right? Okay, you little brat, you just went there and you slept with the lady boss. I admire you. Really, free food and free sleep? And you got such a big bargain for free. I'm a little envious of you. Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, how about, brother, how about we go together some other day? After all, this old woman is really amazing. Chu Tianba quickly waved his hands and said, forget it, as for me, forget it. The lady boss has taken a fancy to you, so what's the point of me going there? What is her status? If it weren't for you, how could she be interested in someone like me? Forget it. Ugh. Big brother, what's the matter with what you said? Aren't they all the same? What's the problem? Brother, you are still too young. Okay, I have a meeting here. Let's not talk about it for now. Let us talk some other time. Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay, let's talk some other time."
Having said that, the two hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yang rushed straight to the company.
After arriving at the company, Ling Yang went to find Mu Wanqing first. After arriving at Mu Wanqing's office, Mu Wanqing saw Ling Yang and smiled. "My dear President Ling, is this the wind that blew you here?"
Ling Yang chuckled, leaned close to Mu Wanqing's ear and said, "Pillow talk." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said, "Okay, stop teasing me.
Take a look at these plans I made recently. They are the drafts for the project for the online anchor you mentioned last time."
Ling Yang took it and looked at it, nodding from time to time.
A long time.
After Ling Yang read the draft plan carefully, he nodded and said, "Yes, you are indeed very business-minded.
You made such a detailed plan as soon as I mentioned it.
However, there are still a few shortcomings, which can be slightly modified. The hall should implement it according to this draft."
"Oh, by the way, wait, let us hold a meeting and let everyone discuss with each other. What should we do next?" Brainstorm.
After all, personal abilities are limited, and sometimes it's good to listen to everyone's opinions.
As for the rest, there is nothing else.
By the way, after my anchor project is officially launched, there will be a heavyweight guest coming. At that time, we will try our best to increase the traffic for me. In this way, we can increase the fame of our live broadcast room as quickly as possible, which is the most beneficial method for us.
What we lack now is the popular traffic focus.
After all, our current traffic is one of the most terrifying software at present. Therefore, we must try every possible way to gradually monetize all this traffic. Now is the era where traffic is king.
Whoever controls traffic is the winner in life. Traffic is the king of this era.
Remember one thing, our app does not charge me or anything.
Now, the era of charging has long passed, and we have fully entered the era of traffic. Traffic is our capital, our money and wealth, don't you understand? Hearing Ling Yang's words, Mu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Yes, traffic is king, quality is supreme. This is indeed an era that relies on the eyeball economy, but can one person hold up our pillars? Otherwise, I'll try to find a few more famous internet celebrities.
However, Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "This is falling into the lower class and wasting resources. So, you go to the University City Art School and find me a group of top beautiful girls.
We will focus on launching a group of new people. Although launching new people is risky, it is also an opportunity.
If it can be done, maybe, relying on the traffic from that important guest and these new generation beauties, it would be enough to attract a large number of fans.
Moreover, these little beauties must sign a contract with us.
If they dare to breach the contract, they will pay 10 times the penalty."
Okay, that's it. What we want is to get the biggest benefit at the lowest cost, understand?
My principle is to do what others dare not do and to dream what others dare not think.
Chapter 107, with such a stunning beauty, what is wrong with being a thief? Mu Wanqing was stunned. Then, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Yes, you are quite daring and daring. At least, you are the most business-minded person I have ever met.
I never thought that we would gain so much wealth in such a short time.
It is unbelievable."
Ling Yang waved his hand and said, "This is just the beginning, we still have to earn hundreds of billions, and even become the richest man.
This is our goal, but this goal is still very difficult. It is completely impossible to rely on a JoJo travel app.
Therefore, we should not be too ambitious at the moment and should first successfully list the JoJo Payu app.
As for the others, it will take some time for me to study the market carefully and see if there are any vacancies. By then, if we get a suitable opportunity, we can move to a higher level and build a stronger company. After all, a JoJo tour companion cannot be glorious forever. This project also has an upper limit.
If the upper limit is reached, it will not be so easy to make money.
Moreover, our wealth will be relatively stable on one dimension and will not change much at all.
Therefore, we need a breakthrough, a qualitative breakthrough, and we cannot just rely on our old capital.
Of course, today we have not even consolidated our old capital.
Of course, we cannot rush into new projects rashly, otherwise, it will easily fall apart.
This is not a child's play. However, as things stand now, there are too few projects that we can invest in.
After all, many projects have been divided up by industry leaders.
The market left for us is very small.
It is simply a pipe dream to want to squeeze out a little bit of resources from these big guys. Therefore, we must avoid the edge of these top bosses and seize an opportunity, something that no one has seen or that no one has done yet.
Only in this way can we make a quick comeback.
Just like the JoJo Travel Companion app this time, precisely because no one had tried to do it, so once it was launched, it immediately caused a sensation and achieved success in one fell swoop. What we need to do next is to stabilize the JoJo PayU app first, while I will seek other developments. When we have everything ready and JoJo PayU is stable, we will start preparing new investment projects.
This time, if I don't make a move, then it's fine.
But once I make a move, I will become famous and attract the world's attention. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Mu Wanqing was stunned.
She really didn't expect that Ling Yang actually had so many thoughts.
It seems that a day away from the company is completely irrelevant, but unexpectedly, he knows everything better than anyone else.
Sure enough, only by working with someone like Ling Yang can one put his talents to good use.
Thinking of this, Mu Wanqing smiled and said, as expected, following you is the best. With you here, I believe that our business will grow bigger and bigger.
Ling Yang smiled and spread his hands and said, don't flatter me too much. I'm not as powerful as you think. This time, I just took advantage of an opportunity. Otherwise, how could we have grown so fast?
However, at present, our foundations in all aspects are relatively weak and we are unable to compete with this large group.
However, we cannot just sit there and wait for disaster to happen.
We must take precautions before it happens, so we must first make all preparations. Mu Wanqing nodded and said, needless to say, I know what to do, and I am ready to deal with everything. After all, I am not a pushover. I was able to bring down a multinational corporation by myself, so it is unlikely that they will deal with me right under my nose. Hearing this, Ling Yang nodded and said, yes, with a capable assistant like you, I am indeed much more relaxed.
It is really rare. Well, I won't say too much.
I will study first to see if there are any projects that no one pays attention to and have unlimited potential.
In this way, we can make money.
Otherwise, we, in all walks of life, cannot compete with these big guys. Even now, all the major groups have begun to pay attention to us, because we have emerged so quickly, to the point where these people are jealous. Therefore, our every move now affects everyone's heart.
Once we make any move, they will definitely try their best to suppress it. After all, no one wants the emergence of a new generation of super large groups.
This will cause changes to their already fixed market division, which will inevitably lead to a shift in their resources. So, for their own benefit, they have to stop our progress at all costs.
Now, do you understand our situation? Therefore, if we don't make a move, we will make a splash. This is our only chance.
We only have one chance to turn the tables, and we have to do it in a way that catches everyone off guard. Otherwise, we will only be a short-lived enterprise. As the saying goes, since ancient times, there is no hero without poison. If we are not ruthless enough, we will be the ones who die on the battlefield in the end. So, now, we must make everyone scream, catch them completely off guard, and successfully counterattack before anyone can react.
Mu Wanqing nodded and said, yes, you are right, I think so too, but it is easier said than done. Nowadays, all kinds of industries have reached saturation. It is really difficult to survive in the cracks.
Ling Yang also frowned and said, of course I know this, but I also know a truth, wealth and honor are sought in danger.
If I don't want to do it, then I won't do it. If I want to do it, I will do it so well that everyone will admire me.
Mu Wanqing pursed her lips and smiled.
Okay, then I'll wait and see.
Ling Yang shook his head, smiled and said, okay,
you go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. Having said that, Ling Yang left and returned to the office.
After arriving at the office, Ling Yang began to read various recent financial news and the current mainstream affairs in society. After all, this business opportunity is hidden in people's daily lives.
No matter how powerful a group or enterprise is, what do they rely on in the end? Isn't it the people? Without the people, what is the point of them being so powerful? Without the masses and their men, they are nothing. Who will they sell their products to? How does their economy work? The root of all of this is relying on the group. Only by putting people first can you make money. Meeting the needs of customers means satisfying the password of their wallet. This is the way of business.
At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door.
Boom, boom, boom. Come in.
Soon, the door opened with a creak, and a man walked in with a smile. After seeing this man, Ling Yang was stunned.
Vice Minister Song, why are you here? What's the matter?
The person who came was Song Yuanchao, Deputy Director of the Business Department.
After seeing Song Yuanchao, Ling Yang was a little confused. After all, I didn't have anything to do with him.
At this moment, Song Yuanchao smiled and said, Boss Ling, it's like this, I recently managed to get a bottle of old wine that I have treasured for decades. Well, I was thinking, it is not easy to get such fine wine. When I thought about it, I realized that Mr. Ling was always very caring and courteous to us on weekdays. He was really a rare boss. I was thinking of inviting Mr. Ling to my house tonight, so we can have a drink and chat about elegance or something.
I wonder if Mr. Ling is willing to go.
Ling Yang was stunned.
Ah? You want to treat me to a drink?
As he said that, Ling Yang looked at Deputy Minister Song suspiciously, then raised the corner of his mouth, and he had already seen through what this kid was up to.
So Ling Yang waved his hand and said, It's okay. I have something else to do here and I really can't spare the time. How about we talk about it another day? Thank you, Minister Song, for your kindness. Seeing that Ling Yang was unwilling to go, Minister Song was stunned.
Then, Minister Song rolled his eyes, came to Ling Yang, took out his mobile phone, and showed Ling Yang a video of a sexy beauty busy in the kitchen.
Look, Mr. Ling, this is my wife. Last time, I saw her busy in the kitchen, so I took a video.
You see, she is still working very hard. I was busy with housework all day and couldn't help at all, so this morning, I asked my wife to prepare a big table of delicious food. I said I would invite Mr. Ling to my house tonight.
My wife was very happy and agreed immediately.
She said she would prepare a big and beautiful dinner for Mr. Ling and personally pour wine for him.
Hearing this, Ling Yang showed an evil smile.
Looking at the stunningly beautiful young woman in the video, Ling Yang coughed lightly.
Ahem, since the elder sister is so kind, I can't refuse. Fine then. Let's go.
Tonight, let's taste this glass of wine and see how it tastes. Then, Ling Yang stood up, patted Song Yuanchao on the shoulder and said, Xiao Chao, how long have you been the deputy director of the business department?
Song Yuanchao smiled and said, to reply to President Ling, it has been 4 or 5 years. Oh? It's been that long? Then you should have gained enough experience, right?
Song Yuanchao's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Well, that's natural, but I really have no place to use my skills.
Ling Yang smiled and said, Well, that's good. I'm optimistic about you.
You have great potential.
By the way, eat more vegetables tonight. I see that your face is sallow. You must be lacking vitamins. Eat more green organic vegetables to supplement. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanchao nodded immediately and said, Yes, of course. President Ling, please. I will eat more green vegetables tonight, and the meat will be for the chairman. Upon hearing this, Ling Yang nodded immediately.
Wow, this guy is now aware of the situation.
As the saying goes, if you want to get ahead, you have to have something green on your head. In front of such a beauty, what would it matter if I became a thief? Chapter 108, You Can't Imagine the Happiness of Chao Zhe. Soon, Ling Yang and Song Yuanchao drove to his home. After arriving home, Song Yuanchao hurried to lead the way. Please come in, Mr. Ling. My humble abode is simple and the food is plain. I hope you don't mind. Ling Yang waved his hand and said, Ha, Minister Song, you are too serious. It's enough that Minister Song has this intention. Why would I mind? Tonight, we have to drink several times more. It's not easy to get this decades-old wine. Minister Song smiled and said, Of course not. I've been drinking for more than 24 years now. It tastes good and makes you drunk, and it has a strong aftertaste. After drinking it once, I want to drink it again. This is the best daughter's red wine. I usually only take a sip and can't bear to drink more. Hearing this, Ling Yang's eyes lit up and he said, Oh? Really? That's great. This is not easy. 24 years old daughter's red wine, it's just right. I believe it must be fragrant and mellow. I must taste it carefully tonight. Okay, Mr. Ling, let's talk in the inner room. Soon, Song Yuanchao led Ling Yang into the inner room.
At this moment, a very beautiful young woman who was busy in the kitchen came out with a smile.
In an instant, Ling Yang's attention was attracted. Look at this young woman in front of me. She has long legs and is wearing fluffy home clothes. At first glance, she has a unique charm. After seeing this woman, Ling Yang's eyes widened. Seeing this, Song Yuanchao laughed and said, Boss Ling, let me introduce you to my wife. She is just 24 years old this year. How is she? Not bad, right? Hearing this, Ling Yang turned his head and looked at Song Yuanchao in surprise. Then, Ling Yang suddenly laughed and patted Song Yuanchao on the shoulder.
Ha, chow chow, you are great, and your wife is even better. You are so lucky to marry such a virtuous, beautiful, and charming wife. You kid, just be happy. I am jealous. You are so lucky, so blessed. I'm really envious. Hearing this, Song Yuanchao smiled and said, Boss Ling, you are joking. How can a big shot like Boss Ling envy little people like us? I am just a small worker working for Mr. Ling. I envy you, Mr. Ling. You have such a huge fortune at such a young age. It is really the envy of others. The two of them flattered each other. Then, the top young woman smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Ling, I am Yuanchao's wife, you can call me Shelly, I have almost finished cooking, please wait a moment. We can eat soon. Ling Yang stared at the exquisite young woman in front of him, but he still nodded and said, Well, it's okay, you go ahead and prepare a few dishes. I'm not picky about food. I came here mainly to taste this 24-year-old daughter's red wine. In an instant, the young woman's face changed, and then she looked at Song Yuanchao. Song Yuanchao gave the best young woman a stern look and signaled her. Seeing this, the top young woman smiled slightly, nodded and said to Ling Yang, Well, okay, then I will go prepare some side dishes first. After all, before drinking, don't you have to prepare some side dishes? Having said that, the best young woman went in and started working. After the top young woman entered, Song Yuanchao asked Ling Yang, Boss Ling, what do you think of my wife? Not bad, right? Ling Yang laughed and said, Not bad, not bad. You have good taste. It's not bad to find a wife. I'm a little envious. President Ling waved his hand and said, Don't mention it. This was just a chance encounter. I never thought that I would be able to marry her. However, now, she is quite virtuous. Moreover, she is especially good at serving others and is obedient. She is really a rare and excellent person. Ling Yang frowned, then smiled and said, Oh? Is that so? It's a pity, I won't meet a woman like this. As he said this, he sighed. Seeing this, Song Yuanchao rolled his eyes and said, Boss Ling, tell me, who is more charming, my wife or Boss Mu? Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said, Of course it's President Mu. Needless to say, in terms of temperament, your wife is far inferior. But, having said that, your wife is completely different from Mr. Mu and they cannot be compared. He is the type of wife who stays at home and is a good wife. This is a completely different type. There is no way to compare them. I can only say that they each have their own merits. Hearing this, Song Yuanchao smiled and said, Boss Ling, I won't beat around the bush. This time, I invited you here just to taste this 24-year-old daughter's red wine. She's in the kitchen right now, Mr. Ling, do you want to go in and taste it to see what it tastes like? Hearing this, Ling Yang's eyes widened immediately. What the hell? Are you sure? This is you. Song Yuanchao smiled and said, It's okay. Since I said so, it has been confirmed. However, Mr. Ling, can I do something about my position? After all, I have been in this position for many years, and my immediate boss is a loser. He makes me do everything and all the credit goes to him. He has been exploiting me for a long time. Every time I made a contribution, he took it away from me. I just can't swallow this. Moreover, I have evidence that he is an old bastard who exploits his subordinates and does nothing. A person like him is simply a waste if he stays in the company. Hearing this, Ling Yang laughed and said, Okay, our company is in need of excellent employees like you. Okay, I will consider this matter carefully. Hearing this, Ling Yang looked at the beautiful young woman busy in the kitchen and felt itchy. As expected, the ancients were not deceiving me. You can't even imagine how happy this thief Chow is. Such a beautiful young woman is really attractive. Seeing Ling Yang like this, Song Yuanchao felt a sharp pain in his heart. But there is no other way. For the sake of career, I have to give up everything. He also knew that Ling Yang was an LSP, so he came up with this beauty trap. Chapter 109 Mr. Ling, there is no soy sauce at home, I will go to get some soy sauce. Then, Song Yuanchao looked at the way Ling Yang looked at his wife, and when he felt something was increasingly wrong, he knew exactly what was going on. So, Song Yuanchao smiled and said, Boss Ling, there are several boxes of them in the drawer of the coffee table next to you. They are always available at home. Otherwise, if you accidentally win the bid, it will be difficult to deal with it. Please understand. Upon hearing this, Ling Yang immediately made an OJBK gesture and said, No problem. This is just a small matter.
I can understand, I can understand, I can understand it very much. Hearing this, Song Yuanchao sighed and said, That's good, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ling. It's not very convenient for me to do this at home. I'm afraid my wife won't be able to let go or something. Then I will leave for a while. I will not come back tonight, Mr. Ling, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Ling Yang swallowed his saliva. Xiao Chao, you have such awareness. It's really a waste of your talent to be promoted to deputy minister after working for such a long time. Don't worry, I will seriously consider your promotion. Hearing this, Song Yuanchao was immediately excited and said, Okay, thank you, Mr. Ling. Then, Mr. Ling, you go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. Ling Yang nodded, waved his hand and said, Okay. Go and do whatever you need to do, don't worry about me, I can do it myself, I don't need your help. Song Yuanchao nodded immediately, and then he said loudly to his wife in the kitchen, Wife, there is no soy sauce at home. I'm going to get some. When I'm not at home, you must take good care of Mr. Ling, don't neglect Mr. Ling. Do whatever Mr. Ling asks you to do and listen to him. The young lady who was cooking inside trembled all over, and then she recovered. Then, she nodded without looking back and said, Okay, then, husband, you go buy it first. I'll wait for you to come back. However, Song Yuanchao replied, It's okay, don't wait for me. It may take me a long time to come back. You don't have to wait for me. In the kitchen, the wife was completely desperate after hearing this. She knew it was inevitable. Her husband had told her about this before. She didn't agree at first, but after her husband's repeated persuasion, she had no choice but to agree. Thinking that as long as she served Ling Yang well, she could help her husband get a promotion, she decided to give it a try. So, she nodded and said, Okay, then, husband, take good care of yourself when you go out. Don't worry about the family. I will take safety measures. Hearing this, Song Yuanchao nodded and said, Well, it's okay. I've already told President Ling that I will do a good job of security. Then, he smiled at Ling Yang and said, Mr. Ling, I won't stay here any longer. Wait a minute and taste this 24-year-old daughter's red wine first. Ling Yang nodded and said, It's okay, you don't have to worry about it, I will. Having said that, he sent Song Yuanchao away. Seeing this, Song Yuanchao could only sigh. But there is no other way. This is the only way he can think of to get to the top. Otherwise, he will never be able to get to the top even if he works hard for his whole life. Thinking of this, Song Yuanchao could only sigh and leave. After seeing Song Yuanchao leave, Ling Yang came to the kitchen with a chuckle. Looking at this beautiful young woman with her seductive figure, Ling Yang moved closer to her and took a light sniff. You know what, even though she is a housewife, and I wonder if she is with her child, she still smells like milk. It smells so good, ah. Hearing this, the beautiful young woman trembled all over. Then, the top young woman said weakly, Boss Ling, please wait a moment, the food will be ready soon. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after dinner, okay? Ling Yang smiled and said, It's okay. You are so pretty that you don't need to eat. How about we do something we love? In an instant, the whole body of the beautiful young woman trembled. Then, the top young woman gritted her teeth, nodded and said, Okay then. Is it in the kitchen? Wouldn't it be a bit? It's okay. The kitchen is great. It's fun in the kitchen. By the way, don't worry about me. Continue cooking. I'll watch you cook. Well. Oh. So, Ling Yang became even bolder. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, Ling Yang smiled and said, TSK, you've given birth to a child, right? The top young woman nodded and said, Well, he was sent to his grandmother's house early this morning. Hearing this, Ling Yang became even more excited. TSK. This is indeed a top-notch young woman. Even after giving birth to a child, she still has such a good figure. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang came from behind and hugged the beautiful young woman. Well, let's not waste time. As the saying goes, a night of love is worth 1,000 gold, so let's get straight to the point and don't beat around the bush. I am very satisfied with you. Tonight, as long as I am happy, your husband's job will be fine. Otherwise, I will leave now, but your husband can pack up and leave tomorrow. Hearing this, the best young woman was suddenly startled. I don't know how long it took, but when Ling Yang woke up, it was already dark. What the hell? It's already dark so soon? When Ling Yang thought of the madness and craziness of last night, he felt excited.
After a while, he came downstairs. At this time, a table full of delicious food had been prepared in the restaurant. The young lady looked at Ling Yang, winked at him, and flirted with him directly. After the all-night conversation between the two of them last night, the way she looked at Ling Yang had changed. It's even more tender and affectionate than looking at one's own husband. Seeing this, Ling Yang smiled slightly, came over and sat down beside him. One hand unconsciously placed directly on her thigh in front of Song Yuanchao. After taking a look, Song Yuanchao frowned, but immediately greeted him with a smile.
Boss Ling, I don't know, did you sleep well last night? Is there anything serious? Ling Yang waved his hand and said, it's okay. I'm very satisfied with everything. So, Xiao Chao, do you have anything else tonight? Oh.
Song Yuanchao was stunned.
What the hell? Do you want to stay one more night? Chapter 110, Happy and Joyful.
Seeing Ling Yang being so greedy, Song Yuanchao frowned.
At this moment, Ling Yang looked at Song Yuanchao's frowning face and immediately felt unhappy. Xiao Chao, I heard that there might be layoffs in the company recently. I'm still discussing with President Mu about laying off a group of unqualified employees in management. What do you think of this decision?
However, I have been examining the company's employees and managers and found that some individuals really do not meet the company's development needs. I plan to lay off a large number of employees.
What do you think about this?
As soon as Ling Yang finished speaking, Song Yuanchao on the opposite side trembled all over.
Then, Song Yuanchao said quickly, President Ling, calm down, calm down. I don't think it's advisable to lay off employees.
Recently, our company has many projects, and it is really not appropriate to lay off employees at this time.
Well, Mr. Ling, you know what, I really have something to do tonight. Lao Wang asked me to go out for a drink, and I almost forgot about it. Look at my memory. But, Mr. Ling, I wonder what plans you have for tomorrow.
Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, oh, tomorrow, I have something to do tomorrow, so today is the only day I'm free. Hearing Ling Yang say that it would only be tonight, he hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, nodded and said, okay.
Then Mr. Ling, I'll go drink first. I wonder what Mr. Ling thinks of the taste of my 24-year-old daughter's red wine. Ling Yang laughed and said, not bad. It's very strong. It's the best among girls' red wines. You are so lucky. As he said this, he patted the thigh of the beautiful young woman. In the end, Song Yuanchao had no choice but to grit his teeth and leave home under Ling Yang's coercion and inducement. Just after Song Yuanchao left, the beautiful young woman suddenly hung on Ling Yang's waist like an octopus. Boss Ling, I found out that I've fallen in love with you. What should I do? You're much better than the guy in my family. I didn't expect that after marrying him for so many years, I haven't enjoyed any happiness at all. I thought that was it, but I didn't expect that last night. I realized the joy of being a woman. You said I'd become addicted to this feeling. What can you do to satisfy me in the long run? Ling Yang smiled and said, Xiao Xiao, you little slut, what's wrong with you? Are you addicted? Okay, I'll come to your house from time to time to check it out, how about that? Hearing this, the top young woman smiled and said, okay, then Mr. Ling has to come to inspect more often. Otherwise, I really can't get interested in this piece of trash. Ling Yang laughed, patted her thigh and said, you little slut, alright, tonight, I will punish you well and make you have an endless aftertaste. Hearing this, the top young woman pursed her lips and smiled and said, great. Punish me as much as you want. President Ling. Just like that, the two of them were having a great time, feeling extremely happy and carefree, and completely letting themselves go. On the other side, Song Yuanchao, who left home, did not go far. He was just downstairs in the community, looking at the lights on in the room, reflecting on the window. Two figures on the curtain. One, front, one. After the movement. The figure was completely immersed in pain. Finally, Song Yuanchao sighed and walked away. I really can't bear to watch this anymore. The next morning. After tossing and turning all night, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. At noon, Ling Yang woke up slowly. After they got up, they made some breakfast and ate it. At this time, Song Yuanchao also returned home. Looking at Ling Yang and himself in the kitchen. The sight of your deep affection made him feel even more uncomfortable. When Ling Yang saw Song Yuanchao, he smiled and said, oh, Xiao Chao is back. By the way, have you eaten? We just ate. How about asking your wife to make you something to eat? Song Yuanchao smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm full too, I won't eat anymore." "Oh, I see. Okay then, sit down and watch TV for a while."
As they said this, they continued to look affectionate as always.
Seeing this, Song Yuanchao didn't know what to say.
Finally, he sighed and sat down on the sofa, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a very special sound suddenly came from the kitchen. After hearing this voice, Song Yuanchao clenched his fists tightly, and finally blocked his ears directly, not daring to listen. I don't know how long it took, but in the kitchen, Ling Yang and the best young woman walked out with sweet looks on their faces. After coming out, Ling Yang said to Song Yuanchao, who was sitting on the sofa, "Well, Xiaochao, I am very satisfied with my visit to your house during these 2 days. I also believe in your ability to do things. Let me put it this way, Director of the Business Department, I think this position is very suitable for your abilities. I believe that you are qualified for this position. Please don't let me down, okay? Do you understand? You know, even if the company is mine, if I recommend you to be the director, it will be very controversial, right?" Hearing this, Song Yuanchao nodded and said, "I know, thank you, President Ling, thank you, President Ling. Please rest assured, President Ling, I will definitely work hard, and I hope that President Ling will give me more support." Ling Yang laughed, patted Song Yuanchao on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, I'm optimistic about you. With your ability, I think you should be good." Song Yuanchao nodded, smiled, and said, "Then Mr. Ling, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you, and I will definitely perform my duties conscientiously." "Well, that's fine, I won't say much more. By the way, the food your wife cooks is really delicious, and this 24-year-old daughter's red wine is first rate. How about this? I will come back to inspect your house from time to time some other day. You must be prepared at any time, otherwise, if I find that you are not serious about your work, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Song Yuanchao was stunned. Then, Song Yuanchao nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Ling is welcome to come for inspection at any time." "I will definitely welcome Mr. Ling." "Well, not bad, very good. You have a promising future. Our company is in need of people like you. If we have a few more employees like you, it would be a blessing for us bosses." That's right, thank you Mr. Ling for the compliment." Then, Ling Yang said to the top young woman, "Well, I will come back another day to taste your daughter's red wine. By the way, next time, you have to prepare a few more side dishes. This time, I have tried all the side dishes, so I have to change them up. Recently, you should learn a few more cuisines. Next time, I will come to taste them again." The young lady smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Ling, I will work hard to learn new cuisines, don't worry. I promise you'll have a different experience next time you come." Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Okay, that's good. I'm really looking forward to it. There are not many good wives like you." Then, Ling Yang patted Song Yuanchao on the shoulder and said, "Xiaochao, let's not talk about anything else. You have to cherish your wife. She is a good woman. A rare good woman. If you don't want her, I would be willing to let her follow me." Hearing this, Song Yuanchao nodded and said, "Yeah, I know, I will definitely cherish it. Okay, that's enough. I'll leave first. I'll come and inspect it another day when I'm free." Chapter 111 Xiaochao, it's time to mention your position. Hiss. Hearing this, Song Yuanchao was stunned. What the hell? What the hell, this is sleeping, are you addicted? Damn it, are you coming again? Is this my wife or your lover? So, you can come if you want to, and not come if you don't want to? The most important thing is, I can't get involved? When I thought about it, my wife had been developed for 2 days. I'm afraid everything has been developed to a point where it is completely transparent. When he thought of this, he felt depressed. But what else can we do? Can't we just greet them with a smile? So, he quickly said, okay, Mr. Ling is always welcome to come for inspection, but Mr. Ling, you also know that my wife has to take care of the children at home, so it is not always convenient for me to entertain Mr. Ling. How about, next time when Mr. Ling comes to inspect, I will prepare in advance and send the child to his grandmother's house, okay? Hearing this, Ling Yang laughed and said, Xiaochao, you are really thoughtful. You are right. It is not convenient to cook with children at home. All right. That's a happy decision, but let me be frank, your 24-year-old daughter's red wine is really delicious and intoxicating, and the most important thing is that it has a strong aftertaste. The more you drink, the more you want to drink.
It's really okay to drink for a few more years.
But don't worry, we never get drunk when we drink.
There won't be any wine stains left, and there won't be any sequelae left behind. Hearing this, Song Yuanchao breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, things have come to this, what else can we do? As long as there are no sequelae, it's fine. Otherwise, once my wife gets pregnant, whose child will it be? Anyway, as long as you don't have children, it's just borrowing the road, no big deal. At most you'll just suffer a little loss. As the saying goes, if you want to get by, you'd better have some green on your head. This was the only way Song Yuanchao could comfort himself at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang left here humming a little tune with a satisfied look on his face. Just after Ling Yang left, Song Yuanchao looked at his wife, who seemed reluctant to leave, and suddenly became furious. Then, he stepped forward and said unhappily, "The person has already gone far away? Are you still looking?" Who would have thought that his wife looked at him with disgust and said, "Humph! What are you yelling about? You useless bastard, you gave your wife away as a favor to help you get to the top through nepotism. You still have the nerve to criticize me? Is this what I want? Didn't you beg me to do this? Why, now you are turning your back on me? Believe it or not, we are getting divorced now.
Mr. Ling said that if I am willing, I can be his lover and he will give me a big villa.
What about you? Can you do it? You can't."
After hearing this, veins popped up on Song Yuanchao's face, and then he shouted angrily.
"Damn it, I can't do it? If I can't do it, who can? Today, I will let you know whether I can do it or not."
As he said that, he picked up the young woman and rushed into the bedroom.
In a moment. In less than 3 minutes, Song Yuanchao stopped.
At this time, the young woman was heard saying with disgust on her face, "Humph!
As expected, a waste is a waste, he can't do anything, a real man can't even last 3 minutes. You are such a good man. How could I be so blind to choose a loser like you?" Having said that, the young woman dressed up and was ready to go out. Seeing this, Song Yuanchao roared angrily. "Where are you going?"
The young woman rolled her eyes at Song Yuanchao and said, "Go pick up the child." "Such a young child, he hasn't been with me for 3 days, how can I miss him?" Having said that, he slammed the door and left. After seeing his wife leave, Song Yuanchao looked at the ceiling with a tired face and in great pain. But what can I do? Who made me a loser? A long time. Song Yuanchao sighed and said, "Forget it, as long as I can become the minister, everything is worth it." The next day. In the conference hall at Ling Group headquarters. At this time, Ling Yang convened a meeting, gathered everyone together, and started a brainstorming session. The main purpose of the discussion was about which project the Ling Group should focus on next. After all, an investment company cannot make money by relying on just one project. Investment companies are diversified carriers, and they must try many aspects no matter what they do. Finally, after an early discussion, the development direction for the next 3 years was roughly determined. Of course, Ling Yang has not yet come up with a better project to make money, so he can only invest in some conventional businesses, develop steadily, and then make a decision. Then, at this moment, Song Yuanchao, who had been greeted by Ling Yang before, suddenly raised his hand and stood up to speak. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Song Yuanchao took out a rough draft of an investment project plan that he had carefully planned for a long time. Immediately afterwards, at Ling Yang's instruction, Song Yuanchao came to the podium and began to explain his plan in full. Everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, Song Yuanchao actually has such a good investment project. Moreover, looking at the project plan, it is not something that can be completed in a day or two. If this project is truly completed, it can at least earn tens of billions or even hundreds of billions in profit. For a moment, when Song Yuanchao came out with this plan, everyone was stunned. The one who was feeling restless was Song Yuanchao's boss, a middle-aged man with a big belly. Sure enough, at this moment, Ling Yang looked at the pot-bellied man. "Hey! Minister Zhang, what do you think of this plan?" Minister Zhang was stunned for a moment, then he said tremblingly, "Reply. Chairman, this plan is very detailed and good, and can bring greater benefits to the company." "Oh, then I wonder if this plan was the result of collective discussion in your department, or was it the work of Song Yuanchao alone?" When Minister Zhang heard this, his lips trembled. Then, he swallowed and said, "I don't know much about this plan. I was not involved." "Oh, I see. Minister Zhang, you've been doing this for so long, but I find that you haven't made any achievements?" In an instant, Minister Zhang stood up and said to Ling Yang, "Chairman, I'm sorry, I
I will go back and study it and create greater value for the company.
No, you don't have to come tomorrow. In the past few years, you have only taken advantage of your position to constantly tease the female employees under you in the company. I was even coerced and bribed into having sex with him.
Moreover, the evidence is conclusive. It is really difficult for a scum like you to continue working in my company. Go to the finance department to settle your salary and get out. If you don't want to leave, I will hand over all the evidence of your crime to the police, and then let the police take you away. Upon hearing this, Minister Shang's legs suddenly went limp and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes dull and he looked as if he had lost all desire to live. Seeing this, Song Yuanxiao was so happy.
I have been looking for evidence of his crime for such a long time, and I have even risked my own wife for it. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb, and it is true. Immediately afterwards, at this moment, Ling Yang praised Song Yuanxiao highly.
Well done, Xiao Chao. I can see that you are very dedicated to your work. It's pretty good. Moreover, I am also very satisfied with this draft.
So, Xiao Chao, it's time to improve your position.
Okay, for now you will temporarily take over the position of head of the business department. From now on, don't let me down. Otherwise, if I am not satisfied with your temporary probation period, I can remove you at any time.
Hearing this, Song Yuanxiao nodded excitedly and said, okay, I will definitely not let the chairman down. Chapter 112, Mr. Ling, a flowery president, has a romantic affair.
Well, I'm optimistic about you. Having said that, Ling Yang patted Song Yuanxiao on the shoulder, looked at him meaningfully, and then dismissed the meeting. After leaving the meeting room, Ling Yang returned to the office.
However, at the same time, a story about Ling Yang's romantic affair gradually spread in the company. It was mainly caused by Song Yuanxiao's promotion. You know, Song Yuanxiao has been working for so many years and has never had the opportunity to be promoted, but this time, he was promoted inexplicably. This was something no one could have imagined, and before that, many people had seen Song Yuanxiao inviting Ling Yang to his home. Sure enough, Ling Yang did not show up in the company for the next 2 days, and Song Yuanxiao was also depressed and went to work in the company during the 2 days when Ling Yang disappeared. He even got angry for no reason, which was very suspicious.
Until this morning, Song Yuanxiao's position was promoted, which really makes people doubt the reason. Moreover, everyone has heard that Song Yuanxiao's wife is an excellent young woman, who is both beautiful and virtuous. Once things like these are brought together, people will start talking about them. For a time, the news that Song Yuanxiao invited Ling Yang to his home and used his wife, bribery, and nepotism to get to the top spread. And this story about Ling Yang's romantic affair gradually spread. What's more, people are talking about the fact that Ling Yang is very fond of married women and likes topics related to young women. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news about Ling Yang's romantic affairs became more and more serious. After a while, it reached Song Yuanxiao's ears. After hearing this, Song Yuanxiao became even more angry, but what could he say? You can't, I have to go out and explain it myself, right?
The more I explain this matter, the darker it gets.
We can only let it dissipate. After all, no matter how new something is, it has a time limit. After this time limit, no one will mention it anymore. Now, I can only endure it. Moreover, you have to pretend that you know nothing. Otherwise, once you explain yourself, you will only make things worse. It's better not to explain. After all, without an explanation, it will always be just a guess. No one knows, and no one can arbitrarily conclude that this is true. So, this is the best choice. Once you explain yourself, you are admitting guilt. So, he could only bear it and wait for a while, and it would get better naturally. At this time, in Ling Yang's office, Ling Yang was sitting cross-legged comfortably, holding the top-notch secretary in his arms, and teasing his top-notch secretary. At this moment, there was a bang. The office door was pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Mu Wanqing walked in with a hurried look on her face. Seeing Mu Wanqing in a hurry and looking unhappy, Ling Yang was stunned. Eh? Mr. Mu, what's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Mu Wanqing frowned and said, did you sleep with Song Yuanxiao's wife? And then, you promoted him?
Ling Yang was stunned.
How did she know about this? But, can this thing be admitted? So, Ling Yang waved his hands and said, no? What's wrong? I don't know.
Why do you say that?
I have indeed seen Song Yuanxiao's wife.
That night, he treated us to a few glasses of wine at his house. It was a 20-year-old girl's red wine, which was very delicious.
But, I left after drinking and went home? How could I sleep with his wife? This is going too far.
You can eat this meal casually, but you can't say this casually.
How could I do such a thing? Who on earth told you to spread such nonsense? Mu Wanqing frowned in confusion and said, Really? You're not lying to me? TSK, why would I lie to you? What good would it do me to lie to you? Hearing this, Mu Wanqing also nodded and said, That's true, but you should still pay attention to your image. Now, your affair has spread all over the company, saying that you slept with Song Yuanchao's wife, so you promoted him because of nepotism? Hearing this, Ling Yang frowned and said, Huh? That gossiper said that? It's really abominable. Am I, Ling Yang, such a person?
I read the spring and autumn annals, and my morality tells me that it is totally unfeasible to do so. The reason why I promoted Song Yuanchao is because I really valued his ability and experience.
After I looked up Minister Shang's deeds,
only then did I realize that this guy is the biggest black sheep in our company. Taking advantage of his position, he bullied countless female subordinates, which would have been fine, but the most important thing was that he also committed favoritism and corruption, and arranged for a large number of his relatives to work in the company, where they just ate and waited for death.
This is just one of them, and I won't pursue it.
However, this guy secretly took kickbacks, deliberately raised the market price, reported false accounts, and abused his power for personal gain.
So, can such a black sheep continue to stay in the company?
Song Yuanchao was different.
That night, we drank and talked happily. We had a great time.
While tasting the daughter's red wine, I tried my best to investigate the overall aspects of his family.
I found that this guy lived a tight life.
It's obvious that he is not very useful in daily life.
Life is very tight. What does this mean?
This shows that he has never bent the law for personal gain. This is the first reason. Secondly, after talking to him, I found that he is particularly good at communication, and his eloquence and tolerance are excellent.
Moreover, he is very talented.
Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, I found that he is more suitable for this position than Minister Zhang.
After all, this company is mine. How could I promote a loser just because of a mere nepotism?
Therefore, this is simply absurd and too much.
If word gets out, whoever continues to spread rumors will be fired from the company and have nothing to do every day? Tonight, everyone must work overtime, all night long. Anyone who is unwilling to do so can go to the finance department and get out.
Seeing Ling Yang so furious, Mu Wanqing was stunned. Now, she believed that Ling Yang was gone. Ling Yang's words were so logical and well-founded that it didn't sound like he was lying. Otherwise, how could Ling Yang come up with such a logical and well-founded thing in such a short time? Thinking of this, Mu Wanqing nodded and said, Yes, these people are really bored every day.
I support you in this matter. Let's see who dares to gossip in the future. This is really too much. How can you be efficient if you don't do your job properly but focus on these gossips?
So, I think one all-nighter is too little. I'll just fine you and deduct all your attendance bonuses this month.
Hiss. Hearing this, Ling Yang was stunned. Good job. This woman is even more cruel than me. However, this was exactly what he meant, so Ling Yang nodded and said, Okay, let's do it this way.
They even dared to slander the chairman.
I think these people are just itching for trouble. As a chairman, won't my reputation be ruined if they do this? This is really unforgivable.
Spread the word, and everyone who discusses it, whether or not, will have their attendance bonus deducted.
I want to see if they will continue to gossip about me. How dare they slander me? Don't I have any dignity?
Chapter 113 The front desk girl flirting with him. As soon as Ling Yang finished speaking, Mu Wanqing glanced at the secretary who was being held by Ling Yang, spread her hands and said, Boss Ling, you're still in the company, so you better pay attention to your personal image.
You don't sound convincing at all.
Ling Yang was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, This is not important.
The key is to complete the work and have some entertainment occasionally. What's wrong with that? What is the purpose of earning so much money? Of course, it is for enjoyment. Otherwise, if you work hard to earn so much money but don't know how to enjoy it, what's the point of earning so much money? Mr. Mu, you should enjoy life to the fullest when you are happy. Don't be too rigid.
We only have one life to live, so why not enjoy it to the fullest?
Well. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing was speechless.
But, think about it, it does make sense. So, Mu Wanqing spread her hands and said, "Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore, so that's it."
Having said that, Mu Wanqing left the office. After Mu Wanqing left, Ling Yang smiled and walked into the lounge holding his private room. There is a big bed in this lounge for taking a nap. Of course, in many cases, it can be more convenient. Just like that, everyone started to complain and double their efforts. After finishing his overtime work, Ling Yang walked out of the lounge with a satisfied look on his face. After some hard work, the secretary became even more radiant. She walked out with a happy expression on her face. "Boss Ling, you're awesome." Moa. Having said that, he kissed Ling Yang. Ling Yang laughed and said, "You little slut, forget it, let's stop here today. You are such a good secretary. Very capable." The secretary smiled and said, "Of course I can do it. If I can't do it, how can I be the chairman's personal secretary?" Ling Yang laughed when he heard this, patted her hips, and said, "You little brat, that's enough, you're off work now." "Hee hee, thank you, Mr. Ling. I'll go home now." Ling Yang nodded. Then, the secretary prepared herself and left with her small bag. After the secretary left, Ling Yang packed up and planned to go home. "Tonight, I should go back to the sea view villa that my brother gave me. There are so many little girls waiting for me there." Soon, Ling Yang came downstairs and was about to leave. Suddenly, a gentle voice was heard. "Boss Ling. Wait a moment." After hearing the voice, Ling Yang turned around and looked in the direction where the voice came from with a puzzled look on his face. "I saw the girl at the front desk looking at me with a smile." Ling Yang frowned and came to the girl at the front desk. Ling Yang took a closer look and thought, "Hey, this receptionist girl usually doesn't pay attention to her. She just glanced at her quickly and didn't take it seriously. But now, when I take a look at it, wow, it's pretty good. She has long legs with a protruding front and a curved back, and the most important thing is that she is wearing her favorite Balenciaga socks." Looking at the Balenciaga mother and child socks, Ling Yang took a few more glances. Then, he looked up at the receptionist and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "I saw the girl at the front desk flirting with Ling Yang and even thrusting her buttocks out fiercely." Seeing this, Ling Yang immediately understood. It seems that this little girl also wants to get to the top. But, what abilities does she have as a receptionist? So Ling Yang pretended not to notice and asked, "Why aren't you talking? What's the matter?" "It's okay, I'm leaving." Seeing that Ling Yang was not taking the bait, the receptionist quickly said, "Oh, it's like this, I want to take a leave. I have something to do tonight." "Mr. Ling, do you think you can grant me the leave?" Ling Yang frowned and said, "Ask for leave? What for?" The girl at the front desk smiled and said, "It's like this, Mr. Ling, it's my birthday tonight, I want to take a day off to celebrate or something, is that okay?" Ling Yang frowned and said, "Birthday? Is tonight your birthday?" The girl at the front desk smiled, nodded, and said, "Yes, it's my birthday." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Oh, so, how about taking a leave to spend time with your boyfriend?" The girl at the front desk waved her hands and said, "No, I'm alone. But it's my birthday after all. So, shouldn't I go out and have a nice stew?" Ling Yang nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. Okay, I'll grant you leave. Go report to your supervisor tomorrow." "Yeah, okay. Thank you, President Ling, thank you, President Ling." Ling Yang nodded and was about to walk out. Immediately afterwards, the girl at the front desk quickly called Ling Yang. "Boss Ling, wait a moment." Ling Yang stopped and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The girl at the front desk said shyly, "Boss Ling, are you free tonight?" Ling Yang frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" The girl at the front desk blushed and said, "I want to ask, if you are free, Mr. Ling, can you spend my birthday with me? I don't have any friends here, so I came here to work alone. I don't have a boyfriend, and none of my good friends are here, so I would like to ask Mr. Ling if you can spend my birthday with me." Ling Yang looked at the girl at the front desk, thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay. Let's go." "Real?" the girl at the front desk asked in surprise. Ling Yang nodded and said, "Before I change my mind." "Well." Having said that, the girl at the front desk quickly followed Ling Yang to the car. "Get in the car." Hearing Ling Yang's domineering voice, the girl at the front desk trembled all over. "Wow, what a domineering boss. I like." After getting in the car, Ling Yang thought for a moment and asked, "Where are we going? A hotel or a high-end restaurant?"
Hearing this, the girl at the front desk was shocked.
Unexpectedly, Ling Yang started talking about hotels and high-end restaurants. For a moment, she didn't know where to go. So, she quickly said, "It's all up to President Ling to decide." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Okay. Let's go to the hotel. It's convenient after dinner."
Hearing this, the girl at the front desk's heart started beating rapidly.
What does Mr. Ling mean? Convenient? Convenient for what? What's the most convenient thing to do after dinner in a hotel? Of course, open it, let it go.
When she thought of this, the girl at the front desk suddenly became excited.
Oh my God. Could it be possible that I would be on the list of the rich man, Mr. Ling?
This is the chairman of a trillion-dollar group.
Any money he gives him is a considerable sum.
For a moment, she felt so happy.
It's so great to be with a man like this. Chapter 114, Teasing the Front Desk Girl.
Seeing that the girl at the front desk didn't respond for a long time, Ling Yang turned around and asked with a frown, "Hey, what are you staring at?" The girl at the front desk was so frightened that her whole body trembled violently, and then she woke up from her fantasy.
No, nothing, Mr. Ling, let's go to the hotel now.
After she finished speaking, she added, "What I mean is that I can go anywhere, I just hope that Mr. Ling can do me the honor of having a meal with me."
Okay, go get ready first, I'll be right over. Good.
The girl at the front desk nodded, and then hurried off to prepare. Ling Yang was sitting in the driver's seat with a smile on his face.
Hee, this girl is really easy to hook. Inside the hotel, Ling Yang was sitting in a private room. The girl at the front desk had already handed the menu to Ling Yang. A few bottles of 1982 Lafite, a steak, 3 glasses of whiskey, and a dessert.
Ling Yang shouted to the waiter.
Yes, Mr. Ling. The girl at the front desk was surprised when she heard what Ling Yang ordered. This guy actually asked for so many good things, including a bottle of 1982 Lafite and 3 glasses of wine. Is he trying to get me drunk? What should I do? The girl at the front desk looked at Ling Yang with a sad face.
Ling Yang looked at her and said, "Why are you looking at me?"
I ordered all this for your own good. Don't you know that you are only 18 years old this year? Why don't you cherish your youth? Why are you working here? Why don't you find a partner and get married?
After hearing this, the girl at the front desk couldn't help but lower her head with a look of grievance on her face.
Seeing this, Ling Yang sighed and said, "Alas. It's not good for you to do this."
After hearing this, the receptionist felt an inexplicable sense of happiness in her heart. She looked up at Ling Yang and said, "Mr. Ling, thank you. I know you are kind, but I don't dare to expect too much, because I know it is impossible for you to like me, and I also know that we are not suitable." Ling Yang shook his head and said, "No, you are wrong, you and I are a good match."
Huh?
Why are you so sure?
Because I usually don't reject beautiful women, especially pretty ones, especially pretty girls. Puff. The girl at the front desk couldn't help laughing. Hee, Mr. Ling, you are so humorous. I am not as good as you say. Ha, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Really? Aha.
Hearing this, the girl at the front desk smiled even more brightly. She suddenly felt that such a man was so handsome.
However, how could such an outstanding person be interested in a poor worker like me? I must be overthinking it.
Thinking of this, the girl at the front desk couldn't help but lower her head.
Ling Yang looked at the disappointed look of the girl at the front desk and couldn't help but coughed and said, Okay, I was just teasing you, don't be sad, I'm telling the truth." After hearing this, the receptionist raised her head and looked at Ling Yang and said, "Boss Ling, I'm really not pretending to be innocent. I know. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. I'm serious."
Hearing this, the receptionist felt warm in her heart and said, "Mr. Ling, thank you.
You are the second man I have ever met who complimented me on my beauty. You are so nice." It's okay.
From now on, I will slowly train you to be a beautiful woman and will not treat you unfairly."
Hearing this, the girl at the front desk was immediately overjoyed. "Well, I believe you.
Well, since you trust me, then you should stay by my side from now on."
Hearing what Ling Yang said, the girl at the front desk couldn't help but be stunned and a little confused. Could it be that this Mr. Ling wanted to seduce me? Impossible. How could the boss of Ling Group look down on a worker like me? But, if he's not going to seduce me, then what does Ling Yang mean by asking me to be his secretary? Thinking of this, the receptionist was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking, Mr. Ling, you want me to be your secretary? Ling Yang smiled slightly and said, not bad. Boss Ling, this is not good, right? I'm just an ordinary worker. Hearing what the receptionist said, Ling Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, what's wrong with ordinary people? Ordinary people can also hold some relatively important positions, such as assistant to the president. Hearing Ling Yang's words, the girl at the front desk was even more shocked. Assistant to the president? Does Mr. Ling want to promote me? Oh my god. Ling Yang actually wants to promote me to be his assistant. Is he confessing his love to me? If I agree, then I will have a relationship with Mr. Ling, this. Thinking of this, the girl at the front desk suddenly felt a sense of happiness spreading in her heart. Ling Yang smiled and said, silly girl, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get me some wine. Oh, okay. I'll pour you a drink right away. After the girl at the front desk came to her senses, she nodded quickly and said. After she finished speaking, she walked towards Ling Yang with the wine glass in her hand and poured the wine into the glass. This wine is good. Try it. Ling Yang picked up a glass of wine and said. The girl at the front desk nodded, picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the wine. Her eyes lit up and she said, it tastes very mellow. Of course, my wine must be good, come and try it. Ling Yang said. Hearing this, the girl at the front desk smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Ling. After saying that, the girl at the front desk took another sip of red wine. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the alcohol content was so low. She just drank it all in one breath. This discovery made her feel as if she was drunk, and her face immediately turned red. Seeing this, Ling Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, little girl, why do you drink so little? Come on, how can this be enough? I can't drink anymore, said the girl at the front desk. What are you afraid of? If you don't drink it, I will help you drink it myself. Ling Yang said with a wicked smile. Mr. Ling, I don't want you to get drunk, said the receptionist shyly. So you're going to reject me? Ling Yang asked. Hearing this, the girl at the front desk couldn't help but said coquettishly, who wants to refuse you? I just don't want you to drink too much and affect your rest. Ha, you are a kind-hearted girl. Don't worry, I won't get drunk, Ling Yang said. Then I'll be welcome. After saying that, the girl at the front desk picked up the wine glass and took another sip. After drinking it, she felt a little dizzy, so she quickly stuck out her tongue, licked the corner of her mouth, and revealed a seductive expression. Seeing the front desk girl's action, Ling Yang couldn't help but swallow his saliva and cursed in his heart, oh my god. What a little slut. His heart was pounding and he wished he could pounce on her and eat her right away. Hey, Mr. Ling, why are you looking at me? Seeing Ling Yang staring at her, the girl at the front desk said shyly. Hearing her voice, Ling Yang came back to his senses immediately and said with a smile, nothing, huh? I was thinking that the wine you just drank seemed to taste pretty good. How about you pour me some more? Hearing this, the girl at the front desk was delighted and nodded quickly, okay. After that, she filled Ling Yang's glass with wine again. Then she filled her glass again and drank it in one gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang's eyes widened and he thought to himself, damn it. This little girl is still a virgin. He looks so innocent, why does he drink so hard? No, I have to explain it to her. Ling Yang thought about it, then said with a smile, hey, little girl, you are still a virgin, right? Hearing Ling Yang's words, the receptionist was stunned. Then she reacted and said with shame, Boss Ling, you are talking nonsense. You, don't talk nonsense. Ah, look how shy you are. Okay, don't be shy. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. I won't force you, Ling Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, the girl at the front desk gritted her teeth, mustered up her courage, and said, it's my first kiss. Hearing this, Ling Yang immediately laughed and said, this is your first time, there's nothing strange about it. You won't be like this when you meet a boyfriend in the future, understand? Hearing this, the girl at the front desk nodded, but she was thinking in her heart, does he want to pursue me? What should I do? Seeing the girl's face getting redder and redder, Ling Yang continued, by the way,
I heard your name is Li Mingjie, right?
Yes, Mr. Ling.
Ha, Li Mingjie, you are younger than me, so just call me Brother Ling Yang.
Don't call me Mr. Ling. That would be too distant. Ling Yang said.
Although Li Mingjie was not used to calling him Mr. Ling, she still called him obediently, Brother Ling Yang.
Ah, that's right. Come on, Li Mingjie, let's have a drink.
Ling Yang picked up the wineglass in front of him and said. Looking at the wineglass he handed over, Li Mingjie began to hesitate. She knew that Ling Yang had bad intentions, so she didn't dare to clink glasses with him rashly.
She could only say, Brother Ling Yang, let's forget about this glass of wine, okay? Why? Don't tell me you can't drink.
Ling Yang said with a smile.
Yeah, that's right.
After that, Li Mingjie quickly shook her head and said, No, I can't drink.
If you can't drink, then why do you drink? I. Li Mingjie was left speechless by Ling Yang's question. Seeing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, It's okay, I understand, you don't have to be shy, come, let's drink a cup of wine together, from now on I will be your brother and you will be my little sister, do you understand? Ah. Brother Ling Yang, I don't want to be your little sister, I want to be your girlfriend.
Hearing this, Li Mingjie hurriedly said shyly.
Ah. Is this true? Of course it's true. I'm not lying to you, I really like you. Li Mingjie said with a blushing face. Seeing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, Okay. Since you like me, I will accept you as my little sister.
As Ling Yang spoke, he raised his glass and clinked it with Li Mingjie's glass, then drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Ling Yang drinking with his head tilted back, Li Mingjie couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast.
Brother Ling Yang, you are so manly. Hearing this, Ling Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, little sister, don't praise me like that. Brother Ling Yang, you are really great. Li Mingjie said shyly. Well, little sister, you are really beautiful and have a hot body. I wonder which company boss is so lucky to marry a beauty like you as his wife. As Ling Yang spoke, he stared at Li Mingjie's breasts and buttocks. How can you look at me like that? I'll be shy. Li Mingjie said shyly.
Ling Yang chuckled and said, You don't have to be shy, I just think your breasts and buttocks are really amazing.
Brother Ling Yang, I don't want to chat with you anymore. Hearing this, Li Mingjie's pretty face became even redder.
She stood up and hurried to the bathroom.
Seeing Li Mingjie's fleeing back, Ling Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little girl, you are really shy. It's so funny. Ha. Ling Yang laughed heartily.
The image of Li Mingjie wearing sexy underwear appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but get excited for a moment. I really didn't expect that this girl is still a virgin, and she is so beautiful, it's really rare.
TSK, it looks like I'm really going to get rich this time.
When Ling Yang thought of this, he suddenly felt his blood boiling.
He quickly opened Baidu on his phone and searched for information about Li Mingjie.
As expected, she is still a virgin, and it looks like she just graduated a few months ago.
She is really a virgin.
But this girl has a really good figure, a nice butt, and a devilish body.
She is no ordinary beauty. Do you want to pick her up? No. I'll definitely get struck by lightning if I do that. I'd better not provoke her. How about getting her into bed first, and then slowly conquering her?
However, before I can do anything to her, I still need to take her down first and make her my woman,
Thinking of this, Ling Yang's heart suddenly blossomed with joy.
I looked at my watch and it was already past 12 o'clock. Ling Yang saw that the sky outside was getting dark, and couldn't help but say, Hey, it's already 12:30.
No, we have to speed up the process. Tonight, we have to find a way to capture this little girl. Chapter 115. A man's happiness is so simple.
After saying that, Ling Yang couldn't wait to run to the bathroom.
Inside the bathroom. Seeing Ling Yang rushing in, Li Mingjie was shocked and stood up quickly. She covered her chest, looked frightened, and stammered, How did you get in? Ling Yang laughed and said, How can I flirt with you if I don't come in? Look, we're almost done with the meal, why don't we go get a room or something? It's just right, tonight, I'm going to celebrate your birthday.
Li Mingjie waved her hands quickly and said, Brother Ling Yang, we have only known each other for a short time.
I don't want to do this anymore. Please don't do this. No, how can I not want anything to happen between us? You should know that your life is like a maze now, and no one can help you at all. If no one helps you, it will be very difficult for you to find a job, a suitable job. Ling Yang said earnestly. But? Don't say but.
Ling Yang interrupted her, stretched out his hand and held her shoulders, and then said, "Little sister, just agree, don't worry, I will take good care of you and will never treat you unfairly." Li Mengjie's shoulders were grabbed and her body was shaking slightly.
Ling, brother Ling Yang, you are not kidding, right?
Li Mengjie said nervously.
How can this be a joke?
Ling Yang smiled slightly, and then he suddenly hugged Li Mengjie. Li Mengjie snorted softly, her body trembling slightly, as if she was completely intoxicated by it. She felt as if she was flying into the clouds, her heart was filled with a glimmer of anticipation, and a kind of desire rose faintly in her heart. Hearing this, Li Mengjie's face turned red again.
Brother Ling Yang, you, stop messing around.
Li Mengjie said somewhat embarrassedly.
Hey, little sister, don't be so shy. You just want to have something happen with me, I want it too, but you are so reserved, I can't force you, so why don't you just give in to me?
Ling Yang said with a wicked smile.
That's annoying, brother Ling Yang, stop talking nonsense. Li Mengjie said shyly. Seeing Li Mengjie's reaction, Ling Yang immediately laughed.
Although Li Mengjie pretended to be reserved on the surface, in fact, she had already begun to long for it in her heart, longing for Ling Yang to do that kind of shameful thing to her.
Hee, little sister, you asked for this, don't blame me.
As Ling Yang spoke, he rushed over, hugged Li Mengjie and kissed her lips. The two of them quickly became entangled with each other, extremely intimate, like two snakes entwined together. When Li Mengjie heard this, she rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said coquettishly, "Humph.
Brother Ling Yang, you are so annoying."
Ling Yang smiled and said, "Okay, we can go take a shower now. After the shower, I'll treat you to something delicious."
Yeah. Li Mengjie nodded, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Ling Yang followed behind and entered the bathroom.
As soon as he entered, he found that it had already been cleaned up. Li Mengjie turned on the shower, adjusted the water temperature, and prepared to clean herself.
Ling Yang looked at Li Mengjie's figure and couldn't help swallowing.
He walked to the bathtub, reached out and grabbed the towel, and helped Li Mengjie wipe herself. Seeing Ling Yang helping her wipe her body, Li Mengjie let out a soft cry.
What's wrong, little girl? Brother Ling Yang, I can do it myself, you go out. Li Mengjie said shyly.
Seeing Li Mengjie being so shy, Ling Yang chuckled and quickly turned around and left.
Hee, little girl, I just like to see you being shy. You look so cute and so tempting. Ling Yang talked to himself as he walked.
When Li Mengjie heard this, her pretty face turned even redder, and she secretly cursed Ling Yang for being a scoundrel. Soon, Li Mengjie cleaned herself up and walked out. Ling Yang was stunned when he saw her.
He had to admit that Li Mengjie was so beautiful.
Her skin is fair and delicate, and as crystal clear as milk. A pair of bright eyes as bright as stars. Tall and voluptuous, with exquisite curves, round buttocks, slender legs, and arms as white as jade. Every place is just right, completely meeting the standards of female beauty.
The most important thing is that Li Mengjie's body is really great. Although it was just a brief glance, Ling Yang still couldn't help but linger. Brother Ling Yang, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? Seeing Ling Yang's stunned look, Li Mengjie asked shyly.
No, I just saw that you have such a great figure and I didn't notice it for a moment, and even forgot to blink. Ling Yang said with a chuckle.
Hearing Ling Yang's praise, Li Mengjie felt immediately happy. Brother Ling Yang, you just know how to deceive people. No matter what, thank you. Li Mengjie said.
Ling Yang said with a smile, "Why are you being so polite to me?
If you call me husband from now on, I will give you a gift." Gift? What gift? Li Mengjie asked hurriedly. Of course it's a good thing, it must be a good thing. Just wait to receive it.
Ling Yang said mysteriously.
Hate.
Li Mengjie rolled her eyes at Ling Yang and said coquettishly. Ling Yang smiled and stopped teasing Li Mengjie. At this moment, Li Mengjie suddenly thought of something and asked quickly, "By the way, brother Ling Yang, you said you would give me a gift just now, what gift?"
Well, keep it a secret. Ling Yang deliberately kept the question in suspense and said.
Seeing this scene, Li Mengjie immediately became anxious.
She pouted and said coquettishly, "Brother Ling Yang, just tell me. Do you really want to tell you?"
After saying that, Ling Yang stretched out his right hand, pinched Li Mengjie's pink and white chin, lifted her head up, then lowered his head and kissed her lips.
Li
Li Mingjie's body trembled, and then she closed her eyes.
Ling Yang's hands were also wandering on Li Mingjie's soft, delicate and slippery body, caressing every inch of Li Mingjie's skin. Feeling Ling Yang's hands wandering on her body and feeling Ling Yang's touch, Li Mingjie's cheeks became even redder.
She felt her head dizzy and couldn't think at all. At this moment, Li Mingjie's body suddenly stiffened and her hands clenched into fists.
Chapter 116, Quote a price and follow me from now on. However, her body tried desperately to struggle, as if she was a mountain, blocking Ling Yang's movements. At this moment, she finally understood why Ling Yang said this was a good thing. And a trace of shame flashed through her mind. She actually made such a sound under such circumstances. This kind of voice was simply too embarrassing for Li Mingjie. But she couldn't control it. At this moment, Li Mingjie suddenly thought of what Ling Yang had just said to her. You are a beautiful lady, and I am a handsome man. We are a perfect match. Li Mingjie's heart suddenly skipped a beat and her face turned pale. Do I like brother Ling Yang? Li Mingjie felt like her heart was about to jump out. Why would I be like this? Have you fallen in love with brother Ling Yang? Oh my god. How is this possible? Li Mingjie shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of the thought in her mind, but it was of no use. Ling Yang looked at Li Mingjie, whose face was getting paler, and frowned. He quickly let go of Li Mingjie and said, Mingjie, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why do you look so bad? Hearing Ling Yang's question, Li Mingjie quickly raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and said with a forced smile, It's okay, brother Ling Yang, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital now. No. No need. Li Mingjie immediately retorted. She shook her head, I'm not uncomfortable anywhere. Li Mingjie's reaction was too intense. Ling Yang saw beads of cold sweat on her forehead from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but feel a little worried and asked, Are you really sick? I didn't. Li Mingjie insisted, gritting her teeth. No? Ling Yang looked at Li Mingjie with suspicion, and Li Mingjie quickly said, I said no, don't you believe me? I'm really fine, brother Ling Yang, don't worry, I'm not sick. Ling Yang stared at Li Mingjie's eyes, the look in her eyes, the expression on her face, and felt that it was not fake. He breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, I'm glad you're okay. I thought you were really sick. Li Mingjie's face froze for a moment, but then returned to normal. She didn't know what to say and just smiled awkwardly. At this time, her cell phone rang. It was a text message. The content of the message was very simple. Classmate Li Mingjie, are you going back tonight? After reading the text message, Li Mingjie was stunned for a moment, and two blushes appeared on her face. Ling Yang looked at Li Mingjie's expression and couldn't help asking, Who called? Mingjie, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Li Mingjie came back to her senses, hurriedly put away her phone, waved her hands, and said, Nothing, nothing. Is it really nothing? Why do I feel like you don't want to answer my call? How could that be, brother Ling Yang? I just suddenly felt a little hot, so I turned red. Oh. Seeing Ling Yang nodded half believingly, Li Mingjie felt relieved. Fortunately, Ling Yang did not ask any further questions, otherwise, I really don't know how to explain it. Ling Yang did not continue to ask. After all, if he asked about something the other person was unwilling to talk about, it would make the other person unhappy. Ling Yang took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the number on the text message. There was a pleasant ringtone on the other end of the phone. Li Mingjie looked at Ling Yang's phone screen, the corners of her mouth twitched, and her face became redder and redder. Ling Yang actually called Tang Qianqian. Soon, Tang Qianqian answered the phone and asked in confusion, Hello, who are you? Do I know you? Ling Yang smiled and said, Hello, I'm Li Mingjie's friend. Oh? I'm afraid it's her boyfriend. Our roommate said that tonight is her birthday and they are planning to celebrate it for her. I was wondering why she hadn't come back yet so late. Did she go to celebrate her boyfriend's birthday? This girl is really good. She found a boyfriend so quickly. She didn't find a boyfriend in all these years of college. She found a boyfriend right after she started her internship. Isn't that great? Handsome guy, what do you do? This girl has very high standards. She doesn't like ordinary boys. Tang Qianqian's tone was sour, and she was obviously jealous. Are you her roommate? Yeah. How long have you been together? Have you made any progress? Tang Qianqian continued to gossip.
We haven't made any progress yet, but don't worry, we are already dating and will soon become official boyfriend and girlfriend. After hearing the conversation between Ling Yang and Tang Qianqian, Li Mingjie suddenly started to sweat a few drops on her forehead.
How could Ling Yang tell Tang Qianqian about such things in public? What should I do in the future?
Although Li Mingjie and Ling Yang had never really dated, Ling Yang's words already dating shocked Li Mingjie. She quickly cast a reproachful look at Ling Yang, and then said to the other end of the phone, "Hey, hey, hey. That's enough, you two. Can you please stop slandering me like this?"
Tang Qianqian said with a smile, "Oh, classmate Meng Jia, you are shy, are you feeling guilty? Okay, since you are shy, I won't say anything. Ling Yang, I'm going to hang up now. I'll treat you to a drink some other day. Bye." Hello, Tang Qianqian, you stinky girl, how dare you hang up on me? Li Mingjie said with a pout.
After seeing this scene, Ling Yang chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that you were still the one who was reading loudly.
Are you here for an internship at the company? I didn't realize it. Tonight, is this the first time you've come out with a strange man and come to the hotel together?"
Li Mingjie blushed and nodded, saying, yes, this is my first time. I'm a little scared."
After hearing that it was indeed Li Mingjie's first time, Ling Yang laughed and said, very good. How about this? Do you think it works?
We have come to this point, and retreat is impossible.
However, I have nothing but a lot of money. How about this? You name a price, and from now on you will follow me. But it is impossible for you to be my wife.
Because I'm already married, and everyone knows it, so marriage is impossible.
But don't worry, I will definitely make sure you have enough food and clothing. How about that? Is that okay?
When Li Mingjie heard this, her whole body trembled.
Doesn't this mean that you have to support yourself? For a moment, Li Mingjie didn't know whether she should agree or not. Brother Ling Yang, Li Mingjie opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. What's the matter, Mingjie, don't you want to? No, it's just that I don't know how to answer you.
Li Mingjie hesitated for a while and finally said, "Just tell me directly whether you are willing or not. If you don't want to, then there is no need to say anything, and I won't force you."
After all, you can't force feelings, right? Ling Yang said.
Hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mingjie hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and said, "Okay."
Chapter 117 Take you to a good place. After seeing Li Mingjie agreed, Ling Yang smiled and said, "That's right, that's good. You see, it's not easy for girls like you to work hard outside on your own nowadays, so you have to find a reliable shoulder to lean on. I am such a good shoulder, so you won't suffer any loss if you follow me. Besides, you don't have a formal job now, so how can you support yourself? Now, follow me, and you don't have to worry about all these things in the future. Although you can't marry me, you can still enjoy the life of a wealthy family. Isn't that good? Why do you have to work so hard? As long as you serve me comfortably, you will get everything you want. Tomorrow, I will give you a house and a car, how about that? But my only condition is that you better not play any tricks on me. Use my money to support a gigolo or something. Otherwise, if I find out, you should know the consequences. It's that simple. Your only duty is to do everything you can to make me feel comfortable, understand?"
Hearing this, Li Mingjie trembled all over.
But isn't this the result of keeping a mistress?
Thinking of this, Li Mingjie sighed secretly, but still nodded and said, "Okay.
I will, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you." Haha, that's good. I believe you. After all, these days, men like me are really rare. If you miss it, you will never meet it again.
Ling Yang smiled faintly.
Well, I understand. Don't worry. Li Mingjie said with her head lowered, not daring to look directly at Ling Yang. Ling Yang nodded, turned and left, and Li Mingjie quickly followed.
She didn't want to stay here anymore, but Ling Yang's words just now kept lingering in her ears.
Could this be the result of being kept? However, this result is not too bad for her.
At least, she can live a rich and luxurious life. Moreover, this man can bring her a different kind of luxurious life, and can even buy her a large villa, which is much more luxurious than here.
Thinking of this, Li Mingjie's heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps, God really was helping me this time.
Thinking of this, Li Mingjie quickly caught up with Ling Yang without saying anything. At this moment, Ling Yang felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. I was worried at first that this little girl would play some tricks, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to deal with. This little girl is not as smart as she looks. Ling Yang walked all the way to the parking lot, and at this time, Li Mingjie also came up from the side and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing this, Ling Yang didn't waste any words. He started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle rushed forward in an instant. Li Mingjie nervously grasped the armrest, her face pale, but she was still calm. She didn't dare to shout or speak. She just held the seat tightly and stared out the window with some fear in her eyes.
I have to say that Li Mingjie has great courage and endurance.
Her psychological quality and ability to endure are far beyond her peers, which is also the main reason why Li Mingjie has been able to survive in the past few years.
However, what Li Mingjie didn't know was that Ling Yang's courage and endurance were even more astonishingly terrifying. He was a man who had experienced the baptism of death, so how could he be afraid of Li Mingjie's level of psychological quality? But this was just right, as it could further highlight her charm. It is to adjust the audio system in the car to the highest level of sound effect, making the interior of the car extremely shocking. At the same time, it can also make the atmosphere in the car very weird, giving people an extremely depressing feeling. In this environment, people will be attracted by this atmosphere, but at the same time, their inferiority complex and self-esteem will be severely damaged. This is what Ling Yang calls the unspoken rule. Inside the car, music played slowly, and Li Mingjie's face looked worse and worse. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and revealed a sneer. Are you scared? It doesn't matter if you are scared. Just relax and don't be nervous. It's just a song. In this world, there is nothing you can't do as long as you have money. Ling Yang said lightly.
Hearing this, Li Mingjie's heart started beating wildly again.
Would she?
Thinking of this, Li Mingjie's face suddenly turned red. Ling Yang looked at this scene, feeling a little curious.
Why was this woman's face so red?
For some reason, he felt that his behavior was a bit evil.
However, he didn't care, as there was no loss anyway.
Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore and took out his mobile phone to take a picture.
Moreover, it was a group photo.
The name of this group photo was called Essential Skills for Picking Up Girls.
Li Mingjie saw Ling Yang's actions and immediately asked, "What are you doing? Isn't this a photo?"
Ling Yang replied, and handed over his phone. Here, take a look for yourself. Li Mingjie was a little confused, but when she saw the photo on the phone, her expression became a little strange, because the photo was a photo of Ling Yang and her.
Moreover, Ling Yang's hands were around her waist. The picture in this photo is really too ambiguous. Hello? Li Mingjie said shyly. However, Ling Yang did not say anything and just slowed down the car.
Soon after, his car stopped.
Get off. Are we there?
Li Mingjie asked, with a confused look on her face.
She didn't understand why Ling Yang stopped the car.
Moreover, looking at his expression, it seemed that he was deliberately teasing her.
Didn't he want to take advantage of her? After seeing Li Mingjie's expression, Ling Yang didn't continue teasing her. Anyway, his goal was achieved, wasn't it? So he nodded and said, "Well, we're here, let's get off." Ah? Where are you taking me? Li Mingjie was stunned and asked quickly. Hearing this, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Do you still need to ask me this? Don't you see that the environment here is beautiful, and no one will come to disturb us? As the saying goes, in the wilderness, why don't we do something we love? Isn't it a shame for me to drag you along for so long? Now that we have come to this place, what else can we do? Of course, we should fight." What? You don't want to? This is the best opportunity for you to celebrate your birthday. Such an exciting and unique memory? How about it? Will you give it to me? After hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mingjie's face turned even redder, and she secretly cursed Ling Yang for being shameless in her heart. However, these words sounded somewhat sweet. This bastard. A shy look appeared on Li Mingjie's cheeks, and then she said, "I don't want it. Take me home quickly." Haha, what? You don't want to? Ling Yang sneered, "Are you so eager to do that kind of thing with me? If you want, you can."
Ling Yang's tone was evil, but also very ambiguous. Li Mingjie naturally understood what he meant.
Her pretty face immediately turned red with shame, and she quickly denied, "How could I be that kind of person?" You wish for it. You're not thinking about that kind of person, so why is your face so red? Don't you want to? Ling Yang asked with a smile. Who thought about it? I don't. Li Mengjie denied it immediately. Ling Yang shook his head and said, "Who are you kidding? The words I want are clearly written on your face." "Well, since you don't want to do that, let's find something else to do, like watching a TV series. Didn't we just watch it in the car? It seems quite exciting, do you want to take a look?"
After hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mengjie was stunned at first, then she immediately widened her eyes, swallowed her saliva involuntarily, and there was a glimmer in her eyes.
She thought to herself, yes, she did watch an episode just now.
It was the first time she watched this special Korean drama. Although it was only one episode, for a girl, it was a lifelong memory. Furthermore, the images in the scene were now deeply embedded in her mind and could not be erased. She is also a girl with normal needs. After seeing these scenes, she could no longer suppress her depressed mood.
Moreover, the scene here is similar to the scene in the movie, which is very appropriate. It seems that this was arranged deliberately by Ling Yang.
When she thought of this, she felt itchy.
Actually, it's not impossible to give it a try. Ling Yang, I. Li Mengjie's eyes flickered, she was a little shy, not knowing what to say.
Ling Yang could see that Li Mengjie was already attracted to him, but she was just a little shy and didn't want to speak out.
It seems that my plan is going smoothly. Ling Yang laughed secretly, and then said, "It's okay, if you are embarrassed, I will help you."
As he spoke, Ling Yang came over and blew a breath of hot air beside Li Mengjie's small and delicate earlobe, saying, "It's windy here, I'm afraid it will hurt you, so let's change places, I don't want you to get frozen."
Feeling the hot breath from Ling Yang on her neck, Li Mengjie's delicate body trembled immediately.
She couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in her heart, and her body became inexplicably hot. She didn't know if it was because of the cold wind or the hot breath from Ling Yang on her ear.
Ling Yang, can you please not be like this?"
Li Mengjie said coquettishly in a mosquito-like voice, her face already flushed red as if blood was about to drip out. She felt hot all over and her heart was beating like thunder, as if thousands of insects and ants were crawling around, making her feel itchy and unbearable.
Looking at Li Mengjie's shy look, Ling Yang's heart suddenly felt hot. He wanted to throw her onto the bed and ravage her severely. This girl is so tempting. Okay, don't be shy. Let's find a place to sit for a while so that we won't be discovered.
Ling Yang said to Li Mengjie, trying to suppress his anger.
Chapter 118 Watching a Movie Under the Moon.
Hearing this, Li Mengjie's expression changed, then she lowered her head, not daring to meet Ling Yang's gaze.
Looking at Li Mengjie's appearance, Ling Yang's lips curled up into an evil smile. This girl is really cute.
But this won't work. Ling Yang won't let her go so easily.
I say, let's find a place to sit first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself.
You know, men have very poor self-control.
If you act on impulse, you'll be in trouble.
Ling Yang said with a wicked smile.
Hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mengjie's face suddenly turned red.
She raised her head and looked at Ling Yang shyly. She felt ashamed and annoyed, but she still said, "Then find a place to sit down first."
Okay. Ling Yang replied.
Ling Yang said this and immediately turned around and walked forward.
Li Mengjie hurriedly followed Ling Yang.
During this process, Ling Yang was always paying attention to Li Mengjie's expression, observing all her expressions and psychological activities. When he saw Li Mengjie looking at him, a wicked smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Hee, I knew you would like this trick." After Li Mengjie followed Ling Yang for a while, she suddenly paused and turned around to ask, "Ling Yang, didn't you say you would take me to a good place?
Where are you looking for? The scenery around here is beautiful. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Ling Yang smiled and kept the secret.
Hearing this, Li Mengjie was a little confused.
Could it be that he was talking about one of those movie scenes that many people like? Really? Li Mengjie asked with some disbelief. Real. Okay, if you say no, I won't go. Li Mengjie pouted and said angrily. Hearing this, Ling Yang's mouth twitched slightly.
It seemed that this girl's temper was really getting worse and worse. It seemed that he had to teach her a lesson. Thinking of this, Ling Yang's face darkened instantly, and then he said to Li Mengjie, "Okay, let's go to the hillside over here, the scenery is great." After saying that, Ling Yang pointed to a small hill in front and said. Li Mengjie raised her eyebrows slightly, then nodded, indicating her agreement.
So the two of them immediately turned around and walked towards the small hill. When he reached the small hill, Ling Yang stopped, turned around, looked at Li Mengjie with a smile, and said, "How about it? Isn't the scenery here nice?" Li Mingjie nodded and said, "Well, it's very good, very beautiful, I like it very much. Since you like it too, let's go in. I'll take you to see a movie, and then accompany you to appreciate the beautiful scenery here." Ling Yang said with a smile, but he secretly thought in his heart, "Humph, I'll let you see how powerful I am." As soon as Ling Yang finished speaking, he saw a strong surprise in Li Mingjie's eyes. Then, she nodded immediately and said excitedly, "Really? Then let's go in and watch it quickly. I really can't wait to see these movies." Li Mingjie's performance at this moment is not like that of a mature young woman at all. Instead, she looks like a young and beautiful girl, like a pure girl next door. "Then let's go in," Ling Yang said, then took Li Mingjie's hand and led her up the hillside. The scenery here is indeed very elegant. It is surrounded by endless woods and boundless space. Moreover, there is a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight shines into the mountains and forests, making it seem particularly peaceful and quiet, as if the whole world is quiet, making people feel comfortable and relaxed. There was a hint of intoxication on Ling Yang's face, as if he had forgotten everything here. Seeing this, Li Mingjie's expression was a little complicated, but mostly sweet. At this moment, there was a hint of excitement in her heart. Although she had never been in love, she had fantasized about such a scene in her memory. Now it had finally come true. Moreover, she had followed him here, and a faint sense of happiness surged in her heart. "How is it? Do you like it here?" Looking at Li Mingjie's intoxicated expression beside him, Ling Yang asked with a smile. "Yeah, I like it very much." Li Mingjie nodded quickly. "Well, let's go." Ling Yang smiled, then took Li Mingjie's hand, and then the two of them walked along the hillside towards the top of the mountain. We walked, chatted, and admired the beautiful scenery around us. "Hey, the night view of that place seems to be pretty good." Ling Yang pointed to a small hill in the distance and said to Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie looked up, and suddenly, a look of shock flashed in her pupils. Her eyes widened and her face was full of shock. She really didn't expect that Ling Yang would choose such a feng shui location to enjoy the night view. It was so romantic. It seems that Ling Yang is really a person who knows how to enjoy life. Li Mingjie sighed in her heart. "What do you think? This place I chose is pretty good, right?" Seeing Li Mingjie looking at this place in shock, Ling Yang immediately said proudly, with a sly curve at the corner of his mouth. Ling Yang pretended to be calm and said this, but in fact, deep down he was already overjoyed. This place happened to be the one Ling Yang searched on the internet. When Ling Yang first saw the news, he was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a place suitable for couples to date. This place is only about 30 meters away from the top of the mountain. If it were normal, there would be no scenery here at all. However, it is night now, and it is a summer evening, so there is a hazy feeling, which further highlights the beauty of this mountain. Li Mingjie nodded and exclaimed, "It's great. It would be great if we could see such a beautiful night view." When she said this, she couldn't help but blushing. Ling Yang smiled and joked, "How about it, do you want to try it?" Hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mingjie's pretty face became even redder, but she still shook her head and said softly, "No, no. Okay, I get it." Ling Yang smiled, and then continued, "Actually, I was just joking." After listening to Ling Yang's explanation, Li Mingjie rolled her eyes at him and said, "I thought you wanted me to kiss you, but it turns out you were just joking. However, brother Ling Yang, this place is really beautiful. It would be great if I could really watch those movies here and feel the taste of the movies. I'm looking forward to it." Ling Yang chuckled when he heard that, but he didn't answer. However, he was laughing secretly in his heart. He naturally knew what this girl was thinking. What this girl wants to see is that Ling Yang can kiss her here. This must be a wish in her heart. Although Li Mingjie did not say it explicitly, Ling Yang had already guessed what Li Mingjie was really thinking from the flash in her eyes. "Oh, why didn't I think of this?" Thinking of this, Ling Yang cursed himself for being stupid, and then quickly pulled Li Mingjie to the lawn on the side, and then said to Li Mingjie, "Let's watch the movie on this lawn." "Yeah, okay." Li Mingjie nodded obediently and let Ling Yang pull her to the grass. Then, after the two sat down, Ling Yang reached out for his cell phone and began to look up the address of the cinema. At this time, Li Mingjie glanced at the map on her phone. When she saw the names of the cinemas displayed on the phone, those movies immediately popped up in her mind. Then she couldn't help laughing and said jokingly, "Brother Ling Yang, you actually chose such a movie to watch, and in such a place. It's really exciting. You are so creative. How did you come up with this idea?" Is there anything strange about this? Ling Yang was stunned and looked at Li Mingjie with some confusion. He thought Li Mingjie didn't know this movie. Of course it's creative. Li Mingjie shook her head. Just think about it, under the moonlight, a man and a woman alone in the woods, watching a short video, isn't that interesting? Moreover, there is an inexplicable sense of excitement. Chapter 119 Punishment? Li Mingjie looked at Ling Yang and said what was in her mind. After hearing what Li Mingjie said, Ling Yang was stunned. He really didn't expect that Li Mingjie's mind was so open. She even dared to think about such a thing. It was really laughable. Well, I find it quite interesting too. Ling Yang smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. He had not expected that these were the things that Li Mingjie was thinking about. Hearing this, Li Mingjie smiled, her smile full of happiness and satisfaction. Afterwards, Li Mingjie leaned on Ling Yang's shoulder and they watched a movie. After a while, the content in the short video gradually made the two of them feel hot all over. Even Li Mingjie's body was showing some signs of abnormality, and she twisted and turned in Ling Yang's arms. Watching this short video, Ling Yang's mouth became dry. For a moment, he was twisted around by Li Mingjie and he couldn't bear it anymore. Oh shit. This girl is so playful and so good at teasing. It's really tempting. Hey, what do you want to do? Li Mingjie, who was beaten, immediately broke free from Ling Yang's arms and asked angrily, her face flushed with shame, her eyes watery as if water was about to drip out. Hee, of course I'm going to fuck you. Ling Yang smiled and directly hugged Li Mingjie into his arms. You're so annoying, let me go. Li Mingjie's pretty face turned even redder and she said coquettishly. Ha, I just want to bully you. Ling Yang looked like a gangster, grinned, and directly pushed Li Mingjie down and kissed Li Mingjie on the mouth. At this moment, Ling Yang's eyes were already red. This Li Mingjie is so seductive. However, Li Mingjie's initiative was indeed too tempting. Unconsciously, Ling Yang's actions had become more and more bold and presumptuous. His hands began to grope Li Mingjie's body and began to unbutton her clothes. Although Li Mingjie was afraid, she did not resist. She felt this feeling was very comfortable and wonderful. Ling Yang's hands wandered over Li Mingjie's body and soon found. At this moment, Ling Yang could no longer control himself. Otherwise, he really didn't know what else he would do. There are only two reasons for all this. One is that Ling Yang's self-control has been reduced to the lowest point. The other is that Li Mingjie's figure is so attractive and sexy that people have the urge to pounce on her and ravage her. At this moment, Li Mingjie no longer had any resistance and could only enjoy herself. She closed her eyes, put her arms around Ling Yang's neck, and pressed her whole body against Ling Yang, allowing Ling Yang to do whatever he wanted to her. Ling Yang's actions became more and more outrageous and excessive. The gauze nightgown that Li Mingjie was wearing could no longer withstand Ling Yang's strength and began to slowly slide down. Ling Yang, not to be outdone, began to tear off Li Mingjie's clothes. Both of them were very anxious and couldn't wait to get straight to the point. But at this moment, there seemed to be some obstacles that could not be torn apart. However, Ling Yang did not give up and continued to work hard. At the moment when Li Mingjie's clothes were about to be completely stripped, Li Mingjie suddenly opened her eyes and pushed Ling Yang, who was about to attack her, with all her strength. She sat up, straightened her clothes, and said, "Don't make trouble, I'm tired and want to rest." These words were like a basin of ice-cold water poured over Ling Yang's head, chilling him to the core. However, on second thought, oh, that's not right, this little girl is clearly trying to keep me in suspense. Is it to keep pulling, attracting my attention, teasing me deliberately, making me unable to stop wanting her, and finally, firmly tying my heart and body? Thinking of this, Ling Yang smiled slightly. Wow, this little girl really has some skills. I have underestimated her before. However, now, I have seen through her little tricks. Humph, this little girl really underestimated me. Did she think she could escape from my clutches like this? A sly smile appeared on Ling Yang's lips, and he approached Li Mingjie step by step. Ah, Ling Yang, don't come over here. Li Mingjie screamed in fear when she saw Ling Yang approaching her step by step. She was already a little panicked, because the smile on Ling Yang's face was too scary and too evil, which made her feel scared. She also couldn't help but think about her actions just now, wondering if she had been discovered. Thinking of this possibility, Li Mingjie became even more frightened. Her face turned pale and she couldn't help shaking all over. Ling Yang came up to Li Mingjie with a smile. Seeing Li Mingjie's nervous look,
Ling Yang couldn't help but pinch her face and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad guy, I won't eat people."
Well, then, what are you doing here?
Li Mingjie said, gritting her teeth.
This bastard actually dared to take advantage of her.
He deserves to die.
You are my woman, of course I have to hold you and go to sleep.
Ling Yang said with a wicked smile. After that, he immediately hugged Li Mingjie's delicate body in his arms and then lay down. Li Mingjie struggled to stand up, but Ling Yang's strength was too strong and she couldn't get free.
Ling Yang, you bastard, let me go, you bastard. Li Mingjie's voice was tearful and she looked aggrieved.
She didn't know if this was a prank by Ling Yang, but Ling Yang was really hateful.
Be good, let's go to bed.
Ling Yang smiled, gently stroked Li Mingjie's soft hair, and comforted her, feeling a little speechless in his heart.
No, let me go.
Li Mingjie said with a sad face. At this moment, she really felt very wronged. Ling Yang's hands were always playing tricks on her body. Li Mingjie also felt very uncomfortable. She knew very well how much she attracted Ling Yang, and how important she was to him.
However, she was unwilling to let Ling Yang take advantage of her. After all, Ling Yang already had so many women, and she didn't want to be one of them.
Seeing that Li Mingjie was still resisting him, Ling Yang couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned over and pressed Li Mingjie under his body, then blew gently on her ear, grinned, and said, "We must have a good talk. You haven't been with me for such a long time.
Tonight, you must make it up to me."
No. Before Li Mingjie could utter the word, Ling Yang had already blocked her lips. Soon, Li Mingjie fell. This made her a little angry. She wanted to break free from Ling Yang's restraints, but she couldn't break free from Ling Yang's hands.
At this time, Li Mingjie finally realized that her strength was far inferior to Ling Yang's.
Moreover, after the struggle just now, she also felt a little tired, and this feeling of fatigue was constantly deepening, causing her to gradually relax unconsciously and stop resisting.
Ling Yang felt her change and was secretly happy.
He knew that Li Mingjie would not reject him, and he also felt his woman's feelings for him. Now, he just needed to make good use of it. He believed that it would not be long before he would completely conquer Li Mingjie. This action made Ling Yang's eyes suddenly light up, and he was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that his trick really worked, and Li Mingjie was unable to refuse him after all.
Li Mingjie couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The feeling was so wonderful that she couldn't help but want to moan out loud.
But Li Mingjie knew that if she didn't resist it this time, she would be really finished. Thinking of this, Li Mingjie didn't know where she got the strength from. She pushed Ling Yang away, then quickly sat up and used the quilt to cover her pair of seductive long legs. Ling Yang was stunned, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Mingjie, stop hiding it. You are such a grown-up, and you are still shy."
"Don't talk nonsense. Who would be shy?" Li Mingjie said quickly. "Hee, if you're not shy, then why do you cover your legs with the quilt? Aren't you just making things worse?" Ling Yang teased. You are shameless," Li Mingjie said angrily.
Ling Yang laughed and said, "Okay, don't be angry, put on your clothes quickly, otherwise they will be cold later."
"I don't want to wear it. I like it this way."
"What?
Do you have any objection?" Li Mingjie pouted in dissatisfaction, glared at Ling Yang and said,
I have no objection, I have no objection." Ling Yang shook his head repeatedly.
"Humph."
Li Mingjie snorted coldly and said, "Ling Yang, I'm telling you, don't bully me, otherwise, you'll be in trouble."
"Okay, I get it. I will never bully you again." Ling Yang shrugged and said,
"It's good that you know it, but you have to remember that I, Li Mingjie, have only one boyfriend, and that's you, Ling Yang."
Li Mingjie said firmly. "Okay, I get it. I won't bully you anymore. But, Mingjie, please don't bully me either. Look at me, I'm in this condition. Don't you want me to have no descendants?"
Ling Yang said, pretending to be in pain, looking at Li Mingjie.
You, what are you talking about?" Li Mingjie's pretty face turned red instantly.
Although she knew that Ling Yang was referring to that thing, she didn't expect Ling Yang to be so direct.
You are not allowed to talk nonsense, otherwise, I will. Li Mingjie was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. Ling Yang smiled evilly and said, "Mingjie, do you want me to tell you a joke? I guarantee you'll like it."
"I don't want to listen, just go away," Li Mingjie said with a red face.
"Okay, since Mingjie doesn't want to listen, I won't force her. But we have to make 3 rules.
First, you are not allowed to cheat in bed, and you are not allowed to use violence. Second, you are not allowed to swear or curse in bed. Third, you are not allowed to say you like me, and you are not allowed to do anything to me, otherwise, you are not allowed to pay attention to me in the future.
Ling Yang said. I don't agree. Li Mingjie said, shaking her head repeatedly. Don't agree? If you don't agree, then forget it. Ling Yang said. Humph. You are not allowed to do this. Li Mingjie said angrily. Okay, Mingjie, let's make it a deal.
No swearing or cursing, otherwise, don't even think about sleeping with me in the future.
Ling Yang said. You. Li Mingjie was furious, but helpless. Okay, I promise you.
Li Mingjie said, gritting her teeth.
Okay, Mingjie, be good.
Ling Yang said with a smile, then he pounced on her and pressed Li Mingjie under him. Li Mingjie let out a muffled groan, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes.
Seeing her look, Ling Yang chuckled and began to attack the city.
Ling Yang's hands had already begun to set Li Mingjie on fire, making her beg for mercy.
Hearing Ling Yang's blunt question, Li Mingjie's tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. Ling Yang didn't expect that Li Mingjie would actually cry. Hey, don't cry. Ling Yang said quickly.
Li Mingjie became more and more sad as she cried. Ling Yang quickly took out a tissue to wipe her tears, and then comforted her. Okay, don't cry, don't cry. Unfortunately, Li Mingjie couldn't stop at this time. Ling Yang was helpless and had to hug Li Mingjie tightly in his arms and kiss her hair. Before she knew it, Ling Yang's hand had touched her lower abdomen. He looked down and saw that Li Mingjie's pants had been completely unzipped by him.
Ling Yang pulled Li Mingjie's pants to her knees, revealing her pink underwear. Ah! Li Mingjie was startled and looked at Ling Yang in panic. She immediately remembered the mark Ling Yang left on her body just now. She suddenly felt shy and embarrassed. She wanted to reach out to stop Ling Yang, but Ling Yang held her tightly. Moreover, she felt her body slowly becoming softer and weaker, as if she was about to collapse to the floor. Li Mingjie was suddenly shocked. She knew that there must be something wrong with her body, but she didn't know the reason. It was just that she felt an inexplicable urge deep in her heart. Li Mingjie didn't know what to do. She didn't even dare to open her eyes, for fear that Ling Yang would notice her abnormality or discover her current condition. Ling Yang felt that Li Mingjie was a little strange. He lowered his head and looked at her carefully. He found that her face was red, as if it was congested. Her whole face looked red, as if it was about to bleed, which made people feel distressed. Mingjie, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?
Ling Yang asked with concern.
No, it's okay.
Li Mingjie stammered, her voice trembling as if she was overly frightened.
Are you really okay?
Ling Yang said with a frown.
Well, it's really okay. Maybe I'm too tired today.
I'll feel better after a night's rest. Li Mingjie said hurriedly. After hearing this, Ling Yang felt relieved and stopped asking any more questions.
That's good. I thought something happened to you. I hope you're okay.
Ling Yang patted her back gently and said softly.
Yeah.
Li Mingjie responded softly, then buried her face in Ling Yang's arms, not daring to look up at Ling Yang's eyes. Looking at the shy girl in his arms, Ling Yang's eyes flashed with pity. He reached out and stroked Li Mingjie's smooth long hair, and said softly, Mingjie, in fact, I was wrong tonight. I was not considerate enough.
Ling Yang, you don't have to explain to me. I don't mean to blame you.
Li Mingjie shook her head and said softly. Her tone was very gentle with a hint of coquettishness. When Ling Yang heard it, his heart was numb.
Okay, I don't mean to blame you. You are right. I should take good care of you and not let anything happen to you.
Ling Yang said as he kissed her lightly on the forehead. This time, Ling Yang's kiss was not only gentle, but also deep in the soul, which made Li Mingjie intoxicated involuntarily.
Ling Yang, thank you.
Li Mingjie suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling Yang, her eyes full of gratitude.
Silly girl, why are you saying that? It seems like you are alienating me. Ling Yang smiled and said.
When Li Mingjie heard Ling Yang's words, her eyes suddenly turned red and filled with tears.
Mingjie, what's wrong with you?
Ling Yang was worried.
This was the first time he saw Li Mingjie cry. It's okay.
Li Mingjie wiped away her tears and said, I'm just a little touched.
Brother Ling Yang, I know you treat me well, really, I know.
You are such a fool.
Do I need to tell you that I am nice to you? Of course I have to be nice to you. Ling Yang gently tapped Li Mingjia's forehead and said with a smile.
Ouch, it hurts, you bad guy, you bully me.
Li Mingjie covered her forehead and said aggrievedly. Ha, who made you cry just now? I love you so much, how could you treat me like this? Don't you know that men hate to see women cry the most? You are simply hurting me by doing this.
Li Mingjie blushed when she heard this, and then she muttered, it's obviously your fault, and you're blaming others.
Okay, it's all my fault, so I'll punish you now. Oh, no. So how do you want to punish me? Wait a minute, I'm going to make you beg for mercy. Okay, go ahead and punish me. I won't beg for mercy anyway.
Ling Yang said carelessly. Li Mingjie hummed twice, then turned around, closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Seeing Li Mingjie closing her eyes and pretending to be asleep, Ling Yang also closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed this wonderful time.
Chapter 120. Let us find a place to rest.
Li Mingjie has a great figure and skin as white as jade.
Moreover, Li Mingjie was wearing relatively conservative clothes.
Ling Yang could feel the softness of her body with just a slight touch. The touch was very comfortable, making people want to touch her a few more times.
Although Ling Yang didn't have any dirty thoughts, he couldn't control his hands.
He always wanted to touch it to see if it felt as good as what he saw on TV. Although Li Mingjie closed her eyes, she felt Ling Yang's hand rubbing her back for a while, and then stopped. This made her a little confused, thinking, why didn't this guy continue to touch her?
Did her charm fade? Or was Ling Yang no longer interested in her charm?
Just as Li Mingjie was thinking, Ling Yang turned her over, and his big hands wrapped around her slender waist from behind, holding Li Mingjie tightly in his arms. Li Mingjie's lips curled up into a sweet smile, and she thought to herself, since Ling Yang didn't continue to take action, then she didn't need to continue pretending to sleep.
Li Mingjie secretly twisted her buttocks, trying to escape from Ling Yang's restraints, but Ling Yang did not give Li Mingjie a chance.
He hugged her tightly, making her buttocks stick tightly to Ling Yang's body.
This action made Li Mingjie's heart beat wildly and a blush quickly appeared on her face.
Mingjie, I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. Ling Yang buried his face in Li Mingjie's shoulder and apologized softly. Ling Yang felt Li Mingjie's whole body stiffen, as if she had not expected Ling Yang to apologize. Li Mingjie bit her teeth and said softly, no, it's okay, it's my fault.
Mingjie, how can you say that? If you say that, aren't you blaming me for not satisfying you? It's my responsibility that I didn't satisfy you. I should apologize to you, don't I?
Ling Yang said softly.
Ling Yang, actually I. Stop talking, let's just lie here quietly and do nothing.
Li Mingjie was about to speak when she was interrupted by Ling Yang. Ling Yang's voice was very low, and in that low voice, there was a kind of determination and extremely strong emotions. This made Li Mingjie's heart tremble. For some reason, she suddenly remembered everything Ling Yang did to her last night, which made her feel ashamed.
This made Li Mingjie feel ashamed and a strong sense of guilt surge in her heart. Okay, then I'll listen to brother Ling Yang. Li Mingjie nodded gently and said, although she had a strong sense of uneasiness deep in her heart, she didn't want Ling Yang to know.
Ling Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Li Mingjie agreed. Although Li Mingjie did not express any objection, she did not refuse, which meant that Li Mingjie had accepted herself. The two of them hugged each other quietly, enjoying this peaceful scene, and their hearts were filled with great happiness. Both of them had one thought in their minds, which was to hug each other quietly like this forever.
The night was getting deeper and deeper. Li Mingjie leaned on Ling Yang's broad chest, feeling his strong chest. An inexplicable throbbing surged in her heart. She couldn't help but close her eyes and wanted to sleep. However, she knew very well in her heart that she couldn't sleep because she was afraid that once she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. They held each other quietly like this for an unknown amount of time before Ling Yang's breathing gradually became steady. Li Mingjie felt that Ling Yang's breathing became even and she was delighted, knowing that Ling Yang had finally fallen asleep. Quietly opening her eyes and looking at Ling Yang's familiar sleeping face, Li Mingjie felt an inexplicable warmth and happiness in her heart. In this world, nothing could compare to this handsome man in front of her, who was obedient and caring to her, and even reluctant to make a small joke. This man deserves my wholehearted love and will never leave me. Li Mingjie's eyes gradually became moist, and she said to herself silently in her heart. Ling Yang felt a warm liquid flowing to his neck and woke up immediately.
When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Mingjie lying on his chest, with crystal tears slowly sliding down from the corners of her eyes, which made Ling Yang feel distressed.
He quickly asked, Mingjie, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Brother Ling Yang, I just thought of something very sad. Li Mingjie said. Really? Is there anything sad? Can you tell me? Ling Yang asked.
Well, my mother, she's gone and will never come back. Li Mingjie said with a sob.
How could this happen? Why is she gone? Did she die of illness? Ling Yang asked with a frown.
No, my mother is not sick, she just. Li Mingjie's words were suddenly stuck, because she found that she couldn't say that word at all.
Just what? Mingjie, please tell me quickly.
Ling Yang said anxiously. Brother Ling Yang, I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. Li Mingjie said sobbingly with tears in her eyes.
It's okay, just tell me and I'll help you find a solution. Ling Yang comforted. Actually, my mother was forced to death by someone else.
Ling Yang was stunned. This news was too shocking for him.
For a moment he didn't know what to say. Mingjie, don't cry, what's going on? Tell me quickly. Well, actually it's like this. My mother used to be a dance teacher.
Someone was attracted by her beauty and wanted to pursue her, so he used force. My mother refused at first, and as a result, she suffered revenge from others. Later, my father found out, and after my mother was forced to leave, she ran away with someone else.
My father was very angry, and then he started a fight. As a result, he was seriously injured and died in the hospital. My father's company also went bankrupt, and he owed a huge debt.
In the end, my father's company was sold, and our family became paupers. My mother was forced to marry, and later she left because she was bullied. Li Mingjie said with sobs.
So that's how it is. Mingjie, you've worked so hard.
Ling Yang said with pity.
Brother Ling Yang, don't say that. There is no need to be so polite between us. We are friends, aren't we? Didn't you tell me too? We are friends, so can we just be like this? Li Mingjie said, resting her head on Ling Yang's chest, looking at Ling Yang with a dazed look. Mingjie, thank you for trusting me so much, thank you. Ling Yang said sincerely. This was a true feeling, and this feeling moved Ling Yang deeply. Brother Ling Yang, don't say that. You are so nice to me. If I don't believe you, I would be an idiot. Li Mingjie said. Ling Yang smiled slightly and gently stroked Li Mingjie's soft hair.
Li Mingjie has very long hair, which is black and smooth like silk and feels very comfortable to touch.
Ling Yang couldn't help but stretch out his fingers and gently scratched Li Mingjie's hair. Li Mingjie felt the touch of Ling Yang's fingers and immediately felt her whole body tremble.
She sighed in her heart, wondering why she was so sensitive. Ling Yang just touched her hair and she became so sensitive.
Sensing something was wrong with Li Mingjie, Ling Yang stopped moving his fingers, raised his head and looked at Li Mingjie. Li Mingjie's eyes met Ling Yang's, and she suddenly became a little flustered. She felt a little shy and didn't dare to look at Ling Yang. She quickly lowered her eyelids, her heart beating like a drum. Ling Yang looked at Li Mingjie and knew exactly what she meant.
He smiled in his heart but did not point it out. Stretching out his arms, he hugged Li Mingjie's slender waist.
The tip of Ling Yang's nose touched Li Mingjie's smooth forehead. He felt Li Mingjie's body trembling a little.
A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he gently blew a breath of hot air into Li Mingjie's ear. Li Mingjie's body suddenly began to tremble even more violently. Her delicate body was shaking slightly, and the shy feeling in her heart made her dare not raise her head or look at Ling Yang.
Mingjie, your skin is so smooth and tender. Ling Yang said. No, brother Ling Yang, I didn't mean that. I meant that your fingers are fun.
I'm not used to having others touch my head, no matter who it is.
Li Mingjie quickly explained. Hearing Li Mingjie's words, Ling Yang smiled and said, Mingjie, you are really a very cute girl. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Brother Ling Yang, you don't have to be so nice to me.
Li Mingjie's voice became smaller and smaller, until it was as small as a mosquito's buzz.
Ling Yang ignored her and gently kissed Li Mingjie's forehead.
Then, he lay down gently and held Li Mingjie tightly in his arms. Ling Yang's embrace was warm, generous, and solid, making Li Mingjie's heart full of peace of mind and security. Li Mingjie closed her eyes and a happy expression appeared on her face. She hadn't felt so solid and safe for a long time. She was very greedy for this kind of warmth and tranquility, and greedily inhaled the scent emanating from Ling Yang's body. Smelling the unique scent of Ling Yang, Li Mingjie felt very satisfied and happy in her heart.
Brother Ling Yang, can we sleep in each other's arms like this? Li Mingjie asked in a low voice.
Okay, what does it matter?
Ling Yang agreed.
Well, what does it matter?
I like holding you like this. Holding brother Ling Yang is my greatest happiness.
Li Mingjie said softly.
After hearing Li Mingjie's words, Ling Yang's heart was filled with deep emotion and he gently kissed Li Mingjie's sweet lips.
Ling Yang's kiss was so passionate that Li Mingjie couldn't help but moan, her delicate body trembling slightly.
Ha, really?
Then I'll try harder. Ling Yang said with a wicked smile. After saying that, his palm wandered over Li Mingjie's back, rubbing it gently, feeling the elasticity of Li Mingjie's body and the smoothness of Li Mingjie's skin, which made Ling Yang unable to help but touch her for a while longer.
Woo, no more. I'm so ticklish.
Li Mingjie twisted her body to avoid Ling Yang's clutches.
Hee, Mingjie, your body is quite sensitive. I just touched you slightly, and you can't stand it? This is too exaggerated, right? Ling Yang teased Li Mingjie.
You big bad guy, I'm not ticklish.
Li Mingjie muttered.
Li Mingjie did not get any response to her words. She only felt her body suddenly rise into the air and then fall into Ling Yang's arms. Feeling herself being held in Ling Yang's arms, Li Mingjie felt a little panicked. She didn't know what Ling Yang wanted to do, but she could clearly feel the smell of male hormones coming from Ling Yang.
Mingjie, let's do some exercise. Maybe after some exercise, my body won't feel tired anymore.
Ling Yang said with a smile.
Exercise? Li Mingjie's heart suddenly contracted, and she thought to herself, no way? Could it be that he really wants to do that with me?
Although she was a little hesitant, Li Mingjie didn't know why, but she was looking forward to it. In her heart, she hoped that Ling Yang could really do that with her.
Mingjie, do you want to do it?
Ling Yang said with a wicked smile. Li Mingjie lowered her head, the blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. She bit her lower lip lightly and nodded shyly.
Seeing Li Mingjie's shy look, Ling Yang burst into laughter.
He didn't expect that Li Mingjie was so naive. He was deceived by just one sentence.
It was simply too funny. Seeing Ling Yang laughing so hard, Li Mingjie felt a little angry.
She said unhappily, "Humph, you are so annoying.
I agreed to do that kind of thing with you, but you still laughed at me. Aren't you the same?"
As Li Mingjie spoke, she struggled hard and finally broke free from Ling Yang's arms. Then, she turned around and faced away from Ling Yang. Seeing this, Ling Yang did not pursue her, but just chuckled and said, "Mingjie, I know, you must be shy."
"What are you shy about? I won't eat you." "Humph, if you eat me, I'll depend on you." Li Mingjie snorted coldly and said unhappily. "Okay, then I'll wait to eat you." "How come you are so cute, girl?" Ling Yang said, reaching out to touch Li Mingjie's little head.
Hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mingjie felt sweet in her heart, and couldn't help but said with a smile, "Then you must remember what you said today. If you really dare to eat my words, then you will be miserable." Ling Yang laughed after hearing what Li Mingjie said. "Don't worry, Sister Mingjie, I won't eat you, because I can't bear to do it."
"Brother Ling Yang, this is what you said. If you go back on your word, huh?" Li Mingjie snorted coldly and said. "Ha, of course not. You're so cute, how could I bear to eat you?" Ling Yang said, reaching out to pinch Li Mingjie's chin and gently peck Li Mingjie's cherry lips. Ouch!
Li Mingjie couldn't help but let out a soft cry when Ling Yang kissed her, and a blush flashed across her pretty face.
"What's wrong? Are you scared?" Ling Yang asked with some concern. "No, I wasn't scared," Li Mingjie said with a pout. "Ha, since you are not scared, why are you so scared?" Ling Yang teased. "Humph, I'm just a little scared, and you're laughing at me. How annoying," Li Mingjie said angrily.
"Ha, Mingjie, nothing in this world can scare me."
Ling Yang laughed.
Li Mingjie's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug look. She thought smugly in her heart, "I knew you were not really scared."
"Aren't you afraid? Then why don't you dare look at me?"
Ling Yang said with a smile.
Who doesn't dare to look at you?" "Humph, I'm afraid you will eat me." "Brother Ling Yang, don't forget what you promised me just now,"
Li Mingjie said, deliberately puffing out her chest.
Ha, of course I know what I promised you. I always keep my word on what I promised you.
Ling Yang said with a wicked smile.
Really? You are not just kidding me? Li Mingjie asked doubtfully. Do you think I'm trying to make you happy? You are my little lover, isn't it time for you to fulfill your duties as my girlfriend? If you want to fulfill your duties as my girlfriend, you should at least show some expression, right?
Ling Yang said with a smile. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mingjie was stunned and felt conflicted. She knew in her heart that Ling Yang wanted her to take the initiative and do that kind of thing with him. Ling Yang was trying to induce her to devote herself voluntarily, which made her a little hesitant. However, when she thought about the past few days of getting along, Li Mingjie felt an anticipation in her heart. She wanted to give it a try. She wanted to experience the feeling of close contact with Ling Yang. Every time Ling Yang touched her, she would feel some inexplicable stimulation that made her heart beat faster. Moreover, Ling Yang's big hands are very comfortable and elastic, and there is always a faint herbal scent on Ling Yang's big hands, which is very pleasant.
Li Mingjie was very conflicted.
She didn't want to reject Ling Yang's kindness, but she was also looking forward to that kind of thing happening with Ling Yang.
After all, Ling Yang was the person she liked. Brother Ling Yang, what do you think I should do? Should I take the initiative?
Li Mingjie hesitated for a long time before speaking slowly.
Ling Yang smiled and said, Mingjie, just do whatever you want to do. I will support you. Well, thank you, brother Ling Yang. A blush appeared on Li Mingjie's face.
Li Mingjie gently raised her toes, then tiptoed gently, moved closer to Ling Yang, and then gently kissed Ling Yang on the forehead. Ling Yang's whole body was shocked and a strange feeling surged in his heart.
He didn't expect that Li Mingjie would be so proactive.
This made him very excited, but at the same time, a trace of guilt surged in his heart.
Of course Ling Yang could see Li Mingjie's feelings for him, but Ling Yang pretended to be confused.
He didn't know if he would hurt Li Mingjie if he took the initiative to develop a relationship with her.
Brother Ling Yang, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you dislike my poor kissing skills?
It took me a long time to practice and I can barely reach the standard. Li Mingjie said worriedly as she saw Ling Yang staring at her.
Of course not. Sister Mingjie, you are so outstanding, how could I dislike you? I just suddenly felt that you are so beautiful.
Ling Yang said hurriedly, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and took Li Mingjie into his arms. Li Mingjie's body stiffened instantly when Ling Yang held her in his arms. She could smell the masculine scent of Ling Yang through her little nose. This scent made her feel very safe and warm, and made Li Mingjie feel very at ease.
Brother Ling Yang, praising me like this will make me blush. Li Mingjie said shyly.
Ha, Sister Mingjie, you don't need to blush. What I said is all true.
Ling Yang gently patted Li Mingjie's round and smooth buttocks and said softly. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mingjie became even more shy. She glared at Ling Yang and said, hate you, brother Ling Yang. You just like to bully others. Hee, Sister Mingjie, how dare I bully you? If I dare to bully you, I guess I will never be able to touch you again. My woman can only belong to me. Whoever dares to bully you is making things difficult for me. So, Sister Mingjie, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you are not allowed to cry, and you are not allowed to retreat. Ling Yang said domineeringly. Why are you so domineering?
Li Mingjie muttered shyly.
Because I love you. Ling Yang said.
Ling Yang originally wanted to chat with Li Mingjie for a while longer, but he didn't expect that this little girl would take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. So, Ling Yang hugged Li Mingjie tightly, and the two kissed passionately. More than an hour passed before Ling Yang and Li Mingjie reluctantly let go of each other. Both of them were panting, and it was obvious that the passionate kiss just now was not easy.
Ahem, okay, let's go out and find a place to rest for a while.
Li Mingjie said with a red face.
Chapter 121. As long as the money is in place, everything is okay. After the dust settled, Ling Yang carried the powerless Li Mingjie to the co-pilot seat. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yang returned to the driver's cab. Looking at the sexy and charming Li Mingjie standing beside him, Ling Yang felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. This damn girl is simply a top-notch girl. It's really too much.
It's good to be rich, and countless girls will come to you for money. In fact, despite her various actions tonight, this girl just wanted to be involved with me. After all, if you follow me, even if you don't have a formal status, you can still get a lot of money.
Nowadays, if you have money, you are the master. If you have money, you are the boss. It's that simple and crude. As long as you have enough money, you can get more resources and benefits. There is no way, this is the fact. After mastering the core elements between people, you don't have to bother with anything at all. On the contrary, countless people will adapt to you instead of you adapting to anyone. It is so cruel. Having money and having no money are two different concepts. What would you be like if you were without money? Now, what kind of hanging is it? In the past, no one cared about me, but now, wherever he goes, he is flattered and given away for free. This girl at the front desk is a good example. She is obviously a gold digger. Although it appears to be purer than mineral water, in reality, deep down, she is still a gold digger. As long as you have money, it's fine. Before, it wasn't tea because she was so pure, it was just that her thing was something that poor people couldn't afford. She doesn't let the poor play with it, she only leaves it for the rich. In this way, she can maximize her own interests. Obviously, she was a smart woman, and she gave herself to him for the first time simply because she wanted her to have more importance in his heart. When he thought of this, he sneered. But this girl's temperament, figure, and appearance are all excellent, so it's not a big deal for her to be her little lover. Anyway, this kind of gold digger will definitely kneel down at your feet as long as you still have money. So, don't worry about it at all. Just think of it as raising a little canary. So Ling Yang took her directly and took her to buy a house. After all, he is now the second largest shareholder of Chu Real Estate, and he still has the right to use a small set of houses that have not been sold. Soon, under his arrangement, the two of them arrived at a well-decorated, high-end residential suite. Here, all the furniture, whether it is something you need or not, is already there. After entering here, Li Mingjie's eyes blossomed. Wow! What a beautiful house! Ling Yang smiled and said, "This is for you. From now on, this house belongs to you. How about it? Isn't this a good birthday gift?" Ling Yang nodded, then turned and left. After walking out of the bedroom, Ling Yang walked towards the sofa in the living room. After sitting casually on the sofa, he took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and rested. Click, click. A series of footsteps were heard, and then Li Mingjie was seen changing into her pajamas and trotting out barefoot. She looked at Ling Yang happily and said, "Baby, you are so handsome." Ling Yang smiled and said, "Come and sit down quickly." "Yeah, okay." This girl actually dared to tease him? Ling Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, grabbed her little hand, and pulled her onto his lap, saying, "Since you are not honest, I will teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Ling Yang suddenly lowered his head and kissed her cherry lips. This was something Li Mingjie had not expected. Li Mingjie. Having said that, Ling Yang stood up, picked her up, and walked upstairs. Soon, the two came upstairs. After entering the room, Ling Yang held her, walked to the bed, and laid her down on it. Ling Yang felt depressed. It was already the middle of the night, who the hell was calling? When Ling Yang picked up the phone, he was immediately happy. Then Ling Yang hung up the phone. Okay. Having said that, Ling Yang kissed her red lips once again and they became passionate with each other again. This little girl is so attractive. However, Ling Yang was still full of energy and in high spirits. It was as if she was born for herself. Very good, Ling Yang is very satisfied. I really like this little devil Li Mingjie. This chick is decided by me. He, after everything is settled, I must give her a surprise. Ling Yang thought with a smile. After thinking about this, Ling Yang immediately got up and went into the bathroom. After washing up, he lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. The next day, when Ling Yang woke up, it was already dark outside the window. At this time, Li Mingjie also woke up. The two of them were very passionate last night. After a big fight, they were so tired that they fainted, so they got up late. However, Li Mingjie was extremely excited. She has become Ling Yang's girlfriend in name only. This change in identity undoubtedly made her position in Ling Yang's heart more important and noble than before. So, at this moment, her heart was filled with incomparable sweetness. It's not only because of this incident, but also because I am Ling Yang's girlfriend. Moreover, there is no longer any rift between the two of them. This made Li Mingjie very excited. After seeing Ling Yang open his eyes, Li Mingjie immediately came forward and looked at Ling Yang with a smile. Seeing this, Ling Yang couldn't help but jokingly said, "Hey, my Li Mingjie, when did you become a little confused?" You woke up so early? Hearing this, a hint of shyness suddenly appeared on Li Mingjie's pretty face. Then she said, I just want to get up early and prepare breakfast for you. Oh? So well behaved? Ling Yang teased with a smile. Hateful. Li Mingjie said coquettishly. Ha ha. My annoying husband, what are you laughing at? Li Mingjie pouted and said coquettishly, you are making fun of me. Ha ha. No, honey, you are getting more and more beautiful. You are even more beautiful than before, don't you think so? Ling Yang said with a smile. Hee hee, of course. Li Mingjie smiled proudly. After going downstairs to the breakfast shop, the two found a place to sit down and ordered some breakfast. Breakfast was served quickly. Li Mingjie ate while secretly glancing at Ling Yang, as if she was afraid that Ling Yang would see something. Her eyes kept rolling around, and no one knew what she was thinking. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me all the time? Ling Yang couldn't help but ask when he saw this. No way. Li Mingjie denied it immediately. However, looking at Li Mingjie's expression, Ling Yang knew in his heart that this girl must be thinking about something. He shook his head and continued to eat. After a while, Li Mingjie finished a bowl of porridge, looked up at Ling Yang, and asked, Husband, do you think we are now boyfriend and girlfriend? Forget it. Ling Yang nodded. But I feel like this is just pretending, it's not real at all. Li Mingjie muttered. Ling Yang waved his hand and smiled, silly boy, why do you think so much? Anyway, we are definitely the happiest now, why do we have to worry about the future? Besides, you know my identity, and I already have a wife. I told you before that you can't be my wife. But don't worry, I won't treat you badly. You will still have what you deserve. So, what are you worried about? After hearing this, Li Mingjie couldn't help but sigh and said, well, forget it. Since you are already married, what else can I do? Ha, are you so depressed because of this? Ling Yang asked. Of course, if your wife was me instead of Lin Mangyao, would you dislike me? Li Mingjie blinked her eyes, looked at Ling Yang and asked. How could that be? You're my wife, how could I possibly dislike you? Ling Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Mingjie showed a trace of relief on her pretty face, and couldn't help asking, really? Ling Yang nodded and said, really? Hee hee, I knew you would never dislike me. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Li Mingjie immediately smiled, with a strange gleam in her beautiful eyes. Ling Yang was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, silly girl, I'm a man, how could I dislike you? When Li Mingjie heard Ling Yang's words, she burst into laughter and her chest shook violently. This look made Ling Yang swallow his saliva. This girl is so sexy, isn't she? Ahem, wife, what are you doing? If you continue like this, I'm really going to have a nosebleed. Ling Yang couldn't help but say. Li Mingjie finally reacted after hearing this. My current posture is really too sexy. Immediately, Li Mingjie's cheeks turned red. When Ling Yang saw this scene, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. I have to say, this girl Li Mingjie is so tempting. Although Li Mingjie is a student with low voice, it does not affect her charm at all. On the contrary, her temperament and beauty are enough to attract the attention of all male creatures. Especially since Li Mingjie is his wife, how could Ling Yang not be moved? The reason why Ling Yang was moved was actually very simple. What bad thing does this bastard want to do again? He wouldn't really want to do anything bad, right? Li Mingjie's heart was filled with anxiety. And this guy actually dared to kiss her forcefully? Chapter 122 Internet Celebrity Quality Inspector, Ling Yang. After a night of lingering, Ling Yang left here and returned to work at the company. I've been away from the company for so long, I should come back and take a look. After all, it's such a big company, we can't just leave it alone. After returning to the company, Mu Wanqing came straight to me. After seeing Mu Wanqing, Ling Yang smiled and said, Boss Mu, are you looking for me? Mu Wanqing nodded and said very seriously, where have you been these 2 days? Ling Yang laughed and said, of course I went to a tryst. Otherwise, why would I go there? What's wrong? Is there something urgent? Mu Wanqing nodded and said, yes, I am too lazy to deal with your trivial matters, but the current plan of this company is almost at the final stage. I have almost finished preparing for the new project you mentioned before. Currently, we need to conduct internal testing first. If we want to conduct internal testing, we must select a group of internet celebrities. We have contacted many internet celebrities and need to select and train them.
At present, we have not invited any big internet celebrities, but some second and third tier small internet celebrities with good reputations, to see how the effect is. Ling Yang nodded and said, "Oh, that's okay, I will contact the famous actress Ouyang Qingwu to help."
Don't worry about that. As for these little internet celebrities, you can send the names and appointments to me. I will personally test them.
Those who are qualified will stay, and those who are not will leave. Mu Wanqing thought about it, nodded and said, "All right.
I'll leave it to you then. I still have a lot of things to do."
After Mu Wanqing left, Ling Yang immediately made a phone call and got the matter settled.
Ling Yang is very efficient. At 8 o'clock the next morning, 2 cars stopped in front of the company. 2 girls got off the bus.
One of them was wearing a black sportswear and her long hair was tied into a ponytail, looking youthful and lively.
The other girl was wearing a pink dress and looked sweet and lovely.
Ling Yang stood on the roof of the office building, looked into the distance, and knew that these should be the people selected for the internal test. Ling Yang looked at the 2 girls with a satisfied look on his face, thinking to himself, "Not bad, both are very good and suitable for entering the entertainment industry."
"Hi Mr. Ling. These 2 girls are the internet celebrities Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu. Well, both of you come up with me.
I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment, and then I'll arrange for someone to teach you."
Okay. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu answered in unison. After following Ling Yang to the office, Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu began to tour the office. "Wow, it's so beautiful."
"Yeah, the decoration here is so tasteful, he really is a super handsome guy."
"I like."
The 2 girls were visiting and discussing. After listening for a while, Ling Yang suddenly felt as if he was being ignored. He said with some disappointment, "Hey, 2 beauties, please pay attention to my existence." After hearing this, Zhao Bingyu looked up at Ling Yang and said, "We were so busy visiting that we forgot you were here."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Ling."
Ling Yang shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it, I won't blame you. How about this, you 2 come with me to the cafeteria to eat later, and after you are familiar with the environment, I will take you to familiarize yourself with your work positions, what do you think?" When the 2 girls heard this, they nodded quickly, "Okay." Seeing that the 2 girls agreed, Ling Yang smiled and said, "Since you agree, pack your things quickly."
"Yes."
Then, the 2 girls quickly packed up and prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Ling Yang went to the bathroom, and after washing up, he left the bathroom and walked towards the restaurant with the 2 girls.
"Hey, Mr. Ling, who is this girl? Why did you bring her to have lunch with you?" "That's right, is she Mr. Ling's girlfriend?"
As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, everyone saw Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu surrounded by a group of people. When Ling Yang heard the discussions coming from the surroundings, he scratched his head in distress. These 2 little girls were attracting too much attention. They have only been in the company for 1 day, but they have already attracted the attention of so many male colleagues. I really don't know how charming they are.
Ahem. Ling Yang cleared his throat and said, "You misunderstood. This is a new employee of my company, Luo Yufei. This is Zhao Bingyu. They are both online anchors.
I brought them here for dinner just to let them get familiar with the working environment and to give them some training."
After hearing Ling Yang's explanation, everyone showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So this is Mr. Ling's new employee. He looks so young and tender. Boss Ling, you are so lucky. I see this girl named Luo Yufei.
She is very pretty, has a good figure, and fair skin. She is prettier than those big Korean stars.
Moreover, she is very smart. I think her acting skills must be great." "That's right. Mr. Ling has a different vision. Look at those Korean stars. What kind of people are they? They don't have any acting talent at all. How can they be as good as Luo Yufei? Boss Ling, this beauty named Luo Yufei is very beautiful to me. I have decided that I want to pursue her." "Fuck, you want to pursue a goddess like this? Are you worthy of her?" "I just want to pursue her. I don't believe that Luo Yufei can reject me."
Luo Yufei was a little embarrassed by the discussions around her, and quickly pulled Ling Yang's sleeve and said to Ling Yang, "Ling Yang, this place is too noisy, let's go to another place to eat." After hearing Luo Yufei's words, the discussions around stopped instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Yang, waiting for his answer. Ling Yang looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and could only nod. "Okay, then let's go to another place. After dinner, you will get familiar with the environment.
Then, I will take you to know all the rules of the entertainment industry. Yes, thank you, Ling Yang. Everyone nodded and said.
Seeing this, Luo Yufei was immediately moved and quickly bowed to Ling Yang and said, "Thank you, Ling Yang, you were such a good boss."
Ha ha. You're welcome. We're all here for work. In the future, if you encounter any problems at work, just come to me and I will help you solve them. Yes. The two answered in unison again. The group of four soon arrived at a restaurant. Luo Yufei looked at the restaurant with luxurious and exquisite decorations on the facade, feeling dazzled, and couldn't help but sigh, "Wow, this restaurant is so beautifully decorated, and the environment here is so good. It seems that this restaurant must be opened by a big boss." As soon as Luo Yufei finished speaking, Ling Yang smiled and said, "You two, you haven't eaten yet, hurry up and sit down to eat. I have already booked a private room." Okay. Very good. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu immediately nodded in agreement, and they immediately went to the box and sat down.
Seeing this, Ling Yang also sat down on the seat opposite. The waiter quickly brought several dishes and placed them on the table.
Okay, now you can eat. Just order whatever you want. You're welcome.
Ling Yang said with a smile.
Then we won't be polite.
Luo Yufei said with a smile.
Ling Yang also smiled and nodded. Okay, then order. Today is my treat. You can eat as much as you want. Wow. I want the most expensive dish. Zhao Bingyu said excitedly. I want to eat barbecue skewers. Luo Yufei also said excitedly. As soon as Luo Yufei finished speaking, Ling Yang's mouth twitched fiercely and he said, "You two, you can't do that. Just eat barbecue skewers? I tell you, when you come to our company to report this time, don't be afraid of eating me out of money." Ling Yang, you are underestimating us. Our appetite is really huge, and there is also me, Ling Yang. When Ling Yang heard Luo Yufei's words, he immediately felt ashamed and said quickly, yes, we have a big appetite, so it doesn't matter how much we eat. We are just afraid that you will be too full. Ha ha. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu laughed at the same time after hearing this. Others were also amused by Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu. Okay, stop messing around and eat quickly. Don't get hungry. Ling Yang said to the two of them with a smile. Okay, let's start, Ling Yang. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu nodded. Okay, let's start eating, I'm the host today.
Ling Yang smiled, then raised his chopsticks and said. Hearing Ling Yang's words, everyone around him immediately picked up their chopsticks and started to eat the food on the table. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu picked up their chopsticks and began to eat slowly.
Mr. Ling, aren't you going to eat?
Luo Yufei suddenly remembered that Ling Yang hadn't picked up his chopsticks yet, so she turned to look at Ling Yang and asked.
I'm full.
Ling Yang said with a smile and waved his hand.
Then why don't you eat? Are you dissatisfied with the food here? Luo Yufei asked Ling Yang.
No, this dish is delicious, but I have already eaten, so I am not hungry, and I don't like the food here.
Therefore, you don't have to waste your food just for me. You too should eat quickly. Ling Yang said to the two with a smile. After hearing Ling Yang's words, the two nodded and said nothing more. Seeing that the two were eating with gusto, Ling Yang didn't say anything and just sat quietly beside them watching them. It tastes really good. Yes, it's delicious, much better than the grilled chicken wings, roast chicken, roast duck, and the like seen on TV dramas. Mr. Ling, you are really rich. It's really thoughtful of you to treat us two to such a high-end restaurant. Zhao Bingyu said exaggeratedly while eating grilled chicken wings. Hearing Zhao Bingyu's praise, Ling Yang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Zhao Bingyu would say that. Looking at Zhao Bingyu's expression, he seemed very serious and it didn't seem like he was lying. Hee, the grilled chicken wings here are really good. The chef in this restaurant is a great cook. Every time I come here, I can taste different food. Just eat more as long as you like it. Although these things are expensive, the price itself is not cheap. It's very cost-effective. If you two want to buy a meal, you can come here anytime. I'll treat you. Ling Yang said with a smile. When Luo Yufei heard Ling Yang's words, she immediately shook her head and said, Boss Ling, how can this be possible? If you treat us to a meal, then we will become your little tails. If that happens, your life will not be too easy. Ling Yang heard this and smiled. Don't worry about this. Just enjoy your lunch. Your salary will be paid as usual.
What Ling Yang meant was that you guys eat and I pay, so that no one owes anyone anything. However, after hearing what Ling Yang said, Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu mistakenly thought that what Ling Yang meant was that you don't need to pay the bill, just follow me. Luo Yufei immediately shook her head and said, Ling Yang, we appreciate your kindness, but we cannot accept it. We know that you are worried that we can't pay the bill because we are young, but our salaries are not low. Don't worry, even if you let us eat for free for the rest of our lives, we don't care, as long as you don't mind us bothering you. Yes, Mr. Ling, our salary is very high. Besides, we are not children. We have jobs, and they are good jobs. Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. Zhao Bingyu immediately nodded in agreement. Luo Yufei also nodded with a smile and said, Ling Yang, we really can do it. After hearing what the two said, Ling Yang smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not a big boss, so how can I ask you to work for me for free? I'll just treat you to a meal. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu looked at each other and then looked at Ling Yang. Since you said so, Ling Yang, we feel relieved. In this case, we will not be polite. Luo Yufei said with a smile. Okay, let's get started. Zhao Bingyu also said with a smile. After the three of them had lunch, Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu returned to their offices to rest. Ling Yang, do you have any important matters to deal with these 2 days? No, today I'm just here to go shopping with you and help you pick out some clothes. Then, I'll take you out to play, and then in the evening, we'll go to the bar to have some fun. Ling Yang said with a smile. Hearing Ling Yang's words, Luo Yufei nodded immediately and said happily, Great, let's go, brother Ling Yang, thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Well, let's go change our clothes first. Okay, I'll go with you. You go first and I'll follow. Chapter 123 Tonight, Destined to be Sleepless. Okay, then brother Ling Yang, let's go change clothes first. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu said in unison. After Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu left the private room, Ling Yang stayed alone in the room and continued to drink tea and read. It was not until the evening that Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu came back from outside. They changed into long skirts and looked neatly dressed like two schoolgirls, very beautiful and cute. As soon as Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu entered the room, Luo Yufei ran to the sofa impatiently, took Ling Yang's hands, and said with a smile, Brother Ling Yang, Bingyu and I have changed, we can go now. Come on, let's go. We can go now. Ling Yang nodded with a smile, stood up, put his arms around the two girls, and walked out the door. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu held Ling Yang's arms, with happy smiles on their faces. After the three of them left the restaurant, Luo Yufei suggested, Brother Ling Yang, how about we go shopping first? We don't have anything to do anyway, so let's just stroll around the street. Okay, then you guys go to the mall, I'll go find some friends to play with, then you guys go shopping and I'll find someone to go with, and then we'll go to the bar in the evening. Ling Yang said to the two girls with a smile. Okay, then let's go shopping first. We don't have anything to do anyway, so let's just walk around the streets. I also want to go shopping and buy some new clothes. Luo Yufei said with a smile. Zhao Bingyu nodded and said, Yes, I also want to buy some new clothes. The workload during this period is very heavy, and I need to replenish my physical strength. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to bear it. Yes, I think so too, Brother Ling Yang, I want to buy new clothes too. Okay, buy whatever you want. I'll pay for this. Ling Yang said with a smile. Well, then we won't be polite. After saying that, the three of them went directly to a shopping mall. Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu immediately rushed into the counter. When Luo Yufei saw the dazzling array of women's clothing in various styles and designs, her eyes immediately lit up. Luo Yufei took a quick glance and was attracted by a cheongsam with a label that said it was worth 5 figures. Brother Ling Yang, I like this cheongsam. I want to try it on. Luo Yufei said excitedly, pointing at the cheongsam. Okay, you try it first. I'll go pay the bill and you just wait for me in the fitting room. Ling Yang said with a smile. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Luo Yufei nodded obediently and began to take off her clothes. After Luo Yufei changed her clothes and came out, Ling Yang took out his card and swiped it, then handed the cheongsam to Luo Yufei. Here is this dress. You can try it on. It's up to you whether you like it or not. Okay, then I'll try it first. Luo Yufei said with a smile. Seeing Luo Yufei walking towards the fitting room with the cheongsam, Ling Yang sat on a chair nearby and waited. Not long after, Luo Yufei came out of the fitting room wearing a purple cheongsam. She stood in front of the mirror shyly, turned around a few times, and then smiled at Ling Yang and asked, "Brother Ling Yang, what do you think of this cheongsam?" Hearing Luo Yufei's words, Ling Yang looked up and looked at Luo Yufei in the mirror. Luo Yufei was wearing this purple cheongsam, which brought out a hint of maturity. The two snow-white and plump breasts on her chest were faintly visible, and Ling Yang felt a little dry in the mouth when he saw it. Ling Yang swallowed, suppressed his excitement, nodded and said, "Well, it's very beautiful, your temperament is very suitable for this purple cheongsam." Hearing Ling Yang's praise, Luo Yufei showed a bright smile on her face and said, "Brother Ling Yang, do you think I look good in this cheongsam?" "Yeah, it looks very beautiful." Ling Yang nodded and said affirmatively. "Ha, do you think I look good in this cheongsam?" Luo Yufei continued to ask. "It looks good, very beautiful. After you put on this cheongsam, you seem like a different person. You are simply stunningly beautiful. Look, when the sales clerks saw you, they all exclaimed, 'You are so beautiful.'" Ling Yang praised with a smile. "Hee, thank you, brother Ling Yang." Luo Yufei felt secretly delighted when she heard that. She didn't expect Ling Yang would actually praise her for being good-looking. Although what Ling Yang said were not sweet words, she still felt very happy. Listening to Ling Yang's praise, Luo Yufei was so happy. Zhao Bingyu also saw what Luo Yufei was thinking, so she coughed twice deliberately and said, "Sister Yufei, your cheongsam is really beautiful. I want to buy one, too. Brother Ling Yang, please buy me one as soon as possible. This way, I will definitely look even more beautiful when I wear it." "Okay, I'll ask the clerk to get you a cheongsam and let you try it on." Ling Yang nodded and said, "Thank you, brother Ling Yang." Soon, Zhao Bingyu got a black cheongsam. This black cheongsam had a V-neck, revealing a piece of white jade skin on the chest. Moreover, under the V-neck, the pink breasts could be vaguely seen. Ling Yang looked at Zhao Bingyu in front of him and felt a warm current rushing to his brain. His head suddenly felt dizzy. "Wow, this dress is so beautiful, Sister Bingyu, I really envy you for having such a beautiful dress," Luo Yufei said in surprise. "Hee, is that so? Then why don't you try it on and try it on? You're so beautiful, it will definitely look good on you," Zhao Bingyu said with a smile. "Okay, then please help me pack this clothes," Luo Yufei said with a smile. "Okay, please wait a moment, I'll help you pack," Zhao Bingyu said, and then started packing. About half an hour later, Zhao Bingyu wrapped up the cheongsam and handed it to Luo Yufei. Luo Yufei held the black cheongsam in her arms, examined it carefully, and then smiled and said to Ling Yang, "Brother Ling Yang, look, I look really beautiful in this dress. I really hope I can have such a beautiful cheongsam." "Of course you will have it. You are so beautiful, this cheongsam will definitely fall into your hands," Ling Yang said with a smile. "Well, brother Ling Yang, I love hearing what you said," Luo Yufei said with a charming smile. Ha. Ling Yang laughed. "Okay, I'll go pay the bill and then take you back." Soon, Ling Yang and Luo Yufei paid the bill and left the mall. Just as she walked to the side of the garage, Luo Yufei suddenly stopped, turned around, looked at Ling Yang and asked, "Brother Ling Yang, is there a place selling jewelry nearby?" "Jewelry? You want to buy jewelry?" Ling Yang asked curiously. "Yes, brother Ling Yang, can't I buy some jewelry?" "Don't worry, I won't spend a lot of money. We only brought a card this time, so I don't need to buy too expensive jewelry," Luo Yufei explained. Hearing Luo Yufei say this, Ling Yang nodded and said, "Well, no problem, just tell me what jewelry you want to buy." Hearing that Ling Yang agreed to let her buy it, Luo Yufei immediately became happy, took Ling Yang's hand, and said with a smile, "Okay, then, you accompany me to choose a necklace." "Yeah, okay." Ling Yang agreed with a smile. Soon, Ling Yang followed Luo Yufei to a jewelry store in the city, and then the two of them entered the jewelry store together. After entering the jewelry store, Ling Yang discovered that almost all the customers in the store were men. Each of them wore sunglasses and hats, and looked extremely mysterious. Moreover, there is a faint murderous aura emanating from these people. They are probably a group of desperados, Ling Yang guessed secretly in his heart. "Hey! Brother Ling Yang, the jewelry here is so beautiful. I wonder if I can buy one," Luo Yufei said with shining eyes as she looked at the jewelry on the counter. "Well, the jewels here are indeed very beautiful. Let's take our time to choose. There's no rush. Anyway, shopping for two girls is a very romantic thing," Ling Yang said with a smile. "Okay, brother Ling Yang,
please accompany me to choose. What do you think I should buy? Luo Yufei asked with a headache as she looked at the rows of dazzling jewelry. If you want to buy jewelry, just decide for yourself. I can help you choose. Ling Yang said with a smile. Well, I'll buy it according to your preferences. However, I don't have any experience and I don't know which one is good or bad. Luo Yufei shook her head and sighed. Just tell me your vision and I will help you buy all these jewels. Ling Yang said with a smile. Really? That's great. Then can I choose this ruby necklace? I really like this ruby necklace. It's very beautiful. Luo Yufei said with a smile, pointing to a valuable ruby necklace on the counter. Of course, as long as you like it. Ling Yang said with a smile. Then after I finish selecting, you can buy it for me. Luo Yufei said with a smile. Okay. Ling Yang nodded in agreement. So the two of them began to choose jewelry. Luo Yufei looked at those exquisite necklaces with a gleam in her eyes. She observed them carefully one by one, then looked at Ling Yang and began to seek his opinion. Ling Yang has a very sharp eye and he has unique insights in identifying jewelry. After Ling Yang's reminder, Luo Yufei finally found a ruby necklace she liked. Ling Yang looked at the ruby necklace in Luo Yufei's hand and said with a smile, "The necklace you picked is really good. Do you like it?" "I like it, of course I like it. This ruby necklace looks so beautiful. I love it very much." Luo Yufei said happily as she looked at the ruby necklace. "Since you like this necklace so much, let's buy it." Ling Yang said with a smile. Hearing that Ling Yang was going to buy the ruby necklace, Luo Yufei said in surprise, "Brother Ling Yang, are you going to buy this necklace for me?" "That's great, thank you Brother Ling Yang, Brother Ling Yang, you are so kind." Luo Yufei was very happy and said excitedly. "Well, let's go check it out first, and then come out to choose other things. I'll go get the necklace first." Ling Yang said with a smile. "Well, okay, then hurry up," Luo Yufei urged. Ling Yang nodded, then turned and went to the cashier to pay. Luo Yufei was waiting outside while Ling Yang went to the cashier counter to pay. Soon, Ling Yang took the ruby necklace and returned to the cashier. After paying the bill, Ling Yang walked to Luo Yufei, handed the necklace to Luo Yufei, and said with a smile, "Here, take it, this ruby necklace is for you." "Wow, this necklace is so beautiful, I love it so much," Luo Yufei exclaimed. "Ha, as long as you like it, you will definitely like the gift I give you," Ling Yang said with a smile. Luo Yufei smiled and nodded, "Of course, this is a gift from Brother Ling Yang, of course I like it." "Hee, Brother Ling Yang, you are so thoughtful, so thoughtful," Luo Yufei said happily. "Okay, let's go," Ling Yang said with a smile. So Ling Yang and Luo Yufei left the jewelry store together. After coming out of the jewelry store, Ling Yang took Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu to a nearby 5-star hotel. The two women were stunned when they saw Ling Yang bringing them to this 5-star hotel. "Brother Ling Yang, why did you bring us here?" Zhao Bingyu asked with some confusion. "You two, stay here tonight," Ling Yang said with a smile. "Why? You don't want to live here with us, do you?" Zhao Bingyu asked with some confusion. "Yeah, that's right, that's what I meant," Ling Yang said with a smile. Brother Ling Yang, how can we live with you?" Zhao Bingyu blushed slightly and said quickly. Luo Yufei blushed after hearing Ling Yang's words and whispered, "Brother Ling Yang, what are you talking about? How can you live with us?" Ling Yang smiled and said, "What's wrong, am I not worthy of living with you?" Hearing Ling Yang's words, the two girls' faces suddenly turned red. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look up at Ling Yang. That's not what we meant. Brother Ling Yang, you misunderstood. We are just worried about you. After all, you are already married. It's not good for you to live with us like this. We are just worried that it will affect your reputation and it's not good for you," Zhao Bingyu said with a red face and lowered head. "Yes, Brother Ling Yang, I think so too. If you live with us, it will cause criticism from others. We can't harm you," Luo Yufei also echoed. "What are you two thinking? We are friends. Shouldn't friends help and care about each other? What's more, we two are good friends, aren't we?" Ling Yang said with a smile. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu lowered their heads in embarrassment. A blush appeared on their cheeks, and they looked extremely shy.
Seeing the reactions of the two, Ling Yang thought to himself, it seems that my words are still very irritating to them. If I really want to live with them, it will definitely cause them to be disgusted, which is not good. It seems that I need to speed up and try to get them both as soon as possible, so that they won't have any misunderstandings about me. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if I want to pursue them in the future. Okay, don't worry about it. These anxieties will disappear after we stay here for one night. You will definitely get used to it in the future. Okay, I have already booked the room. We can check in directly when we go in. Ask yourself, today, I took you here and promised you all the conditions. I bought you everything you wanted. Now, I can't even accept a small request like this? Shouldn't you think about it? Am I doing this to you for free? I paid for you, so you should also pay a corresponding reward, right? Ling Yang said with a smile. Brother Ling Yang, you are so kind. We will definitely agree to your request. Luo Yufei said happily. Okay, let's go. Ling Yang said with a smile. Zhao Bingyu and Luo Yufei both nodded, followed Ling Yang, entered the lobby of the 5-star hotel, got into the elevator, and entered the presidential suite. Soon, Ling Yang booked a presidential suite and brought the three of them to the room. Zhao Bingyu and Luo Yufei were both shocked by the luxurious room in front of them. Although they were both daughters of wealthy families, this was their first time to stay in such a luxurious hotel. They also did not expect that Ling Yang would be so rich and so romantic. However, soon, their attention was focused on the bed that Ling Yang had just reserved for them, because they both could feel that they would sleep on this bed tonight. Although Ling Yang had prepared a big bed for them, it was still far inferior to Ling Yang's bed. Ha! Brother Ling Yang, are we going to sleep in this bed tonight? Zhao Bingyu asked puzzledly, pointing at the big bed in the room. Of course, this bed is specially designed for the two of you, so sleep on it tonight. You have to get up early tomorrow morning, so go to bed early. Ling Yang said with a smile. Yeah. Zhao Bingyu nodded. Seeing Zhao Bingyu nod, Luo Yufei immediately showed an envious expression on her face. She quickly walked to Ling Yang, hugged Ling Yang's arm, and said to Ling Yang with a smile, Brother Ling Yang, can you accompany me tonight, okay? Hearing this, Ling Yang couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He was not a beast, and treating a beautiful woman like this was really too much. It seemed that he really needed to correct himself. Brother Ling Yang, good brother Ling Yang, please accompany me, okay? Luo Yufei saw Ling Yang shaking his head and continued to act coquettishly. Oh, okay, you two are tired, and I know you both want to rest early, so I will reluctantly be a good person today and accompany you two beautiful girls and have a good rest. Ling Yang said helplessly. Hee, brother Ling Yang, I knew you were the best. After hearing Ling Yang's words, Luo Yufei immediately smiled, and hurriedly hugged Ling Yang and kissed him on the cheek. Zhao Bingyu also showed a hint of shyness towards Ling Yang, but she also kissed Ling Yang on the cheek. Looking at the behavior of Luo Yufei and Zhao Bingyu, Ling Yang couldn't help but smile, thinking, oh, my girls are getting more and more beautiful, especially Yufei and Bingyu, they are simply my dream lovers. These two girls are so charming. As he thought about it, Ling Yang couldn't help but have an evil thought in his heart. Then he reached out and hugged Zhao Bingyu into his arms, and then kissed Zhao Bingyu's lips. Zhao Bingyu was stunned for a moment, then closed her eyes, enjoying the tenderness Ling Yang brought her. At the same time, she also took the initiative to cater to Ling Yang. Both beauties were so proactive, and they were two peerless roses. Ling Yang could no longer hold back and directly hugged both women in his arms and kissed them fiercely. After a while, Zhao Bingyu felt dizzy and her whole body became limp and weak. She seemed to be paralyzed in Ling Yang's arms. Luo Yufei, although not as defenseless as Zhao Bingyu, was not feeling much better either. She leaned limply in Ling Yang's arms, her whole body leaning weakly on Ling Yang's chest. After a long while, Ling Yang finally stopped, then released Zhao Bingyu's mouth, then looked at Zhao Bingyu and said, Bingyu, you two are exhausted, lie down on the bed and go to sleep. Yeah, okay. Zhao Bingyu nodded, then she and Luo Yufei climbed onto the bed, got into the quilt, and lay down. The two girls, when they went to sleep, still hugged each other tightly, as if they were afraid that someone would steal their boyfriends. Seeing this scene, Ling Yang felt extremely satisfied. I am destined to be sleepless tonight. Chapter 124 JoJo Travel App tops the list. The next morning, Ling Yang woke up early. After waking up, he raised his lips and looked at the two beautiful girls sleeping on his left and right. Hee, nice. Internet celebrities are just different. This experience is really special.
No wonder these guys like this kind of style. This is a different kind of psychological satisfaction than that of an ordinary woman. Money is really a good thing.
As he spoke, Ling Yang sighed.
Before, when I was penniless, I had nothing.
Now that I have money, I can really experience things that ordinary people can't experience.
No wonder so many people work hard to make money, this is the reason. Life is the same whether you have money or not, but life is two different concepts when you have money and when you don't. Life after having money is like heaven.
Compared with before, there is no comparison.
Compared with my current life, my previous life was like hell. Now this is life, this is living, this is the enjoyment and life like in heaven.
Then, Ling Yang kissed the two little beauties. After a while, the two little beauties also woke up. At this time, the two girls looked at Ling Yang and smiled sweetly. They also knew that Ling Yang was the CEO of a listed group with a market value of hundreds of billions. For small internet celebrities like them, he was an insurmountable mountain. Being able to rely on such a big mountain is of great help to them.
Moreover, at present, after cooperating with Ling Yang's Jojo Payu app to become a travel blogger, you will definitely become famous. After all, if Jojo Payu puts all its efforts into training them, they will surely become famous all over the internet in no time. They also understand the unspoken rules and inside stories here. After all, no one knows what these men are thinking better than women. Therefore, with this relationship, Ling Yang will definitely not treat them unfairly. Soon, the group returned to the company. After Ling Yang took the two beauties to familiarize themselves with the working environment, he returned to his office. After arriving at the office, Ling Yang thought for a while and then called Ouyang Qingwu. Soon, Ouyang Qingwu answered the phone. Hey, Ling Yang, you finally contacted me, what's the matter? Are you going to carry out your plan? Ling Yang nodded and said, that's right.
When can you spare some time? We will sign a formal contract and I will pay you for your breach of contract fee.
Now, you come over. In a few days, we will launch the event, and the investment this time is very huge. I plan to go all out. If I succeed, the Jojo Payu app will surely reach the top and achieve brilliant success. If I fail, the worst that can happen is that I just keep doing what I am doing now. I am not afraid of losing.
Hearing this, Ouyang Qingwu smiled and said, oh, you're going to act so soon, I'm not even ready.
However, since you have spoken, I must follow your instructions. Okay, I will come to your company tomorrow, so you must prepare a welcoming ceremony.
When Ling Yang heard this, he smiled and said, of course I welcome you.
I will definitely sweep the Kong and wait for you to warm the bed. Ouyang Qingwu said unhappily, go away, just think about this. I won't agree to it. Ling Yang laughed. Well, let's talk about it when we get there. I'll see if you agree or not. Ouyang Qingwu also smiled and said, okay, I miss you too, how about this, I'll come over tonight. You go to the hotel and wait for me. Hey, that's fine. Okay, see you tonight at a 5-star hotel. Okay, that's enough, baby, I'm going to hang up first. Having said that, Ouyang Qingwu hung up the phone. Ling Yang smiled and said, this little bitch is really wild. But I like her. In the following period of time, Ling Yang quickly launched a series of operations to maximize the influence of the Jojo Payu app. Success or failure depends on this one move. My plan this time is to build the first online and offline service platform in the entire network.
This project not only includes online live broadcast business, merchandise delivery business, travel ticket purchasing business, group purchasing business, but also online and offline integrated service projects. In short, all consumption is based on consumer convenience, which means that we consider the time and cost savings for consumers and even provide pick-up and drop-off services. He has completely completed the concept of one-stop service from start to finish, and he believes that this concept is definitely unique in the country. As long as you grasp the opportunity and seize it, you can complete a series of operations. Just like that, after a long period of preparation, a week later, with the assistance of Ouyang Qingwu, a large number of young internet celebrities were quickly cultivated.
These young internet celebrities were poached by Ling Yang from various websites at high salaries. If tourists can afford it, they can also interact with the host online and offline, so this project will definitely be popular. And just like that, a week later, the Anchor business was officially launched. In an instant, the moment the Anchor service was launched, the entire network was in an uproar. Overnight, the entire server was almost overwhelmed and paralyzed. Fortunately, Ling Yang had already anticipated this level of popularity. After all, the daily active users of the Jojo travel app are already incredible. In addition, the Jojo Payu app's massive publicity at all costs has set the entire network on fire. Once it was launched online, the entire internet became popular again. For 3 consecutive days, the Jojo travel app has been increasingly popular on the internet. In just a few days, Jojo Payu app completely topped the list. There are more than 787 million daily active users and more than 30 trillion page views. The number of downloads of Jojo Payu app also reached a new high, breaking through several billion times, becoming completely popular on the entire internet, shocking the entire network and completing an impossible myth. The sales volume of just one day made it a hot topic, reaching an astonishing number of hundreds of billions. This is the first time that the value of money has skyrocketed by tens of billions in one day. It has never happened before. For a time, the Jojo Payu app completely reached the highest level in the service industry, and no one could break through. Just like that, after being active for a month, the Jojo Payu app gradually calmed down. However, the current level of activity is still very scary. Moreover, all the projects of Jojo Payu app have reached a basically saturated state. In just these few days, many famous internet celebrities have switched to become anchors on the Jojo Payu app. For a time, these internet celebrities also made indelible contributions to expanding the influence of the Jojo Payu app. At the same time, it also brings them more opportunities and more transformation opportunities, so that their ways of making money are no longer single. While increasing their income, it also brought more benefits to the company. In just over a month, the number of internet celebrities on the Jojo Payu app has exceeded hundreds of thousands, and this number is still rising. Chapter 125: The Most Beautiful Bride, Grand Wedding Grand Finale. At the same time, the most well-known international actress Ouyang Qinggu has also joined the Jojo Payu app and became the image ambassador of Jojo Payu app. For a time, her job hopping caused countless people to be wary. You know, to be able to make an international superstar switch jobs to become an internet celebrity, it can be seen that Ling Yang is also a ruthless person with means. For a time, Ling Yang's personal wealth reached an astonishing level. In this way, after half a year of rapid growth, Ling Yang's personal wealth approached 1 trillion, reaching an unprecedented level in one fell swoop. This achievement is enough to be proud of. Although I have not yet reached the top and become the richest man in the world, I have successfully entered the top 10. But how long did it take him to achieve this? 10 years? 20 years? No, he didn't use any of it. It only took him less than a year. What is the concept? Can't even imagine it? Moreover, in today's great world, he has achieved something that no one else can achieve in their entire life. The main reason is that his ideas are too avant-garde. He has done things that no one else has thought of. These things seem to be a small business opportunity, but in fact, after being fully utilized, they are simply a myth. He is not a god, but he created a legend and a myth. A business myth. In an instant, the entire network rushed to report and interview Ling Yang. However, in the end, Ling Yang rejected them all. Just because of his words. "I'm getting married, so I don't have time for your interview." This one sentence stunned everyone. Didn't he expect that this legendary figure was going to get married? People also looked into his marital status. You know, he is a ruthless man who divorced his ex-wife and married his sister-in-law. Now, he might have to hold a wedding for his sister-in-law. In a short time, the whole network reported the news and everyone knew about it. A grand wedding had thus begun. 3 days later, the news of Ling Yang's wedding spread quickly throughout the internet. Time passed quickly, and before long, 3 days had passed as promised. Today, the whole city is dressed in red, full of joy, with hundreds of top-of-the-line supercars leading the way. In the sky, 30 helicopters formed a V-shape and moved slowly at low altitude, guarding the wedding helicopter in the front. In the helicopter, Ling Yang and Lin Mangyao held hands and looked at each other sweetly. "Mangyao, do you like it? Before, I promised you that I would make you the most beautiful bride in the world. I want everyone to envy you. You have chosen me firmly, and I will give you a bright future. Today, I booked the whole city to celebrate for you. Everything about you is worth my protection. Don't worry, no matter what kind of person I am, my love for you will never change. Don't worry about this. From now on, you will be my only wife. No matter how many confidants I have, they are not as good as you. With them, I am just playing around, but with you, I am sincere." Hearing this, Lin Mangyao felt very uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. With Ling Yang's current identity and status, it is hard for him to have a confidant. Whether it's 100 or 1,000, he can just wave his hand. He didn't forget me, divorced me, and kicked me away. He had already done his best. At least, he didn't forget his promise, and that was enough. So, she smiled and nodded and said, "Well, I believe you." Just like that, the two of them embraced each other and came all the way to the most luxurious wedding venue in the province to hold a grand wedding. Rich people from all over the country came to participate. Ling Yang's status and position are so high now that these people all come to make friends with Ling Yang. Ling Yang also returned the gifts one by one. He also knew that if he wanted to get along well in this place, these social events were indispensable. After a night of communication, Ling Yang quickly became famous among the upper class and successfully integrated into their group. After making friends with these top bosses, Ling Yang also knew that he would have more opportunities. After all, no one can resist money. Otherwise, these big guys wouldn't come. They are taking this opportunity to communicate and interact better. Finally, a night passed quickly and Ling Yang made friends with many top bosses. After the wedding, Ling Yang directly and publicly announced that he was taking Lin Mengyao out for a honeymoon. Travel around the world. After the tour, the two returned to the city and announced the good news that Lin Mengyao was successfully pregnant. For a time, it attracted congratulations from countless people. I don't know how many years later, Ling Yang stood at the highest peak of the city. Beside him, Lin Mengyao nestled in his arms. Behind him, there was a pair of naughty twins, playing and fighting with each other. At this moment, Ling Yang looked at the city in front of him with a melancholy look on his face, and said with deep emotion, "Yao Yao, do you have any regrets in this life?" Lin Mengyao shook her head and said, "No, the best choice I have made in my life is choosing you." "Thank you, Ling Yang. I love you." Ling Yang also smiled slightly, rubbed Lin Mengyao's cheek and said, "Silly, I love you too. Unfortunately, fate plays tricks on us. There will always be a mountain between us. Your sister has left the city for many years, right? I know that you still feel very guilty about your sister's leaving. Although you don't say it, I understand your feelings." Lin Mengyao smiled slightly, shook her head and said, "These are not important anymore. Now, De Bao and Xiaobao are already 5 years old. My sister has been gone for so many years, and I have gradually let it go." Suddenly, at this moment, a soft voice was heard. "I heard you missed me?" After hearing this voice, Ling Yang and Lin Mengyao were stunned. Then, he quickly looked back. Not far away, a graceful figure was standing there, smiling and looking at the two of them. Ling Yang and Lin Mengyao were both stunned. Then, both of them quickly came in front of him. "Sister, you are finally back." In an instant, Lin Mengyao threw herself into Lin Mengwei's arms. Ling Yang looked at Lin Mengwei with a complicated expression. In the end, his mixed feelings turned into just one sentence, "Well, I'm glad you're back." The finale.